Chapter 3754. 2 years later. Naturally, Qian Yin's actions caused a commotion in the Hidden Fog sect. How could the others not be skeptical of such a huge change? Moreover, they knew the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Fog sect had been aware from the beginning that Duan Lingtian had only acted in self-defense, but their stance was completely different in the beginning. Apart from that, Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao were not only core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, but they were also the disciples of 2 out of the 4 supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect respectively. Why would the duo's masters suddenly give up on the idea of revenge? What do you think is happening? Are they trying to lull Duan Lingtian into a false sense of security? Lull him into a false sense of security? That's right, perhaps, the sect hopes to catch Duan Lingtian off guard. I don't think so. After all, it's unnecessary to do such a thing. In any case, this matter has finally come to an end since the sect leader clearly has no intention to pursue this matter anymore. Even then, I'm really curious about what happened to bring about such a change. Wu Fengyin, the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect, had been shocked when he first learned about what happened. Previously, when rumors about Duan Lingtian's betrayal spread, Wu Fengyin could feel the hostility of everyone in the Hidden Fog sect toward Duan Lingtian. With so many people who hated Duan Lingtian, he was no longer worried about Duan Lingtian targeting him. However, now that things had changed, Wu Fengyin felt a sense of crisis again. He wondered if he should leave the Hidden Fog sect immediately or if he should speak to Qian Yin first to find out what happened. After thinking about it, he decided to speak to Qian Yin first. As the second leader of the Hidden Fog sect, it was not difficult for Wu Fengyin to meet Qian Yin. Sect leader, Elder Wu, what's the matter? Qian Yin looked at Wu Fengyin suspiciously. Wu Fengyin asked directly, Sect leader, why did our sect change our stance regarding Duan Lingtian? He killed Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng's disciples, after all. How can we let go of that matter? Are the 2 Supreme Elders really willing to let him go? That's right, Qian Yin nodded. We've all come to an agreement and decided not to make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. Then, Qian Yin asked, puzzled, Elder Wu, did you come only to ask me this? Then, as though he just recalled something, he asked warily, Elder Wu, don't tell me you did something to Duan Lingtian before he left the sect. No, Wu Fengyin quickly shook his head. Initially, I wanted to act against him, but I didn't find a good chance to do so. He killed my eldest disciple, Tu Feng, and I'm worried he'd target me, thinking that I'd seek revenge for Tu Feng. I see, Qian Yin nodded. Then, he said bluntly, don't worry. Since you didn't act against me yet, he won't target you. Perhaps, he has already forgotten about you. You may think your status as the second elder is rather grand, but in reality, he likely doesn't think much about you. Wu Fengyin smiled wryly upon hearing these words. Then, he asked, may I ask why Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng decided to let him go? Did you manage to confirm his identity and background? Who's he? Is he truly from an emperor rank force? I haven't confirmed his identity and background, Qian Yin said as he shook his head. Wu Fengyin was puzzled. Then, he asked skeptically, then, why did the 2 Supreme Elders let him go? Wu Fengyin knew the 2 Supreme Elders were not pushovers. They would not choose to take a step back for no reason. You'll find out sooner or later, so I'll just be honest with you, Qian Yin explained. Supreme Elder Lei went to Linggu City in hopes of capturing Duan Lingtian back to our sect. If it's proven that Duan Lingtian comes from a formidable force, it won't be too late to let him go at that time. Otherwise, we'll kill him to avenge Shangfeng and Long Xiao. Qian Yin paused briefly before he said, when Supreme Elder Lei was in Linggu City, he heard something that changed his mind. He heard that Duan Lingtian managed to refine the limit divine pills. Wu Fengyin's eyes widened in shock. Limit divine pills. Although Wu Fengyin was not an alchemist, he naturally knew what this meant. Even without a backer, Duan Lingtian's future was incomparably bright. Unless they were certain they could kill him, no one would risk offending him. If he were in the 2 Supreme Elders' shoes, he would have made the same decisions as them. Sect leader, you're right. I'm sure he doesn't remember me at all, Wu Fengyin said with a wry smile. Since he had yet to act against Duan Lingtian, how could Duan Lingtian remember a small character like him? Duan Lingtian only learned about what happened in the Hidden Fog sect 2 months later. Apart from refuting rumors that he betrayed the Hidden Fog sect, the Hidden Fog sect also wished him well in the Lingu clan. I really didn't expect refining the limit divine pills is enough to make Supreme Elder Lei and the Hidden Fog sect take a step back. Although he was highly talented, and he was one of the strongest rudimentary kings of gods, his talent in alchemy was even more terrifying than his cultivation talent. As strong as he was, any lords of gods in the Lord-rank Hidden Fog sect could easily kill him. However, there was no one in the Hidden Fog sect who could refine a limit divine pill like he did. In any case, this benefits me. Although Duan Ling Tian was unhappy with the Hidden Fog sect, he knew it was a good thing to have one less enemy. Moreover, he did not have enmity with the Hidden Fog sect itself. The people he had enmity with were Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao, who had already died. Over this period of time, Duan Ling Tian had focused on studying alchemy in the Lingu clan. Apart from refining pills, he would also have discussions with Lin Yan, the chief alchemist of the Lingu clan. He had learned the basics of refining higher-grade pills from Lin Yan during their time together. Currently, he could refine ordinary king-grade divine pills. During the times he refined the king-grade divine pills, he did not use too much vitality energy, afraid of creating more limit divine pills. It was not a big deal to refine god-grade limit divine pills, but if word got out that he managed to refine king-grade limit divine pills, he was afraid some emperor-rank forces and sectless cultivators might not be able to sit still. It would not be too bad if it were just the emperor-rank forces, since they would only want to recruit him. However, rogue forces and sectless cultivators might kidnap him so they could force him to refine pills. Who knew if they would kill or torture him if he refused them? Hence, Duan Ling Tian decisively kept a low profile. Recently, Duan Ling Tian was filled with the urge to leave the Lingu clan's estate to refine king-grade divine pills. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Alas, I can't leave the clan estate for the time being. Even if the Hidden Fog sect has given up, there's still Kuang Tian Zheng. I don't for sure if he's still waiting for me in Lingu City. If Kuang Tian Zheng makes a move outside of the clan estate, I'm afraid that even if the supreme elders of the clan were present, they still wouldn't be able to protect me. Duan Ling Tian had learned from Lingu Ren Jia that Kuang Tian Zheng was an intermediate lord of gods. He was much stronger than ordinary intermediate lords of gods. I'll think of leaving in the future. If Kuang Tian Zheng is truly in Lingu City, he should be bored of waiting after a few more years. Unlike cultivating, where one would easily lose track of time, time seemed to tick slower when one was waiting. Even a lord of god like Kuang Tian Zheng would be able to wait for so long. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Swoosh! At this time, a figure shot out of the Hidden Fog sect and flew in the direction of Skywind City. The figure belonged to Supreme Elder Feng, one of the 4 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Halfway through his journey, Supreme Elder Feng changed into a black hooded robe that hid his face. When he arrived at Skywind City, he went to the Hidden Fog Academy immediately. No one seemed to notice his arrival. At this time, Hu Qingning's door was kicked open. He, who was cultivating, opened his eyes, and when he saw the black-clad hooded man in front of him, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 3755 Coercion. Who are you? Hu Qingning cried out when he saw the black-clad break into his room. The intruder waved his hand, sending a wave of terrifying energy his way. In just a blink of an eye, Hu Qingning was bound by the energy, and his divine energy was also suppressed, making him unable to mobilize it at all. When he tried to call for help, he discovered he could not make a sound at all. Even his eyes were forcefully shut by the energy. On top of that, he felt suffocated by the energy. Hu Qingning knew he had been taken out of his room when he felt and heard the wind. Perhaps, he had even been brought out of the Hidden Fog Academy. Hu Qingning speculated inwardly, who is he? Is he an enemy of the 10,000 Leaves sect? However, when did our sect have such a powerful enemy? Even my uncle, who's the strongest in the sect, won't be able to bring me away from the academy without alerting the dean. After all, the residence for 10 stars students is near the residence of the dean and the teachers. Even if the teachers aren't alerted, the dean should have been alerted if there was an intruder, since the dean is a lord of gods. This means the person who kidnapped me is at least a lord of gods. It's impossible for our sect to provoke such a person. Hu Qingning was filled with apprehensions at this moment. He continued to speculate inwardly. He could have easily killed me, but he didn't. This means I'm of use to him alive. With all these thoughts in mind, Hu Qingning grew even more anxious and confused. He really could figure out why such a person would kidnap him. Who did he or the 10,000 Leaves sect offend? Thump. While Hu Qingning was lost in his thoughts, a loud sound and the sharp pain in his back pulled him back to his senses. He had clearly been tossed to the ground. When he landed on the ground, he discovered that he had regained mobility, no longer bound by that energy. He could also see, and his divine energy was no longer suppressed. Nonetheless, he did not dare to rashly mobilize his divine energy. After all, the other party could easily crush him like an ant. Hence, he only opened his eyes to look at the person who kidnapped him. He wanted to see who was it that he or the 1,000 Leaves sect offended. When Hu Qingning opened his eyes, he saw that he had been brought to a deserted place. He was now leaning against a tree trunk. Clearly, his back had hit the tree when the other party tossed him out earlier. When he saw the black-clad hooded man, a confused expression on his face. "Senior, may I ask, who are you?" The black-clad man did not respond to Huo Qingning's question. Instead, he said in a hoarse voice, "Look at the city in front of you." Despite the other party deliberately making his voice sound hoarse, Hu Qingning could tell the voice belonged to an old man. When he heard the other party's words, he instinctively looked ahead. With just a look, he was stunned. 10,000 Leaves City. How could Hu Qingning not recognize 10,000 Leaves City? This was the place he grew up in. After all, the 10,000 Leaves sect was the force behind 10,000 Leaves City. Although the city was not as large as Skywind City, it was still a fairly prosperous city. "Why did you bring me from Skywind City to 10,000 Leaves City?" Hu Qingning trailed off as chills ran up his spine. Considering the time it took for him to arrive at this place from Skywind City, he knew even the strongest advanced king of gods would not be capable of this speed. Hence, the other party was definitely a lord of gods at least. Hu Qingning shuddered inwardly with this revelation. He did not understand why such a powerhouse would kidnap him and bring him back to 10,000 Leaves City. He could tell the other party did not have good intentions. Hu Qingning could not control the trembling in his voice as he asked, "Senior, why did you bring me here? What do you want from me? I don't think I or the 10,000 Leaves sect have ever offended you." Panic welled up in Hu Qingning's heart. Let alone killing him, such a powerhouse could easily destroy the 10,000 Leaves sect. The black-clad man slowly said, "Neither you nor the sect has offended me." Hu Qingning sighed in relief inwardly. Then, he asked, "Then, what business do you have with me, senior? Are you friends with Duan Lingtian?" Hu Qingning, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, froze upon hearing these words. His expression changed drastically when he realized the other party targeted him because of Duan Lingtian. Hu Qingning had always been proud of having a friend like Duan Lingtian. Even when everyone in the Hidden Fog sect scolded Duan Lingtian for his betrayal and the people from the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy questioned Duan Lingtian's character for joining the Lingu clan after his departure from the sect, his confidence in Duan Lingtian did not waver. Although he did not know Duan Lingtian for a long time, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not an ungrateful person and would not betray the Hidden Fog sect without valid reasons. Moreover, since he was from a relatively influential sect, he knew the inner workings of a sect very well. Since Duan Lingtian had killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, who were the disciples of two supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect, he knew the Hidden Fog sect would not let Duan Lingtian go easily. Since Duan Lingtian left for the Lingu clan, the two supreme elders must have failed to detain him. When Qianyin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, stepped forward to clear Duan Lingtian's name and wished Duan Lingtian well in the Lingu clan, Hu Qingning knew Duan Lingtian's feud with the Hidden Fog sect had come to an end. At the very least, the Hidden Fog sect would no longer openly make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Although he did not know the reason for the Hidden Fog sect's sudden change in attitude, at that time, he thought that Duan Lingtian was truly amazing. When Hu Qingning received news from Lingu City a few months later, he finally figured out what happened. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had refined the limit divine pills. Even if they were just god-grade limit divine pills, it proved that Duan Lingtian was monstrously talented in alchemy as well. Even lord-rank sects like the Hidden Fog sect did not have alchemists with such capabilities. After all, one had to be a lord-rank divine alchemist to be able to refine the limit divine pills. He finally understood why the Hidden Fog sect took a step back. To put it bluntly, the Hidden Fog sect was afraid. Hu Qingning had been sincerely happy when he heard the news. He was still worried about Duan Lingtian after Duan Lingtian joined the Lingu clan. With this news, he felt much more at ease. He had planned to send a message to Duan Lingtian to inquire about his well-being, but when he thought about Duan Lingtian's current status and his own status, he dismissed the idea. Before he knew it, his friend had completely surpassed him to the point that it seemed impossible to catch up. Moreover, there was nothing he could do to help Duan Lingtian. I wouldn't say we're friends, Hu Qingning finally replied as he shook his head. Before he joined the Hidden Fog sect, he was a 10-stars student as well. At most, we can be considered acquaintances. The black-clad man's voice changed slightly as he asked, do you have his soul pearl? No, Hu Qingning shook his head. He was very cautious now that he knew the black-clad man's target was Duan Lingtian. It was clear the black-clad man intended to use him to deal with Duan Lingtian. I'll give you another chance, the black-clad man said icily. If you don't answer truthfully, I'll bring you the head of the sect leader of the 10,000 Leaves sect within 15 minutes. I heard he's your father. Upon hearing these words, Hu Qingning's expression changed drastically. He did not expect a lord of gods would stoop so low and threatened him using his father. He did not doubt the other party's strength and words. The black-clad man said again, tell me the truth. I have it. Although Hu Qingning was reluctant, he had no choice but to be truthful. His hands were tightly clenched as guilt overwhelmed his heart. I'm sorry, Duan Lingtian. I don't have a choice. Very good, the black-clad man said, satisfied, follow me to Lingu City. If you cooperate with me, I'll let you and the 10,000 Leaves sect go. Otherwise, I'll destroy your sect. The other party's frosty tone sent chills up Hu Qingning's spine. His hair stood on end, and his eyes widened in fear. He looked at the black-clad man with a gloomy expression and asked, who are you? What do you want? Chapter 3756 Leaving the Lingu clan's estate. Duan Lingtian had been very anxious and irritated recently. It had been 2 years since he had first successfully refined King-grade divine pills. He had been wanting to refine King-grade limit divine pills but did not wish to do so in the Lingu clan's estate. He was worried it would bring him trouble in the future. After all, who knew if he would encounter mad sectless cultivators? There were powerhouses out there that even the Lingu clan could not handle. For now, the Lingu clan was able to keep him safe, but it might not be the case if he showed his strength. I can already refine Lord-grade divine pills now. Hence, it shouldn't be a problem for me to refine King-grade limit divine pills. Over the past 2 years, my cultivation only made little progress after I consumed the ordinary King-grade divine pills that I refined. Moreover, I'd undoubtedly grow even more immune to those pills the more I take them. I'm sure my cultivation would improve greatly if I take King-grade limit divine pills. Over the past 2 years, Lin Yan, the chief alchemist of Lingu clan, had visited Duan Lingtian frequently to see if Duan Lingtian could refine King-grade limit divine pills. However, since Duan Lingtian was determined to hide his strength, he only returned disappointed every time. In recent times, he had even stopped visiting Duan Lingtian. At that time, Lin Yan had said, revered elder Duan, perhaps, my expectations for you were too high. After all, even the best among Lord-ranked divine alchemists could only refine God-grade limit divine pills. Even ordinary Emperor-ranked divine alchemists might not be able to refine King-grade limit divine pills. Take the Elder from the Flying Dragon sect as an example. Many Emperor-rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion desperately want to recruit him. However, I haven't heard anything about him being able to refine King-grade limit divine pills. Since Lin Yan was afraid that Duan Lingtian would be discouraged, he would patiently comfort Duan Lingtian. He was unaware Duan Lingtian was hiding his true strength. After all, I'll wait a few more months. Someone like Kuang Tianzheng, an elder of the Flying Dragon sect, won't stay in Lingu City for too long. If I were him, I'd be impatient and left a long time ago. Duan Lingtian was desperate for King-grade limit divine pills. Otherwise, his current speed of cultivation was too slow. Naturally, to others, his cultivation speed was very fast. However, he could measure his speed by the average person's standard. He had to take shortcuts to improve quickly so he could bring Ka back from the Divine Offering Land. Even if Lingu Chu Yin was Ka and they were reunited, he was determined to be acknowledged by Ka's family. He had grown desperate because he felt that time was running short. If he followed the usual path of cultivation, he was afraid he would even be able to become a lord of gods within 300 years, let alone an emperor of gods or supreme gods. The Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land is a supreme rank clan. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this after he joined the Lingu clan. He had seen records of top forces in the realms of gods that included the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan. There were fewer than 10 forces listed in each realm of gods. There were more than a dozen realms of gods, but there were only slightly more than 100 forces that were listed. These forces were mostly supreme rank forces. In addition to the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land, the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land is also a supreme rank force. The Yun clan is also one of the 8 supreme rank forces in the Divine Offering Land. Saving Ka and getting the approval of the Sha clan were Duan Ling Tian's main goal, while killing Yun Qing Yan was his secondary goal. He would never forget that face that stood high above him, looked down on him, and despised him in the past. One day, he would trample on that arrogant young man, and let the young man experience what it was like to be looked down upon. All these things were the driving force that pushed Duan Ling Tian forward. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to receive a message from Lingu Renjia about Kuang Tian. Zheng. A hint of worry could be heard in Lingu Renjia's voice as he said, Duan Ling Tian, I received an invitation from Kuang Tian Zheng. It's a wedding invitation for the marriage of his second disciple and the daughter of vice sect leader Shui of the Flying Dragon sect. The invitation specifically stated that I must bring you with me. His voice turned grim as he continued to say, I can't bring you there. Otherwise, it'd be difficult for you to return to the clan alive. I want to be mentally prepared. Kuang Tian Zheng now has ties with vice sect leader Shui, so his status in the sect has risen. In the future, it'd be easier for him to deal with. However, the Lingu faction in the Flying Dragon sect has been around for a long time in the Flying Dragon sect. So, don't worry too much. An elder of our clan married the son of another vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, who's also one of the White Dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian had heard from Lingu Jia previously that the White Dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect had a higher status than inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Clan leader, I understand, Duan Ling Tian replied. Inwardly, he was excited. This meant that Kuang Tian Zheng was not in Lingu City, and he could leave the Lingu clan's estate. Apart from that, he had felt slightly apprehensive when he heard about Kuang Tian Zheng's new connections. However, he put his worries to rest when he heard about the Lingu clan's connections in the Flying Dragon sect. With that, he would not be without help when he entered the Flying Dragon sect. I should start preparing the ingredients for a few King-grade divine pills and Lord-grade divine pills. Who knows, I might be lucky and obtain a Lord-grade limit divine pill. With that, Duan Ling Tian began to make preparations to leave the Lingu clan's estate. 3 days later, Lingu Renjia bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian before he went to the Flying Dragon sect to attend the wedding of Kuang Tian Zheng's second disciple. In fact, if Lingu Renjia only considered Kuang Tian Zheng's second disciple, all he needed to do was politely decline the invitation if he did not want to attend the wedding. However, due to the bride's special identity as the daughter of a vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, he could not risk offending the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect by not showing up. After all, Kuang Tian Zheng would certainly fan the flames if he was not present. If that happened, who knew if that vice sect leader would openly stand with the 10,000 Devils faction and oppose the Lingu faction in the Flying Dragon sect. Even if the Lingu faction had the support of another vice sect leader, it was best to have one less enemy. A few days after Lingu Renjia left, Duan Ling Tian finally left the Lingu clan's estate after he was done with his preparation. However, he did not tell anyone about his departure. Even the housekeeper Wang Fu, and the attendants in his courtyard were unaware that he had left. Duan Ling Tian used the teleportation profundity to leave. With the identity token from the Lingu clan, he did not have to worry about the clan's guarding formation. After teleporting a few times, Duan Ling Tian arrived in a remote alley in the east of Lingu City. He waited in the alley for a while. Although Kuang Tian Zheng was not in the city, who knew if there were other threats? Although the Hidden Fog sect had openly stated they had no intention of going against him, who knew if that was really the case? It was better to be safe than sorry. Duan Ling Tian waited for about 15 minutes. After confirming he was not being watched, he teleported away to another place in Lingu City. After teleporting a few times, he finally left Lingu City. When Duan Ling Tian left the Lingu clan, one of the elders in charge of keeping watch over the clan's guarding formation finally discovered the fluctuations in the formation caused by Duan Lingtian's teleportation. That's caused by revered elder Duan. The elder's expression changed slightly as he quickly sent a message to his superior, a core elder of the Lingu clan. When Duan Lingtian first joined the Lingu clan, Lingu Renjia had ordered everyone to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's whereabouts and to not let Duan Lingtian leave the clan's estate alone. After all, who knew if Duan Lingtian would encounter danger? Hence, the elders kept Lingu Renjia's words in mind and paid special attention to Duan Lingtian. For more than 2 years, Duan Lingtian did not leave the Lingu clan's estate until today. Revered elder Duan teleported out of the estate. When Lingu Renjia received news about Duan Lingtian's sudden departure, he was sitting in the flying ship, on his way to the Flying Dragon sect. At this time, he had almost arrived at his destination. Chapter 3757 The Earthly King Divine Pill. After receiving the news, Lingu Renjia hurriedly sent a message to Duan Lingtian asking why Duan Lingtian left the Lingu clan's estate and if Duan Lingtian knew how dangerous it was. Have you forgotten how Kuang Tianzheng, the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, wanted to kill you? What if he had his men lying in wait for you in Lingu City? Apart from that, there's also the Hidden Fog sect. Although they made it clear they have no enmity with you now, who can say for sure that's really the case? Who knows if Supreme Elder Lei and Supreme Elder Feng will go against Xianyan's words? Duan Lingtian, who was outside of Lingu City at this time, was moved when he heard the concern in Lingu Renjia's message. He said through voice transmission, "Don't worry, clan leader. I'll be fine. When you return, I might have a surprise for you." Lingu Renjia had checked Duan Lingtian's soul pearl earlier, so he knew Duan Lingtian was safe, at least for now. He felt much more at ease after he confirmed Duan Lingtian had not been attacked. "Don't be so reckless next time," Lingu Renjia said with mock sternness. His back was drenched in cold sweat when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might have gotten hurt. He had high hopes for Duan Lingtian, after all. How could he be willing to see anything bad happen to Duan Lingtian? Moreover, after spending more than 2 years with Duan Lingtian, his impression of Duan Lingtian, who was very clear about his friends and foes, had grown even better. If it were not because of Duan Lingtian's talent and he felt unworthy, he really wanted to adopt Duan Lingtian as his foster son. Lingu Renjia said again, "If the cost of the surprise means you have to endanger yourself, I'd rather not have it." Duan Lingtian's heart moved again when he heard these words. He knew Lingu Renjia sincerely cared about him. "Lingu clan, you took me in at my lowest point. When I succeed in the future, I'll definitely repay your kindness," Duan Lingtian vowed inwardly. On the other hand, after Lingu Renjia spoke to Duan Lingtian, he sent a message back to the core elder of the Lingu clan and told the core elder to leave the matter alone and that Duan Lingtian would return on his own. Lingu Renjia hesitated for a moment before he sent a message to Lingu Huan, one of the supreme elders of the Lingu clan. "Elder Huan, do you plan to go into closed-door cultivation anytime soon?" "No," Lingu Huan quickly responded. "What's the matter?" "It's nothing," Lingu Renjia replied. "Duan Lingtian left the estate on his own." "What?" Lingu Huan did not wait for Lingu Renjia's reply as he continued to say anxiously, "That kid ran out on his own. Doesn't that mean the effort my brother and I expended to bring him back from the Hidden Fog sect is in vain? How can he do this? Where is he now? Is he still alive? If he dies, my brother and my efforts will go to waste." Lingu Huan was exasperated when he heard about Duan Lingtian's departure. His chubby face was flushed, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. "Elder Huan, calm down," Lingu Renjia said, "I just spoke to him. He's fine. I reached out to you because I hope you'll escort him back to the clan. You don't have his soul pearl so you can't contact him, so I'll arrange everything." Since Duan Lingtian was fine after leaving the Lingu clan, it meant that he managed to avoid detection. It could also mean that his enemies had given up on waiting in Lingu City. However, Lingu Renjia was still worried, so he wanted Lingu Huan to escort Duan Lingtian back. "Hurry up and ask him where he is. Ask him to wait for me. My brother and I will go to him immediately." "The cheeky rascal," Lingu Huan said. "I'll speak to him now." When Duan Lingtian received Lingu Ren's message again, he refused immediately. "Clan leader, there's no need for that. I can return safely on my own." There's no need to trouble Supreme Elder Huan and Supreme Elder Heng. What a joke. He had left the Lingu clan's estate so he could find a secluded place to refine king-grade limit divine pills. With that, no one would notice if there was a pill tribulation. It would be for naught if he returned or if Lingu Huan and Lingu Heng came. Alas, Lingu Renjia was very insistent and firm in his decision this time. Nevertheless, he still tried his best to compromise. When you want to return, send me a message, I'll send the 2 Supreme Elders to pick you up. Don't return on your own. Your enemies might not have noticed when you left, but you can be certain it'd be the same when you return. Duan Ling Tian briefly considered Lingu Renjia's words and agreed since it would not affect his mission. Be careful, contact me if anything happens, Lingu Renjia said. Despite the wry smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, his heart was warm. Since he came to the profound energy land, this was the first time someone cared so much about him. Perhaps, the only other person was Tang Wuyan, the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Over the past 2 years, Duan Ling Tian had spoken to Wu Feng from time to time. Wu Feng would often update him about Tang Chun, an elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Tang Wu told Wu Feng, who in turn told Duan Ling Tian, that after Duan Ling Tian was labeled a traitor after leaving the Hidden Fog sect, Tang Wuyan was so angry that she shut herself in her room. It was only when Xianyin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, stepped forward to clear the rumors and wished Duan Ling Tian well that Tang Wuyan came out from her room after being persuaded by Tang Chun. According to Tang Chun, Tang Wuyan had lost some weight. When Duan Ling Tian heard that, he was determined not to meet Tang Wuyan again to prevent her from falling deeper in love with him. After all, apart from his 2 wives, Keller and Li Fei, he also had Feng Tian Wu and Huaner. There was also Merong Bing who was still waiting for him to pick her up in the Devata realm. I should hurry up and refine the pills, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath as he dismissed thoughts about Tang Wuyan that had surfaced due to Lingu Renjia's concern. Duan Ling Tian looked around for a secluded place outside Lingu City for a while before he decided on a deserted mountain range. There were no humans and very few monsters in that place. I'll refine the pills here. Duan Ling Tian circled the place to confirm there was no one around before he landed in a canyon in the mountain range. Then, he brought out his divine pill cauldron. Earthly King Divine Pill. Duan Ling Tian decided to refine the Earthly King Divine Pill first. This divine pill was one of the king-grade divine pills he had consumed while he was in the Lingu clan to improve his cultivation base. However, due to the frequency of his consumption, ordinary Earthly King Divine Pills had lost their efficacy on him. It was also one of the pills that he was very skilled at refining. He even dared to say that his success rate of refining this pill was 100%. Since Duan Ling Tian wanted to keep a low profile, he did not imbue the Earthly King Divine Pills with vitality energy when he was in the Lingu clan. Now, he longer had to worry about attracting attention. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian discovered a problem. The amount of vitality energy he extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy was truly pitiable. It was not as much as the vitality energy he extracted from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Lingu clan. After all, there was a divine stone vein under the Lingu clan's estate, so the heaven and earth spirit energy was richer. The reason he could only extract such a small amount of vitality energy here was due to the thin heaven and earth spirit energy in this place. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is the issue. It seems like I can only use the vitality energy in my little world. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and mobilized the vitality energy in his little world. Due to the divine tree of life, he did not need to extract it from the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. The vitality energy from the divine tree of life was also much purer. Purify. Duan Ling Tian used the vitality energy in his little world to carry out the last step of the pill refinement process, which was to purify the pill. Since Duan Ling Tian did not lack vitality energy, he was very generous with his vitality energy when purifying the pills. It's almost done. I wonder if I'll be able to successfully refine the limit divine pill. Under Duan Ling Tian's expectant gaze, a pill flew out of the cauldron. For most king-grade divine pills like the Earthly King Divine Pill, only one could be refined at a time in a cauldron. It looks different. Duan Ling Tian could tell the pill in his hand was different from the Earthly King Divine Pills he usually refined. The pill in his hand was glowing with a strange light. As soon as the pill tribulation arrived, the Earthly King Divine Pill flew up into the air. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He finally managed to refine another limit divine pill. Alas, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face did not last for long. The earthly king divine pill he refined failed to pass the pill tribulation and was smashed into powder. Chapter 3758 The Colossal Heaven Land. It failed. Duan Ling Tian was surprised and puzzled when the earthly king divine pill failed its pill tribulation. After the tribulation clouds dispersed, he tried to refine another earthly king divine pill. He was even more cautious this time. However, the pill still failed its pill tribulation. The third pill he refined suffered a similar fate as well. What's going on? What's the problem? Duan Ling Tian recalled the steps and techniques he used when refining the earthly king divine pills, but he still could not figure out where he went wrong. I'll ask for revered Elder Lin's advice. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he sent a message to Lin Yan, the chief divine alchemist of the Lingu clan. Revered Elder Lin, I'm outside now. I tried to refine the earthly king divine pill into the limit divine pills, but all of them failed to pass their pill tribulations. I'm sure I didn't make any mistakes when I was refining them. I can't figure out where I went wrong. You left the clan estate. Lin Yan's first concern was Duan Ling Tian's safety. As Lingu Renjia's best friend, he naturally knew the dangers that Duan Ling Tian faced. However, he felt relieved after Duan Ling Tian quickly reassured him. Then, he said, I'm aware of your skills and talents in alchemy. You shouldn't have made any mistakes when refining the earthly king divine pills. This means there's definitely no problem with the steps and techniques. It has to be other underlying factors. What are the underlying factors? Duan Ling Tian asked. The condition of your divine pill cauldron could be the reason. Even your state of mind could be a reason. Even the slightest distraction can affect the pill refining process. The pill tribulation is able to sense even the slightest problem. Think carefully. Is your cauldron okay? Were you distracted? Lin Yan asked. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly as he examined his divine pill cauldron. When he confirmed there was no problem with it, he sighed. It seems like the problem is my state of mind. Earlier, before he began to refine the pills, he had thought about Tang Wuyan, his wives, and his partners. He had thought he had put those thoughts away, but it seemed like he had been subconsciously affected by the thoughts of his wives and his partners. At that time, other memories of the past began to flood his mind. When he was in the mundane realm, Keller's fiancée from her past life, Yun Qingyan, had shown up. In order to get Ka to do his bidding, Yun Qingyan had captured his family and friends and confined them in a spatial divine artifact. The only ones who managed to escape Yun Qingyan's imprisonment were Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, since the duo was not around when Yun Qingyan showed up. This also meant that Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were still in the Saint Province realm. Alas, due to various reasons, Situ Zhu Qing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Island, had sent her men to kill the people of the Saint Province realm. As a result, almost the entire population was wiped out. After that, Duan Ling Tian searched the realm for Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, but he failed to find them. He could not contact them since he did not have their soul pearls. After all, they used to be by his mother's side all the time, so there was no need for him to keep their soul pearls. Under such circumstances, he did not know if they were still alive. He also thought about the time when he reunited with his good friends in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Saint Province realm. That was the last he had seen of them. Before leaving the Saint Province realm, he had visited the major forces there, asking them to search for his friends and promised to reward them greatly. For this reason, those who survived the massacre were still searching for Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao. Apart from that, he had also asked Elder Huo to send people to the Saint Province realm to search for them. He also told Elder Huo to take care of them if he were to find them. At this time, Duan Ling Tian sighed. He had tried to shake off these thoughts earlier when he refined the earthly king divine pills, but he was still inevitably affected. He was now certain this is why he had failed to refine the earthly king divine pills into the limit divine pills. Again, Duan Ling Tian calmed down. He settled his uneasy heart and dismissed the thoughts in his mind. Then, he took a deep breath before he began to refine the earthly king divine pill again. After the earthly king divine pill was formed, a clap of thunder heralded the arrival of the pill tribulation. This time, the pill successfully passed the pill tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the pill glowed brightly and exquisite patterns could be seen on its surface. It's a success. Duan Ling Tian smiled widely as he looked at the earthly king divine pill that had successfully transformed into the limit divine pill. Following that, he continued to refine other king-grade pills that would help with his cultivation into limit divine pills. All of them turned into limit divine pills without exception. Everyone from the Eastern Ridge Mansion would have been shocked out of their minds if they were to see Duan Ling Tian's heaven-defying performance. Usually, only outstanding emperor-rank divine alchemists could refine earthly king divine pills into limit divine pills in an environment where the heaven and earth spirit energy was rich. Without such an environment, the pill refinement would only end in failure. In fact, even a supreme-rank divine alchemist would not be able to refine the pills into king-grade limit divine pills in Duan Ling Tian's environment. In such an environment, even refining god-grade limit divine pills would be a problem. The only reason Duan Ling Tian successfully refined the limit divine pills in this environment was all thanks to the vitality energy from the divine tree of life in his little world. Otherwise, it would also be impossible for him to refine limit divine pills in this place no matter how good he was at sensing and extracting vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy. I think I'll refine the Lord grade divine pills another time. Duan Ling Tian quickly dismissed thoughts about refining Lord grade divine pills. This was because he had yet to fully familiarize himself with the steps and techniques. For this reason, even with sufficient vitality energy, there was a high chance the pill refinement would end in failure. I'll practice more by refining king-grade limit divine pills. After all, ordinary divine pills can't compare to the limit divine pills. The difference between limit divine pills and ordinary divine pills was huge. Needless to say, the limit divine pills would help with his cultivation more. For example, ordinary primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills would not be able to help a rudimentary god become an intermediate god unless the cultivator's talent was heaven-defying, to begin with. On the contrary, the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills that Duan Ling Tian refined into limit divine pills managed to help an intermediate god in the Linggu clan become an advanced god. Moreover, after that breakthrough, the disciple even had leftover force from the pills that continued to boost his cultivation. Ordinary primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills could only help intermediate gods become advanced gods if they cultivated supreme-grade cultivation methods. As for those who had just attained godhood, they would need to cultivate emperor-grade cultivation methods at least to directly become intermediate gods. With ordinary primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills, lord-grade cultivation methods were useless. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian's god-grade limit divine pills helped the intermediate god from the Linggu clan become an advanced god even though that person only cultivated using a lord-grade cultivation method. Moreover, according to that person, he only used half the efficacy of the pills to become an advanced god. Based on this, one could see how heaven-defying the limit divine pills were compared to ordinary divine pills. Since time immemorial, there would only be 18 realms of gods at one time. The Divine Offering Land and the Energy Profound Land were two of the current 18 realms of gods. At this time, Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, Duan Ling Tian's good friends whom he failed to find in the Saint Province realm, were in another realm of gods called the Colossal Heaven Land. The two women ended up on the Colossal Heaven Land because of Jingru, who was also an old friend of Duan Ling Tian. Jingru was the steward Duan Ling Tian had hired in the Crimson Sky Kingdom before he left the Saint Province realm's 10 great dynasties. When Duan Ling Tian's father, Duan Rufeng, returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the past to bring his wife, Lin Lan, and Princess Bai Yao away, Jingru followed them as well. However, when Duan Ling Tian reunited with them in the past, Jingru was nowhere to be found. It was as though she had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 3759 The Three Women's Experience. Jingru used to sell houses in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, one of the 10 great dynasties. On Earth, she would be known as a realtor. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had bought a house from her. At that time, he had taught a disciple in the Duan clan a lesson because of her. He was worried that the disciple might take revenge on her, so he hired her to be the steward and housekeeper of his house. Moreover, she had a good character as well. From then on, she had been responsible for looking after the house and Duan Ling Tian's mother, Li Ru's daily living. After Duan Ling Tian left and became famous, she continued serving his mother. Duan Ling Tian and his mother never treated Jingru like a maid. Instead, they treated her like family. Duan Ling Tian saw her as an older sister while Li Ru saw her as a daughter. Hence, when Duan Rufeng came to bring Li Ru and the others to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he brought Jingru, who was an orphan, with him as well. Jingru did not forget her responsibilities and continued serving Li Ru. However, one time, when Jingru left to gather Li Ru's favorite fresh produce, she did not return. Li Ru was so worried that she did not have an appetite for a long time. Duan Ru Feng also ordered many of his men to search for Jingru, but they failed to find her. Since that time, none of them had seen Jingru again. Duan Ling Tian only found out about this matter when he was reunited with his family in the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, he had been greatly saddened. What happened to Jingru remained a mystery to Duan Ling Tian until now. The fact was, on the day Jingru left to gather fresh produce for Li Ru, she encountered an unconscious woman. She, who had always been kind, naturally helped the woman. However, when the woman regained consciousness, she suddenly grinned like a madwoman before waving her hand and dragging Jingru into a spatial tear. Jingru really regretted helping the woman at that time. When Jingru regained her consciousness, she discovered she was in an unfamiliar place. The heaven and earth spirit energy was so rich that she broke through several stages within a month. Not long after she met the madwoman again, the madwoman seemed to have recovered. The madwoman apologized to Jingru and said she was unable to send Jingru back since her energy had been sealed. It seemed like she could only use her powers when she lost her mind. In order to express her apology, she taught Jingru a few cultivation techniques after telling Jingru they were in a realm of gods called the Xianxia land. After 2 days, the woman lost her mind again. However, since Jingru was around to look after her, the woman fared better than before. Many years later, Jingru's cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, under her care, the woman was able to break the seal and was cured of her madness. After the woman was cured, she sent Jingru back to the Azure Cloud Mansion as Jingru had requested. However, when Jingru returned, she discovered the Azure Cloud Mansion was overrun with those from the Devil clan. Subsequently, the duo wandered around to search for Li Ru. Eventually, the woman managed to locate Li Ru and the others. During their journey, they even ran into Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao, who were patrolling the area. At that time, "Sister Jingru, where have you been all these years?" Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were naturally ecstatic when they saw Jingru after so many years. "That's right. Do you know Aunt Li Ru lost her appetite for a long time because of your disappearance? Come on, I'll bring you to meet Aunt Li Ru. She'll be overjoyed when she sees you." Just when Lin Lan and Princess Bai Yao were about to lead Jingru to Li Ru, an invisible force suddenly swept out toward the trio, protecting them. At this time, the woman standing near Jingru looked at the sky. She frowned as she muttered to herself, "What's a native from the realm of God doing in a small mundane realm?" The woman brought the trio with her as she moved closer to look at the young man who was descending from the sky. She turned pale when she had a closer look at the young man. She exclaimed in shock, "It's him. How can it be him?" At the same time, Lin Lan, Princess Bai Yao, and Jingru watched as the young man easily captured Duan Ru Feng, Li Ru, and the others with just a wave of his hand. Princess Bai Yao and Lin Lan's expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively moved to intervene. However, they were stopped by the woman's energy. Jingru pleaded with the woman for help. Unfortunately, at this time, the woman opened a hole in space and dragged all of them in. She ended up bringing the trio to another realm of gods called the Colossal Heaven Land instead of the Xianxia land. The woman had a sudden relapse at the critical moment and went mad again. When the woman returned to her normal self, the realm battlefield had already formed from the collision of the realms of gods, and the spatial passages between the realms of gods and the Devata realms had been sealed off. As a result, the trio could no longer return to the Saint Province realm. The woman felt guilty, so she taught the trio cultivation methods from the realms of gods and trained them sincerely. One day, the woman lost her mind again, triggered by Princess Bai Yao's question. At that time, Princess Bai Yao had unwittingly asked if the woman was familiar with the young man who captured Li Ru and the others. This time, it took her several years before she returned to normal. From that time onward, the trio no longer dared to bring up that matter again. The woman struggled for some time before she finally decided to bring the trio to join one of the top supreme rank forces in the Colossal Heaven Land. Then, she entrusted the trio to a female powerhouse who was the leader of a faction in the supreme rank force before she left. Later on, the trio found out from the female powerhouse, who was now their master, about the woman. "She's my junior sister. She fell in love with the wrong man. After he deceived her feelings, she lost her mind and did something that brought great shame to our sect, so she left. The trio also found out that the man the woman fell in love with was from another realm of gods called the Divine Offering Land. That man eventually became the leader of one of the realm's strongest supreme rank forces, the Yun clan. In the present, in the colossal heaven land, in the middle of a mountain that towered into the clouds, 3 women with extraordinary auras sat around a table in a courtyard. One of them was a peerless beauty whose face would make men turn around immediately for a second look. The second woman was also a peerless beauty, but her beauty was different. Her lips were as red as cherries, and her eyes were crystal clear. The third woman was not as beautiful as the other 2 women, but she was still beautiful in her own right. She had an ethereal look. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would recognize them as Bai Yao, Lin Lan, and Jing Ru. "Princess, I sensed a change in your energy. Did you have a breakthrough again?" Jing Ru asked with a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Sister Jing Ru," Bai Yao said with a wry smile, "I've told you over the past few hundred years to stop addressing me as princess. We're no longer in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You can just address me as Bai Yao." "Okay, princess." Bai Yao could only look at Jing Ru with a helpless expression. "Bai Yao, you know it's difficult for her to call you by your name. Just let her be. Honestly, whenever she calls you princess, I can't help wondering if the past few hundred years are a dream." Lin Lan said with a sigh. "I wonder how he's doing." With these words, a purple figure simultaneously appeared in the 3 women's minds. "He wasn't with Aunt Li Ru and Uncle Feng and the others at that time, so he should be fine," Lin Lan said gloomily. "I hope Aunt Li Ru and Uncle Feng are fine." Junior Aunt said that the man who abducted them is from the realm of gods. Why would someone from the realm of gods attack them? Jing Ru asked with a frown. "This has been a mystery to us over the past few hundred years," Bai Yao said as she shook her head. "Perhaps we'll be able to find out when the spatial passages reopen 300 years later. We can only hope that all of them are safe. I can't imagine how difficult this time must be for him," Lin Lan murmured with a worried expression on her face. Bai Yao's beautiful face stiffened slightly upon hearing Lin Lan's words. Then, a similarly worried expression appeared on her face. Chapter 3760 Hu Qingning's Warning. In the profound energy land's eastern ridge mansion, Duan Ling Tian had been refining divine pills outside Lingu City. After he refined all king-grade limit divine pills he needed, he decided to try to refine Lord-grade divine pills that he could remember. He planned to keep some of the Lord-grade divine pills that were useful to him and give the rest to Lingu Renjia. The pills he planned to give Lingu Renjia were pills that Lin Yan had a low success rate of refining. Although Duan Ling Tian was unfamiliar with the process of refining Lord-grade divine pills, his success rate was rather high due to his talent. In just a few days, Duan Ling Tian managed to refine 3 Lord-grade divine pills for Lingu Renjia. Although he failed a few times, overall, it could be considered a success. "I just need to refine another 2 Lord-grade divine pills." Just when he decided to refine another 2 Lord-grade divine pills before returning to the Lingu clan's estate, he was interrupted by a message. Duan Ling Tian smiled when he realized the message was from Hu Qingning, a 10-star student whom he had met in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Without waiting for Hu Qingning to say more, he asked, "What's with the sudden message? Did something good happen? Did the dean recommend you to join the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time?" It had been a long time since Duan Ling Tian had spoken to Hu Qingning. Hu Qingning, along with Ding Yan, who suddenly withdrew from the Hidden Fog Academy and vanished without a trace, were his only friends from his time in the Hidden Fog Academy. Hu Qingning sighed. "What a joke. Do you think everyone's like you?" After a pause, he added, "I wouldn't have sent you a message if the 10,000 Leaves sect didn't send me on an errand in Lingu City. You've soared so high up that I can no longer catch up to you." Hu Qingning, "Since when did your self-esteem drop so low?" "I still remember you owe me a sparring lesson," Duan Ling Tian said. Then, he asked, surprised, "You're in Lingu City now?" "Yes," Hu Qingning replied. He paused again before he said, "Before the 10 stars students test, you said you'll treat me and the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal. It's your chance to fulfill your promise today since I'm in Lingu City." At the same time, in an inn in Lingu City, Hu Qingning sat in a room with a hooded black-clad man. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, the black-clad man had taken his soul pearl and was listening in on his and Hu Qingning's conversation. The black-clad man did not worry about Hu Qingning saying unnecessary words to Duan Ling Tian since he had used the 10,000 Leaves sect to threaten Hu Qingning. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was perplexed when he heard Hu Qingning's message. He did not remember promising to treat Hu Qingning or the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal when they were in the Hidden Fog Academy. He wondered if Hu Qingning made a mistake. However, after mulling over it for a moment, he thought it was unlikely that Hu Qingning made a mistake. Perhaps, it could be the case if it was just Hu Qingning alone, but there was no reason for him to say he would treat the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal. With this, Duan Lingtian recalled the time when Hu Qingning offered to help him and arranged for some members of the 10,000 Leaves sect to wait near the 10 Stars students' trial ground. At that time, many of the members of various king-rank forces in Skywind City were waiting to attack him on the trial ground. However, at that time, he had refused Hu Qingning's help. So it seems like he's trying to tell me something or hint that something isn't right. Moreover, why would the king-rank 10,000 Leaves sect send their young master to Lingu City to run an errand? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Before long, he concluded that someone must have threatened Hu Qingning to lure him out of the Lingu clan. Hu Qingning's sudden appearance in Lingu City is too coincidental considering the clan leader just left a few days ago. The person who's threatening Hu Qingning to lure me out must be one of Kuang Tianzheng's men. Like the clan leader said, even if Kuang Tianzheng has returned to the Flying Dragon sect, it's possible that he left his men here. It did not take much for Duan Lingtian to guess that someone must have used the 10,000 Leaves sect to threaten Hu Qingning. After all, the 10,000 Leaves sect was just a king-rank force, the strongest person in the sect was only a king of gods. Hence, even an ordinary rudimentary lord of gods was enough to deal with the entire 10,000 Leaves sect. How pitiful. Even when he's being threatened, he's still trying to help me, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He felt incredibly guilty for implicating Hu Qingning with his matters. The black-clad grew impatient when Duan Lingtian did not reply for a long time. However, at this time, Duan Lingtian finally replied, "See. Let's find a place to meet. You can decide on the place. I'll be busy refining divine pills for the supreme elders of the Lingu clan over the next 2 days. When are you free to meet after 2 days?" Hu Qingning did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked at the black-clad man. "We'll meet after 2 days like he said. Make an appointment in the evening to have dinner," the black-clad man said hoarsely. Subsequently, just as he was instructed, Hu Qingning said to Duan Lingtian, "All right, let's meet 2 days later in the evening to have dinner. I'll be busy during the day. I'll let you know where to meet at that time." "All right," Duan Lingtian replied to Hu Qingning. Following that, he quickly sent a message to Lingu Renjia to inform him of this matter. "Someone's threatening your friend to lure you out of the clan." Lingu Renjia's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's message. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, he said grimly, "I've heard of the 10,000 Leaves sect. It's located between the Hidden Fog sect and the Murong clan, which are both lord-rank forces. I'm good friends with the clan leader of the Murong clan. I'll ask him to send a few of his clan's powerhouses to check on the 10,000 Leaves sect situation." "Thank you, clan leader," Duan Lingtian said. After thinking about a way to repay this favor to the Murong clan, he said to Lingu Renjia, "Clan leader, can you tell the Murong clan that in return for their help, we'll give them a batch of primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills that have been refined into limit divine pills. These are beneficial to young cultivators. You can tell them the effects of the pills on our Lingu clan's young disciples." "Are you able to refine so many pills?" Lingu Renjia asked. "Yes," Duan Lingtian said confidently, "I would have refined more for our Lingu clan's disciples as well, but I was busy refining king grade and lord grade divine pills." "Very good. With this, our friendship aside, I believe Murong Yunlu will be even more willing to help us," Lingu Renjia said with a laugh. "I'll contact him at once." Murong Yunlu was the clan leader of the lord-rank Murong clan. "Thank you," Duan Lingtian replied. "Murong clan, lord rank." Duan Lingtian was reminded of Murong Sui Feng, the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy and also one of the vice-sect leaders of the Hidden Fog sect. He wondered if Murong Sui Feng was related to the Murong clan. After a while, Duan Lingtian received another message from Lingu Renjia. "Murong Yunlu has agreed to help us. He and 2 of his clan's supreme elders, who are comparable to the 4 supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect, will go check on the 10,000 Leaves sect now. I told him the number of pills he'll obtain depends on the effort he puts in. Don't worry, I won't let him take advantage of us," Lingu Renjia said with a laugh. Thank you, clan leader. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved after listening to Lingu Renjia's words. Hu Qingning had risked his life to warn him even when the 10,000 Leaves sect was at stake. Hence, he would not allow disaster to fall on both Hu Qingning and the 10,000 Leaves sect. At this time, another message from Lingu Renjia arrived. However, if the person threatening your friend is Kuang Tian Zheng's man, I'm afraid he won't be the only one. I'm worried our supreme elders won't be enough to deal with them. I'll ask our supreme elders to ask for help from their friends who are near Lingu City. We'll repay them with limit divine pills for their help. Even if they have no use for the limit divine pills, considering the value of the pills, I'm sure they'll be interested. That's great, Duan Ling Tian said. He was worried about this matter as well. Who knew if the person Kuang Tian Zheng sent was an intermediate lord of gods, and who knew if Kuang Tian Zheng sent more than one person? With that, even if all the supreme elders from the Lingu clan were present to protect him, he still might not survive. After all, they were not in the Lingu clan's estate that was protected by the clan's guarding formation. Chapter 3761 Spring View House. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved when he heard about the arrangements that Lingu Renjia made. Over the next 2 days, he refined the Lord-grade divine pills in peace. He sighed inwardly, not expecting that he would become a divine alchemist. In the past, he was unaware that extracting vitality energy would be one of the most important skills of a divine alchemist. Fortunately for him, extracting vitality energy was as easy as a stroll in the park due to the divine tree of life in his little world. It was all thanks to his divine tree of life that he managed to refine the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills into limit divine pills during his second attempt. At that time, Lingu Renjia had told Duan Ling Tian that even lords of gods would covet the divine pills he refined. When Duan Ling Tian heard that, he knew could use the divine pills he refined to return favors. He was very pleased with that since he disliked owing people favors. With the recent incident, without the divine pills, he would have been worried about the Lingu clan owing those other powerhouses favors because of him. He was relieved that he had the divine pills to repay the favors. A divine alchemist is a great profession in the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a sigh. Other people would have rolled their eyes at him if they were to hear these words. After all, it was not easy refining limit divine pills at all. When the sun was almost setting, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Hu Qingning. Are you done with your clan's matters? Where should we meet for dinner? Duan Ling Tian knew that the finest restaurants in Lingu City belonged to the Lingu clan. If Hu Qingning was not held hostage, it was likely that they would have met in one of the Lingu clan's restaurants. However, the person who was holding Hu Qingning hostage would definitely avoid restaurants owned by the Lingu clan. When Duan Ling Tian did not receive a reply from Hu Qingning after waiting for quite a while, he speculated out loud, the person who's holding Hu Qingning hostage must have taken my soul pearl away from Hu Qingning. One could send messages using soul pearls through verbal and mental communications. One could also play messages out loud. It was similar to phones on Earth being put on loudspeakers. When Duan Ling Tian sent the message, the black-clad man brought out Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl and handed it to Hu Qingning as he said, "Tell him to meet you in the second Emperor private room in Spring View House." Needless to say, Hu Qingning conveyed the black-clad man's words to Duan Ling Tian as instructed. When Duan Ling Tian received Hu Qingning's reply, his lips curled up into a faint smile. As expected, the restaurant that was chosen did not belong to the Lingu clan. Although Duan Ling Tian did not leave the Lingu clan's estate at all previously, he had spoken frequently to Lingu Yun, Lingu Renjia's fourth son. After Lingu Yun finished listening to Duan Ling Tian's story, he had visited Duan Ling Tian multiple times. The duo got along very well and chatted extensively. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian knew about the matters in Lingu City such as the various restaurants in the city even though he did not leave the Lingu clan's estate. Through his conversations with Lingu Yun, he learned that Spring View House was an ordinary restaurant owned by a king-rank force under the Lingu clan in Lingu City. Duan Ling Tian chuckled as he replied to Hu Qingning, "The Spring View House. Hu Qingning, are you worried about my expenses? The Spring View House isn't the best restaurant in Lingu City. The Lingu clan owns the finest restaurants in the city." Hu Qingning was slightly taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's reply. He looked at the black-clad man, waiting for further instructions. Moreover, since it was his first time in Lingu City, he naturally knew nothing about the restaurants in the city. Nonetheless, the black-clad man was quick to act and taught Hu Qingning what to say. With that, Hu Qingning replied as he was told, I know you're a popular revered elder in the Lingu clan, so the clan definitely won't allow you to pay if we dine in one of their restaurants. To ensure you pay for the meal out of your own pocket, I deliberately chose a restaurant that's not owned by the Lingu clan. Duan Lingtian laughed. Bastard, you're really not going easy on me. Very well, I'll see you in the Spring View House's second emperor private room in an hour. After ending the conversation with Hu Qingning, Duan Lingtian contacted Lingu Renjia. Lingu Renjia instructed him to meet Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan above the forest north of Lingu City. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he saw the two supreme elders had brought another 7 people with them. One of them was someone he recognized. It was none other than Lingu Qingzi, a lord of gods, whom he had met in King Descending City. When Lingu Huan saw Duan Lingtian, like an elder educating a junior, he said reproachfully, Brat, how could you just leave the clan's estate alone? Do you have a death wish? Duan Lingtian could tell Lingu Huan was genuinely concerned about him. He smiled sheepishly and thought it was best to remain silent at this moment. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had made the right decision since Lingu Huan no longer continued on the topic. Instead, he gestured to Duan Lingtian to come over before he introduced everyone, except for his twin brother, Lingu Heng, to Duan Lingtian. Then, he glanced at the only old woman in the group and said, I believe you know Elder Qingzi. She told me both of you had met before. Elder Qingzi, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It was as though he had forgotten what had happened in the past. On the contrary, Lingu Qingzi felt rather awkward. After all, she did not expect the young man whom she had taught a lesson to in King Descending City would join their clan and become a revered elder. Moreover, he had also become a divine alchemist who could refine limit divine pills. With all these, his status had surpassed hers in the clan. In the end, Lingu Qingzi forced a smile on her face and said, Revered Elder Duan, I hope you can forgive me for offending you in the past. I've already forgotten about that, Duan Lingtian replied good-naturedly. Lingu Huan continued his introductions. Apart from Lingu Qingzi, there were another 2 powerful lords of gods. One of them was an ancestor of the Lingu clan and the other was a middle-aged man who was in the same generation as Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan. The middle-aged man's name was Lingu Zhenxing. His strength individually was stronger than Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan. He wore a long loose green robe and was tall and burly. His sword-shaped brows made him look rather dignified. Elder Zhenzing, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. A rare smile appeared on Lingu Zhenzing's face. Although the smile looked awkward, his gaze was friendly. The remaining 4 people were friends of Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan whom they had met in their early years. All of them were rudimentary lords of gods. After the introductions, Duan Lingtian told them the venue was Spring View House. Lingu Zhenxing brought the others and hid near the Spring View House while Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan secretly followed Duan Lingtian to protect him. After all, they did not know the number of opponents they had to face. After Lingu Zhenxing and the others left, Duan Lingtian waited for half an hour before he flew into Lingu City from the eastern side of the city. The eastern entrance of Lingu City was connected to one of the main entrances of the Lingu clan's estate. Hence, he was able to enter with ease. After that, he exited from another main entrance, pretending he was just coming out from the Lingu clan's estate. Upon seeing this, Lingu Huan, who was secretly following Duan Lingtian, said to his twin brother, Lingu Heng, through voice transmission, he's quite cautious. Not only is he cautious, but he's extraordinarily talented as well. His future is bright, and the sky's the limit for him, Lingu Heng said. Lingu Huan was slightly surprised by Lingu Heng's words. It was his first time hearing Lingu Heng praising another person. However, after a moment, he thought it was only natural when he recalled Duan Lingtian's performance, innate talent, and comprehension skills. If Duan Lingtian did not meet with any mishaps, let alone the Lingu clan, even the Flying Dragon sect and other emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion would be too small a stage for Duan Lingtian in the future. Duan Lingtian had deliberately come out from the Lingu clan's estate because he was worried that there might be spies waiting outside of the clan's estate. It would raise suspicion if they saw him returning from outside the city. After all, he did not tell Hu Qingning he was not in the Lingu clan's estate. We've arrived, Lingu Huan said through voice transmission when Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of Spring View House. The business was booming in the Spring View House. The main hall was almost filled to the brim, and people were constantly going in and out of the restaurant. At a corner of the restaurant, a long line of people could be seen waiting for their turns to get seated. "My lord, are you here for dinner?" a waiter asked Duan Lingtian as he stepped forward. "My friend has already reserved the second emperor private room," Duan Lingtian said. "May I know what name the room is reserved under?" the waiter asked respectfully. The second emperor room was the most exclusive private room in Springview House. It would cost 10 years of the waiter's salary to cover the minimum expense in the Springview House's second emperor private room. Chapter 3762 Ambushed from every direction. Although the private room in the Springview House, the second emperor room, was expensive, the service provided was exceptional. Needless to say, for such an expensive room, one could not just walk into the room. One would have to state the name that the room was reserved under and one's name first. After receiving the confirmation from the person who had reserved the room, the waiter would then lead one to the room. The waiter confirmed Duan Lingtian's surname with the occupant of the second emperor private room through a communication talisman before he flashed a smile and said to Duan Lingtian, "Young Master Duan, young master who is waiting for you in the second emperor private room." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly as he followed the waiter to the top floor. When they arrived at the door of the second emperor private room, Duan Lingtian heard Lingu Huan say through voice transmission, "There's only one person in the room. Those who had hidden in the dark have yet to reveal themselves, so we can't use our divine consciousness to avoid being discovered. We'll make a move if we sense the aura of a lord of gods. Remember to stall for as much time as you just in case we can't make a move immediately." Lingu Huan's voice turned extremely grave as he continued to speak. "Young Master Duan, please enter," the waiter said. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the room, he saw Hu Qingning. He could not help but smile and asked, "It's just you alone? I thought the others from the 10,000 Leaves sect would be here as well. I was worried about hurting your pockets, so I came alone," Hu Qingning replied with a smile. "Have you ordered?" Duan Lingtian asked after he took his seat. "Of course not. How could I not wait for you? Waiter, can you please take our orders?" Following that, the waiter who had been waiting outside the room quickly entered the room. Then, he began to list the restaurant's specialties to Duan Lingtian and Hu Qingning. "Is there anything you want to try?" Hu Qingning asked. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "No. For people like us, eating isn't important, and we eat just for the taste. Why don't we order the signature dishes?" "All right." Hu Qingning nodded before he placed the orders. After the waiter left and closed the door, Hu Qingning sighed emotionally as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to achieve so much in just a few years. Not only did you become a king of gods, but you've also become a divine alchemist." Hu Qingning looked at Duan Lingtian with a complex gaze and sighed again. At this time, his conversation with Duan Lingtian was being transmitted to the black-clad man. Duan Lingtian asked with a smile, "So what's going on? Is everything okay in the Hidden Fog Academy?" "It's the same as always. It's boring," Hu Qingning said as he shook his head. "If I'd known it would be so boring, I would have gone straight to the Hidden Fog sect." Hu Qingning was the young master of the 10,000 Leaves sect. Although it was just a king-rank sect, it still had some connections to the Hidden Fog sect. Hence, he could have joined the Hidden Fog sect if he wanted to do so. Moreover, his talent and innate ability were quite good as well. It would not be a problem for him to become an inner disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. However, now that you've left the Hidden Fog sect, I'm not very keen about joining the Hidden Fog sect, Hu Qingning said with a sigh. "Why don't you join the Lingu clan?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "I'll pass," Hu Qingning said as he shook his head. "Knowing you, you won't stay in the Lingu clan for long either. Your next target should be the Flying Dragon sect, right? You know about this?" Duan Lingtian asked, slightly surprised. "It's not hard to guess," Hu Qingning smiled and said. "With your innate talent, comprehension skills, and achievements in alchemy, even the Flying Dragon sect won't be able to keep you for long. I didn't expect to make such an outstanding friend like you." At this time, a hint of worry could be seen in Hu Qingning's eyes. He had tried to warn Duan Lingtian as best as he could previously, but he did not know if Duan Lingtian understood his meaning and if Duan Lingtian made any preparations. At this moment, he was like the black-clad man's puppet. His conversation and everything he was seeing were transmitted to the black-clad man. The black-clad man was very cautious and did not want to act in the restaurant. Hu Qingning did not dare to recklessly send Duan Lingtian a voice transmission in fear of being found out. The black-clad man had threatened to destroy the 10,000 Leaves sect if he tried to warn Duan Lingtian. He was afraid to send Duan Lingtian a voice transmission because he was worried that Duan Lingtian might not be able to control his expression. Duan Lingtian, if you didn't understand my warning, I can only apologize. That was all I could do to help you. After all, I have to consider the thousands of lives in the 10,000 Leaves sect. Hu Qingning sighed inwardly, but his expression remained the same. Hu Qingning's warning was very vague, hence, he was able to avoid detection by the black-clad man. Although it was vague, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to sense something was amiss unless Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten their conversation back then. Since the black-clad man could not monitor Duan Lingtian at that time, even if Duan Lingtian had been confused by his warning, the black-clad man would be none the wiser. However, based on Duan Lingtian's attitude, Hu Qingning thought it was likely that Duan Lingtian understood his warning and had made preparations. Naturally, there was still the possibility that Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of the danger he was in. Regardless, there was nothing he could do but pin his hopes on Duan Lingtian at this moment. Duan Lingtian and Hu Qingning continued chatting as the waiter served the dishes. After that, the duo ate as though nothing was wrong, and they were just two friends having a meal together. The meal was rather expensive, costing more than 10 taels of divine rocks. After the duo finished eating, Hu Qingning said, "Let's go." Duan Lingtian, I came this time to buy a courtyard in Lingu City. Why don't you accompany me to have a look around? Is it your private courtyard or the 10,000 Leaves sect's courtyard? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Hu Qingning coughed and said with an awkward expression, the 10,000 Leaves sect. What do you think? Hu Qingning naturally wished Duan Lingtian would refuse him. After all, the black-clad man had laid an inescapable trap in the courtyard. Even if Duan Lingtian had a Lord of God powerhouse from the Lingu clan with him, he or she might not be able to save Duan Lingtian in time. How about next time? Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head, I have to return to the Lingu clan to refine a few pills for an elder of the clan. It's quite urgent. All right, next time then, Hu Qingning said with a nod, looking somewhat disappointed. Then, let's part ways here. I'll visit you at the Hidden Fog Academy when I have the time. All right, Hu Qingning smiled faintly and nodded. With that, the duo parted ways, leaving in opposite directions. However, the duo had barely taken a dozen steps when suddenly, a sinister black figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's path. As soon as the black figure landed, the ground under his feet shattered. Cracks like spider webs spread from under his feet, and the ground caved in slightly. The figure was dressed head to toe in black. His face was hidden by a hood, and his body was hidden by a long loose robe. Upon seeing the black figure, the passers-by hurriedly retreated and avoided him. In just a blink of an eye, only Duan Lingtian was left in the vicinity. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as he asked, looking somewhat worried, "Who are you?" "Your death," the black-clad man said hoarsely before his divine energy surged out like raging waves. Like a ferocious beast, his divine energy swept toward Duan Lingtian. A thunderous explosion rang out at this time. It was the sound of something smashing down from the sky onto the black-clad man's divine energy that was about to land on Duan Lingtian. Following that, two figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, shielding him. Lingu Heng, Lingu Huan, why are these old geezers here? The black-clad man thought to himself, surprised. Then, before the crowd could react, he suddenly made a move to escape. Following that, 7 different energies shot out from different directions, blocking his escape routes. It was an ambush from all directions, and it was perfect. Then, Lingu Zhengxing and the others appeared as well. Lingu Zhengxing, the black-clad man exclaimed. He clearly knew Lingu Zhengxing. His body trembled slightly as soon as he saw Lingu Zhengxing. Then, he shifted his gaze to Hu Qingning, who had moved next to Duan Lingtian at some point. His eyes that were hidden by the hood flashed coldly as he said, "You dare to warn Duan Lingtian? Aren't you afraid that just one of my talismans can destroy the 10,000 Leaves sect?" "I believe in Duan Lingtian," Hu Qingning said icily. In fact, he knew that Lingu Renjia was good friends with Murong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Murong clan. They were like brothers. Most importantly, the Murong clan was located not far from the 10,000 Leaves sect. This was also the biggest reason he had taken the risk and warned Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have dared to risk the lives of the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect even if he really wanted to warn Duan Lingtian. After all, it was the lives of thousands of people versus one person. Moreover, it was the 10,000 Leaves sect that he had grown up in. Chapter 3763, A Life or Death Situation. Although Hu Qingning had only known Duan Lingtian for a short time, based on their interactions and what he had heard, he knew Duan Lingtian was a cautious person. When Duan Lingtian refused his help when they were in the Hidden Fog Academy, he had thought that Duan Lingtian's pride would lead to his downfall. However, contrary to his expectations, Duan Lingtian survived. Later on, he even heard that there were more than one king-rank force that sent their death warriors to kill Duan Lingtian. Shockingly, most of the death warriors were killed. Whether Duan Lingtian killed them himself or not, it was clear that Duan Lingtian was cautious and meticulous in his planning. There was also the incident of Duan Lingtian killing Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao, but Duan Lingtian still managed to leave the Hidden Fog sect safely before joining the Linggu clan. Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao were the disciples of Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei, after all. It was almost impossible to survive after killing the duo, and yet, Duan Lingtian managed to survive. Although killing Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao seemed like an impulsive act, Hu Qingning believed Duan Lingtian had planned everything beforehand. After taking everything into consideration, Hu Qingning decided to take the risk and warn Duan Lingtian. He believed Duan Lingtian would be able to come up with a plan as long as Duan Lingtian was able to sense that something was amiss. He also believed Duan Lingtian would be able to figure out that he was being threatened to lure Duan Lingtian out of the Linggu clan's estate. Moreover, with Duan Lingtian's current status in the Linggu clan, the clan leader would surely not hesitate to help Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the black-clad man and said nonchalantly, "I've already asked our clan leader to ask for the Murong clan's help to protect the 10,000 Leaves sect." Then, he said to Hu Qingning, "It seems like this person is acting alone. The lords of gods from the Murong clan have searched the area around the 10,000 Leaves sect for 2 days and didn't find anyone suspicious." Upon hearing this, Hu Qingning sighed in relief and said, "Thank you." At the same time, the onlookers watching from afar came to a realization. Duan Lingtian, he's revered elder Duan Lingtian from the Linggu clan. He's so young. He's the one who refined the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills into limit divine pills. Wow, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves when they discovered Duan Lingtian's identity. After a while, their eyes shifted to Linggu Heng, Linggu Huan, and Linggu Zhengxing. They're the ancestors of the Linggu clan, right? The 3 strongest powerhouses in the Linggu clan. I didn't think 3 of them would appear in the city together. They're obviously here to protect revered Elder Duan. I didn't expect revered Elder Duan to have such high status in the clan when he's only joined the clan fewer than 3 years. The others seem like lords of gods as well. That Linggu Qingzi, and that Linggu. As Duan Lingtian confronted the black-clad man, Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan stood side by side between them. At the same time, the other 7 lords of gods from the Linggu clan surrounded the black-clad man. "From the moment we met, I've already monitored you using my divine consciousness to prevent you from warning Duan Lingtian," the black-clad man said to Hu Qingning. "Even after I've confiscated his soul pearl from you, I didn't stop monitoring you. How did you manage to warn him?" "I had everything under control." A hint of unwillingness could be heard in the black-clad man's hoarse voice when he spoke. "I warned him while you told me to contact him and tell him I'm in Linggu City," Hu Qingning said disdainfully. "I told him that he owed me and the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect a meal, but in truth, I made it up. There was no such thing about him treating the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect to a meal." Naturally, he would be able to sense something was amiss when he heard those words. "Based on what I know, I was certain he would be able to figure out that someone was threatening me to lure him out of the Linggu clan's estate. Aren't you afraid that your action would cost the lives of the members of the 10,000 Leaves sect?" the black-clad man asked in a grim tone. "I said it earlier, I believe in Duan Lingtian. I believe he'd be able to figure my situation out and come up with a plan. Moreover, the Murong clan is located near the 10,000 Leaves sect, and the Murong clan is, most importantly, an ally of the Linggu clan," Hu Qingning replied truthfully. He did not intend to hide his thoughts from Duan Lingtian. So you're a risk-taker, the black-clad man said frostily. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and said, you found yourself a really good friend, Duan Ling Tian. He's even willing to risk the lives of thousands of people for your sake. I'm honored to have such a good friend, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. However, his gaze when he looked at the black-clad man was as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the black-clad man's hand. At the same time, green wind blades sailed in the air from all directions as he waved his sword. That's the Wind Shadow Lightning Sword, Lingu Huan said with narrowed eyes as soon as he saw the prominent divine artifact. No wonder I found your moves familiar. As it turns out, it's Supreme Elder Feng from the Hidden Fog sect. Lingu Zhengxing and the others made their move, and Lingu Huan followed suit. On the other hand, the onlookers were shocked when they discovered the black-clad man was Supreme Elder Feng from the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Lingu Zhengxing and the others brought their divine artifacts out at this time. Although they were a step behind Supreme Elder Feng earlier, it was easy for them to deflect his attacks since he was outnumbered. At this time, the black-clad man finally pushed his hood back, revealing a face that Duan Ling Tian was familiar with. After that, he said with a sigh, I thought I had planned everything perfectly. I didn't expect Hu Qingning to trust you so much. Supreme Elder Feng, did you act on your own or under the orders of the Hidden Fog sect? Lingu Huan asked in a low voice. I acted on my own, Supreme Elder Feng replied tonelessly. The Hidden Fog sect and even Supreme Elder Lei aren't willing to go against Duan Ling Tian because they're afraid of his potential. What a pity, I was so close to succeeding. A hint of discontent and killing intent could be seen on Supreme Elder Feng's face as he spoke. It seems like Shangguan Shangfeng isn't just your disciple, Lingu Huan said knowingly. After all, he did not think Supreme Elder Feng would risk offending the entire Lingu clan if Shangguan Shangfeng was just his disciple. Rumor has it that your illegitimate son fathered Shangguan Shangfeng, and Shangguan Shangfeng was your grandson, Lingu Huan said. That's right, he's my biological grandson, Supreme Elder Feng said with a nod. The onlookers were shocked by this revelation. At the same time, Supreme Elder Feng made his move again. He slashed his left palm with his sword before he imbued the law of wind into his blood. Following that, a strange blood-red energy surged out and shrouded him. Then, it turned into a giant blood-red sword before slashing over at Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. The expressions of the 9 lords of gods from the Lingu clan, including Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan, changed drastically upon seeing this. They were briefly startled by the revelation that Shangguan Shangfeng was Supreme Elder Feng's grandson, so they were caught off guard by Supreme Elder Feng's sudden attack. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Qingning, I'll be able to face Shangfeng after I drag both of you to hell with me. The blood-red sword shot past Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan toward Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning. Hu Qingning was still in shock. He did not expect the rumors to be true. The blood-red sword glinted in the light, about to land on Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning. The lords of gods from the Lingu clan regretted their momentary distraction. Although Supreme Elder Feng would not be able to escape from them, it was too late to save Duan Ling Tian from Supreme Elder Feng's sudden attack. After all, Supreme Elder Feng was a lord of gods as well. The 4 lords of gods who came to help the powerhouses from the Lingu clan wore unsightly expressions on their faces. They were here to protect Duan Ling Tian in exchange for primary, secondary, and tertiary limit divine pills. If Duan Ling Tian died, they would not be able to obtain the divine pills. Even if the Lingu clan rewarded them with something else, they would still be ashamed to accept the reward since they failed to protect Duan Ling Tian. All of them looked at Supreme Elder Feng with killing intent flashing in their eyes when they thought about how they would suffer a loss because of him. Chapter 3764 A Madman. Supreme Elder Feng thought he would fail to avenge his grandson, Shangguan Shangfeng, today. He was only presented with an opportunity when Lingu Huan asked if Shangguan Shangfeng was his grandson. He knew rumors had been circulating about this matter, but he did not confirm the rumor. Hence, it was only natural that people would be shocked when he finally confirmed it. I comprehended the law of wind, so my speed is very fast. Moreover, my bloodline power will boost my speed as well. Since I've caught them off guard, I'll be able to kill Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning with my speed, Supreme Elder Feng thought to himself. Just as Supreme Elder Feng expected, his attack was so fast that it was too late for the 9 lords of gods, who were caught off guard, to protect Duan Ling Tian. When they attacked him, his attack was already about to land on Duan Lingtian and Hu Qingning. Die! Supreme Elder Feng's eyes shone with excitement as he looked at his attack that was about to hit Duan Lingtian and Hu Qingning. At the moment when the blood-red sword pierced through Duan Lingtian and Hu Qingning, Supreme Elder Feng's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How's that possible?" At the same time, everyone discovered the blood-red sword had only pierced Duan Lingtian Hu Qingning's afterimages. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Hu Qingning reappeared behind Lingu Zhengxing. The duo had teleported away in the nick of. That was close, the onlookers thought to themselves. At this time, Supreme Elder Feng dodged the attack by a few lords of gods before the others joined in to attack him. A terrifying energy exploded, destroying the street in just a blink of an eye. The Spring View House's entrance collapsed, and half of it was crushed by the backlash of the attacks. Those who were unable to escape in time perished as well. A huge crater could be seen on the street when the dust settled. Regardless of their cultivation bases, all the cultivators in the surroundings were sent flying. Some suffered severe injuries while some with weaker cultivation bases died. In fact, the aftermath would have been even more devastating if the Lords of Gods did not direct the remaining power into the ground. The ground in the realms of gods is much tougher than that of the Devata realms. Such force would have destroyed a city in a Devata realm immediately, Duan Lingtian thought to himself in shock when he saw the aftermath of the attacks by the 9 Lords of Gods. Even a city in a Devata realm would be destroyed by such force, let alone places in the mundane realms. At this moment, the severely injured Supreme Elder Feng hovered in the air. His aura had weakened greatly as well. Ero. At the same time, the other Lords of Gods, except for Lingu Zhengxing, surrounded Supreme Elder Feng. "You weren't distracted?" Supreme Elder Feng asked furiously as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "How could I be distracted when faced with a life-or-death situation?" Duan Lingtian said lightly as he looked at Supreme Elder Feng. "Moreover, I've suspected as much since you went so far for Shangguan Shangfeng." Hu Qingning felt embarrassed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, he was faced with a life-or-death situation, but he was still distracted. "What a pity," Supreme Elder Feng said despondently. Following that, a powerful aura surged from his body and spread into his surroundings. Then, a blazing green flame shrouded him, growing bigger and bigger. "He's going to detonate his little world." Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Supreme Elder Feng's changes. Those above the stage of kings of gods could detonate their little worlds and unleash a terrifyingly destructive force. Naturally, the cost of this was the complete destruction of their physical bodies. Even their souls would be seriously injured. For this reason, not many would detonate their little world unless they were driven into a corner or have gone mad. "He's gone mad." Lingu Zhengxing and the others were shocked as well. Lingu Zhengxing did not hesitate as he said, "Return to the estate." Then, Lingu Zhengxing waved his hand, bringing out a Lord-grade flying ship. Then, he brought Duan Lingtian, Hu Qingning, and the other Lords of Gods into the flying ship. The flying ship flew toward the Lingu clan's estate at a speed comparable to an advanced Lord of Gods. As soon as the flying ship took off, Duan Lingtian saw Supreme Elder Feng exploding through the mirror image formation in the flying ship. Following that, a mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky as energy surged in all directions. The shockwave crushed everything in its path as it continued to ripple toward the flying ship. The scenery outside of the flying ship was a blur as the flying ship picked up speed as everyone heard an explosion behind them. After a while, when the flying ship came to a stop, Duan Lingtian realized they had arrived at the Lingu clan's estate. He looked up at the translucent barrier around the estate as the shockwave crashed against the barrier. "He's really gone mad," Lingu Zhengxing said as he broke out in cold sweat. The expressions of the Lords of Gods were rather unsightly at this moment. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Just the explosion of a little world from a rudimentary Lord of Gods is so terrifying. "I'm sure at least half of the city must have been destroyed by it," Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he watched the shockwave gradually die down. Hu Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was petrified. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The force of the explosion of Little World is comparable to the force of an advanced Lord of Gods. Lingu Huan cursed, "That old geezer is mad. In order for a rudimentary Lord of Gods like him to produce such a force, he must have set up various killing formations in his little world and fueled them with a large number of divine rocks. His soul will be even more injured if that's the case. I know crazy people are everywhere, but I didn't expect to meet one today." Thank the heavens we have a Lord-grade flying ship. Otherwise, we would have been severely injured if not dead. Both of you would have been dead for sure. When the dust settled, the area outside of the Lingu clan's estate, as far as the eyes could see, had been reduced to rubble. The estate did not suffer any damages thanks to the Lingu clan's guarding formation. Unfortunately, the Lingu clan did not escape completely unscathed. Bloodstains could be seen outside of the estate. They clearly belonged to those in the patrol teams from the Lingu clan. Duan Ling Tian's expression was very grim at this moment. They were only fortunate enough to survive because of the Lord-grade flying ship. When he heard Lingu Huan say Supreme Elder Feng had set up various killing formations to boost the force of his explosion, similar to the others, he thought that Supreme Elder Feng had lost his mind. At this time, the members of the Lingu clan in the estate came out to have a look after hearing the huge commotion. They were shocked when they saw the scene of destruction outside of the clan's estate. What happened? Heavens! What's going on? Is Lingu city under attack? The city is ruined. Lin Yan, the chief divine alchemist of the Lingu clan, walked over and asked, Supreme Elder Zheng Xin, what happened? With this, the others finally noticed the presence of the Lords of Gods from the Lingu clan. Supreme Elder Zheng Xin, Supreme Elder Huan and Supreme Elder Heng are there as well. Elder Qing Zi is also there. At this time, Lingu Zheng Xin replied, the Hidden Fog sect's Supreme Elder Feng failed to kill Duan Ling Tian, so he detonated his little world when we surrounded him. Chapter 3765 Returning the Favor. Lin Yan and the others were shocked upon hearing Lingu Zheng Xing's words. The Hidden Fog sect is so ruthless. He must have lost his mind. It doesn't make sense. The explosion of a rudimentary Lord of Gods shouldn't be so terrifying. I flew up to have a look earlier. Almost the entire Lingu city is in ruins. Blood flowed like rivers everywhere. Upon hearing these words, Lingu Qingzi said, that madman set up various killing formations in his little world to boost the force of his explosion. The explosion is comparable to the force of an advanced Lord of Gods. The crowd fell silent for a moment before they erupted in an uproar. He's insane. With this, his soul is going to be even more injured. Supreme Elder Feng is ruthless even to himself. While everyone was still discussing among themselves, someone suddenly exclaimed, try to sense the city using your divine consciousness. Is that noise from the soul of that crazy Supreme Elder? Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, extended their divine consciousnesses and heard a spine-chilling scream that made them shiver. Just listening to his screams send chills up my spine. I can't imagine how much his soul must be suffering. His soul will be in torment for 15 minutes before it dissipates. It's said that the pain is 100 times more painful than being cut by thousands of blades at the same time. That old madman from the Hidden Fog sect will be infamous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion from today onward. The last time someone detonated their little world in the Eastern Ridge Mansion was 10,000 years ago. Indeed, the Hidden Fog sect Supreme Elder Feng became infamous after destroying the entire Lingu city except for the Lingu clan's estate. Most of the inhabitants of the city died. Their blood flowed like the river in the city. For this reason, surviving relatives and friends of the dead harbored deep grudges against the Hidden Fog sect. Naturally, they did not dare to confront the Hidden Fog sect directly. However, they would kill the lone disciples from the Hidden Fog sect they encountered. Not only did Supreme Elder ruin the Hidden Fog sect's reputation, but it dragged the sect down as well. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was complex as he surveyed the city in the air. The destruction of Lingu city was his fault, after all. It would take at least a decade for the Lingu clan to rebuild Lingu city. Even then, it would be impossible to restore Lingu city to its glorious state. Duan Ling Tian knew the Hidden Fog sect would be responsible for rebuilding Lingu city. After all, the Lingu clan and the Hidden Fog sect were of equal strength. Since the destruction was caused by the Hidden Fog sect, how could the Lingu clan let the Hidden Fog sect off so easily? At this moment, Hu Qingning suddenly appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. He sighed before he said with a bitter smile on his face, I really feel that those below the stage of Lord of Gods are like ants after that incident. Even an advanced King of Gods would die unless he was at the border of Lingu city. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, if you ask me, everyone below the stage of an Emperor of Gods is like ants. The explosion was only caused by a rudimentary Lord of Gods. Can you imagine the scale of the explosion if it was an Emperor of Gods or a Supreme God? Perhaps, the only way to be able to disregard all threats is to become a supreme powerhouse. Hu Qingning remained silent. Stay in the Linggu clan for a while before you leave, Duan Ling Tian said. You can contact your father in the 10,000 Leaves sect. Since the Hidden Fog sect isn't involved in the matter, your sect should be safe. Hu Qingning nodded before he said, Thank you, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he said with a smile, I should thank you instead. If it weren't for you, I would have shown up unprepared. If you didn't warn me, Supreme Elder Feng would have succeeded in killing me. You saved my life. Hu Qingning smiled wryly. However, Supreme Elder Feng only had a chance to kill you because of me. You're wrong, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted. He was determined to kill me. Even if it weren't you, he would have found other ways to try and kill me. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had been outside of Linggu City in the wilderness when he received Hu Qingning's warning. He would have died if he had run into Supreme Elder Feng at that time. Over the next period of time, Duan Ling Tian focused on refining primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills into limit divine pills. For that reason, pill tribulations would often occur in the sky above his courtyard. In the beginning, many members of the Linggu clan would come out to watch the show. However, due to the frequency of the pill tribulations, the crowd grew smaller and smaller as they grew numb to the phenomena. With this, everyone confirmed that the Linggu clan's new revered elder was truly capable of refining limit divine pills whenever he wanted without fail. At this time, a Lord of Gods grinned from ear to ear when Duan Ling Tian handed him the promised God-grade limit divine pills. He asked with eyes shining with anticipation, Revered Elder Duan, can you refine King-grade limit divine pills? I've yet to succeed in refining King-grade limit divine pills, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. It was imperative that he kept a low profile, after all. He had yet to disclose his true ability to Linggu Renjia, let alone an outsider. With that, the four Lords of Gods left the Linggu clan's estate, satisfied after receiving the promised primary, secondary, and tertiary limit divine pills. Duan Ling Tian also refined the limit divine pills for the Lords of Gods from the Linggu clan. They naturally did not refuse the pills since the pills would help their descendants or disciples. Cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian was done returning the favor, he continued refining God-grade limit divine pills, King-grade divine pills, and a few Lord-grade divine pills for Hu Qingning. Initially, Hu Qingning had adamantly refused, but Duan Ling Tian was even more adamant that he accepted the divine pills. Hence, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Hu Qingning asked, Duan Ling Tian, what are your plans next? Are you ready to join the Flying Dragon sect soon? In Hu Qingning's opinion, with Duan Ling Tian's talent, it would be a waste for Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Linggu clan. I'll go to the Flying Dragon sect to participate in its Latent Dragon Grand Contest 20 years later, Duan Ling Tian replied. Then, he said offhandedly, from what I know, even an advanced god below the age of 5,000 can become an outer disciple as long as he or she is talented and is able to pass the test. Are you interested in joining the Flying Dragon sect with me? Hu Qingning fell silent for a moment before he said, all right. I'll join the Flying Dragon sect with you. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He did not expect Hu Qingning to agree so readily. In fact, Hu Qingning would not have dared to say such words with confidence if it were not for the divine pills that Duan Ling Tian had just given him. To be precise, he would not be so confident if it were not for the limit divine pills that Duan Ling Tian had given him. Duan Ling Tian had told him that even though he had consumed the ordinary primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills, the limit divine pills version would still be effective. However, similar to the ordinary version, the limit divine pills were only effective during one's first consumption. Duan Ling Tian, I'll see you at the Flying Dragon sect 20 years later. Hu Qingning said before he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left the Linggu clan's estate. In order to ensure that Hu Qingning safely returned to the Hidden Fog Academy and the 10,000 Leaves sect, Linggu Renjia sent a core elder to accompany Hu Qingning during his journey. Naturally, Linggu Renjia only did this for Duan Ling Tian's sake. Otherwise, he would not have bothered with a young master from a small king-rank sect. After Hu Qingning left, Linggu Renjia looked for Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, he asked, Duan Ling Tian, was it frightening? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then, he said, if I didn't survive, you'd have to return to the Murong clan's favor on my behalf, clan leader. After that, Duan Ling Tian handed Linggu Renjia 10 bottles of pills as he said, these are 10 bottles of God-grade limit divine pills. Are they enough? Yes, it's more than enough, Lingu Renjia said with a smile. I promised Murong Yunlu 6 bottles, after all. Since you gave me 10 bottles, I'll keep the extras for myself. Lingu Rensai did not stand on ceremony with Duan Lingtian. After all, he treated Duan Lingtian like one of his own. Chapter 3766 12 years later. Clan leader, the primary, secondary, and tertiary divine pills were refined from the clan's resources. As long as the clan provides me with the resources, I can refine as many pills as you want, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He was not offended by Lingu Renjia's casual attitude and thought it was only natural. After all, since his arrival at the Lingu clan, Lingu Renjia had taken great care of him. Hence, he felt greatly indebted to Lingu Renjia and hoped to return the favor as much as he could before he joined the Flying Dragon sect. Lingu Renjia was moved by Duan Lingtian's words. He said, "Don't waste your time on refining pills. You should focus on cultivating. In the end, strength speaks the loudest in the realms of gods." Although supreme-rank divine alchemists are highly revered in the realms of gods, they can still be killed unless they're constantly protected. In the realms of gods, there are fewer than 100 supreme-rank divine alchemists who are also supreme gods. There are of gods in total. One could imagine how rare supreme-rank divine alchemists who were also supreme gods were. On average, there would be, perhaps, 5 divine alchemists with such achievements. After all, it was not easy to find the balance between cultivation and alchemy. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he brought out a few bottles of pills before handing them to Lingu Renjia and said, "Clan leader, I especially refined these divine pills for you." "You especially refined them for me?" Lingu Renjia asked as he accepted the bottles of pills. His breathing quickened when he took a brief look at the contents of the pills. He discovered the pills were Lord-grade divine pills that would boost a Lord of God's cultivation. Even if Lingu Renjia could not immediately break through and become an intermediate Lord of Gods after consuming the divine pills, he would be closer to becoming as strong as the ancestors of the Lingu clan. Although his comprehension of the law was not as profound compared to the ancestors, he had the advantage of being younger. This meant that the divine pills were more effective on him compared to the ancestors whose meridians had grown stiffer with age. For the ancestors of the Lingu clan, it was rather difficult for them to improve their cultivation bases unless they had a fortuitous encounter when they were undergoing their heavenly tribulations. Although the heavenly tribulations were deadly, they could be a turning point as well. There were many powerhouses with average innate talent and comprehension skills who managed to improve their cultivation bases by using the heavenly tribulation to break through. "Thank you, Duan Lingtian," Lingu Renjia said sincerely as he put away the bottles of pills carefully as though they were precious treasures. He had long wanted Lord-grade divine pills, but his old friend, Lin Yan, did not have much luck refining them. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to successfully refine them for him. "Don't mention it. I found the medicinal herbs in the clan's warehouse, so I decided to try refining them," Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. "Moreover, you've been a great help to me, clan leader. What I've done is only a fraction compared to what you've done for me." Lingu Rensai sighed inwardly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "If my sons have 10% of Duan Lingtian's capabilities, I won't have to worry about them anymore. There's nothing I'd want for if I have such a capable son. I'm really envious of Duan Lingtian's father." After a brief moment, Lingu Renjia smiled and asked, "Duan Lingtian, I remember you mentioned that you came from a Devata realm. Is your father in the Devata realm or is he also in a realm of gods?" "My father." Duan Lingtian was slightly stunned by this question. Then, he replied with a smile, "Initially, my father was in the Devata realm. However, before I came to the realm of gods, I sent him, my mother, my wives, and my children to the mundane realm." A bitter smile appeared on his face as he continued to say, "To be honest, I defended many people in the Devata realms, and some of them are even kings of gods. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, and the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan in the Land of the Dead were kings of gods." "You offended kings of gods in the Devata realms?" Lingu Renjia was surprised. "Have you already attained godhood at that time?" "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I only attained godhood after arriving in the profound energy land." Lingu Renjia smiled. "When the spatial passages between the realms of the gods and Devata realms reopen after 300 years, you can return to look for your enemies. With your innate talent, I believe you'd already become a lord of gods at that time. Although Lingu Renjia thought that it was almost impossible for a rudimentary king of gods to become a lord of gods within 300 years, he said those words to encourage Duan Ling Tian. My enemies aren't important. Moreover, there's a likelihood that my master has already killed them or will kill them soon, Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian was very confident in his master, Feng Qingyang. He firmly believed it would not take long for Feng Qingyang, who had inherited the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, to become strong enough to kill Wu Hongqing and Mi Zan. Your master. Lingu Renji was astonished by this revelation. He asked, did you refuse to become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple because of your master? That's right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'm very grateful to my master. Although he doesn't mind me accepting another master, I don't intend to do so unless it's absolutely necessary. A hint of admiration could be seen in Lingu Renjia's eyes when he heard these words. After all, it was rare to find someone as loyal and determined as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could have avoided a lot of trouble if he had just become the Hidden Fog Sect's Supreme Elder Lei's disciple. However, Duan Ling Tian stuck to his principles and did not take the easy way out. Do you regret it? Lingu Renjia asked before he said, after all, if you become Supreme Elder Lei's disciple, you wouldn't have met with so many troubles. I don't regret it. Duan Ling Tian shook his head without hesitation. Regardless of the consequences, I would still refuse him if I were given a chance to do things over. The duo continued to chat for a while before Lingu Renjia finally bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. After a few days, Lingu Renjia returned to inform Duan Ling Tian that Duan Ling Tian had been given full access to the Lingu clan's warehouse. He told Duan Ling Tian that Duan Ling Tian was free to use whatever he wanted. The only condition was for Duan Ling Tian to refine God-grade limit divine pills for the Lingu clan from time to time. Naturally, the Lingu Renjia was unaware that Duan Ling Tian could already refine king-grade limit divine pills. He only knew Duan Ling Tian was able to refine lord-grade divine pills, which even Lin Yan, the chief alchemist of the Lingu clan, had trouble refining. Nonetheless, he kept the matter a secret since he did not know what Duan Ling Tian's success rate was, and he did not want to trouble Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian's success rate was low, Duan Ling Tian would have to waste a lot of time refining lord-grade divine pills. He, naturally, did not wish for Duan Ling Tian to waste his time. While Duan Ling Tian was living comfortably in the Lingu clan's estate, things had been difficult for the Hidden Fog sect. SSU. After news of Supreme Elder Lei destroying Lingu City spread, the Flying Dragon sect had ordered the Hidden Fog sect to rebuild Lingu City. This was due to the Lingu faction putting pressure on the Flying Dragon sect. Under normal circumstances, the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect would have said something in defense of the Hidden Fog sect. However, this time, it was irrefutable that the Hidden Fog sect was at fault. Although the Hidden Fog sect suffered a great loss, the members did not feel regretful about Supreme Elder Feng's death. On the contrary, they were angry that he caused the sect to suffer a huge loss due to his selfishness. Not only did the Hidden Fog sect have to rebuild Lingu City, but its members were also attacked by various people. Many members of the sect were attacked after they left the sect, so they had to hide their identity tokens whenever they went out. Before news of Lingu City's destruction spread, Hu Qingning had returned to the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. He withdrew from the academy and returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect after that. With Lingu Renjia's help, coupled with his innate talent and comprehension skills, he managed to join the Murong clan. With the God-grade limit divine pills given to him by Duan Ling Tian, his strength was above average compared to the younger generation in the Murong clan. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was on the brink of a breakthrough and becoming an intermediate king of gods. This was all thanks to his hard work and king-grade limit divine pills he refined. Although he had yet to break through, his strength had increased significantly. With the supreme powerhouse divinity and the floating images of duels between experts of the law of space, his comprehension of the law of space had deepened as well. At this time, Duan Ling Tian flew into the sky and looked at Lingu City. The Hidden Fog sect is quite efficient. The last time he had taken a look at the city was 8 years ago when the Hidden Fog sect finished rebuilding the city. It became even more prosperous after that. Due to the incident 12 years ago, Lingu City became famous in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Hence many people came to visit Lingu City that was previously destroyed because Supreme Elder Feng had detonated his little world. Duan Ling Tian thought about all the places that became famous on Earth due to the hype on social media. The incident 12 years ago had created hype around Lingu City and made it famous. Chapter 3767. The legendary figure in the Hidden Fog sect. It was peaceful in Lingu City. However, over the past years, Duan Ling Tian did not leave the Lingu clan's estate. After all, no one knew if Kuang Tianzheng, the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, was lurking outside of the clan's estate in the city. Even if the possibility of that was not very high, Duan Ling Tian was not willing to take the risk. Moreover, there was nothing outside of the clan that required him to leave the clan. If there was anything that he wanted, all he had to do was inform Lingu Renjia, and Lingu Renjia would send someone to deliver it to him immediately. I wonder when I'll break through, Duan Ling Tian sighed. He sat cross-legged in the air as he looked at Lingu City with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. This is too difficult. It didn't take long for me to break through from an advanced god to a rudimentary king of gods. However, I've been a rudimentary king of gods for more than 10 years now. If others were present to hear Duan Ling Tian's words, they would have felt exasperated. After all, being a rudimentary king of gods for 10 years without a breakthrough was not considered long at all. There aren't any king-grade divine pills or lord-grade divine pills that can help me break through the bottleneck. There are a few lord-grade limit divine pills that can do that, but the medicinal herbs required to refine them aren't easily found. Moreover, with my current ability, I can't refine lord-grade limit divine pills. Perhaps, I should focus on alchemy over the next period of time. Who knows if I might be able to refine lord-grade limit divine pills that can help me to break through. With that, Duan Ling Tian decided to stop cultivating and focused on alchemy instead. Outside of the Hidden Fog sect's estate, a white figure seemed to appear out of thin air. The figure belonged to a handsome and tall young man with bright eyes and eyebrows that give him a valiant air. His temperament was outstanding, and his momentum was like that of a mountain. At this moment, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. It was as though he had noticed something. Following that, he suddenly raised his hand. Subsequently, a figure was suddenly pulled out of the void that was shrouded in a cloud of swirling mist. The figure belonged to an old man. His eyes were filled with horror when he saw the young man. Although he was an advanced king of gods, he was as weak as a 3-year-old when faced with the young man. As soon as the young man's divine energy fell on him, his own divine energy was immediately suppressed. He could not mobilize his divine energy at all. Even the 3 supreme elders of the Hidden Fog sect aren't as strong as him. Who's he? Why is he outside of the Hidden Fog sect's estate? The old man thought to himself. His heart was filled with unease and apprehension. He was proficient in the law of water, so even rudimentary lords of gods would not be able to detect his presence with their divine consciousnesses. Regardless of whether the young man had detected him with his divine consciousness or another method, the young man had to be terrifyingly strong. At the very least, the young man was an intermediate lord of gods. With this thought in mind, he could not help but shudder. After capturing the old man, the white-clad young man glanced at the old man as he asked indifferently, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around outside the Hidden Fog sect?" Although the young man's voice sounded indifferent, the old man could sense the threat in it, causing his expression to change greatly. He averted his eyes guilty before he said, "Sir, I'm just passing by." That's all. Based on what the old man knew, there was no one as strong as the white-clad young man in the Hidden Fog sect. However, there was the possibility that the white-clad young man was from the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. There might not be an intermediate lord of gods in the Hidden Fog sect, but there were many intermediate lords of gods or those who were stronger from the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. "I'll give you another chance to tell the truth," the white-clad young man said. Then, his voice turned slightly frosty as he continued to say, "If you lie to me again, I'll kill you immediately." The old man's eyes widened in fear upon hearing these words, and his face turned pale. He could tell the white-clad young man was not joking. "Sir." The old man began to panic. Even if he was an advanced king of gods, he could not keep calm in front of an overwhelmingly strong opponent. Needless to say, he no longer dared to lie. He said, "I'm waiting for the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect to come out. I plan to follow them until we're a distance away from the sect's estate before killing them." "Why?" the white-clad young man asked as he narrowed his eyes. "Do you have a grudge with the Hidden Fog sect? You're quite bold to lurk outside the sect just to find a chance to kill its disciples." "It's not just a simple grudge. the old man said vehemently. As though he just recalled something, his eyes were filled with agony as he said, filled with hatred, my only son and 2 grandsons were running errands in Lingu City when Supreme Elder Feng of the Hidden Fog sect tried to kill revered Elder Duan from the Lingu clan. Supreme Elder Feng failed to kill revered Elder Duan due to the sudden appearance of 9 Lords of Gods at that time. Faced with the 9 Lords of Gods, Supreme Elder Feng chose to detonate his little world, destroying Lingu City and killing most citizens. My son and grandsons are among those who were killed. The old man's voice turned frosty as he spoke about the past. Supreme Elder Feng detonated his little world and destroyed almost all of Lingu City. Are you sure? The white-clad young man's expression changed slightly upon hearing these words. Sir, the old man said with a bitter smile, I'm telling the truth. Everyone in the Eastern Ridge Mansion knows about this. Many people visit Lingu City just to have a look at the city that was almost completely destroyed by Supreme Elder Feng. Under the orders of the Flying Dragon sect, the city was rebuilt by the Hidden Fog sect. After saying that, he asked tentatively, Sir, you're unaware of this matter? The white-clad young man replied nonchalantly, I just emerged from closed-door cultivation. After that, I came to the Hidden Fog sect immediately. Sir, you're not from the Hidden Fog sect. The old man sighed in relief inwardly. Since the other party was unaware of this matter, it was unlikely that the other party was from the Hidden Fog sect or the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. Otherwise, there was no way the other party would be unaware of this matter even if the other party had just come out of closed-door cultivation. The white-clad young man looked at the old man with a piercing gaze as he said, My name is Shui Hai Chuan. What do you think? Shui Hai Chuan. The old man's expression changed greatly upon hearing the white-clad young man's name. How could he not know who Shui Hai Chuan was? 10,000 years ago, Shui Hai Chuan was just an advanced god when he became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He was the first person to achieve such a feat in the Hidden Fog sect. Later on, he joined the Flying Dragon sect and rose rapidly in ranks. Many years ago, there were rumors that Shui Hai Chuan had become a white dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect. It was also said that he was one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. A rare smile appeared on Shui Hai Chuan's face at this moment when he looked at the old man and asked, How many members of the Hidden Fog sect have you killed so far? No, I've not. The old man instinctively denied those words, but when he saw the icy expression on Shui Hai Chuan's face, he hastily said, Not many. I didn't kill that many people from the Hidden Fog sect. Lord Shui, please spare my life. I promise I'll never return to this place again, and I promise to not look for trouble with the members of the Hidden Fog sect ever again. In fact, if I encounter any members of the Hidden Fog sect in trouble, I promise to help them. The old man begged for mercy desperately, but alas, it was all in vain. Shui Hai Chuan pushed a hand out, sending the old man flying back. When the old man flew about 100 meters back, he exploded into a mist of blood. He died just like that. Every action has a consequence. You should direct your anger to those responsible. Although it's a pity that your son and grandsons died, those members of the Hidden Fog sect you killed were innocent, Shui Hai Chuan murmured as he looked at the mist of blood. Following that, he flashed and entered the Hidden Fog sect. As soon as Shui Hai Chuan appeared in the Hidden Fog sect, the elders on patrol recognized him immediately. They gathered around him excitedly and greeted him. Elder Shui, it's Elder Shui, heavens, Elder Shui is back. The eyes of the members of the patrol team lit up as soon as they saw Shui Hai Chuan. After all, Shui Hai Chuan was a legendary figure in the Hidden Fog sect. He was the idol of many younger members of the Hidden Fog sect. They had only heard about Shui Hai Chuan and had never met him before. How could they not be excited now that they finally met him? I didn't expect there are still people who recognize me even though I've not returned to the sect for such a long time, Shui Hai Chuan said with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, more and more people began to gather. After all, as soon as those from the patrol team recognized Shui Hai Chuan, they began to send messages to their friends in the sect. Over the past 10 years, a cloud of gloom had loomed over the Hidden Fog sect. When Supreme Elder Feng detonated his little world and destroyed almost all of Lingu City, he had made countless enemies for the Hidden Fog sect. As a result, the members of the Hidden Fog sect had lived difficult lives. With the legendary Shui Hai Chuan's return, it was as though they could finally see a ray of hope. Perhaps, this legendary figure had returned to help them solve this problem. At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air. Following that, an old man dressed in a purple robe appeared. Lightning bolts flashed around him as he appeared in front of Shui Haichuan. He said, "Haichuan, you finally returned to the sect. I thought you'd forgotten all about the sect." Upon seeing the purple-clad figure, Shui Haichuan's eyes lit up. Then, he bowed slightly and called out, "Supreme Elder Lei." Chapter 3768 Brotherhood. Elder Shui Haichuan, Senior Brother Shui Haichuan. After Supreme Elder Lei appeared, a group of elders and disciples stepped forward to greet Shui Haichuan enthusiastically. It did not take long for Xianyin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, to arrive as well. He said with a smile on his face, "Junior Brother Haichuan, welcome back to the sect." Shui Haichuan and Xianyin were from the same generation of disciples despite Xianyin being several thousand years older than Shui Haichuan. After Shui Haichuan greeted his acquaintances in the Hidden Fog sect, he left with Xianyin and Supreme Elder Lei. The others looked at the trio's backs and began to speculate among themselves. "Do you think Elder Shui came back to help resolve our Hidden Fog sect's problem?" "I don't know. However, although Elder Shui is strong, he's not strong enough to resolve our problem." "I agree. After all, those who attack our members only do so in the dark. They might not be as strong as our core elders or guardians, but they bide their time and launch sneak attacks, making it difficult for us to capture them. Moreover, they don't attack the strong. They only attack when they encounter the weak. No matter how strong Elder Shui is, he's only one person. There's nothing much he can do regarding this matter." On the contrary, only two elders managed to guess the true purpose of Shui Haichuan's return to the sect. One of them said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, right?" Upon hearing this, the other party's eyes widened in shock. "That's right. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about Shui Haishan. Indeed, it's been 10,000 years since Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs. Back then, Shui Haishan committed a grave sin. As a result, he was sentenced to 10,000 years of imprisonment in the heavenly stairs. Later on, Shui Haichuan performed brilliantly in the Hidden Fog sect. With his contributions to the sect, his brother, Shui Haishan, should have been granted amnesty. Alas, those who are imprisoned in the heavenly stairs won't be able to leave until the stipulated time is up. Elder Shua must have come to see his brother, Shui Haishan. Speaking of which, Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs because of Elder Shui. At that time, Shui Haichuan was almost killed by the only son of the former sect leader of our Hidden Fog sect. Hence, Shui Haishan killed the only son of the former sect leader in a fit of rage. Initially, Shui Haishan was sentenced to death, but many senior members of the sect stepped forward to speak up for him. Finally, after voting, they decided to imprison Shui Haishan for 10,000 years. That's right. The former sect leader could not accept the outcome and left the sect in rage. He even joined the enemy of our Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect. After that, he even joined the 10,000 Devils faction after he joined the Flying Dragon sect. Since the former sect leader is in the Flying Dragon sect, isn't Elder Shui afraid that the former sect leader will act against Shui Haishan if he brings Shui Haishan to the Flying Dragon sect? Well, talented people like Elder Shui are bolder than us ordinary people. 10,000 years have passed. Shui Haishan, whose talent was comparable to that of Elder Shui in the past, is now a cripple. After all, one can't comprehend the laws or cultivate in the heavenly stairs. If I'm not mistaken, he was just an advanced god when he was first imprisoned in the heavenly stairs. That's right, now that 10,000 years have passed, he's still an advanced god. Meanwhile, Shui Haichuan, Xianyin, and Supreme Elder Lei returned to Shui Haichuan's former courtyard. When they arrived, two people were waiting there. They were none other than Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu of the Hidden Fog sect. After the death of Supreme Elder Feng in Linggu City, there were only 3 Supreme Elders in the Hidden Fog sect. Haichuan, Junior Nephew Haichuan, Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu greeted Shui Haichuan with a smile. Supreme Elder Yun, Uncle Wu, Shui Haichuan called out. The duo was his elders, after all. This was especially true for Supreme Elder Wu, who was his master's junior brother. His master was killed by a heavenly tribulation in the past. Haichuan, you returned to pick up your brother, right? Supreme Elder Yun asked with a smile. That's right, Shui Haichuan nodded. I was in closed-door cultivation before this. I only came out when I sensed it was almost time. I'll wait for my brother to come out, and then, I'll bring him to the Flying Dragon sect. You were in closed-door cultivation. Realization dawned on Supreme Elder Wu when he heard these words. No wonder you didn't respond to my messages. Uncle Wu, the messages were regarding Supreme Elder Feng, right? Shui Haichuan asked. You've heard about it. Supreme Elder Wu was slightly surprised. Shui Haichuan nodded. I only heard about it earlier when I was outside the sect. I found someone lurking outside, and after I interrogated him, he confessed that he was waiting for members of the sect outside so he could kill them. He also told me he was doing that because his son and grandsons died in Linggu City when Supreme Elder Feng detonated his little world. Supreme Elder Lei sighed. That old man brought so much trouble to the sect even after he died. I shouldn't have taken his words at face value back then. If I'd kept an eye on him, perhaps, that tragedy could have been avoided. Upon hearing this, Qian Yin shook his head and said, Supreme Elder Lei, since Supreme Elder Feng was determined to kill Duan Ling Tian, I believe there was nothing you could do to stop him even if you knew about it. After all, he was even willing to detonate his little world after he failed to kill Duan Ling Tian the first time, hoping the explosion would kill Duan Ling Tian. However, I do believe it wasn't his intention to cause trouble for the sect. Otherwise, he would have killed Duan Ling Tian directly when he first learned that Duan Ling Tian had killed Shangguan Shangfeng. It could be seen that he did consider the sect's interest. Supreme Elder Yun scoffed. Who knew if he did that for the sect or for himself? After all, I'm sure he was afraid of the force behind Duan Ling Tian as well. Supreme Elder Wu nodded in agreement. I still think we should have expelled everyone who's related to him from our sect and announced it to the world. After severing all ties with him, we could have quelled the anger of the relatives of those who died in Linggu City. Upon hearing these words, Supreme Elder Lei's expression darkened slightly as he said, Supreme Elder Yun, Supreme Elder Wu, is there a need to add insult to injury when he's already dead? I'm just stating facts. It has nothing to do with adding insult to injury. Supreme Elder Yun said as he shook his head. Initially, Shui Haichuan, who was standing at the side, could still understand the three Supreme Elders' words. However, as the conversation went on, he could no longer understand them. He frowned in confusion as he asked, Senior Brother Qian Yin, what's going on? Duan Ling Tian, isn't he the revered elder from the Linggu clan? Shui Haichuan had heard about Duan Ling Tian from the old man lurking outside of the Hidden Fog sect's estate earlier. Shui Haichuan asked, I heard he killed Shangguan Shangfeng, so Supreme Elder Feng was adamant about killing him. Junior Brother Haichuan, this is what happened. Qian Yin began to recount what happened to Shui Haichuan. He started from the time Duan Ling Tian came to the Hidden Fog sect from the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy until the time Duan Ling Tian joined the Linggu clan. He also talked about how Supreme Elder Feng tried and failed to kill Duan Ling Tian, bringing trouble to the Hidden Fog sect as a result. Needless to say, Shui Haichuan also learned that the person who caused the incident was the first person after him to become a core disciple despite being an advanced god. When he heard that many people referred to Duan Ling Tian as the second Shui Haichuan, based on what Qian Yin had said, he knew he was not as strong as Duan Ling Tian when he was Duan Ling Tian's age. After listening to Qian Yin's words, Shui Haichuan sighed. What a pity that our sect lost such a prodigy. After learning about what happened, Shui Haichuan did not blame Duan Ling Tian for killing Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao. On the contrary, he thought Duan Ling Tian was decisive and brave. After all, if he were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he might not have the courage to kill the duo. Despite his thoughts, he did not voice them out. After all, Supreme Elder Feng was dead, but Supreme Elder Lei was still alive. Well, I guess it's not meant to be, Supreme Elder Yun said with a wry smile on his face. Haichuan, what do you think we should do? It's not just within our sect. Even Senior Brother Quan, Senior Brother Qian, and the others from the Flying Dragon sect are divided about this matter. Some of them support expelling Supreme Elder Feng's descendants and disciples from the Hidden Fog sect and announcing to the world that we've severed all ties with Supreme Elder Feng. There are also those who think this is all solely Supreme Feng's fault and that his descendants and disciples shouldn't be punished for his mistake. After all, Supreme Elder Feng had contributed greatly to the sect as well, Supreme Elder Lei said, asking for Shui Haichuan's opinion. Upon hearing these words, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, Supreme Elder Lei, don't ask me for my opinion. You should make your own decision. If you can't make up your mind, then think about how many lives in the sect will be lost if this matter is unresolved. With that, will anyone dare to join the Hidden Fog sect in the future? What if this matter doesn't die down? Moreover, the 10,000 Devils sect may even seize this chance to kill the members of the sect by pretending to be relatives of those who died in Lingu City. In fact, they might have already done so. After all, this is the perfect chance for the 10,000 Devils sect to attack the Hidden Fog sect. As Shui Haichuan spoke, he looked at Supreme Elder Lei meaningfully. Chapter 3769. It's all because of Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Supreme Elder Lei's expression changed greatly. Why didn't I think of that? Supreme Elder Wu said with a regretful expression. No wonder there are so many people killing the members of our Hidden Fog sect. Even with the relatives of those who were killed in Lingu City, there shouldn't be so many people attacking our members. It seems like the 10,000 Devils sect has been taking advantage of the situation. Sect leader, you can't afford to be indecisive anymore. You have to make a decision soon. Supreme Elder Yun said solemnly to Qian Yun. Although the few Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect had high status and were stronger, Qian Yin was still the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. After all, a sour expression could be seen on Qian Yin's face at this moment. As the sect leader, he had failed the Hidden Fog sect. He was too anxious and overwhelmed by the matter that he failed to consider things from all angles. After listening to Shui Haichuan's reminded, he felt truly incompetent as the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. I'll speak to a few core elders who are responsible for the sect's external affairs and tell them to issue a statement. I'll also instruct them to expel everyone who's related to Supreme Elder Feng from the sect, Qian Yin said decisively without consulting the three Supreme Elders. Previously, Supreme Elder Lei had objected to this matter. However, at this time, he no longer dared to stop Qian Yin. He only remained silent with a solemn expression on his face. Since I'll have to wait for my brother to come out, over the next period of time, I'll follow the members out of the Hidden Fog sect to protect them. If I see any members of the 10,000 Devils sect, I'll capture them and demand an explanation from the 10,000 Devils sect, Shui Haichuan said. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Qian Yin and the three Supreme Elders lit up. After all, Shui Haichuan was a White Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect. His presence alone in the 10,000 Devils sect outweighed the combined presence of all of them. When the Hidden Fog sect announced they would be expelling those with ties to Supreme Elder Feng, its members were shocked. Although they had been hoping for this for a while now, they still felt sad upon hearing the announcement and seeing their fellow members being expelled. Supreme Elder Feng really committed a grave sin. Even if Shangguan Shangfeng was his grandson, there was no need to drag the sect down just to avenge his grandson, right? That's right. After all, he had other children and grandchildren as well. I really don't know what was going through his mind. Now, all his legitimate descendants are dragged down because of his illegitimate grandson. Whether it's his descendants or the members of the Hidden Fog sect, his reputation has been destroyed, and his infamy won't be so easily forgotten. After those with ties to Supreme Elder Feng were expelled from the Hidden Fog sect, the Hidden Fog sect announced again that Supreme Elder Feng had acted on his own without permission from the sect. Now that those with ties to him had been expelled, the Hidden Fog sect no longer had any ties to Supreme Elder Feng. When the news spread, everyone was naturally shocked by the Hidden Fog sect's decisiveness. For a while after that, the relatives of those who died also shifted their anger from the Hidden Fog sect to the descendants and disciples of Supreme Elder Feng. Many of them were killed now that they were without the protection of the Hidden Fog sect. Those who survived were forced to change their names and identities. They were filled with hatred for Supreme Elder Feng. After all, if it were not for him, they would not have fallen into such a state. With this, fewer and fewer people targeted the people of the Hidden Fog sect. After all, their anger was mostly directed at Supreme Elder Feng. Previously, since the Hidden Fog sect did not make their stance clear, they could only vent their anger at the Hidden Fog sect. With the Hidden Fog sect's actions and announcement, they no longer had any reason to target the Hidden Fog sect. None of them were worried that the Hidden Fog sect was lying. After all, this kind of thing would spread out in the end. Moreover, they had friends or relatives in the Hidden Fog sect as well. Just as Shui Haichuan had said, the 10,000 Devils sect indeed took advantage of the situation and killed many members of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, the people they sent out were inner elders and inner deacons. Even the weakest among them were intermediate kings of gods. Apart from that, they usually acted in groups of 3 to ensure their safety. After all, if their identities were exposed, the Hidden Fog sect would definitely retaliate. Since they were fishing in troubled water, it was imperative that their identities remained a secret. With the Hidden Fog sect's announcement, many of those who were sent out were at a loss. I can't believe the Hidden Fog sect finally did this. Should we continue to attack their members? Perhaps, we should send a message back to the sect and ask for further instruction. Voice transmissions were sent back to the 10,000 Devils sect one after another from around the Hidden Fog sect's estate. It did not take long before Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, found out about what had happened. As the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, he was destined to be enemies with Qian Yin, who was the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. When did Qian Yin become so decisive? Lan Qing knew Qian Yin very well, so he was rather surprised by Qian Yin's decisiveness this time. An inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect, who had just returned from the Hidden Fog sect, said, perhaps, too many members of the Hidden Fog sect had died, so he was forced to make such a decision. After all, we're not the only ones killing members of the Hidden Fog sect. You have a point, Lan Qing said with a nod. Very well, tell the groups with inner deacons to withdraw. Let the groups of inner elders patrol the area for another 3 months before they return. I'm sure many Hidden Fog sect's disciples and elders who were too afraid to go out in the past would swarm out of the sect after this. Those who were ordered to stay for another 3 months were rather glad. An inner deacon said to an inner elder upon receiving the orders, Elder Wang, fortunately, I have you in the group. Otherwise, I'd have to return to the 10,000 Devils sect. We have 3 months. I'm sure not many people will leave the Hidden Fog sect during the first month. However, they'll definitely come out in throngs in the following months. I'm sure all of them are bored of staying in the sect. That's right, so we'll use the next month to rest while we lull them into a false sense of security. We'll start killing them during the 2nd and 3rd months. I'll contact the other groups and tell them not to attack during the 1st month. For this reason, Shui Haichuan, who had returned from the Flying Dragon sect, did not encounter anyone from the 10,000 Devils sect when he followed the members of the Hidden Fog sect out during the 1st month. When Shui Haichuan thought about how his brother, Shui Haishan, would be released from the heavenly stairs in half a month, he was overjoyed. While he waited, he continued to protect the members of the Hidden Fog sect. After a month, Shui Haichuan was following 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect at this moment. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly. In the next moment, an old man and 2 middle-aged men appeared, blocking the path of the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect. They're disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Go, the old man said to the 2 middle-aged men standing behind him. With this, the 2 middle-aged men, who were intermediate kings of gods, did not give a chance for the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect to react. Their divine energies swept toward the duo, causing them to be unable to mobilize their divine energies. Just as their attacks were about to land, a wall made of divine energy appeared in front of the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect, blocking the 2 intermediate kings of gods' attacks. Following that, a terrifying divine energy swept down from above. Following that, the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect watched as a white-clad young man appeared. When the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect, who had just escaped death, saw the white-clad young man, they called out respectfully, Elder Shui. Although the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect knew they were protected, they could not help but break out in cold sweat when they were attacked earlier. Shui Haichuan, upon hearing the white-clad young man's name, the expressions of the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect changed drastically. Naturally, they knew Shui Haichuan was the genius cultivator from the Hidden Fog sect 10,000 years ago. After entering the Flying Dragon sect, he had quickly risen in ranks and became one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect. It was said that he was now an intermediate lord of gods. The faces of the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect turned pale immediately. Nonetheless, they did not bother to escape. After all, they knew it would be futile. Faced with an intermediate lord of gods, even the most outstanding advanced kings of gods did not stand a chance, let alone the 3 of them who were just ordinary intermediate and advanced kings of gods. When Shui Haichuan saw the identity tokens on the trio's waists, he said softly, an inner elder and 2 inner deacons from the 10,000 Devils sect. Upon hearing these words, the trio's expressions changed again. They did not bother to hide their identity tokens previously because they were confident about killing the members of the Hidden Fog sect. As the saying went, a dead man tells no tales. After all, They did not expect to meet Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan looked at the inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect and asked disdainfully, "Did Lan Qing send you out to take advantage of the situation and kill the members of the Hidden Fog sect? It seems like he's having a good time." The old man's expression changed a few times before he finally mustered up the courage and said, "Elder Shui, we attacked these two members of the Hidden Fog sect out of our own will. It has nothing to do with our sect leader. We're doing this because of Duan Ling Tian. Since Duan Ling Tian is in the Lingu clan, we can't kill him. Hence, we can only kill his former sect members to vent our anger." Chapter 3770 Duan Ling Tian again. As soon as Shui Haichuan appeared, the inner elder and two inner deacons of the 10,000 Devils sect were frightened out of their wits. They did not dare to run at all. They knew they would only be killed instantly if they tried to run. If they stayed, there was still a chance they might survive. Because of Duan Ling Tian, Shui Haichuan was briefly stunned when he heard the old man's words. Then, he laughed mockingly before he said, "What a terrible excuse. How did Duan Ling Tian offend the 10,000 Devils sect for you to do this?" Shui Haichuan had heard Duan Ling Tian's name many times since he returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Even the members of the Hidden Fog sect whom he protected would regularly mention this name. He had gotten tired of hearing this name. He did not expect the inner elder from the 10,000 Devils sect would use this name as an excuse when caught trying to kill members of the Hidden Fog sect. At this moment, he really wanted to meet Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to see what kind of person Duan Ling Tian was since his name was mentioned so regularly. Elder Shui, to be honest, Duan Ling Tian did not offend the 10,000 Devils sect. The person he offended is Elder Kuang Tian Zheng, who used to be from our 10,000 Devils sect, the old man said solemnly. Kuang Tian Zheng. Shui Haichuan looked at the inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect as he said, "The inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect." Shui Haichuan was no stranger to Kuang Tian Zheng. Kuang Tian Zheng had joined the Flying Dragon sect earlier than he did. In the past, Kuang Tian Zheng had given a lot of trouble when he was still rising in the Flying Dragon sect. After he had grown strong enough, he naturally returned the favor. Now, Kuang Tian Zheng would take a detour whenever Kuang Tian Zheng saw him. Yes, the expression of the inner elder of the 10,000 Devils sect grew even more solemn at this time. How did Duan Ling Tian offend him? Shui Haichuan asked nonchalantly. The inner elder quickly replied, "Duan Ling Tian killed Chu Han, a disciple of Elder Kuang Tian Zheng." Upon hearing this, there was finally a slight change in Shui Haichuan's expression. Following that, he sent a message to his friend in the Flying Dragon sect to verify the matter. It did not take long before Shui Haichuan received a reply. Indeed, Chu Han is dead. He died 12 years ago. At that time, Kuang Tian Zheng searched high and low for Chu Han's murderer. He left the sect for some time and only returned when his second disciple was about to get married. Shui Haichuan was slightly surprised upon hearing his friend's reply. After a moment, he looked at the old man mockingly and said, "Since Duan Ling Tian killed Chu Han, why didn't Kuang Tian Zheng kill him? After all, Kuang Tian Zheng returned to the 10,000 Devils sect, didn't he?" The old man looked flustered by the question. After a moment, he said, "Elder Kuang learned that Duan Ling Tian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect when Duan Ling Tian killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. Shortly after that, Duan Ling Tian left the Hidden Fog sect to join the Lingu clan. Elder Kuang went to the Lingu clan to look for Duan Ling Tian, but the Lingu clan was adamant about protecting Duan Ling Tian. The Lingu clan relied on their guarding formation to protect Duan Ling Tian. In the end, Elder Kuang could only leave in anger. Soon after that, Elder Kuang returned to the Flying Dragon sect. After a brief pause, he continued to say, "Elder Kuang saved my life once. I saw how angry he was, so I wanted to do something for him. Since it's impossible for me to kill Duan Ling Tian, I didn't think about attacking him. I went into closed-door cultivation and only came out recently. When I heard about people attacking the members of the Hidden Fog sect, I thought I'd seize the opportunity to vent my anger and brought 2 of my juniors with me. I really didn't expect to meet you as soon as we made a move." As the old man spoke, the 2 middle-aged men stood with their heads lowered like children who were caught misbehaving. The old man's explanation was not too shabby. He calmly explained his reason for wanting to kill the 2 members of the Hidden Fog sect. He even said this was the first time attacking the members of the Hidden Fog sect to appeal to Shui Haichuan. Upon hearing the old man's words, the expressions of the two members of the Hidden Fog sect changed greatly. Just as they were about to remind Shui Haichuan that the old man was lying, Shui Haichuan said indifferently, "Is that so? Very well, I spare all of your lives as long as you swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath to prove that you're telling the truth." With these words, the expressions of the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect changed drastically. Shui Haichuan's expression turned frosty immediately as he said, "If you don't swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath, don't even think about leaving this place." As Shui Haichuan spoke, divine energy surged from his body. Even with the profundities from the law, the divine energy of an intermediate lord of gods was enough to make the trio tremble in fear. Finally, one of the middle-aged men caved under the pressure first. He kneeled in front of Shui Haichuan and pleaded desperately, "Elder Shui, please show mercy. I was just following orders. I admit my crimes. I killed 13 members of the Hidden Fog sect in total. However, I only did as I was ordered. Elder Shui, if you spare my life, I promise to leave the 10,000 Devils sect immediately. I'm willing to join the Hidden Fog sect and retaliate against the 10,000 Devils sect. I'm very familiar with the 10,000 Devils sect's estate and the area around it. I promise to kill no fewer than 20 members of the 10,000 Devils sect within a year." In order to survive, the middle-aged man did everything he could. He could not withstand the pressure Shui Haichuan had exerted on him and his comrades. Moreover, how could he not be afraid when the famous Shui Haichuan wanted to kill him? Following that, the other middle-aged man fell to his knees as well. "Please show mercy, Elder Shui. I can do what he said as well. Please spare.us." Now that the middle-aged men had submitted, the old man could not withstand the growing pressure as well. He joined the other two and kneeled on the ground as well. I can join them and kill the members of the 10,000 Devils sect as well. If I don't kill at least 100 members of the 10,000 Devils sect within a year, I'll commit suicide in front of you, Elder Shui. I'm willing to swear on the Devil Heart's blood oath regarding this matter." The two members of the Hidden Fog sect were stunned by the trio's sudden change in attitude. When they regained their senses, their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Shui Haichuan. After all, Shui Haichuan had yet to make a move, but the trio was already frightened to this extent. As expected of the idol of the members of the Hidden Fog sect. "Why would I need your help to kill the members of the 10,000 Devils sect?" Shui Haichuan smiled icily. The trio's expression turned horrified as they watched Shui Haichuan raise his hand. Following that, they flew back one after another as though they had been hit by a huge hammer. In just a moment, the trio exploded into a mist of blood. After killing the trio from the 10,000 Devils sect, Shui Haichuan looked at the two pale members of the Hidden Fog sect and said, "Return to the sect on your own. You should be safe since I don't think there's anyone from the 10,000 Devils sect lurking around. Those three must have sent voice transmission to warn the others earlier. I'm going to pay the 10,000 Devils sect a visit." Without waiting for the duo's reply, Shui Haichuan vanished into thin air. It was just as Shui Haichuan had said. After receiving voice transmission from the trio who were killed by Shui Haichuan, they recalled the groups of people lurking near the Hidden Fog sect immediately. The groups of inner elders and inner deacons' expressions turned grim instantly when they received the news. They did not waste time and rushed back to the 10,000 Devils sect immediately. What a joke! How could they stay now that Shui Haichuan had appeared? They would surely die if they ran into him. Alas, before these groups of people arrived at the 10,000 Devils sect, Shui Haichuan easily caught up to them. It took Shui Haichuan less than an hour to kill these groups of people. After he was done, he continued to make his way to the 10,000 Devils sect. When Shui Haichuan was in the 10,000 Devils sect, he killed 3 core elders and 12 inner elders of the 10,000 Devils sect in front of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect. Even Lan Qing was heavily injured. Before Shui Haichuan left, he said to the seriously injured Lan Qing, "I only spared your life so you can tell the old geezers in the 10,000 Devil faction in the Flying Dragon sect about what I've done. If they're unhappy, tell them to come and look for me." A figure appeared outside of the heavenly stairs in the Hidden Fog sect. The figure belonged to a tall middle-aged man with a determined expression on his face and eyes that flashed icily. "Elder brother." In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of the middle-aged man. When he saw the young man in front of him whose temperament had changed greatly from 10,000 years ago, his eyes shone with tears. Hi Chuan. The two brothers hugged now that they had met after being separated for such a long time. Elder brother, you were in the heavenly stairs for 10,000 years. Now that you're out, what do you want to do most? No matter what you want to do, I'll help you achieve it. Shui Hai Chuan said as he looked at Shui Hai Shan with barely concealed excitement. I want to have a drink. Shui Hai Shan laughed. He was equally as excited to see his younger brother whom he had not seen for 10,000 years. All right, let's have a drink. Let's get drunk. Shui Hai Chuan said. Wait, I want to invite another person to join us. He's also a disciple of our hidden fog sect. I met him more than 10 years ago in the heavenly stairs. If it weren't for him being merciful, I would have died, and I wouldn't have been able to meet you again, Hai Chuan. An elegant purple figure appeared in Shui Hai Shan's mind as he spoke. Who is it? Shui Hai Chuan's expression turned solemn. Just the thought of his elder brother almost dying in the heavenly stairs made him break out in cold sweat. Shui Hai Shan replied, his name is Duan Ling Tian. Shui Hai Chuan froze slightly upon hearing Shui Hai Shan's reply. Then, he exclaimed, Duan Ling Tian again. Chapter 3771 Distinguished Guests. What's the matter? Shui Hai Shan was puzzled upon seeing the shock on his brother's face. Elder brother, Shui Hai Chuan said with a wry smile, the man you mentioned, Duan Ling Tian, is no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He's no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Shui Hai Shan frowned. What happened? Shui Hai Shan could still vividly remember the young man whom he had met in the heavenly stairs. At that time, the young man had shown mercy and did not kill him. After that, he had been determined to repay the young man once he was released from the heavenly stairs. After all, he was someone who always repaid favors. It's because Shui Hai Chuan began to recount what had happened to his brother, Shui Hai Shan. Although he was now a white dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect, he was just a patient younger brother in front of Shui Hai Shan. He told Shui Hai Shan everything he had heard about Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he also told Shui Hai Shan about Supreme Elder Feng setting up various killing formations in his little world before detonating it, destroying Linggu City and killing many people just to kill Duan Ling Tian. Shui Hai Shan grew more and more confused as he listened to Shui Hai Chuan. He was rather certain that when he met Duan Ling Tian in the heavenly stairs, Duan Ling Tian was just an advanced god. Only about 10 years had passed since then, but not only did Duan Ling Tian become a rudimentary king of gods, but he had also achieved so many incredible feats. I already knew he was talented when I met him, but I didn't expect him to cause such a huge commotion, Shui Hai Shan said with a sigh. Then, as though he recalled something, he said with a slight frown, however, it has to be said that Supreme Elder Feng had truly crossed the line. For his selfish desires, he disregarded the sect. Fortunately, the sect has severed all ties with him now. Otherwise, the sect will definitely continue to be troubled. After a brief pause, Shui Hai Shan looked at his younger brother with a complex gaze as he said, Hai Chuan, when I was in the heavenly stairs, I thought you'd definitely become one of the top advanced kings of gods after 10,000 years. However, it seems like I've underestimated you. Earlier, while talking about Duan Ling Tian, Shui Hai Chuan had briefly spoken about himself and what he had been up to after returning to the Hidden Fog sect. Needless to say, he had told his brother about his current cultivation base and position in the Flying Dragon sect. Elder brother, it's a pity you were imprisoned in the heavenly stairs. Otherwise, your achievements wouldn't be any lower than mine. After all, you'd comprehended the law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws. When you were first imprisoned, my comprehension of the law was not any better than yours, Shui Hai Chuan said with a sigh. After a moment, he continued to say with a smile, in any case, it's not too late. With your talent and comprehension skills, it won't take you more than 10,000 years to catch up to me. Upon hearing Shui Hai Chuan's words, Shui Hai Shan said with a sigh, fortunately, when I was first imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, I wasn't a king of gods. Otherwise, with no way to cultivate and comprehend the law, even if I could survive the first heavenly tribulation, I wouldn't have been able to survive the subsequent one. Kings of gods had to face the heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. It was a rule from the heavens and could not be avoided. Hence, even if Shui Hai Shan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, he still would not be able to avoid the heavenly tribulation if he was a king of gods. the heavenly tribulation would get stronger and stronger each time. It would not consider if one had grown stronger or not, and it would not consider the reason why one did not get stronger. Since Shui Haishan was only an advanced god, he, thankfully, did not need to worry about the heavenly tribulation. Now that he was released from the heavenly stairs, he could cultivate with ease to break through and become a king of gods. He could face his first heavenly tribulation without fearing for his life. Although he had wasted 10,000 years, with his talent and comprehension skills that were not inferior to Shui Haichuan, he would still be able to catch up. They were biological brothers, after all. Their talent and comprehension skills were about the same. Finally, Shui Haishan looked at Shui Haichuan and said, "Haichuan, let's go to the Lingu clan to look for that young man to drink with us. After that, I'll return to the Flying Dragon sect with you." Shui Haichuan nodded and said with a smile, "Very well. Coincidentally, I've been wanting to meet that Duan Ling Tian who caused such a huge commotion in the Hidden Fog sect. I also want to thank him for his kindness to you. Elder brother, before we leave, I want to visit Junior Uncle Wu. Do you want to come with me?" "All right, I haven't seen Junior Uncle Wu for 10,000 years now," Shui Haishan said. Same. In the past, the two brothers, Shui Haishan and Shui Haichuan, shared the same master. During the 10,000 years Shui Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, he would always ask for news outside when he encountered disciples who participated in the heavenly stairs battle. For this reason, he was aware that his younger brother had joined the Flying Dragon sect and his master was killed by a heavenly tribulation. However, over the past few thousand years, he did not meet any disciples from the sect, so he was unaware of what had happened. In the past few thousand years, in the Lingu clan's estate in Lingu City, since Duan Ling Tian encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation that he had difficulty breaking through, he decided to focus on alchemy for the time being. With time, he grew more and more skilled in refining Lord-grade divine pills. However, to reach perfection, he still needed more experience. Just like that 6 months had passed since Duan Ling Tian first decided to put his cultivation aside to focus on alchemy. He would busy himself with refining Lord-grade divine pills every day, honing his skills. Once he could perfectly refine ordinary Lord-grade divine pills, he would be able to refine them into Lord-grade limit divine pills. In the realms of gods, one would be considered a top Lord-rank divine alchemist if one could refine Lord-grade limit divine pills. After all, even experts had difficulty refining Lord-grade limit divine pills. As usual, Duan Ling Tian was refining Lord-grade divine pills in his courtyard today when he suddenly received a message from Lingu Renjia, the clan leader of the Lingu clan. "What's the matter, clan leader?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "You have 2 guests. Moreover, one of them has a rather high status. They're waiting for you in the main hall," Lingu Renjia said through voice transmission. "Who are they?" Duan Ling Tian asked, growing even more curious. "One of them said that you'll recognize him once you see him," Lingu Renjia said. Clearly, he was helping the guest to keep his identity a secret. Duan Ling Tian wondered who the guests were and why they wanted to see him. Due to his curiosity, he stopped what he was doing immediately and left his courtyard for the main hall. In the main hall of the Lingu clan's estate, apart from Lingu Renjia, there were another 2 men. One of them was a handsome young man dressed in white robes with an extraordinary temperament. The other one was a tall man whose expression was determined and whose eyes were piercing. The 2 men resembled each other to a certain extent, they shared the same face shape and the same eyes. Their heights were almost the same as well. When Duan Ling Tian walked into the hall, his eyes fell on the tall man first. Although the man looked familiar, he struggled to remember when he had met the man. At this time, Lingu Renjia began to make the introductions. "Elder Shui Haichuan, this is revered Elder Duan Ling Tian of our Lingu clan." Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the handsome white-clad young man. "He's Shui Haichuan." Duan Ling Tian naturally knew who Shui Haichuan was. He had heard Shui Haichuan's name countless times before. When he had first joined the Hidden Fog sect, many had called him the second Shui Haichuan. There were also many who compared him to Shui Haichuan. After he killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, he remembered some elders and disciples of the Hidden Fog sect had said that Shui Haichuan's achievements at his age were inferior to his. In a way, he had already grown numb to hearing Shui Haichuan's name before he even met Shui Haichuan. If Shui Haichuan were privy to Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, he would have agreed with Duan Ling Tian. Similarly, He had grown sick of hearing Duan Lingtian's name before he even met Duan Lingtian. At this time, Lingu Renjia turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, this is Elder Shui Haichuan. He's one of the 3 youngest white dragon elders in the Flying Dragon sect. He used to be a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. I'm sure you must have heard about him when you were in the Hidden Fog sect." "Revered Elder Duan, I've heard a lot about you," Shui Haichuan said with an amicable smile on his face. However, Duan Lingtian found Shui Haichuan's friendliness slightly strange. After all, Shui Haichuan was from the Hidden Fog sect and now belonged to the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. Considering the trouble he had caused, even if Shui Haichuan did not like him, Shui Haichuan should not be so friendly. "Elder Shui Haichuan, I've been looking forward to meeting you," Duan Lingtian said. Despite his words, he was wary of Shui Haichuan. In his mind, Shui Haichuan must be pretending to be friendly. After all, those who were friendly for no reason must be harboring ulterior motives. After Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan greeted each other, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Following that, Shui Haishan, who was standing next to Shui Haichuan, said, "My friend, it's only been 10 years, but it seems like you've forgotten all about me." Chapter 3772 Sun-Quenching Divine Pill. Duan Lingtian had already found the tall middle-aged man familiar, but after listening to the other party, he found the other party's voice familiar as well. It did not take long before the figure of someone he had met in the heavenly stairs appeared in his mind. At this time, he finally realized the tall middle-aged man in front of him was the person dressed in red robes on the 8th step of the heavenly stairs in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian remembered that the red-clad middle-aged man on the 8th step of the heavenly stairs was an advanced god who had comprehended the law of time. Although the red-clad middle-aged man was strong and had a profound comprehension of the law of time, he managed to defeat the red-clad middle-aged man at that time because his comprehension of the law of space was superior. At that time, he could tell the middle-aged had no intention of killing him, so he had spared the middle-aged man's life after defeating the middle-aged man. After scenes from the past flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind, the tall middle-aged man's name surfaced in his mind as well. He said, "You're Shui Haishan from the Hidden Fog sect's heavenly stairs." With this, Duan Lingtian also remembered that Shui Haishan said that after he was released from the heavenly stairs, he would look for him so they could drink together. "That's right," Shui Haishan laughed. "Shui Haishan, Shui Haichuan, you're both." Duan Lingtian trailed off as he looked at Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could naturally guess the duo's relationship. No wonder Shui Haishan was able to comprehend triple-fused profundities from the law of time despite being only an advanced god. It seemed like talent ran in the family. Shui Haishan said with a grin, "Haichuan is my biological brother." He paused briefly before he continued to say, "During the 10,000 years I was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs, my younger brother joined the Flying Dragon sect and became a white dragon elder. I was only released from the heavenly stairs a few days ago. Haichuan returned to the Hidden Fog sect to bring me back to the Flying Dragon sect." A hint of pride could be heard in Shui Haishan's voice when he spoke. He was like a father who was proud of his son's achievements. Duan Lingtian laughed before he said, "Congratulations on being released from the heavenly stairs." At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the reason for Shui Haichuan's friendliness. He had thought Shui Haichuan was being hypocritical, but as it turned out, he had been too narrow-minded and too quick to judge. Duan Lingtian knew now that Shui Haichuan was likely grateful that he had spared Shui Haishan's life back then. After all, even if he killed Shui Haishan at that time, no one would be the wiser since they were in the heavenly stairs. People would only discover Shui Haishan's death when he did not show up at the time of his release. From the heavenly stairs, however, they would not be able to find out when he died and who had killed him. "Brother Duan, back then, I said I'd have a drink with you after leaving the heavenly stairs. I've not gone to the Flying Dragon sect yet, and instead, I brought my brother here just to have a drink with you," Shui Haishan said enthusiastically with a smile on his face. "If it's convenient for you, we can drink in your courtyard. Otherwise, we can drink in one of the restaurants in Lingu City. If I'm not mistaken, the Lingu clan owns quite a few restaurants in the city. Perhaps, if it suits you, we can ask the clan to arrange a private room for us." Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Shui Haichuan, who was standing next to Shui Haishan, said, "Brother Duan, I'm very grateful that you spared my brother's life in the past. Although you have conflicts with the Hidden Fog sect, I hope you know that I don't harbor any ill intentions toward you." After a brief pause, he said decisively, "I, Shui Hai Chuan, swear on the devil heart's blood oath that as long as you, Duan Ling Tian, don't take the initiative to harm me, I will never harm you as well. Otherwise, I'm willing to be killed by a supreme powerhouse." With this, it was guaranteed that as long as Duan Ling Tian did not provoke Shui Hai Chuan would not be able to act against him. Although Duan Ling Tian was rather certain Shui Hai Chuan would not harm him because he had spared Shui Hai Shan's life, he felt more at ease after Shui Hai Chuan had sworn on the devil heart's blood oath. Now that the atmosphere had improved even more, Duan Ling Tian laughed and said, "Let's go out for a drink. The ambiance at the restaurant is much better." After Lingu Renjia made the arrangement, it did not take long for the manager of a high-end restaurant in Lingu City to come to the Lingu clan's estate to lead Duan Ling Tian, Shui Hai Chuan, and Shui Hai Shan there. The manager led the trio directly to the best private room in the restaurant as soon as they arrived. The name of the private room was Dragon Soaring Over the Four Seas. This room was unavailable to most people. It was only reserved for those with positions higher than core elders in the Lingu clan to receive guests. After a few rounds of drinks, Duan Ling Tian and the Shui brothers grew more comfortable with each other. At this moment, Shui Hai Shan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of admiration as he said, "Brother Duan, generally, I'm not easily impressed. I'm not even impressed by my brother. However, I have to say I'm thoroughly impressed by you." Shui Hai Chuan could only smile awkwardly as he listened to his brother listing out Duan Ling Tian's achievements one after another. Shui Hai Shan did not stop talking for a long time. He only fell silent when he finally got drunk. In fact, with his cultivation base, it was impossible for him to get drunk since he could easily use his divine energy to metabolize the alcohol in his body and sober up. However, he had clearly chosen not to do so. When Duan Ling Tian and Shui Hai Chuan, who were only slightly drunk, saw the passed-out Shui Hai Shan, the duo sobered up using their divine energies. Shui Hai Chuan said apologetically, "Brother Duan, my brother is very straightforward. If he offended you, I hope you won't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "There's nothing to apologize for. Brother Hai Shan is just honest." Following that, Shui Hai Chuan brought a pill bottle before he handed it to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Duan, this is the sun-quenching divine pill. It should be able to help you break through the bottleneck you're facing." Based on Shui Hai Chuan's words, it was clear he had probed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. Since he was an intermediate lord of gods, as long as he did not probe Duan Ling Tian's soul, it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to discover that his cultivation base had been probed. The sun-quenching divine pill. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened upon hearing Shui Hai Chuan's words. He knew that the sun-quenching divine pill was one of few lord-grade divine pills that could help him break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Although he had the formula for the sun-quenching divine pill, he was not able to refine it yet. He would need to study alchemy for a few more years before he could refine it. Apart from that, the ingredients needed to refine it were rare as well. Although Duan Ling Tian wanted the sun-quenching divine pill, he still resisted the urge to accept it immediately. Instead, he looked at Shui Hai Chuan and solemnly said, "Brother Hai Chuan, I'll be honest with you. I desperately need the sun-quenching divine pill, so I won't refuse it. However, I won't accept them for nothing. I promise to repay you with a higher grade divine pill in the future in exchange for this sun-quenching divine pill." As long as Duan Ling Tian could not break through the bottleneck, it would be useless even if he continued to cultivate. The divine pills he possessed now could not help him at all until he had become an intermediate king of gods. Hence, the sun-quenching divine pill was very important to him. "Brother Duan, there's no need for that," Shui Hai Chuan said as he shook his head upon seeing how courteous Duan Ling Tian was. "You've done me a great favor by sparing my brother's life. A mere sun-quenching divine pill is nothing compared to that life-saving grace." Duan Ling Tian shook his head as well as he said truthfully, "It's not like that. I only spared Brother Hai Shan because I could tell he had no intention of killing me. Otherwise, I would have killed him. The reason Brother Hai Shan is alive is due to his actions, it has nothing to do with me." Shui Hai Chuan was very impressed by Duan Ling Tian's honesty. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, He knew Duan Ling Tian would not accept the sun-quenching divine pill for nothing, so he said, "All right, I'll wait for you to give me a higher grade divine pill. After all, I heard that you're already comparable to top lord rank divine alchemists." After saying that, Shui Haichuan handed the sun-quenching divine pill to Duan Ling Tian. After accepting the sun-quenching divine pill, Duan Ling Tian said resolutely, "I won't keep you waiting for long, brother Haichuan. After I join the Flying Dragon sect, within 3 years, I'll give you a divine pill that'll be of great use to you." Join the Flying Dragon sect? Shui Haichuan was slightly surprised. Then, he said confidently with a smile on his face, "Duan Ling Tian, if you're willing, I can recommend you, and you can join the Flying Dragon sect immediately. Put your talent and comprehension skills aside, just your achievements in alchemy alone are enough for you to join the Flying Dragon sect now." After carefully putting away the sun-quenching divine pill, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, "Brother Haichuan, I plan to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest in 10 years. "I see." With this, Shui Haichuan naturally understood why Duan Ling Tian did not want to join the Flying Dragon sect now. He said, "I forgot that you'll be rewarded with a Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill if you rank in the top 10 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. This is indeed the best course of action for you. It seems like it won't be too long before we meet again. I'll see you again in 10 years. Very well, after 10 years, I'll look for you and brother Haishan to have a drink with me. Let's get drunk at that time," Duan Ling Tian said with a laugh. They continued chatting for a while more before Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the Shui Haichuan. "Brother Haichuan, please apologize to brother Haishan on my behalf for not being able to send both of you off." At this time, Duan Ling Tian could no longer wait to consume the sun-quenching divine pill so he could break through. "Don't worry, your cultivation is very important after all," Shui Haichuan said with a kind smile on his face. Chapter 3773 At full steam. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to be acquainted with Shui Haichuan. He did not think his casual act of kindness in the heavenly stairs to Shui Haishan would help him gain Shui Haichuan's favor. Moreover, Shui Haichuan had felt indebted to him, and as a result, Shui Haichuan even gave him the sun-quenching divine pill that he desperately needed. "If I were a bloodthirsty person, I wouldn't have spared Shui Haishan's life when I defeated him, even if he didn't have any intention to kill me. At that time, I wouldn't be able to meet Shui Haichuan today, nor would I be able to obtain the sun-quenching divine pill." Duan Ling Tian, who had left the restaurant and arrived at the Lingu clan's estate, thought to himself with a sigh as he looked at the pill bottle in his hand. His past self had unknowingly helped him. "With this sun-quenching divine pill, I'll surely be able to break through and become an intermediate king of gods in a short time." Duan Ling Tian could hardly suppress his restlessness when he returned to his courtyard. He did not waste time and began to cultivate immediately after consuming the sun-quenching divine pill. The sun-quenching divine pill was used by kings of gods to help them break through bottlenecks they faced in their cultivation. Although it was not as valuable as the Lord Breakthrough divine pill, the sun-quenching pill was still an excellent divine pill. As long as one was talented, one had an almost 100% chance to successfully break through. However, the pill was more useful for rudimentary kings of gods. Its efficacy would not be as potent if intermediate kings of gods consumed it. The difficulty of refining the sun-quenching divine pill was similar to that of the Lord Breakthrough divine pill. However, the ingredients for the former were more easily found compared to the latter. It was not surprising, since the Lord Breakthrough divine pill was a top lord grade divine pill. It was only natural that the ingredients needed to refine it were rare. It was already difficult for the Lingu clan to gather ingredients for the sun-quenching divine pill, let alone the ingredients for the Lord Breakthrough divine pill. This was also the reason why Duan Ling Tian had been surprised when he learned that the Flying Dragon sect was giving away so many Lord Breakthrough divine pills as rewards for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Moreover, they had done so during the previous Latent Dragon Grand Contest as well. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Flying Dragon sect was only able to obtain so many ingredients to refine the Lord Breakthrough divine pills in the past few hundred years due to luck. Apart from that, the former sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had also obtained some of the ingredients as a reward for helping others to refine the pills. The sun-quenching divine pill's efficacy was truly potent. When it entered Duan Ling Tian's body, it merged with his divine energy before it crashed against the bottleneck. With that, the bottleneck that Duan Ling Tian failed to break before began to tremble. Every time it was hit, the tremors would grow more violent. Duan Ling Tian had to circulate his divine energy, which had merged with the pill's efficacy, before it could smash against the bottleneck. For this reason, there was a long interval between each hit. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, Duan Ling Tian had been hitting the bottleneck hundreds of times. "I'll finish this once and for all," Duan Ling Tian said to himself, looking determined. He circulated his divine energy again and hit the bottleneck one more time. With this, he finally broke through the bottleneck and became an intermediate king of gods. So this is the divine energy of an intermediate king of gods. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense the change in his divine energy after his breakthrough. Although the change was not as exaggerated as when he broke through from an advanced god to a rudimentary king of gods, the change was still quite significant. If I were an intermediate king of gods when I killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Sha, I could have killed them with a mediocre divine artifact and the same technique I used at that time. I wouldn't have needed to borrow a prominent divine artifact from the clan leader. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he could vaguely see his divine energy flowing around his body. He waved his hand casually, trying to test his strength. A gust of wind stirred in the room, causing the closed door and windows to tremble. Due to the commotion, Wang Fu hurried over and asked, "Young Master Duan, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Duan Ling Tian replied. Since no one disturbed Duan Ling Tian in the Lingu clan, there was no formation that protected his room. With my current cultivation base, I might be able to fight for the first place in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest in 10 years. Given an opportunity, Duan Ling Tian would strive for the first place. As the saying went, he who has no interest in becoming a general isn't a good soldier. In addition to the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill, there were many rewards for ranking first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, and their value was not inferior to that of the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. After all, even the person who ranked 10th would be given a Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. One could imagine how lucrative the reward for the first place would be. I'll continue to cultivate to raise my strength even if it's impossible for me to break through and become an advanced king of gods in a short time. I can only try to get as close as possible to breaking the bottleneck, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He was rather realistic and did not expect to become an advanced king of gods so soon after becoming an intermediate king of gods. Moreover, he already consumed most of the divine pills that would help with his cultivation, and it was unrealistic to rely completely on divine pills to raise his cultivation base. Currently, he only had enough divine pills to last him for another 3 years. Over the next 10 years, I should continue studying alchemy and try to refine Lord Grade Limit divine pills before going to the Flying Dragon sect. In a vast city in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, a beautiful girl sat and rested her hands on a stone table in a spacious front yard. She rested her face in her hands as she stared blankly into the air. 2 female attendants stood quietly behind the beautiful girl. At this moment, "Young miss." Following that, a slender figure appeared in the front yard. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would have recognized the beautiful young girl as Duan Chaoyu, and the slender figure that had just appeared as Yu Chuzan, both of whom he had met at the Zhou clan's auction house in Skywind City. Upon hearing Yu Chuzan's voice, Duan Chaoyu frowned and said, "What's the matter, Aunt Zan? Didn't I already say that I don't want to know about anything unless it concerns my brother?" Yu Chuzan laughed before she said, "Young miss, I came this time because of your brother." Upon hearing these words, Duan Chaoyu's eyes lit up. She hurriedly rose to her feet and ran toward Yu Chuzan before she asked excitedly, "Aunt Zan, did you receive news about brother Ling Tian?" "Yes." Yu Chuzan nodded with a smile. Duan Chaoyu said impatiently, "What is it? Hurry up and tell me, Aunt Zan." Upon seeing how anxious Duan Chaoyu was, Yu Chuzan no longer kept her waiting. She said, "I received news that young Master Duan had left the Hidden Fog Academy and joined the Lingu clan. He's now a revered elder in the Lingu clan. The Lingu clan treats him very well." "Lingu clan?" Duan Chaoyu frowned slightly. She asked in confusion, "Isn't that the Lord Grade clan that's on par with the Hidden Fog sect? What's he doing there? Since he was in the Hidden Fog Academy, shouldn't he have joined the Hidden Fog sect?" Young Master Duan did join the Hidden Fog sect after leaving the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. However, some things happened, so he left the Hidden Fog sect for the Lingu clan, Yu Chuzan said before she told Duan Chaoyu about what had happened in detail. Yu Chuzan began with Duan Ling Tian's outstanding performance in the Hidden Fog Academy, and how as a result, he was recommended to join the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time by the dean of the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Then, she spoke about how he made a name for himself after joining the Hidden Fog sect. She told Duan Chaoyu about how 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect had tried to kill Duan Lingtian and how Duan Lingtian killed the 2 core disciples after he returned to the Hidden Fog sect after a period of absence. For this reason, he had joined the Lingu clan to avoid the consequences. Her tone turned grim when she spoke about Supreme Elder Feng detonating his little world in Lingu City in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unharmed. Naturally, she did not forget to tell Duan Xianyu about Duan Lingtian's current strength as well. So he's now an intermediate king of gods. Duan Chaoyu's eyes lit up immediately. I didn't expect him to be able to raise his cultivation base so quickly. At this rate, it won't be long before I get to meet him again. Upon seeing the excitement on Duan Chaoyu's face, Yu Chuzan held back the urge to tease Duan Chaoyu. Instead, she only sighed inwardly when she thought about how Duan Lingtian's cultivation would only become more difficult now that he had become a king of gods. Aunt Zan, when my brother goes to the Flying Dragon sect, let's sneak out to see him, okay? Duan Chaoyu looked at Yu Chuzan eagerly as she said, I promise I won't let him see me. I'll just hide and watch him like when he was in the Hidden Fog Academy. Alright, you have to remember your promise, Yu Chuzan said as she looked at Duan Chaoyu with a doting gaze. However, before I bring you to the Flying Dragon sect, you have to break through first. Okay, I'm going into closed-door cultivation now so I can break through as soon as possible. Duan Chaoyu said excitedly before she ran into her room. The Latent Dragon Grand Contest was held once every 100 years. Usually, the Flying Dragon sect would recruit members before the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Those who passed the examinations would be able to join the Flying Dragon sect. This was also the way that most people chose to join the Flying Dragon sect. Only those with outstanding talent and comprehension skills would get a chance to enter the Flying Dragon sect through the once in 100 years Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Since the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations were fast approaching, many disciples of King rank forces and Lord rank forces near the Flying Dragon sect had already begun to make preparations. All of them were cultivating at full steam. Many of the divine pills that could assist with one's cultivation were sold out. Even ingredients to refine such divine pills had sold out. The shortage was so bad that there were some sectless cultivators who would hold prodigies from king rank forces hostage so they could demand divine pills or ingredients to refine them. It did not matter how many divine rocks they were offered, they would only accept divine pills and medicinal herbs to refine them. Chapter 3774 Yongqian Yi and Dupo Jun. Half a year before the entrance examinations for the Flying Dragon sect began, people who stayed far away from the Flying Dragon sect had already begun to travel to the Flying Dragon sect. Most of these people were sectless cultivators or disciples of powerful sectless cultivators. Sectless cultivators enjoyed freedom, but they lacked cultivation resources unlike those in a sect or a clan. Hence, their cultivation path was much more difficult. For this reason, they would seize the chance and find various ways to obtain cultivation resources when the Flying Dragon sect was recruiting new members. The Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect was the ruling force in the eastern region of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. The King rank forces in that area were like stars while the Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect was like the moon. The Flying Dragon sect's estate was built where 9 mountain ranges met. The name of the place was called 9 Dragons Intersection. There were many divine crystal veins in the area that produced divine crystals similar to the one that Huaner had given Duan Lingtian when they were in the Devata realm. Divine crystals were very precious in the realms of gods. A divine crystal was equivalent to 100 divine rocks. Needless to say, divine crystal veins were rare and were only owned by Emperor rank or Supreme rank forces since those that were weaker would not be able to keep their ownership of the divine crystal veins. At this moment, an old man and a young man hovered in the sky near the Flying Dragon sect's estate. The old man pointed up ahead at the 9 mountain ranges that resembled 9 crouching dragons before he said, "The Flying Dragon sect's estate occupies a vast land. The 9 mountain ranges and the point they meet are all protected by the Flying Dragon sect's sect guarding formation. So this is the place I'll be cultivating in the future," the young man said confidently. His appearance was rather average. Qianzhi, with your innate talent and your comprehension skills, it won't be difficult for you to join the Flying Dragon sect as an outer disciple. Remember to cultivate diligently so you can become an inner disciple as soon as possible, the old man said kindly, the Flying Dragon sect isn't only recruiting disciples under the age of 5,000, but they're also recruiting elders and deacons with no age limit. With my strength, I should be able to join as an outer elder." Upon hearing this, the young man said with a sigh, "Grandpa, if you were a little younger, you would have been able to join the Flying Dragon sect as an inner elder." "Alas, there's no way to change the past even if I regret it," the old man said as he shook his head. "I hope you won't make the same mistakes I made. In any case, it's not all bad for me. At least, I had years of freedom, free from the rules and restrictions of a sect or clan." The old man did not tell his grandson about the secret he had been keeping. He was not confident about surviving his heavenly tribulation that would arrive in 300 years. His only wish now was for his grandson to join a strong force like the Flying Dragon sect before he died. A king-grade flying ship sailed in the air. A young man dressed in fine robes looked at a middle-aged man, who was sitting cross-legged, with a frown on his face and asked, "Father, why are you in such a hurry? There's still half a year left before the entrance examinations for the Flying Dragon sect begin, right?" The middle-aged man replied with a smile, "Chonger, it's best to arrive earlier. Who knows if there are benefits to showing up early? Moreover, it's not like we have anything better to do at home." "Benefits? What kind of benefits?" the young man asked. "The first few exams are group exams. If you arrive earlier, you'll have the time to get to know the other participants. With that, you'll be able to select the best group mates. Although the first few exams are easy for you, with competent group mates, you'll be able to conserve your strength for the remaining exams." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up. "Father, you're truly wise. So you won't complain anymore?" the middle-aged man asked teasingly with a smile on his face. The young man said sheepishly, "I'm not as wise as you are. I only hope you'll pass the entrance examinations of the Flying Dragon sect. As for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, I don't have any expectations," the middle-aged man said. "Father, you underestimate me too much," the young man said as he furrowed his brows. "I'm the strongest among the younger generation in our clan. Although I might not be able to rank in the top 10 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, it shouldn't be a problem for me to rank in the top 100. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Rank in the top 100? My child, I'd be happy if you can rank in the top 500. The middle-aged man was rendered speechless by his son's ignorance. However, he did not think it was surprising. After all, his son was unaware of the kind of people who would be participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Many young talents from Lord rank forces would be participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, but he and his son were only from a king rank force. Not only that, but the king rank force they belonged to was ranked bottom among the king rank forces under the Flying Dragon sect. The young man said confidently, "Just wait and see, father. I'll definitely rank in the top .100. The middle-aged man remained silent. In his eyes, his son was like a frog living at the bottom of a well. Perhaps, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest would be a wake-up call for his son. It would make his son realize how insignificant he was among his peers after leaving the clan. Near the 10,000 Devil sect, 3 young men stood at the peak of a mountain. 2 of them, who resembled each other greatly, stood facing a black-clad young man. The black-clad young man was tall and burly, he looked cold and unapproachable. His hair fluttered in the air as he stood at the peak of the mountain. He was none other than Xianxia, the strongest among the young generation in the 10,000 Devil sect. He was also the son of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect. Xianxia did not share the same surname as Lan Qing because Lan Qing had let his son take his late wife's surname in remembrance of her sacrifice for him. At this time, the younger one of the duo looked at Xianxia and asked, feeling heavy-hearted, "Brother Xianxia, why are you in such a hurry?" Xianxia smiled and looked at the young man who had spoken. He was none other than Du Qianjun, the second grandson of Supreme Elder Duzan. He said, "Qianjun, you and your brother will be joining the Flying Dragon sect half a year later. The Flying Dragon sect isn't like the 10,000 Devil sect. You must behave yourself and listen to your brother when you're there." Xianxia's gaze was gentle when he looked at Du Qianjun. After all, he had watched Du Qianjun grow up, he treated Du Qianjun like his brother. Based on how he had given his only king-grade flying ship to Du Qianjun as a birthday present, it was clear that he doted on Du Qianjun a lot. "I understand, Brother Qianyi," Du Qianjun said. Unlike how arrogant he was when faced with Duan Ling Tian and the others in the divine sanctuary, he was very obedient when faced with Yang Qianyi. After a moment, Du Qianzhen's eyes shone with excitement as he said, "Brother Qianyi, why don't you tell that envoy that you'll only leave after half a year? That way, you'll be able to watch my performance during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. I'll certainly rank in the top 100. Before Yang Qianyi could respond, the young man next to Du Qianzhen said reproachfully, "Qianzhen, don't be ridiculous. Do you know what kind of status the envoy has? Do you think he'll entertain your request? You should wish Brother Qianyi well instead. Hopefully, he'll be able to make a name for himself in one of the top 5 emperor rank forces in the Eastern Region Mansion. With that, our 10,000 Devil sect will also become famous." The young man who had just spoken was Du Po-jun, Du Qianzhen's biological brother. He was only second to Yang Qianyi among the prodigies in the 10,000 Devil sect. Nonetheless, he was not jealous. After all, they had grown up together and were like brothers. Yang Qianyi said with a smile, "When everything has stabilized, I'll visit you in the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, I'll prepare a gift for you that's even better than the king-grade flying ship." Unlike Du Po-jun and Du Qianzhen who were joining the Flying Dragon sect, Yang Qianyi was about to join one of the strongest emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In fact, he had been recruited by several top emperor rank forces. It took him a while before he finally chose a sect to join. Chapter 3775 Mastering the 9 Laws. "Brother Qianyi, I wish you a safe journey ahead," Du Qianzhen said with a wry smile. Yang Qianyi recalled something at this moment, so he looked at Du Qianzhen and said, "Qianzhen, my father told me there's news from our spy in the Linggu clan. Duan Ling Tian, who's suspected to have killed Elder Kuang Tianzheng's disciple, Chu Han, will be joining the Flying Dragon sect and participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest as well." Du Qianzhen's expression darkened as soon as Yang Qianyi mentioned Duan Ling Tian. He had met Duan Ling Tian whom Wu Feng, who used the pseudonym Wu Yishang, brought when they went to the divine sanctuary left behind by Qin Wu, the Emperor of Gods. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was only an advanced god, so he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be the strongest among them all and was able to kill Chu Han. Perhaps, others only suspected Duan Ling Tian, but he had no doubts that Duan Ling Tian killed Chu Han. He knew about what happened in the divine sanctuary, but due to the Devil Heart's blood oath, there were many things he could not say. Duan Ling Tian must have inherited Emperor of Gods Qin Wu's legacy. That's likely how he managed to break through, become a rudimentary king of gods, and killed Shangguang Shangfeng and Long Shao. Du Qianzhen already had these thoughts when he first received news that Duan Ling Tian had killed Shangguang Shangfeng and Long Shao. He was still furious that he and Chu Han expended so much effort, but Duan Ling Tian ended up reaping the benefits. Don't offend or provoke Duan Ling Tian when you're in the Flying Dragon sect. You're no match for him, Yang Qianyi said. Elder Kuang Tianzheng will take care of it. Then, he turned to Du Po-jun and said, "Po-jun, when Duan Ling Tian killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, he was only slightly weaker than you. With his innate talent and comprehension, he must have gotten much stronger now that 20 years have passed. Even if you fight him, you might not win. That's why I advise you to leave him alone, and let Elder Kuang Tianzheng deal with him." Yang Qianyi had heard about what happened from Du Qianzhen, so he was worried the Du brothers would provoke Duan Ling Tian when they were at the Flying Dragon sect. Although he had not met Duan Ling Tian before, based on Duan Ling Tian's achievements, he knew beyond a doubt that Duan Ling Tian was not a pushover. Hence, it was best to not provoke Duan Ling Tian unless they were confident they could kill him. "I understand," Du Po-jun nodded. "Rest assured, Brother Qianyi. I'll take good care of Qianzhen as well." "Very well," Yang Qianyi nodded. "I have to leave now. I'll send you a message when I'm leaving the sect tomorrow. If you encounter any problem in the Flying Dragon sect, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll try my best to help you." With that, Yan Qianyi left like a gust of dark wind, leaving the two brothers behind. "Elder brother," Du Qianzhen said to Du Po-jun with a hint of discontent, "Duan Ling Tian only has such strength because of a fortuitous encounter that was supposed to be mine. I'm really pissed that I can't kill him. What's the problem? If you really want to kill him, you can speak to Senior Granduncle Tianzheng," Du Po-jun said with a smile. "Senior Granduncle Tianzheng doesn't even need to personally make a move to kill his enemies. He has many people to help him with that. As long as his enemy is dead, he won't care who kills them. All right, Du Qianjun nodded. His eyes shone with killing intent as he said, I'll speak to Senior Granduncle when we're at the Flying Dragon sect. Du Qianjun was clearly still very resentful about what had happened in the Divine Sanctuary, in the Lingu clan. I've finally comprehended the profundities of the laws I want to and am able to cast double-fused profundities now. Duan Ling Tian had a wide grin on his face as he left the Chamber of Laws in the Lingu clan. This was his second time in the Chamber of Laws in the Lingu clan. During his first visit, he had entered the Chambers of Laws of the Law of Life and the Law of Wood to become a divine alchemist. Now, he had comprehended double-fused profundities of those two laws. Apart from that, he had also comprehended the law of death that he had not comprehended before. With this, not only did Duan Ling Tian master the 4 supreme laws, but he also masters 9 derivative laws from the 5 elements. I wish Sister Water had told me about this earlier so I could have focused on the other laws, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he shook his head. Perhaps, she thought my master would tell me about it. I always thought that using a doppelganger would negatively affect my strength after arriving at the profound energy land since I've yet to see anyone use a doppelganger. Hence, I didn't think about using doppelgangers at all. It seems like I've never met anyone who uses doppelgangers because the people I met are all natives of the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian recalled a casual conversation he had with Lingu Ren Jia 3 years ago that prompted him to focus on comprehending other laws apart from the law of space. At that time, Lingu Ren Jia had asked, confused, Duan Ling Tian, since you're from the Devata realms and not a native of a realm of gods, why didn't you leave your doppelganger in the estate before you left? Duan Ling Tian told Lingu Ren Jia that he did not know how to create doppelgangers. He also told Lingu Ren Jia that he did not think doppelgangers were useful in the realms of gods. Upon hearing this, Lingu Ren Jia had chuckled before he explained that being able to create doppelgangers was unique to those from Devata realms. Natives from the realms of gods could not create doppelgangers even if they had attained godhood. This was a law of heaven and earth. Only those who did not share the bloodline of supreme powerhouses could create doppelgangers after attaining godhood. In a way, this was a way for heaven and earth to keep the balance. Creating a doppelganger by merging one's divine energy in a law was a time-consuming process. If one's doppelganger was destroyed, one would suffer minor injuries that could be easily healed with divine pills. However, during a battle, it might be troublesome since it would take some time to heal the injuries. In any case, having a doppelganger is beneficial to you during a battle. Moreover, your comprehension skills give you an advantage. The more laws you comprehend to a higher stage, the more beneficial it would be for your doppelganger. After all, it's not smart to use your doppelganger if it's weak. For example, if you and your opponent are evenly matched, but you send a weak doppelganger out, it'd be disadvantageous for you. If your opponent destroys your doppelganger, you'll suffer a minor backlash. However, during a battle, do you think your opponent will give you time to recover? Your opponent will most definitely seize the chance to strike while you're down. However, it'd be a different story if you have a strong doppelganger. That aside, in terms of just running errands, it doesn't matter if a doppelganger is weak. Even if it's destroyed, you can easily recover. At that time, after Duan Ling Tian listened to Lingu Ren Jia's words, he immediately requested to enter the Chamber of Laws. With that, he stayed in the Chamber of Law for 3 years. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, during his time there, he had used up 1/3 of the Lingu clan's divine rocks. When he walked out of the Chamber of Laws, he was unaware of the bitter smile on the core elder's face. I'm afraid he'll soon find out that he used up 1/3 of our clan's divine rocks. If the clan's elders find out about this, I'm afraid they'll speak up and even strip the clan leader of his position. Clan leader forbade me from telling revered elder Duan about this, but I don't think we can hide this any longer. After all, he'll be leaving for the Flying Dragon sect in a few months. At that time, even the ancestors won't be able to help the clan leader retain his position. After all, even high-ranking officials of the clan have to adhere to the rules set by our clan's founding fathers. Chapter 3776 Murong Yin Yu. As a lord-rank force with a long history, the Lingu clan naturally had strict rules that even the clan leader had to adhere to. After all, the future of the clan would be affected if they had an incompetent leader. Hence, supreme elders and core elders could request the removal of the clan leader under certain circumstances. As long as half of the number was in agreement, a new clan leader would then be selected through a round of voting, in a relatively remote and quiet courtyard. Elder Zheng Xing, Linghu Renjia stood in the courtyard as he looked at a middle-aged man who was in the midst of carving something on one of the pillars of the pavilion. The middle-aged man was tall and burly, and he was dressed in a long green robe. He had a pair of thick eyebrows that made him look valiant, and he had a dignified air about him. He was none other than the strongest powerhouse in the Linghu clan. As a lord rank force with a long history, the Linghu clan naturally had strict rules and regulations that even their clan leader was not exempted from. The future of the clan would be jeopardized if their clan leader was incompetent as a leader. Hence, the core elders and supreme elders could issue a request to remove the clan leader during a critical moment as long as more than half of them concurred, and a new clan leader would be selected by them through a voting session. Elder Zheng Xing, in a relatively remote and quiet mansion, the Linghu clan's leader, Linghu Renjia, was standing in the front courtyard looking at a middle-aged man who was carving on one of the pillars on a gazebo. The tall and burly middle-aged man wore a long green robe. He carried a dignified air with a pair of sword-shaped brows. He was none other than Linghu Zheng Xing, the strongest elder in the Linghu clan. After a dozen breaths, Linghu Zheng Xing stopped carving and looked at Linghu Renjia with a profound gaze before he asked, "Is it worth it?" "Yes, it is," Linghu Renjia replied solemnly. Linghu Zheng Xing nodded. "Since Linghu Huan and Linghu Heng decided to help you as well, there's no reason for me not to say anything. Moreover, I think Duan Ling Tian's not an ungrateful person. He's someone worth investing in. The position of clan leader isn't important to me," Linghu Renjia said as he shook his head. "I'm just eager to see how high he can soar. I have no doubt he won't forget our Linghu clan no matter how high he soars in the future, considering what we've done for him. I need you and the others to help me keep this a secret for now. I don't want the other elders to cause a commotion about the divine rocks before Duan Ling Tian leaves for the Flying Dragon sect. It'll affect his cultivation. After all, in my opinion, his future is limitless, and it's an honor for me to be a part of his journey. My efforts won't be in vain when he becomes famous in the future." Linghu Renjia spoke very confidently with a smile on his face. "All right, it seems like you've made up your mind." Linghu Zheng Xing nodded. "Rest assured, I'll help you with this matter." "Thank you, Elder Zheng Xing," Linghu Renjia said with a bow before he took his leave. After Linghu Renjia left, Linghu Zheng Xing shook his head and muttered to himself, "Duan Ling Tian is really charismatic. Renjia worked and struggled so hard to become the clan leader of the Linghu clan, but Renjia is willing to give up his position as the clan leader." At this time, Linghu Zheng Xing remembered the decisive, spirited, and determined lad who fought for the position of the clan leader in the past. Who knew that lad would not willingly give up his position because of an outsider? After returning to his courtyard from the Chamber of Laws, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Linghu Renjia to thank him. Subsequently, he spent the rest of his time creating his doppelganger. The process was not complex, but it took a lot of time. Apart from that, a large amount of divine energy was needed to be imbued into the law before creating a doppelganger. The process would be considered complete once the doppelganger was created and could be controlled at will. The difficulty of the process would increase accordingly with one's comprehension of the law. To create a doppelganger from the law of space, it would take longer than to create a doppelganger from the other laws he comprehended. One's law would not be affected by the existence of the doppelganger. In a fight, even if one used a doppelganger, one would still be able to exert the full strength of the law. The strongest doppelganger I can create now is definitely one using the law of space. It's the only one that can help me during a battle. Hopefully, I can create it before leaving for the Flying Dragon sect. With it, I won't have to use my other trump cards during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest and still get a good ranking. Duan Ling Tian's goal was, naturally, to rank first in the Latent Dragon Contest if possible. However, he still needed to assess the situation first and to weigh the pros and cons before he decided if it was worth it to show more of his capabilities just to rank first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. The realms of gods were fraught with danger. It was still best for him to hide his strength as much as he could. With the doppelganger, he would be able to hide much of his strength. Let's start now. For the rest of the time, Duan Ling Tian entered closed-door cultivation to create a doppelganger from the law of space before the entrance examination of the Flying Dragon sect. In the Morong clan, the younger generation had been busy discussing the Flying Dragon sect's latent dragon grand contest recently since the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination was drawing closer. I hope I can pass the test and join the Flying Dragon sect. Even if I can only join as an outer disciple, I'll still be rewarded if I join our clan's faction in the sect, a disciple of the Rung clan said excitedly. Another one lamented, based on my strength, it'd be challenging for me to join the Flying Dragon sect even as an outer disciple. I've already failed once 100 years ago, but I'll give it another try again. Hey, in your opinion, how many of us will be able to pass the test and become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect? I think fewer than 5 people are capable of that. We have 2 direct descendants in the clan who missed the Flying Dragon sect's recruitment previously because they were in closed-door cultivation. I think they stand a good chance of becoming inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. At this time, a young man stood in the square, listening to the disciples' conversations. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He was none other than Xianxia, the young master of the 10,000 Leaves sect. I'll be leaving for the Flying Dragon sect in a month for the recruitment. At that time, I'll be able to meet Duan-Ling again. I've not seen him for 20 years. After Xianxia left the Lingu clan and dropped out of the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, he had returned to the 10,000 Leaves sect before joining the Rung clan. When a slender figure approached Xianxia, everyone's attention turned to the duo immediately. Xianxia smiled wryly when he saw the slender woman who was walking toward him. Third miss. The woman was tall, slender, and beautiful. She was Rung Yinyu, the only daughter of Rung Yunlu, the clan leader of the Rung clan. Rung Yun had 3 children, and he doted on his only daughter, who was also the youngest, the most. Xianxia had been feeling exasperated because Rung Yinyu, the Rung clan's 3rd young miss, had been looking for him frequently ever since he joined the Rung clan. Not only did she affect his cultivation, but because of her, he was hated by the male disciples in the Rung clan. After all, Rung Yinyu was the girl of their dreams. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also the clan leader's daughter. Whoever was able to marry her would surely be able to rise swiftly in ranks. Xianxia, are you planning to participate in the test for outer disciples or inner disciples? Rung Yinyu asked with a smile on her face. The male disciples in the surroundings stared at Rung Yinyu's dimples, completely mesmerized. However, their gazes were as sharp as knives when they turned to look at Xianxia. It was as though they could not wait to rip him into pieces. I'll be participating in the inner disciples test. If I fail, then I'll participate in the outer disciples test, Xianxia replied truthfully despite not wanting any further interactions with Rung Yinyu. So you're really determined to join the Flying Dragon sect? Rung Yinyu asked with a slight frown on her face. If that's the case, I won't be able to see you anymore if I don't pass the inner disciples test. In the Rung clan, direct descendants could only stay and cultivate in the clan unless they managed to become inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. This was because as direct descendants of the Rung clan, they had their status to uphold. They would become a laughingstock if they were only outer disciples in the Flying Dragon sect. Apart from that, as direct descendants, the resources they would receive would be better in the Rung clan compared to the resources they would receive as outer disciples in the Flying Dragon sect. It'll be better if we don't ever meet again, Xianxia thought to himself inwardly upon hearing Rung Yinyu's words. Naturally, he did not dare to say those words out loud. In fact, he did not know what Rung Yinyu liked about him since he had nothing to offer. Moreover, status-wise, he was inferior to her since he was only the young master of a king-rank force, unlike the lord-rank Rung clan. Chapter 3777. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. At Duan-Ling courtyard in the Lingu clan. Young master, Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan are waiting for you at the entrance. It's time to leave for the Flying Dragon sect. Duan-Ling, who was focused on forming his doppelganger, was pulled back to his senses immediately by Wang Fu's voice. Time passed so quickly. Fortunately, I'm almost done. I'll continue forming the doppelganger in the flying ship. Duan-Ling left his room and followed Wang Fu to the front of the courtyard where Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan were waiting. Then, he greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Supreme Elder Heng and Supreme Elder Huan. Sorry to trouble you. Just like usual, Elder Heng nodded slightly, as taciturn as ever. On the contrary, Lingu Huan smiled and walked toward Duan-Ling before he said, Duan-Ling, I heard from the clan leader that you've broken through and became an intermediate kings of gods. It seems like you have a high chance of ranking in the top 3. I hope so, Supreme Elder Huan. When they were about to leave, Duan Ling Tian realized that Lingu Renjia was absent, which was unlike Lingu Renjia. Hence, he asked, confused, is the clan leader not joining us? The clan leader led the others and departed early, Lingu Huan said. A hint of uneasiness, which went unnoticed by Duan Ling Tian, flashed in the depths of his eyes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since it made sense, he did not suspect anything was wrong. After all, he was not the only one from the Lingu clan who was participating in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination. There were disciples of the Lingu clan who wanted to be inner disciples and outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect as well. Let's go. Lingu Huan gestured to Duan Ling Tian before they boarded the Lord-grade flying ship. The flying ship left the Lingu clan's estate and flew toward the Flying Dragon sect. Since they were not in a hurry, the flying ship only flew at the speed of a rudimentary Lord of Gods. It would take some time before they reached the Flying Dragon sect at such a speed. After excusing himself, Duan Ling Tian continued to form the doppelganger from the law of space in the flying ship. Since there were no outward signs during the process, it did not matter that Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan could see him. Upon seeing this, Lingu Huan said to Lingu Heng through voice transmission, he's trying to form a doppelganger from the law of space. Elder brother, do you think he has a chance to rank first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest? It'd be unprecedented in the Lingu clan if that happens. The best ranking we've gotten was in the top 3. The Flying Dragon sect's Latent Dragon Grand Contest was held every 100 years. Although the Lingu clan had a long history, none of their members had ranked first before. With this, one could imagine how tough the competition was. It'll be difficult. Lingu Heng shook his head. If he's an advanced king of gods, with his methods, I believe ranking first won't be a problem for him. Alas, he's just an intermediate king of gods now. Don't forget that there'll be many outstanding advanced kings of gods under the age of 10,000 who are comparable to rudimentary lords of gods participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Lingu Heng was not taciturn when communicating with his younger twin brother through voice transmission. You're right, Lingu Huan nodded in agreement. His gaze was complex as he turned to look at the purple figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the flying ship. He's not even 3,000 years old. His only disadvantage is that he's too young. Although we have 3 disciples among the younger generation whose strength was comparable to Duan Ling Tian's when he killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, I'm sure Duan Ling Tian has long surpassed those 3 brats after more than 20 years, Lingu Huan murmured in a low voice. Since Duan Ling Tian was immersed in forming his doppelganger, he did not hear Lingu Huan's words. He wanted to form the doppelganger before the start of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. As Lingu Huan had said earlier, the disciples of the Lingu clan had indeed left earlier for the Flying Dragon sect. However, they were led by Elder Lingu Zhengxing instead as requested by Lingu Renjia himself. A few days after Duan Ling Tian left with Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan, Lingu Renjia gathered a group of elders, including Lingu Qingzi and another Lord of Gods who had protected Duan Ling Tian from Supreme Elder Feng in the past. The Supreme Elders, the Core Elders, and the Inner Elders in the Lingu clan had the same status as their counterparts in the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Devils sect. The Elders were all confused that they had been summoned to the Ancestral Hall. After all, they would usually gather in the main hall when discussing the affairs of the clan. At this moment, the usually quiet and empty Ancestral Hall was lively and filled with people. Why did the clan leader summon us here? One of the Core Elders asked. I don't know. Even if something happened, shouldn't we be discussing it in the main hall? Another Core Elder said with a frown on his face. Elder Qingzi is here as well. The elders who arrived early quickly greeted the old woman who had just arrived. She was the one who had guarded Lingu Chu Yin while they were in King Descending City. Elder Tang Ping is here as well. Soon after, an old man with hair as white as snow entered the Ancestral Hall as well. He was a Supreme Elder as well, and his name was Lingu Tang Ping. He was the Lord of Gods that had protected Duan Ling Tian from Supreme Elder Feng in the past. It did not take long before a dozen elders who were also Supreme Elders entered the Ancestral Hall. They were not as strong as Lingu Zhengxing, Lingu Heng, and Lingu Huan, whose strength was comparable, if not superior, to the 3 Supreme Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. As for Supreme Elder Feng, he was no longer mentioned after his demise. About half an hour later, almost everyone had arrived. No one knew why Lingu Renjia had summoned them here. Where's the clan leader? Someone asked patiently. As soon as his voice fell, a figure entered the ancestral hall. The elders bowed and greeted Lingu Renjia. A few of them looked at him in confusion, wondering why he had summoned them to the ancestral hall. However, before any of them could speak, Lingu Renjia walked toward the table that housed the memorial tablets of the Lingu clan's fallen ancestors and kneeled in front of them, kowtowing thrice. Upon seeing this, everyone grew uneasy. Although they did not know what happened, they knew something was wrong. Ancestors of the Lingu clan, I, Lingu Renjia, have failed you. I'll now resign from my position as the clan leader of the Lingu clan. I'll now let the elders here select a new clan leader. Everyone was shocked when they heard these words that echoed loudly in the hall. Clan leader, what happened? Lingu Qingzi asked with a frown. Similarly, the other elders frowned and looked at Lingu Renjia in confusion. Finally, Lingu Renjia said, as the clan leader, I abused my power and allowed Duan Lingtian to stay in the Chamber of Laws for 3 years, exhausting 1/3 of our divine stones. I even deliberately hid the truth from the clan. For this reason, I'll resign from my position as clan leader, and I'm willing to accept any punishment deemed fit by the elders. Chapter 3778 Duan Lingtian's doppelganger from the Law of Space. Not only was Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension skills far superior to the younger generation in the Lingu clan, but he was also a revered elder. Moreover, he was also a divine alchemist who could refine god-grade limit divine pills. For such a person, even if Lingu Renjia, the clan leader of the Lingu clan, allowed Duan Lingtian to spend a few months or even a year in the Chamber of Laws, the members would not have minded or taken offense. After all, it was only right that an outstanding figure be given special treatment. However, to spend 3 years in the Chamber of Laws and exhausting 1/3 of the clan's divine rocks were something the members of the Lingu clan found difficult to accept. The cost was too high, after all. Moreover, currently, Duan Lingtian was not that outstanding to the extent that he was worth 1/3 of the Lingu clan's divine rocks. Hence, upon hearing Lingu Renjia's words, the expression of the majority of elders in the Lingu clan turned cold immediately. One of them chuckled before saying mockingly, so this is how it is. You're quite smart, huh? You knew we would strip you of your position as soon as we found out about .It. Lingu Renjia, you've gone too far this time. The clan's resources can't be wasted like this. Lingu Renjia, we don't doubt that revered elder Duan is very talented in both cultivation and alchemy. However, it's not necessary for us to dedicate all of our clan's resources to him, right? At this moment, apart from those who had a good relationship with Lingu Renjia, the others were glaring at Lingu Renjia indignantly. Some of them even reprimanded him. Lingu Renjia looked at everyone calmly. This was all within his expectation. He said solemnly, respected elders, my actions are for the sake of the clan. I believe our investment in revered elder Duan won't be in vain. In fact, the returns would be several folds of what we invested in the future. Lingu Renjia had unswerving trust in Duan Lingtian, but that was not the case for the others. The elders only scoffed with disdainful expressions on their faces when they heard his words. Lingu Renjia, if Duan Lingtian promised to stay in our clan permanently, perhaps we could have overlooked this. However, he's already going to join the Flying Dragon sect. That's right, although we're subordinates of the Flying Dragon sect, we don't need to be so excessive in nurturing talent for them. I'm afraid I can't accept your actions. Indeed, if Duan Lingtian doesn't meet with any mishaps, he'll soar very high. However, even then, how can you be sure he won't forget your help in the future? The elders' words grew harsher and harsher. Even those who were on Lingu Renjia's side were unable to interject. This was also because Lingu Renjia had told them through voice transmissions not to interfere. He had said to them, I'm responsible for this alone. This is a result of my willfulness. There's no need for any of you to intervene. It's my fault, so just let them vent. Company Lingu Renjia had long been prepared for the consequences. He listened to their reprimands calmly without showing any signs of dissatisfaction. Even if they wanted to punish him, he would not complain. Regardless, he did not doubt nor regret his actions. He believed that he had done the right thing. Apart from that, he also believed that Duan Lingtian would not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Lingu Renjia's plight in the Lingu clan. After all, Lingu Renjia sounded normal in their voice transmissions. While making his way to the Flying Dragon sect, he continued working hard to form his doppelganger. Finally, when he was almost at the Flying Dragon sect, he managed to successfully form his doppelganger from the law of space. The doppelganger also had full use of his law of space. I wonder if the doppelganger is able to utilize the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth as well. Duan Ling Tian manifested his doppelganger. In just a moment, another Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of him. He was also dressed in a purple robe. The duo looked exactly like identical twins. The only difference was the doppelganger's eyes were lifeless, and his face was expressionless. Only when Duan Ling Tian controlled the doppelganger that his eyes began to flicker with life. As Duan Ling Tian continued to control the doppelganger was even more like Duan Ling Tian. There were perhaps only slight differences that one would only notice if one was very observant. Only those very familiar with Duan Ling Tian would be able to notice the differences. Let's test it out. Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. With just a thought, the doppelganger began to perform a series of actions. In the beginning, the doppelganger was only using divine energy in the profundities from the law of space. Following that, the sound of sword whistling rang in the air when he tried to use the sword Dao through the doppelganger and found that it was a success. Naturally, in front of the 2 supreme elders, he only used his rudimentary sword Dao. Only Lingu Renjia knew the true stage of sword Dao in the entire profound energy land. He had to keep his true abilities under wraps to avoid drawing envy and trouble to himself. This was the reason Lingu Renjia had willingly given up on his position as the clan leader of the Lingu clan just to help Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian had a high possibility of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Hence, he decided to take a risk. Naturally, he knew no one would believe him. Hence, he did not bother to explain himself even if they could not understand his actions. Even when he was reprimanded and was suspected by the others, he simply remained silent and accepted all the harsh words. At this time, Lingu Huan looked at Duan Ling Tian in amazement as he asked, "Duan Ling Tian, you've successfully formed your doppelganger." "Yes," Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger replied and nodded. As though he just recalled something, Lingu Huan brought a sword that glowed with light and emitted a cold energy. Then, he said, "Duan Ling Tian, I obtained this sword when I was younger. It's a prominent divine artifact. If you don't have a prominent divine artifact during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. I'll lend you this sword for now. However, if you rank in the top 3, consider the sword yours." Lingu Huan smiled before he waved his hand, and the sword flew over to Duan Ling Tian. After putting away the doppelganger, Duan Ling Tian took the divine sword hovering in front of him and said, "Supreme Elder Huan, so you're going to give this prominent divine artifact to me? Oh, you're so confident that'll you rank in the top 3. Lingu Huan's eyes brightened as he said, "You should know that many prodigies will be participating in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. As long as one's under the age of 10,000 years old and has never been a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect before, one will be able to participate. There's no lack of prodigies from Lord rank forces participating in the contest. Moreover, most of these prodigies are advanced kings of gods. Their cultivation bases are 1 stage higher than yours." Duan Ling Tian did not say anything in response to those words. He only smiled. In Lingu Huan's eyes, however, Duan Ling Tian's smile was so confident that it was deeply imprinted in his mind. 4 hours later, Lingu Huan flew out with the others and put away the Lord-grade flying ship. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air and surveyed his surroundings. He could see throngs of people coming from all directions. Some of them flew in groups, and there were some who flew alone. There were so many people that they covered the sky. They're all here to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Duan Ling Tian asked, amazed by the sheer number of people. It was only natural, after all. Most people would be drawn to Emperor rank forces like the Flying Dragon sect. There were already so many people clamoring to join the Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect that no longer had any emperors of gods currently. One could only imagine the number of people clamoring to join those Emperor rank forces with emperors of gods. That's the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction Lingu Huan pointed and saw 9 majestic mountain ranges. The 9 mountain ranges were like dragons. One could see lights glinting off the sunlight on the mountain ranges. These lights were from the sect guarding formation that protected the Flying Dragon sect's estate. That should be the sect guarding formation, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, although the Lingu clan's guarding formation is the top among the Lord rank forces thanks to the formation master of the past, it is still far from being comparable to the sect-guarding formation of an emperor rank force. Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw that a familiar figure had appeared at some point. It was an exceptionally burly middle-aged man. More than 100 figures, many of which were also quite familiar, stood behind the middle-aged man. These were all inner disciples from the Lingu clan. Chapter 3779 100 million divine rocks is a small goal. The middle-aged man was none other than Lingu Zhengxing, who was stronger than Lingu Heng and Lingu Huan. In fact, he was the strongest person in the Lingu clan. Supreme Elder Zhengxing. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lingu Zhengxian before looking at his back. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you here? Where's the clan leader?" Before leaving the Lingu clan's estate, Lingu Huan had told Duan Ling Tian that Lingu Renjia had left with the other disciples of the Lingu clan ahead of time. Hence, he had expected to meet Lingu Renjia here. How could he not be surprised to see Lingu Zhengxing instead? The clan leader. Lingu Zhengxing shook his head. If you're talking about Renjia, I'm afraid it's no longer appropriate to refer to him as the clan leader. After all, he's no longer the clan leader of the Lingu clan. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by these words. When he regained his senses, he frowned and asked in confusion, "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, what do you mean?" At the same time, Duan Ling Tian could sense the hostile and envious gazes from the disciples of the Lingu clan standing behind Lingu Zhengxing. Lingu Zhengxing looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze as he said, "Duan Ling Tian, do you know that 1/3 of our clan's divine rocks were exhausted because you stayed in the Chamber of Law for 3 years? Do you know what the consequences are for something like this?" Duan Ling Tian was briefly stunned before his expression changed drastically. He did not expect staying in the Chamber of Laws for 3 years would use up such a high number of divine rocks. 1/3 of the Lingu clan's divine rocks had to be at least tens of millions of divine rocks from the divine rock vein. Although he had more than 1 million divine rocks, it was insignificant compared to 1/3 of the Lingu clan's divine rocks. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Supreme Elder Zhengxing. I was unaware that staying in the Chamber of Laws for 3 years would cost so many divine rocks. However, this has nothing to do with the clan leader. You can punish me, but there's no need to blame the clan leader." Duan Ling Tian did not expect Lingu Renjia would lose his position as clan leader over his matter. When he recalled his casual conversation with Lingu Renjia after leaving the Chamber of Laws, he was overwhelmed with guilt, especially when he thought about how Lingu Renjia did not mention the matter at all. "There's nothing you can do about it," Lingu Zhengxing shook his head and said, "Renjia has been stripped of his position as the clan leader. He will be punished accordingly. If you really want to repay his kindness, perform well in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest and make a name for yourself in the Flying Dragon sect." At this time, an idea appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He asked solemnly, "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, how many divine rocks are 1/3 of the divine rocks in the Lingu clan's divine rock veins that I used?" Duan Ling Tian had guessed it had to be tens of millions, but he was not certain. "Why do you ask?" Lingu Zhengxing asked. "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, please tell the elders not to elect another clan leader for another 100 years. I promise to return the divine rocks I used within 100 years, Duan Ling Tian said determinedly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Lingu Zhengxing was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he burst into a fit of laughter. "Duan Ling Tian, do you know how many divine rocks are 1/3 of the divine rocks in our clan's divine rock veins?" "I don't know the exact figure, but I guess it should be tens of millions," Duan Ling Tian replied. "That's right, so you know the number is insanely high, but you dare to make such a promise. You used roughly 40 million divine rocks," Lingu Zhengxing said as he shook his head. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with determination as he said, "All right. I'll return the Lingu clan 100 million divine rocks within 100 years. Duan Ling Tian did not think it was a big problem to accumulate 100 million divine stones in 100 years. If he could not even do something like this, how was he going to prove himself to the Sha clan that was a supreme rank force 300 years later? Before Lingu Zhengxing could respond, a group of disciples standing at the back laughed. 100 million divine rocks. Revered Elder Duan, you're really ignorant. Do you know how much is 100 million divine rocks? Do you think the elders will agree to your request because of this unrealistic promise? Of course not. What a joke. Well, he might be able to accumulate 100 million divine rocks if he's able to refine king-grade limit divine pills and sell them over the next 100 years. Needless to say, the disciples from the Lingu clan thought Duan Ling Tian was spouting nonsense. On the other hand, Lingu Zhengxing asked, "Are you serious?" Of course, Duan Ling Tian said without hesitation. Lingu Huan, who had remained silent from the beginning, finally said, "Ling Tian, I believe you even if it's unrealistic. You have my support in this matter. I'll let the others know about my stance. This includes my elder brother as well." Duan Ling Tian was moved by Lingu Huan's words. He looked at Lingu Heng gratefully as well without saying anything. At this time, Lingu Zhengxing said, "You have my support as well. I'll send a message to the elders now. I don't see them refusing since 100 years is nothing. Moreover, it won't affect the elders much since they're already managing the clan's affairs anyway. There won't be a problem if we hold off selecting a new clan leader for 100 years. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Lingu Zhengxing's words before he thanked him. The disciples from the Lingu clan who mocked Duan Ling Tian earlier naturally did not dare to speak at this moment. Since the supreme elders had spoken, how could they say anything? They could only wait for Duan Ling Tian to embarrass himself 100 years later. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Lingu Renjia. "Duan Ling Tian, there's no need for you to do such a thing. In fact, I've grown tired of shouldering the burden of the Lingu clan. Now that I'm free, how can you place the burden on me again?" Duan Ling Tian instantly replied, "Clan leader, you lost your position because of me. I promise to return the divine rocks in 100 years. At that time, when the position is given back to you, you can choose to refuse it." Lingu Renjia did not doubt Duan Ling Tian at all. In the end, he only sighed and said, "Thank you. No, I should thank you instead. You took care of me at my lowest point. I won't forget to repay your kindness when I achieve great things in the future." Duan Ling Tian said. Lingu Renjia did not know that Duan Ling Tian was dead serious about this promise that he made. About an hour later, the elders finally reached an agreement and sent a message to Lingu Zhengxing. "Duan Ling Tian, the elders have agreed to your request. However, the clan has no intention of taking advantage of you. Hence, as long as you return 50 million divine rocks, Renjia will be reinstated as the clan leader of the Lingu clan. As for now, the clan won't select a new clan leader, and the elders will be managing the clan for now," Lingu Zhengxing said. Duan Ling Tian was relieved upon hearing these words. His gaze was resolute as he said, "I'll return 50 million divine rocks to the clan, and I'll give the clan leader another 50 million to do as he pleases." With that, the commotion in the Lingu clan temporarily subsided. The Lingu clan's members, including Duan Ling Tian, waited for 3 days outside of the Flying Dragon sect before the entrance examination started. Some of them even began to sit cross-legged to cultivate while they waited. After all, with the 3 supreme elders around, they could safely focus on their cultivation. The disciples set up a noise-canceling formation using their formation compass so they could concentrate. Unlike the others, Duan Ling Tian was focused on the doppelganger he had successfully formed recently. Although it did not show itself, he could still sense it. Someone called out, "Supreme Elder Zhengxing." Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall and burly young man dressed in fine clothes flying toward them. An inconspicuous old man with an average build followed by his side while more than 100 people flew behind them. At this time, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar face among the group of people. With that, he realized the group of people was from the Murong clan. After all, the familiar face he saw belonged to Hu Qingning. As soon as Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Qingning, he heard Hu Qingning's voice. Duan Ling Tian, Chapter 3780. Hu Qingning and Murong Yin Yu's feelings are mutual. "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, why are you leading the Lingu clan personally this time?" Duan Ling Tian found from Hu Qingning's voice transmission that the person leading the Murong clan was Murong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Murong clan. Murong Yunlu was a tall and muscular young man who looked like he was in his 30s even though he was almost 20,000 years old. He was one of the youngest lords of gods in the Murong clan. "I came in place of Renjia because he's temporarily stripped of his position as the clan leader of the Lingu clan as a punishment," Lingu Zhengxing replied honestly after he greeted the old man, who was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Murong clan, standing next to Murong Yunlu. Lingu Zhengxing knew Murong Yunlu and Lingu Renjia were good friends, so he did not bother to hide the truth from Murong Yunlu. Upon hearing Lingu Zhengxing's words, Murong Yunlu's expression changed slightly. What? He's stripped of his position. He didn't tell me about it. Supreme Elder Zhengxing, what happened? At the same time, Murong Yunlu sent a message to Lingu Renjia, who was in the Lingu clan's estate. Even the old man standing next to Murong Yunlu looked at Lingu Zhengxing with a slightly surprised expression. Lingu Zhengxing truthfully told them about how Lingu Renjia made a sacrifice for Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, envy could be seen in the eyes of some of the disciples of the Murong clan when they looked at Duan Lingtian. After listening to Lingu Zhengxing, Murong Yunlu turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Then, he asked in a low voice, "Revered Elder Duan, don't you think you should do something since Ren Sai ended up in this predicament because of you?" Duan Lingtian replied lightly, "I've already promised the clan leader to help him reinstate his position in 100 years. Murong Yunlu furrowed his brows upon hearing these words. He only understood what Duan Lingtian meant when Lingu Zhengxing explained it to him. He'll return 50 million divine rocks to the Lingu clan. Moreover, he's going to give Ren Jia another 50 million rocks. Although Murong Yunlu knew Duan Lingtian was capable of refining a huge number of god-grade limit divine pills, he thought Duan Lingtian was being absurd. After all, it was not easy to earn 100 million divine rocks. Even the Murong clan had only 10 million divine rocks in reserve and another 100 million divine rocks in the divine rock vein. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never touch the divine rocks from the divine rock vein. After all, with more divine rocks in the vein, the quicker it would produce divine rocks. It would be unwise to deprive the divine rock vein of divine rocks. With the addition of the heaven and spirit energy, the divine rock veins would produce divine rocks at an even quicker speed. Apart from Hu Qingning, the other members of the Murong clan looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically after hearing Lingu Zhengxing's explanation. Similarly, they thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to fulfill his promise. He's the Lingu clan's revered elder Duan, the person who can refine as many god-grade limit divine pills as he pleases. Even an ordinary emperor-ranked divine alchemist won't dare to say he'd be able to gather 100 million divine rocks in 100 years. I heard that he's younger than us. He's not even 3,000 years old. It's only natural that he's so naive and arrogant. Well, it's natural for the young to be arrogant. After 100 years, he'll realize how ridiculous his promise is. At this moment, a beautiful woman standing next to Hu Qingning shifted her skeptical gaze away from Duan Lingtian to Hu Qingning before she asked, "Hu Qingning, I heard my father say that Duan Lingtian is a friend of yours." "That's right, third young miss," Hu Qingning replied with a nod. The beautiful woman was none other than Murong Yunyu, Murong Yunlu's youngest and only daughter. Hu Qingning had been the subject of the deadly stares from the male disciples of the Murong clan during their journey here since Murong Yunyu kept following him. However, after being in the Murong clan for so many years, he had gotten used to it and was no longer bothered. Murong Yunyu said with a frown, "Your friend dares to make such a ridiculous promise, it seems like he's rather unreliable. I think he's a bad influence, so you should stay away from him." Hu Qingning wanted to retort and tell Murong Yunyu to mind her own business. However, he held back in the end. He only said indifferently, "I believe Duan Lingtian will fulfill his promise." Although Hu Qingning thought Duan Lingtian's promise sounded absurd as well, he believed Duan Lingtian would be able to create a miracle. After all, it was not the first time Duan Lingtian had created miracles. Moreover, after knowing Duan Lingtian for so long, he knew Duan Lingtian was not one to renege on his promise. "You believe him?" Murong Yinyu's frown deepened. Then, she placed her hand on Hu Qingning's forehead as she asked, "Hu Qingning, do you have a fever?" "Third young miss, please mind your manners. It's inappropriate for us to have physical contact," Hu Qingning said as he stepped aside to dodge Murong Yinyu's hand. Murong Yinyu's face scrunched up in anger immediately. With this, the male disciples of the Murong clan's eyes turned even more hostile when they glared at Hu Qingning. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked teasingly through voice transmission, "Hu Qingning, who's that beside you?" Since Hu Qingning was the only one Duan Lingtian knew from the Murong clan, he had been looking at Hu Qingning. Hence, Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu's interactions did not escape his notice. "She's Murong Yinyu, the third young miss of the Murong clan. She's the clan leader's youngest and only daughter," Hu Qingning replied. "It seems like you'll become the clan leader's son-in-law soon," Duan Lingtian said with a laugh. "So, I'm not interested in that, Hu Qingning said without any hesitation. My only goal is to break through and become a lord of gods as soon as possible so I can lead the 10,000 Leaves sect. I won't consider marriage until I become a lord of gods. Nonetheless, Duan Lingtian noticed that Hu Qingning's gaze subconsciously softened when Hu Qingning glanced at Murong Yinyu. It was clear to him that Hu Qingning was not unmoved by Murong Yinyu and was just restraining himself. On the other hand, the disciples of the Murong clan began to mock Hu Qingning when they heard him express his trust in Duan Lingtian. However, they stopped talking immediately when Murong Yinyu glared at them. Duan Lingtian smiled when he saw Murong Yinyu defending Hu Qingning. Clearly, she was sincere toward Hu Qingning. Third young miss, Duan Lingtian greeted Murong Yinyu through voice transmission. Murong Yinyu was surprised by Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian smiled meaningfully as he said, if I'm not mistaken, you're fond of my friend, right? Preposterous. Murong Yin's face flushed red immediately. She replied indignantly, Duan Lingtian, not only do you like to boast, but it seems like you like to spout nonsense as well. Third young miss, I won't help you if you refuse to admit your feelings, Duan Lingtian said, my friend is very passive. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a long time if you plan to wait for his confession. You'll likely have to wait for tens of thousands of years. He's determined to become a lord of gods to lead the 10,000 Leaves sect. He's told me that before the 10,000 Leaves sect becomes a lord rank sect, he has no thoughts about getting married. A hint of unease could be seen in Murong Yinyu's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She asked nervously, Did he really say that? Indeed, Murong Yinyu liked Hu Qingning. It was love at first sight. Her feelings only grew each time she saw him. Although she tried to restrain herself, it was useless. Why should I lie? Moreover, why do you think he's so cold to you? Duan Lingtian asked in return. Murong Yinyu sighed in relief inwardly. It seemed like Hu Qingning did not dislike her. He only wanted to focus on his ambitions for now. Do you want to marry him? Duan Lingtian decided to help Hu Qingning when he discovered Hu Qingning had feelings for Murong Yinyu as well. After speaking to Murong Yinyu through voice transmission, he was rather certain he would be able to bring the duo together. Do you have a plan? Murong Yinyu's eyes lit up. She could barely conceal her excitement. With this, Duan Lingtian knew that Murong Yinyu had taken the bait. Chapter 3781 An Acquaintance from the Hidden Fog Sect. Indeed. However, it depends on whether you're willing to listen to me, Duan Lingtian said to Murong Yinyu through voice transmission. What is it? Murong Yinyu asked eagerly. She seemed to have lost all reason and was led by the nose by Duan Lingtian. Clan leader Murong must dote on you a lot, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Murong Yunlu who was chatting with Lingu Zhengxing. He could see that every.At his daughter. Moreover, Hu Qingning had also said Murong Yinyu was Murong Yunlu's youngest and only daughter. Duan Lingtian knew Murong Yunlu had two sons. Like their father, they were outstanding. The eldest son was now a white dragon elder in the flying dragon sect while the second was not even 10,000 years old but was an outstanding advanced king of gods who was being groomed to become the next clan leader of the Murong clan. That was the reason Murong Yunlu's second son did not join the flying dragon sect. As Murong Yunlu's youngest and only daughter, how could Murong Yunlu not dote on Murong Yinyu? Of course, Murong Yinyu said proudly as she held her head up high. However, she did not understand why Duan Lingtian would ask about this. She asked eagerly, so, what ideas do you have? It's actually quite simple, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Young third miss, you're usually protected by powerhouses from the Murong clan, right? Murong Yinyu nodded. Usually, when I leave the clan's estate, Grandma Chan will follow me. However, she's not here this time since my father is here. Grandma Chan is a lord of gods. The fact that Murong Yinyu was protected by a lord of gods showed her weight in Murong Yunlu's heart. After all, not everyone was protected by a lord of gods. After the latent dragon grand contest ends, return to the Murong clan and ask Grandma Chan to meet with the sect leader of the 10,000 Leaves sect, who's Hu Qingning's father, Duan Lingtian said. Tell him to go to the Murong clan to propose marriage on behalf of his son. However, before his father comes to the Murong clan, you must ensure Hu Qingning doesn't find out about it. At that time, he'll surely be yours. Murong Yinyu's eyes widened upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Clearly, She did not expect Duan Ling Tian to come up with such an idea. If that happened, she knew she would get what she wanted. However, she asked hesitantly, "This doesn't seem appropriate, right? Won't he be unhappy once he finds out about it?" "Don't worry, he won't be unhappy," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Do you think he has no feelings for you? If he has no interest in you, I wouldn't bother doing this. As a friend, I naturally want the best for him." Hu Qingning was one of the rare few that Duan Ling Tian considered friends in the realms of gods. How could he harm Hu Qingning? He wanted to match Hu Qingning and Merong Yinyu not only because they both liked each other, but also because the marriage would benefit Hu Qingning as well. With the marriage, after Hu Qingning joined the Flying Dragon sect, he would naturally be looked after by the Merong faction in the Flying Dragon sect. After all, his brother-in-law was a White Dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect. Meanwhile, Hu Qingning was naturally unaware of Duan Ling Tian's actions. "I hope he'll understand my good intentions in the future," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. "Third young miss, if Hu Qingning asks about this, you can tell him it's my idea. With this, it won't affect your relationship," Duan Ling Tian said. Merong Yinyu was surprised by these words. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be willing to take the blame. After a moment, she said, slightly moved, "Duan Ling Tian, I admit I had a bad impression when I heard about your unrealistic and impractical promise earlier. I thought you were unreliable. However, I see now that you're a good person. To be honest, I still think it's impossible for you to raise so many divine rocks in 100 years. I'll try to help you raise 1,000,000 divine rocks. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can raise any more than that." Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Merong Yinyu's words. This showed how wealthy the Lord rank Merong clan was. He was also shocked by her generosity. Finally, he said confidently, "Thank you for your kindness, third young miss. However, I'm confident I'll be able to fulfill my promise to the Merong clan." At this time, Hu Qingning, who had noticed Duan Ling Tian and Merong Yinyu. "Are you talking to the third young miss?" "That's right, am I not allowed to?" Duan Ling Tian asked before he said, "She's quite pretty. Moreover, if she agrees to marry me, my life would be slightly easier. To be honest, she seems to like you, but since you're not interested in her, you won't mind if I make a move on her, right?" Duan Ling Tian, "Don't mess with her. She's just an innocent girl. Didn't you say you're already married with children?" Hu Qingning panicked, not realizing that Duan Ling Tian was teasing him. "Isn't it normal to have a few wives as long as one can afford it?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Hu Qingning was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. His frown grew deeper. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said, "However, if you have feelings for her, I'll naturally step aside." Upon hearing this, Hu Qingning hurriedly said, "That's right. I have feelings for her. When the 10,000 Leaves sect becomes a Lord rank force, I plan to go to the Merong clan to ask for her hand in marriage." In the beginning, Hu Qingning had been annoyed when Merong Yinyu approached him. However, after getting to know her, he melted his heart. Before he knew it, he had developed feelings for her. However, due to the difference in their status, he felt inferior, so he was unwilling to make a move. All right, since you like her, I won't make a move on her," Duan Ling Tian said. After that, he told Merong Yinyu about his conversation with Hu Qingning. Merong Yinyu's eyes lit up immediately, and her expression grew determined. At this time, the people from the Linggu clan and the Merong clan were chatting as well. They spoke about local customs, women, and family, but most of them spoke about cultivation, the laws, and Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, there were some who chose to cultivate as well. A few hours later, one of the Merong clan's disciples suddenly exclaimed, "It's the Hidden Fog sect." Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to look at a group of people who had just arrived. A middle-aged man and an old man whom Duan Ling Tian was familiar with led the group of people. They were none other than Xianyin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, and Supreme Elder Lei. Duan Ling Tian also saw Merong Sui Feng, one of the vice sect leaders of the Hidden Fog sect and also the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, flying at the back. "Dean Merong," Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission. He had always felt grateful for Merong Sui Feng's kindness toward him during his days in the Hidden Fog Academy. "Duan Ling Tian, it's been about 30 years since we last met," Merong Sui Feng said as a smile appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. "That's right, It's been about 30 years, Duan Ling Tian said. As he thought about his days in the Hidden Fog Academy, he said with a sigh, "Unfortunately, I failed you and did not rise in the Hidden Fog sect as you'd wished. I sincerely apologize for that, Dean Murong. I heard about what happened." Murong Sui Feng shook his head and said, "What happened in the past wasn't your fault. There's no need to apologize. I can only say that the Hidden Fog sect has no fate with." Chapter 3782 The rivalry between the 10,000 Devils sect and the Hidden Fog sect. A melodious voice that carried a hint of joy rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian ended his conversation with Murong Sui Feng through voice transmission. As soon as he heard the voice, he knew who it belonged to. "You're here as well." Duan Ling Tian looked at the members of the Hidden Fog sect before his eyes landed on a beautiful woman comparable to Murong Yinyu. Tang Wuyan's gaze was complex as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Her expression was slightly sad. She wanted to forget about Duan Ling Tian and seemed to have successfully done so as time passed. However, as soon as she saw him, her heart skipped a beat, and all the feelings she had buried in her heart resurfaced again, causing her heart to beat rapidly in her chest. "How are you?" Tang Wuyan asked a few beats later after she regained her composure. "I'm good," Duan Ling Tian replied. Tang Wuyan fell silently, waiting for Duan Ling Tian to ask about her. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly and pretended he did not notice the glimmer of hope in Tang Wuyan's eyes as he shifted his gaze away from her. He glanced at the people from the Hidden Fog sect and discovered that apart from Murong Sui Feng, Qian Yin, Supreme Elder Lei, and Tang Wuyan, the others were all strangers to him. Then, he looked at Hu Qingning, who was no longer so cold to Murong Yinyu. Based on the current situation, it's likely that when his father goes to the Murong clan to propose marriage on his behalf, he might not even ask Murong Yinyu about it, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qian Yin and Supreme Elder Lei led the others to greet the leaders of the Lingu clan and the Murong clan. Since they were all from Lord rank forces in the same area, they were naturally familiar with each other. When the leaders of the three major Lord rank forces got together, they chatted happily. It was as though the conflict between the Lingu clan and the Hidden Fog sect did not happen at all. After all, the conflict had been resolved as soon as the Hidden Fog sect announced they were cutting all ties with Supreme Elder Feng and had expelled those with ties to Supreme Elder Feng from the Hidden Fog sect. With that, there was no reason for the Lingu clan to hold a grudge against the Hidden Fog sect anymore. When the group of the 10,000 Devils sect arrived, Qian Yin and Supreme Elder Lei's expressions darkened immediately. The leaders of the 10,000 Devils sect were a middle-aged man and an old man. Duan Ling Tian found the old man rather familiar. When he shifted his gaze to the young man following closely behind the young man, his lips curled up into a faint sneer. "No wonder I find him familiar. He's the 10,000 Devils sect Supreme Elder Duzan." Duzan was the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Devils sect. His status was comparable to Supreme Elder Lei's in the Hidden Fog sect. As for the young man standing behind Duzan, it was none other than his second grandson, Du Qianjun, whom Duan Ling Tian had met in the divine sanctuary left behind by Qin Wu, an emperor of gods. As for the other young man standing behind Duzan who resembled both Duzan and Du Qianjun, Duan Ling Tian knew who he was despite not meeting him before. He must be Du Po Jun, Duzan's eldest grandson. Du Po Jun was second only to Yang Qianyi, the son of the sect leader of the 10,000 Devil sect, in the sect. It was said that despite being an advanced king of gods, many ordinary lords of gods were no match for him. While Duan Ling Tian looked at the trio was also looking at Duan Ling Tian. When Duzan and Du Po Jun followed Du Qianjun's eyes that were trained on Duan Ling Tian, Du Qianjun had pointed Duan Ling Tian out to them through voice transmission. After Duzan and Du Po Jun looked away, Du Qianjun said to Duan Ling Tian in a low voice through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you and Wu Feng to be the final winners in the divine sanctuary." Du Qianjun could not conceal the resentment in his voice at all. "You're just unlucky," Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly with a contemptuous smile on his face. "Although we were sent to different places, they're the same. The way to unlock the divine sanctuary was also the same. You were just a step slower. Do you know why you were slower?" Why? Du Qianjun had asked himself this question for years. At that time, he had investigated every nook and cranny in the hall where the statue was located, but he did not find any secret mechanisms or hidden formations. "Do you want to know?" Duan Ling Tian asked before he added, "I'll tell you if you pay me 100,000 divine rocks." Du Qianjun was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glared at Duan Lingtian as he said, "Duan Lingtian, do you treat me as a fool?" "Of course not," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "Don't tell me the grandson of a supreme elder of the 10,000 devil sect doesn't even have 100,000 divine rocks to spare. How pitiful. I'll give you a 50% discount. You'll just have to pay me 50,000 divine rocks for the answer." Du Qianjun's expression grew even more unsightly. If it were not because of his lacking strength in the situation now, he would have attacked Duan Lingtian. Alas, he had no choice but to endure his anger. He stared at Duan Lingtian with eyes as sharp as knives. He cursed as he thought to himself to comfort himself, "There's no need to bother with someone who's about to die. He won't survive after joining the Flying Dragon sect. Not only is senior granduncle and inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, but he's also in laws with vice sect leader Shui. It'll be easy for him to kill an inner disciple who's just joined the Flying Dragon sect." With this thought in mind, Du Qianjun's expression eased greatly. Then, he no longer bothered with Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, who led the group of 10,000 devil sect disciples over, smiled and said, "Greetings, clan leader Marong, supreme elder Zheng Xing." The middle-aged man's eyes were hostile as he looked at Qian Yin and supreme elder Lei. This man was none other than Lan Qing, the sect leader of the 10,000 devil sect. Duan Lingtian found out about Lan Qing's identity after listening to Lan Qing's exchange with the others. Since he knew the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 devils sect were enemies, he was not surprised by the animosity between the two parties. Sect leader Qian Yin, Lan Qing looked at Qian Yin contemptuously as he said, "The Hidden Fog sect seems to be lacking outstanding disciples to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. It's best if you withdraw your members from the contest. I'm afraid my members will accidentally kill yours during the contest." The others from the Hidden Fog sect were naturally infuriated by Lan Qing's words. Qian Yin sneered before he said, "Sect leader Lan Qing, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest has yet to start, but you're already boasting. Perhaps you should worry about your members being killed by mine instead." "Oh," Lan Qing laughed before he pointed at Dupo Jun, who was standing at the back, and said, "This is our core disciple, Dupo Jun. Why don't we make a bet? The Hidden Fog sect can select 2 disciples to go against Dupo Jun at the same time. If you lose, you'll have to pay me 1,000,000 divine rocks, and vice versa. What do you think?" A disdainful smile appeared on Lan Qing's face when he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian thought it was a pity he was no longer a member of the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, he would be able to earn 1,000,000 divine rocks. When Qian Yin did not respond, Lan Qing continued to say, "Sect leader Qian Yin, are you afraid? I've been generous enough to allow 2 Hidden Fog sect's disciples to fight against my disciple alone. Is there no one talented in the Hidden Fog sect?" At this time, the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect instinctively shifted their eyes to a gray-clad young man and a green-clad young man. Both of them were advanced kings of gods and ranked in the top 3 among the core disciples. Before Shangguang Shangfeng's death, he was ranked in the top 3 with the duo. Shangguang Shangfeng was ranked 3rd because he was an intermediate king of gods at that time. It'd be embarrassing if the Hidden Fog sect refuses the bet, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the crowd that was slowly gathering after hearing the commotion. Chapter 3783 Attention. The Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 devils sect are butting heads again. Sect leader Lan Qing wants to make a bet with the sect leader Qian Yin. He wants Dupo Jun, a core disciple of the 10,000 devils sect, to fight 2 disciples from the Hidden Fog sect. Dupo Jun, he's one of the strongest among the younger generation in the 10,000 devils sect, right? In fact, he's only second to Yang Qian Yi in the 10,000 devils sect. However, it still wouldn't be easy for him to go against 2 opponents at once, right? What's wrong with the Hidden Fog sect? Why are they afraid to accept the challenge? Among those who had gathered to watch the show, there were sectless cultivators and many from other king rank forces and lord ranks forces. At this moment, everyone looked at Qian Yin curiously. With everyone's eyes on him, Qian Yin's expression turned gloomy. "Sect leader, you have to agree to the challenge," Supreme Elder Lei said through voice transmission. "If we refuse him, we'll only be embarrassing ourselves. Indeed, it'd be embarrassing to lose as well. However, there's no need for us to win. All we have to do is fight to a draw." Supreme Elder Lei had clearly given thought to this matter. Naturally, He did not mention anything about the 1 million divine rocks since it was just an insignificant number to the Hidden Fog sect. Compared to the pride of the Hidden Fog sect, the 1 million divine rocks were nothing. At this time, the gray-clad young man stepped forward and said to Xianyin, sect leader, I, Lin Shang, am willing to fight. Following that, the green-clad young man stepped forward as well. I, Lu Yiming, am willing to fight as well. Lin Shang and Lu Yiming were as famous as Shangguan Shangfeng when he was alive. After all, they were the three strongest core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, the duo was ranked higher than Shangguan Shangfeng. Lu Yiming was a disciple of Supreme Elder Yun while Lin Shang was the disciple of Supreme Elder Wu. The duo had heard about Dupo Jun, the core disciple of the 10,000 Devils sect. They knew it would be difficult to defeat Dupo Jun if they were to fight him alone. However, they were more confident since they were allowed to join forces to fight Dupo Jun. In fact, they thought it would be easy for them to defeat Dupo Jun if they joined forces. Sect leader Qianyin, Lan Qing said mockingly, your disciples have already volunteered, so why are you still hesitating? If you really don't have the guts to accept this bet, you can just say so. I won't force you then if that's the case. The contemptuous smile on Lan Qing's face was truly unpleasant to look at for the people of the Hidden Fog sect. Alas, despite their anger, there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Lu Yiming and Lin Shang would be able to help them to vent their anger. At this time, Qianyin finally regained his senses. He sneered at Lan Qing and said, who said I'm afraid to accept the bet? Since the 10,000 Devils sect insists on giving us 1 million divine rocks, how can we refuse? Lu Yiming, Lin Shang, step forward. I'll give you a chance to fight with Dupo Jun. Then, he added in a louder voice, the sword can't differentiate between friends and foes. Even if you accidentally injured Dupo Jun, I'm sure the 10,000 Devils sect won't blame you. Although Dupo Jun was strong, Lin Shang and Lu Yiming, who were disciples of Supreme Elder Yun and Supreme Elder Wu, were no pushovers either. Now that everything had been said and done, everyone, including those from the Lingu clan and the Murong clan, retreated to the side so the core disciples from the 10,000 Devils sect and the Hidden Fog sect could fight. At this time, Dupo Jun hovered in the air and looked at Lin Shang and Lu Yiming disdainfully with a frosty gaze. On the contrary, Lin Shang and Lu Yiming were solemn and vigilant. It was clear which of them had a stronger aura. Duan Ling Tian, who do you think will win? Hu Qi Ning asked curiously. It's hard to say for now, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. However, based on how sect leader Lan Qing took the initiative to propose this in Dupo Jun's confidence, the 10,000 Devils sect has a better chance of winning. After a few minutes, Hu Qing Ning said again through voice transmission, there are 2 people from the Hidden Fog sect while there's only 1 person from the 10,000 Devils sect. This means it'd be doubly embarrassing if the Hidden Fog sect loses. Not only that, but even if the 10,000 Devils sect loses, it won't be embarrassing at all. After all, Dupo Jun would be fighting 2 opponents at once. In fact, if the Hidden Fog sect wins, there's nothing worth being proud of at all. Hence, the Hidden Fog sect has everything to lose in this bet, Duan Ling Tian said, analyzing everything clearly. Despite the embarrassment, if he were in Qianyin's shoes, he would not have accepted the bet since it was clearly too disadvantageous. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dupo Jun, the core disciple from the 10,000 Devils sect, and Lin Shang and Lu Yiming, the core disciples from the Hidden Fog sect, began to move at almost the same time. After a brief moment of silence, those with a discerning eye would be able to see that Lin Shang and Lu Yiming had moved first. Dupo Jun only followed up after the duo attacked. Divine energies surged as the trio charged out and brought their divine artifacts out. All of them brought mediocre divine artifacts. As the trio moved, they stirred up a gust of wind in the air. When their attacks collided, the shockwave from the collision rippled out in all directions. Qianyin and Lan Qing quickly took action and dispelled the shockwave so that it would not affect the onlookers. No matter how strong the trio was, they were just advanced kings of gods. It was naturally easy for Lan Qing and Qianyin, who were lords of gods, to dispel the shockwave of their attacks. Moreover, they were not new rudimentary lords of gods. Even if the trio joined forces to attack them, they would be able to easily kill the trio. The onlookers were in an uproar at this time when they saw the result of the collision. Although Dupo Jun did not win yet, he still drew level with Lin Shang and Lu Yiming. With this, many people sighed at the lack of talents in the Hidden Fog sect. Dupo Jun is really strong. That's right, he's on par with both of them when they joined forces. He's really deserving of his reputation. Since Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, the Hidden Fog sect hasn't seen any outstanding disciples. The 10,000 Devils sect is far superior to the Hidden Fog sect in regard to the talents among the younger generation. I agree. Moreover, Dupo Jun isn't even the strongest among the younger generation in the 10,000 Devils sect. There's Yang Qianyi who's even stronger. Speaking of, why isn't Yang Qianyi here? Rumor has it that Yang Qianyi has been recruited by a top emperor rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Needless to say, that emperor rank force is stronger than the Flying Dragon sect. If you were Yang Qianyi, would you still join the Flying Dragon sect? At this time, someone suddenly said with a chuckle, in fact, there used to be a prodigy comparable to Shui Haichuan in the Hidden Fog sect. In fact, he's even more talented than Shui Haichuan when Shui Haichuan was his age. It's a pity he left the Hidden Fog sect. With this, the crowd broke out into another discussion. Duan Ling Tian, he was forced to leave the Hidden Fog sect. I thought he betrayed the Hidden Fog sect to join the Lingu clan. Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect was so magnanimous that they even wished him well after he left. Betray the Hidden Fog sect. That was just a rumor released by the Hidden Fog sect to smear Duan Ling Tian's reputation. I have a friend who's an inner elder in the Hidden Fog sect. According to him, Duan Ling Tian only left the Hidden Fog sect because he killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao after they provoked him and tried to kill him. However, the duo was the disciples of the Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei respectively. Needless to say, the two Supreme Elders wouldn't have let Duan Ling Tian off for that. It was for that his own safety that Duan Ling Tian left the Hidden Fog sect for the Lingu clan. If this is the case, then this is the Hidden Fog sect's retribution. After all, if Duan Ling Tian were still in the Hidden Fog sect, he might be able to win this fight for the Hidden Fog sect. Now that Duan Ling Tian had been brought up, many people searched for him with their eyes. There's Duan Ling Tian, how handsome, he doesn't look like he's capable of killing Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao at all. It's not just that, it's said that he's also an outstanding divine alchemist who can refine God-grade limit divine pills. Among the people who stared at Duan Ling Tian, there was no lack of young women who looked at Duan Ling Tian flirtatiously. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware of the stares. He was focused on the battle in front of him as he chatted with Hu Qingning through voice transmission. At this moment, he said, those two from the Hidden Fog sect are about to lose. Hu Qingning was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's sudden words when the trio had yet to make a move. A powerful energy surged from Dupo Jun's body as he activated his bloodline power. Chapter 3784-4. The Eastern Oriental Sect. Similar to Hu Qingning, the onlookers were surprised by Dupo Jun's sudden outburst of power as well. Dupo Jun was hiding his strength earlier. As it turns out, his bloodline power earlier was not in its ultimate form. I've heard about bloodline powers that have different forms. However, today's my first time witnessing it. Even when Dupo Jun was holding back earlier, they were evenly matched. Now that Dupo Jun has unleashed even more power, the outcome is clear. At this moment, the expressions of everyone from the Hidden Fog sect, including their sect leader, Qian Yin, were rather unsightly. On the contrary, the people from the 10,000 Devils sect, including their sect leader, Lan Qing, wore bright smiles on their faces. However, just when everyone thought Lu Yiming and Lin Shang were about to lose for sure, the duo suddenly changed their weapons at the critical moment and erupted with power. Those are prominent divine artifacts. It seems like the Hidden Fog sect lent Lin Shang and Lu Yiming the prominent divine artifacts for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Think about it, if the Hidden Fog sect lent Lin Shang and Lu Yiming prominent divine artifacts for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, would Dupo Jun, the grandson of Supreme Elder Duzan, be without a prominent divine artifact? Indeed, Lin Shang and Lu Yiming's prominent divine artifacts were temporarily loaned to them by their masters for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. However, due to the disadvantage in their fight against Dupo Jun, they were forced to bring out the prominent divine artifact. Otherwise, they would have been defeated by now. Meanwhile, Dupo Jun chuckled when he saw his opponent's prominent divine artifact and said, "Do you think you're the only ones with prominent divine artifacts?" Following that, Dupo Jun switched his weapon to a prominent divine artifact as well. After that, his attacks grew even stronger, easily overpowering his two opponents. The attacks collided. Although Dupiao Jun's attacks were powerful and crushed his opponent's attacks easily, it was far from his full strength. Even then, if the attack landed, it was capable of severely injuring his opponents. At this time, when Xianyin saw Lin Shang and Lu Yiming were about to be hit, he teleported and appeared in front of the duo. He released the divine energy from his body, shielding the duo from Dupiao Jun's attack. Upon seeing this, the onlookers could not help but frown. The people from the 10,000 Devil sect did not look happy as well. However, before the people from the 10,000 Devil sect could protest, Xianyin took the lead and said, "The Hidden Fog sect admits defeat. The prodigy from the 10,000 Devils sect really deserves his reputation." As expected of someone who's only second to Yang Qianyi in the 10,000 Devils sect. After that, Qianyin raised his hand and tossed a spatial ring toward Lan Qing and said, "Sect leader Lan Qing, there's 1,000,000 divine rocks in there as promised." Sect leader Qianyin, you're truly a straightforward person, Lan Qing, who was initially upset by Qianyin's intervention, said. A smile could not be seen on his face since Qianyin had taken the initiative to admit defeat. After all, if Dupiao Jun was in danger, he would have done the same as well. Most of the people from the 10,000 Devil sect felt the same way as Lan Qing as well. However, there were a few who were dissatisfied and proceeded to mock the Hidden Fog sect. The disciples of the Hidden Fog sect are really too weak. They even needed their sect leader to protect them. Hey, didn't sect leader Qianyin say something about swords not being able to differentiate between friends and foes? Didn't he say if his 2 disciples somehow injured senior brother Piao Jun, our sect shouldn't take offense? What a joke. If you ask me, there's no one outstanding among the younger generation in the Hidden Fog sect at all. Perhaps, in just a few tens of thousands of years, our sect will be able to annex the Hidden Fog sect. Those from the Hidden Fog sect blushed in embarrassment upon hearing the mocking words. However, they had no way to refute those words. After all, as unpleasant as they were, the words were true. The 2 defeated disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, Lin Shang and Lu Yiming, retreated with a grave expression on their faces. They did not expect Dupiao Jun to be so strong. He was even stronger than rumored. In fact, his strength was comparable to that of Yang Qianyi's rumored strength. This meant that Yang Qianyi was even stronger than rumored. Following that, one by one, people's eyes began to shift to Duan Ling Tian. Most of them felt that if Duan Ling Tian were still in the Hidden Fog sect, he might have been able to secure the victory for the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, an onlooker, who wanted to stir up trouble, suddenly called out, "Dupiao Jun. If Duan Ling Tian were still in the Hidden Fog sect, do you think you'd be able to defeat him?" The man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes shone with confidence, and he was dressed in fine brocade robes. He, along with a few hundred people, stood behind a majestic middle-aged man. At this time, Lan Qing looked over and said to the majestic middle-aged man, who stood in front of the finely dressed young man, "Sect leader Hua, I didn't expect to meet you here. The last time we saw each other was 300 years ago." Sect leader Lan Qing, the majestic middle-aged man said as he nodded and smiled, "You're right. We've not seen each other for 300 years now. I think the last time we met was during the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations." Without waiting for Lan Qing to respond, the majestic middle-aged man turned around and said to the finely dressed young man, "Door, hurry up and greet sect leader Lan Qing." The finely dressed young man, who had spoken up earlier, stepped forward and said, "Greetings, sect leader Lan Qing. I'm Hua Tian-du. I've heard a lot about you, Tian-du," Lan Qing said with a smile. "I heard you're the strongest core disciple in the Eastern Oriental sect. Since you became an advanced king of gods, there aren't many rudimentary lords of gods in the Eastern Oriental sect who are a match for you. Tian-du, if you came to participate in the entrance examination and the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, I'm sure you'll rank in the top 3. Lan Qing was not stingy with his praise at all. With Lan Qing's words, everyone was made aware of the identity of the finely dressed young man who tried to stir up trouble earlier. He was none other than Hua Tian-du, the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect. The Eastern Oriental sect was a lord-ranked sect that was stronger than the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, the Lingu clan, and the Murong clan. There were many intermediate lords of gods in their sect. Apart from that, they had even more powerful lords of gods in the Eastern Oriental faction in the Flying Dragon sect. For this reason, the Eastern Oriental sect had a huge influence in the Flying Dragon sect. The Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, the Lingu clan, and the Murong clan could not compare to it at all. The Eastern Oriental sect, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Eastern Oriental sect a long time ago. He knew it was located on the other side of the Flying Dragon sect, far away from the Lingu clan, the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, and the Murong clan. He also knew the sect leader of the Eastern Oriental sect was Hua Chunming, an intermediate lord of gods. So that's Hua Chunming, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the majestic middle-aged man. Although Hua Chunming's appearance and build were ordinary, he had a majestic air about him. It was something one could only have after being in a high position for a long time. Duan Ling Tian had also heard about Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu was Hua Chunming's fourth son. He was one of Hua Chunming's two most talented sons. The other son was Hua Chunming's second son, and his name was Hua Tian Cheng. He had joined the Flying Dragon sect a long time ago and was one of the three youngest white dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect. In the Flying Dragon sect, he was as famous as Shui Hai Chuan. At this time, the leaders of the Lingu clan, the Murong clan, and the Hidden Fog sect greeted Hua Chunming one after another. Many leaders of the king rank forces stepped forward and humbly greeted Hua Chunming as well. They could not help but feel flattered when Hua Chunming nodded in response to their greeting. There's such a big gap even among lord rank forces, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh as he watched the scene in front of him. It was clear that the Lingu clan, the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devils sect, and the Murong clan were inferior to the Eastern Oriental sect that was also a lord rank force. Moreover, in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, there were other lord rank forces that were even more powerful than the Eastern Oriental sect. Among those lord rank forces, there was no lack of advanced lords of gods. Lord rank forces like these no longer need to curry favor with emperor rank forces like the Flying Dragon sect. After all, the Flying Dragon sect currently had no emperors of gods despite being an emperor rank force. They were only an emperor rank force due to their founders who were emperor of gods. In terms of strength, they were only equivalent to those top lord rank forces. As for the Eastern Oriental sect, they were only slightly weaker than the Flying Dragon sect. Even then, there was no need for them to act humbly before the Flying Dragon sect. In fact, there were several lord rank forces like the Eastern Oriental sect around the Flying Dragon sect. After all the leaders present greeted Hua Chunming, Hua Tiandu said again. Dupo Jun, you haven't answered my question. Everyone's eyes fell on Dupo Jun immediately. If it were anyone else, Dupo Jun could have ignored the question. Alas, Hua Tiandu was the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect, which was not much weaker than the Flying Dragon sect. Although he was irritated, he did not dare to show it. He smiled at Hua Tiandu before he inadvertently turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3785 The First Test. Dupo Jun and Duan Ling Tian looked at each other briefly before Dupo Jun looked at Hu Tiandu and shook his head as he said, I'm not confident I'd win. As soon as Dupo Jun's voice fell, an uproar broke out immediately. Everyone turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. They had witnessed how strong Dupo Jun was earlier, and yet, Dupo Jun was not confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. How strong was Duan Ling exactly? At the same time, they also keenly felt that the Hidden Fog sect had truly suffered a great loss by losing a prodigy like Duan Ling Tian. Even disciples of the Hidden Fog sect shook their heads and sighed. Many of them thought that the Hidden Fog sect would not be so embarrassed if Duan Ling Tian were still in their sect. At least you have self-awareness, Hua Tiandu said with a laugh after hearing Dupo Jun's reply. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and asked loudly and bluntly, Duan Ling Tian, when you killed Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Shao, you were just a rudimentary king of gods. Now that more than 20 years have passed, have you broken through and become an intermediate king of gods? Everyone, including Dupo Jun, Qian Yin, and Supreme Elder Lei, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. When Hu Tiandu mentioned Long Shao, Supreme Elder Lei's expression darkened. Nonetheless, he still remained calm and kept his temper under control. After all, with Hua Tiandu's identity, he had no choice but to restrain himself. With the three supreme elders of the Lingu clan protecting Duan Ling Tian, no one dared to rashly probe Duan Ling Tian with their divine consciousnesses. Hence, they could only wait for Duan Ling Tian's answer. I just broke through not too long ago, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He had a rather good impression of the straightforward young master of the Eastern Oriental sect. It was clear Hu Tiandu was a carefree and frank person. Hence, he was not irritated by the question. Awesome. Hu Tiandu gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up as he said, Duan Ling Tian, I was definitely no match for an advanced king of gods when I was a rudimentary king of gods. However, you were strong enough to defeat ordinary advanced kings of gods when you were just a rudimentary king of gods. Now that you've become an intermediate king of gods, very few cultivators who aren't lords of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion are a match for you. Hu Tiandu was not stingy with his praise for Duan Ling Tian at all. Young Master Hua, you're overpraising me, Duan Ling Tian said modestly with a smile. I look forward to fighting you during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest even though I'm not confident about defeating you at all. Hua Tiandu said with a laugh. Meanwhile, after Duan Ling Tian admitted that he had become an intermediate king of gods, everyone, including the ordinary disciples from the Hidden Fog sect, 10,000 Devils sect, and the Rung clan, was shocked. On the other hand, those with high status from the three Lord rank forces were not surprised. They had known about this a while ago. Once again, Duan Ling Tian was the focus of everyone's attention. It was not until 15 minutes later that people gradually stopped staring at him and began to leave one after another. Those who had good relationships gathered to talk while the others stood with their respective forces. Many of them were talking about Duan Ling Tian who had become an intermediate king of gods. The Rung clan stood together with the Linggu clan. Hu Qingning came to Duan Ling Tian's side and began to talk to Duan Ling. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't know you'd become an intermediate king of gods. You're really good at keeping secrets. During the last few times we spoke through voice transmission, you didn't mention anything about it at all. Now that I think about it, I'm really too honest. As soon as I broke through and became a king of gods, I told you about it. Duan Ling Tian asked teasingly, were you being honest or were you just trying to show off to me? Hu Qingning was rendered speechless by these words. Indeed, he had been very proud and pleased when he had become a king of gods. Hence, he could not wait to tell Duan Ling Tian about it. However, he was also grateful to Duan Ling Tian because he knew he would not have been able to break through so quickly without Duan Ling Tian's help. Duan Ling Tian had given him the primary, secondary, and tertiary limit divine pills in the beginning. Then, when he was in the Rung clan, Duan Ling Tian had also given the trusted member of the 10,000 Leaves divine pills to pass to him. Among those divine pills, there was even a king-grade limit divine pill that could eliminate the bottleneck for advanced gods trying to advance to become a rudimentary king of gods. No other king-grade divine pills had such an effect except for that king-grade limit divine pill. That king-grade limit divine pill's effect was rather similar to that of the Lord Breakthrough divine pill. The Lord Breakthrough divine pill could help eliminate the bottleneck for advanced kings of gods to become rudimentary lords of gods. Not only that, but it could also boost one and stabilize one's cultivation after becoming a rudimentary lord of gods. After chatting for a while, Duan Ling Tian suddenly asked, do you have any news about Ding Yan? Duan Ling Tian had not heard anything about his friend in the Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy after Hu Qingning told him that Ding Yan had dropped out of the Hidden Fog Academy. Over the years, he had tried to send messages to Ding Yan as well, but he did not receive any reply. If it were not for Ding Yan's intact soul pearl, he would have thought that Ding Yan had died. No, Hu Qingning shook his head. He said, puzzled, I tried to contact him more than a dozen times over the years, but I didn't receive any reply. I don't know what he's doing or why he's not replying to our messages. Did you find out anything about his background? Duan Ling Tian asked. After he left without saying anything, I tried looking into his background, but I didn't find anything. It's like he suddenly appeared out of thin air in Skywind City, Hu Qingning replied. I'm certain he has a powerful background. At the very least, he should be from a Lord rank force, Duan Ling Tian said. He recalled the time when Ding Yan told him the King rank Thong clan would not dare to act against him as long as Ding Yan was by his side. With this, it was rather obvious that Ding Yan's background was not simple. Now that Ding Yan disappeared without saying anything, Ding Yan became even more mysterious. What makes you say that? Hu Qingning asked. He did not know about Ding Yan and Duan Ling Tian's past exchange, after all. He only understood after Duan Ling Tian explained it to him. Although I've only been friends with Ding Yan for a short time, I know he's not someone who would boast. Since he said those words to you, he must be really confident. I wonder which force he is from. If we knew, we could have looked for him, Hu Qingning said. Then, A frown appeared on his face as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, what do you think happened to Ding Yan? Why didn't he reply to our messages? There are two possibilities, Duan Ling Tian said. First, he's in closed-door cultivation and has blocked off all forms of communications. Second, his spatial ring that holds our soul pearls has been confiscated, and his life is in danger. Duan Ling Tian speculated that Ding Yan might be in danger and Ding Yan's spatial ring had been confiscated because there was no possibility of Ding Yan losing his spatial ring. After all, if Ding Yan lost his spatial ring, the spatial ring would give out a signal that would enable him to find it. At this time, a large crowd had already gathered outside the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Among the crowd were participants, relatives who came to send the participants off, and those who came to watch the show. Finally, the entrance examinations for the Flying Dragon sect will begin today. Only those who can pass the first test here can enter the Flying Dragon sect's estate to participate in the following rounds of tests. Those who pass the first test are allowed to bring one person into the Flying Dragon sect's estate. This is so participants can bring their elders into the sect to watch their performance during the subsequent tests. This rule has been in place since 1,000 years ago, a disciple from the Lingu clan said. Duan Ling Tian knew about the first test one would have to pass before one would be allowed to enter the Flying Dragon sect's estate. However, it was only now that he realized those who passed the first test were allowed to bring an elder into the sect with them. It was not surprising that he did not know this since what he knew about the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination was from a book he read in the Lingu clan. That book was written 2,000 years ago by a disciple of the Lingu clan. The crowd was packed like sardines in a can to the east of the Flying Dragon sect's estate. At this moment, someone cried out, "The people of the Flying Dragon sect are here." Everyone turned to look and saw a group of people flying out of the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Chapter 3786 Mirror Abyss. 10 people flew out from the Flying Dragon sect. Among them, there were young men, middle-aged men, old men, a beautiful young woman, and 2 old women. One of the old men, who stood in the lead, looked at the crowd before he said loudly, "Everyone, welcome to the Flying Dragon sect. I'm Yin Ping Yi, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect. I'm sure most of you are here to participate in our sect's entrance examination or came to accompany the participants. Following this, we'll conduct the first test. Those who pass the first test will then be allowed to participate in the entrance examination." Yin Ping Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Next, we'll start with the test for those who wish to become inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. There's only one requirement for the participants. All participants have to be below the age of 10,000. Everyone present naturally already knew about this. Yin Ping Yi said, "The test for inner disciples will be divided into 3 rounds. The first round is for disciples between the age of 8,000 and 10,000 years old. The top 600 participants will be considered to have passed the test. The second round is for those between the age of 5,000 and 8,000 years old. Those in the top 1,000 will pass the test. Finally, the third round is for those under the age of 5,000, and those who ranked in the top 100 would be considered to have passed the test." Everyone was aware of this since it was the same as the previous times. Only 200 participants will be selected among those under the age of 5,000 because those who are too young are generally not very strong. Rather than wasting the Flying Dragon sect's resources to cultivate these prodigies, it's best to leave to Lord rank forces to nurture them first before they join our Flying Dragon sect, Yin Ping Yi said bluntly. Lingu Ranjia had spoken to Duan Ling Tian about this before. The Flying Dragon sect would naturally prefer the Lord rank forces to nurture the prodigies rather than wasting their own resources to do so. After all, these prodigies would end up joining the Flying Dragon sect anyway. Moreover, it was also more beneficial for most of the prodigies. After all, when they had yet to grow into their full potential, the resources they were given at a Lord rank force would be much better than those at the Flying Dragon sect, descendants of high-ranking officials from major Lord rank forces would be given the best resources in their respective forces. If they joined the Flying Dragon sect as an inner disciple, their resources in the Flying Dragon sect might be the same as those they received from their respective force. However, for those who become outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect, their resources in the Flying Dragon sect would be far inferior to what they received from their respective forces. This was one of the reasons why Murong Yinyu, the third young miss of the Murong clan, would have to return to the Murong clan if she failed to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. It was not an option for her to stay in the Flying Dragon sect as an outer disciple. Once she had gotten stronger, she could try to enter the Flying Dragon sect as an inner disciple again. Although Murong Yinyu's brother was a White Dragon Elder in the Flying Dragon sect, in terms of resources, he would not be able to give her preferential treatment. At this time, Yin Pingyi said, "Those from Lord Rank forces, please step forward." Duan Ling Tian, the members of the Lingu clan, and the others from various Lord Rank forces stepped forward one after another. Those who were unrelated hurriedly stepped aside to make way. Although they felt resentful that those from the Lord Rank forces were given special privileges, they naturally did not dare to complain. Moreover, most of the Lord Rank forces here were affiliated with the Emperor Rank Flying Dragon sect. Such was the way of the world, after all. Yin Pingyi swept his gaze across those from the Lord Rank forces as he said, "Now, can the young geniuses between the age of 8,000 and 10,000 please step forward?" A group of people, including Dupo Jun, obediently stepped forward. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he saw Hua Tiandu was not among the people who stepped forward. Hua Tiandu is younger than 8,000 years old. After all, according to Hu Qingning, Hua Tiandu's strength was comparable to that of Dupo Jun even if he was not as strong as Yang Qianyi, the young master of the 10,000 Devils sect. As though he could read Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, Hu Qingning said through voice transmission, "Hua Tiandu is only a little over 6,000 years old." Hu Qingning, don't you think you're paying too much attention to me? If you're so free, you should spend it chatting with the third young miss of the Murong clan, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Hu Qingning glanced at Murong Yinyu with a guilty expression on his face. At this moment, Murong Yinyu's attention was focused on the young geniuses who had stepped forward. Then, she said to Hu Qingning, surprised, "There are actually more than 500 participants from various Lord Rank forces between the age of 8,000 and 10,000. There were almost 600 participants who stepped forward. Since there were 19 Lord Rank forces present, this meant that each Lord Rank force had about 30 participants. Considering the participants of the other age groups, each Lord Rank force brought about 100 participants here. Moreover, this number did not include those who were not from Lord Rank forces. There were the most participants in the 8,000 to -10,000-year-old age group. Yin Pingyi said loudly, "I'll activate a formation compass now to create an abyss. All you have to do is descend to the bottom of the abyss and leave the abyss after that. The other participants in your age group who aren't from Lord Rank forces will also be entering the abyss at the same time to compete with you." Yin Pingyi's volume increased as he continued to say, "Although most of you are familiar with the test, I'm sure there are some who are clueless as well. So, I'll go over the details once. The goal is to leave the abyss created by the formation. Apart from killing, you can do whatever you want in there. You can stop your competitors from leaving the abyss or you can help another participant to leave the abyss. Those from Lord Rank forces will definitely join forces, so I advise those who are not from Lord Rank forces to join forces as well. Otherwise, it'd be difficult for you to pass the test. Remember, only 600 participants will be selected, and there are nearly 600 participants from the Lord Rank forces." Yin Pingyi was clearly giving a reminder to those who did not belong to Lord Rank forces. These people's expressions turned grave as soon as they heard Yin Pingyi's words. "I will now open the abyss. The participants in the first age group have 15 minutes to enter the abyss. For those who plan to cheat and join the younger age groups, let me remind you that your bone age will be tested later. If you're caught cheating, you'll be executed on the spot." Bone age was a sure way to determine one's age in the realms of gods. Although some divine pills could conceal one's bone age, one could only increase one's bone age, not the other way around. For example, Duan Ling Tian was only slightly over 700 years old. However, the divine pill he consumed raised his bone age by another 2,000 years old. Hence, if he were tested, people would find him to be about 2,700 years old. Duan Ling Tian had deliberately increased his age because he did not want to attract too much attention. With his current strength, if people found out about his real age, it would shock the entire Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion, there was no one like him. Meanwhile, after Yin Pingyi finished speaking, those who planned to cheat broke out in cold sweat immediately and dismissed their thoughts to cheat. Most of them were not from Lord Rank forces, since those from the Lord Rank forces were already aware of the bone age test. When Yin Pingyi opened the abyss with the formation compass, a mirror-like wall fell from the sky. The entrance of the abyss was on the mirror-like wall. You can enter now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Subsequently, the participants, regardless of whether they were sectless cultivators or from Lord rank or King rank forces, leapt into the mirror abyss one after another. Duan Ling Tian and the others, who remained outside, saw that the participants who had reached the bottom of the mirror abyss looked as small as ants. I thought it won't take long for me to leave since the abyss didn't look that deep earlier. Looks are really deceiving, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Then, he was reminded of the test that inner disciples who were advanced gods had to take during the core disciple assessment in the Hidden Fog sect. Chapter 3787 Tangled Warfare. However, the only similarity between the core disciple test in the Hidden Fog sect and the first test to qualify for the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination was that they were both held in the abyss. The core disciple test in the Hidden Fog sect had obstacles in the abyss. They had to fight off enemies as they ascended. Moreover, as long as they were able to leave the abyss, no matter the number, they would pass the test. On the other hand, the first test to qualify for the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination did not have any obstacles in the abyss. One only had to leave the abyss. However, only the first 600 participants who left the abyss first would be considered to have passed the test. Those with fast speed naturally had an advantage. Those who were slower might even begin to fight among themselves to secure a spot in the top 600. After 15 minutes, Yin Ping Yi announced the commencement of the test. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the participants at the bottom of the abyss began to make their moves. One after another figures soared up at lightning speed. Or so, Duan Ling Tian, who had good eyesight, could see Du Po Jun among the dozen or so participants in the lead. The dozen or so people were comprised of those from Lord rank forces and those not from Lord rank forces. To his surprise, almost half of them were not from Lord rank forces. I really didn't expect there to be so many geniuses from non-Lord rank forces. All of them are, without exception, advanced kings of gods, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, these people were not just ordinary advanced kings of gods. They were comparable to some of the elders of Lord rank forces. Among these people, some of them were weaker than Du Po Jun, but since they comprehended the law of wind, their speed was very fast. Apart from that, among the dozen or so people in the lead, there was also a member of the Lingu clan who was Lingu Ren Jia's nephew. His name was Lingu Chong Xiao. Duan Ling Tian had met him a few times so they could be considered acquaintances. Based on what Duan Ling Tian knew, Lingu Chong Xiao would be turning 10,000 years old in about 100 years. Hence, this was Lingu Chong Xiao's last chance to participate in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination. When Duan Ling Tian and the others thought Lingu Chong Xiao, Du Po Jun, and a few others would be the first to leave the abyss, there was a sudden turn of events. Lingu Chong Xiao, Du Po Jun, and the others from Lord rank forces suddenly joined forces to fight several people who were not from Lord rank forces. What are they trying to do? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Soon enough, someone explained, those who've watched this before in the past won't be surprised. This happens every time. Those from Lord rank forces will always unite to fight those who aren't from Lord rank forces. Since the places are limited, they're fighting so their peers from the Lord rank forces would be able to place in the top 600. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what was going on. However, he did not think those from the Lord rank forces would be able to stop everyone. Moreover, among the dozen of people in the lead, the number of those not from Lord rank forces was not small. The two groups began to struggle. It did not take long for the second group of people to arrive. With more people from the Lord rank forces now, Duan Ling Tian thought the fight seemed a little unfair. However, it did not take long before reinforcements for those who were not from Lord rank forces arrived. They began to target the weaker participants from the Lord rank forces. With this, many of the weaker participants from Lord rank forces were injured and had no choice but to descend and heal their injuries. When Du Po Jun and Lingu Chong Xiao rushed down to help their peers, it was already too late. Moreover, the duo was also attacked. The fight became messier, and more people got injured. In the end, it became a competition of strength. No matter who they were, as long as they tried to fly up, they would be stopped. It was as though they would not stop fighting until the number of people left was more or less the number of places that had been allocated. They continued to fight and look for an opportunity to leave the abyss. The weak were helpless since they were injured. Hence, the strong from both sides fought while those with average strength tried to leave the abyss. This was the same for both sides. How intense! Duan Ling Tian sighed at the scene in front of him. Then, he looked at Lingu Zhengxing and asked curiously, Supreme Elder Zhengxing, will the same thing happen in the other 2 rounds as well? Lingu Zhengxing nodded, yes. Then, he smiled as he continued to say, Duan Ling Tian, the Lingu clan is relying on you to pass the round for the under 5,000 years old age group. If you're capable, it'd be good if you can help those from the Lingu clan and the Murong clan. With that, the Murong clan will owe you and the Lingu clan a favor. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Supreme Elder Zhengxing, you think too highly of me. However, I'll try my best to help them. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the injured participant at the bottom of the abyss and knew they would fail to join the Flying Dragon sect. They could not even join the Flying Dragon sect as outer disciples due to their age. Only those below the age of 5,000 years old were allowed to participate in the examination to become outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. After all, the people in the first and second age groups who failed the qualifying test would not be able to join the Flying Dragon sect's outer disciples. What a surprise! There are actually those who are gods who dare to fish in troubled waters. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to notice a group of gods, who were not from Lord rank forces, trying to take advantage of the situation to leave the abyss. Alas, unsurprisingly, many of them were injured during their attempts except for a few who were protected. I really don't know what those gods are thinking. Even if they were lucky enough to pass the qualifying test, how are they going to pass the entrance examination later? Moreover, there are several rounds of tests for the entrance examination, someone from the Lingu clan said. Following that, many people began to laugh at the gods who had participated in the Flying Dragon sect's qualifying test. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people who were uninjured in the abyss. At this time, one of the participants said, it's useless to keep fighting now. There are only a few places left. The other participants instinctively looked around. After confirming there were fewer than 600 people left, they stopped fighting. Then, one after another, they flew up. As they flew up, these people who were just fighting a moment ago began to chat among themselves as they flew. My dear, you were too ruthless earlier. You almost severed my arm. Aren't you the same? If I didn't manage to avoid your attack earlier, I would have lost an ear. Isn't it just an ear? You can easily regrow it with a divine pill. The same can be said for you. You can easily regrow your arm. In the realms of gods, there were many divine pills that could regrow bones and flesh. As long as it was not too extreme, one could easily regenerate one's limbs. If one's heart was pierced, one could even take divine pills to heal the injuries to the heart. For this reason, to ensure someone's death, it was best to destroy their soul or crush them until they were nothing but a mist of blood. After a while, more than 500 people rushed out of the abyss under everyone's watchful eyes. There were some who helped the injured out of the abyss. These people were mostly from Lord rank forces. The few people not from Lord rank forces, who helped the injured out, were the fastest and among the few who flew side by side with Dupo Jun and Lingu Chongshao. It's no use even if you help him pass the qualifying test, Lingu Chongshao, who was helping an injured member of the Lingu clan, said to a middle-aged man, he'll have to rely on himself later during the entrance examination. It's impossible for an advanced god like him to pass the exam. I know, the middle-aged man replied. He was one of the participants not from a Lord rank force who had comprehended the law of wind. His speed was comparable to those of Lingu Chongshao and Dupo Jun. Then, he said with a smile, didn't you ask me to bring one person with me earlier? However, apart from my brother, I don't know anyone else. There were a few from King rank forces who asked for my help earlier, but the rewards they offered were not tempting at all. Moreover, it's better to help my brother. Upon hearing this, Lingu Chongshao no longer said anything. With this, the first round of the qualifying test to become inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect finally ended. Chapter 3788-87. Out of the 600 participants from the first age group who passed the first round of the qualifying test for inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect, more than 400 were from Lord rank forces, and the remaining were from non-Lord rank forces or sectless cultivators. Regardless of which force they were from, those who were strong passed the qualifying test easily. There were also those who only passed with the help of others. These people were destined not to go far. Even if they passed the qualifying test, they would definitely fail the entrance examination. The Flying Dragon sect's qualifying test was fair for the most part. As long as one had the ability, one would be able to pass easily. However, it had to be said that it was slightly skewed toward those from Lord rank forces. In the end, more than 60% of those from Lord rank forces passed the first round of the qualifying test, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He looked at the members of the Linggu clan who had participated in the first round and saw that about 70% of them had passed the qualifying test. After someone recorded the names of those in the first age group who qualified to participate in the entrance examination, the 600 people were led into the Flying Dragon sect's estate by one of the inner elders who had come out with Yin Pingyi earlier. The second round of the qualifying test will begin now, Yin Pingyi said. He looked at the mirror abyss and said loudly, "Those between 5,000 and 8,000 years old, please step forward. I'd like to give you a reminder again. If you're not in this age group and enter the mirror abyss, you'll be killed by a killing formation." Following that, a group of people, that included Hua Tiandu, the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect, flew into the mirror abyss. In just a blink of an eye, they shrank to the sizes of ants under everyone's watchful eyes. Duan Ling Tian discovered that the number of people in the second age group was much higher than that of the first age group. The number was almost twice as high. There are so many people. No wonder 1,000 people will be selected from this age group. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly heard Linggu Zhengxing say, "I can't believe there are people foolish enough to try and cheat." When Duan Ling Tian looked at the mirror abyss, he saw two people who were standing apart from each other suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. They died in just a blink of an eye. Are they crazy? Elder Yin reminded over and over again that those who cheat will be instantly killed, and yet, they still dared to cheat. They must be older than 8,000 years old. Did they think Elder Yin was bluffing? Many of those outside of the mirror became more vigilant with the deaths of the two cheaters. They also shook their heads at how desperate the duo must be to join the Flying Dragon sect that they would even risk their lives. After 15 minutes, Yin Pingyi announced the start of the second round of the qualifying test. The battle in the mirror abyss was extraordinarily intense. Among this group of people, 5 people were particularly outstanding, like rays of light in the dark. They moved at lightning speed and rushed to the top. One of these 5 people was Hua Tiandu. Meanwhile, the crowd began to discuss the 5 people in the lead. Among the 5 people, 4 were young men, and only one was an elegant woman. That's Ouyang Jian Chen, the third young master of the Ouyang clan. Who are the other 3? They're not even 8,000 years old, but they're comparable to prodigies like Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jian Chen. I don't know them. I know that young woman. She's the 7th disciple of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flowers Valley. It's a king rank force. She's known as Lady 7, the pride of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Lady 7, I heard that she's the most outstanding prodigy in the history of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Lady 7 was dressed in a long lavender robe, and her face was hidden behind a lavender veil. Her beautiful eyes twinkled brightly like the stars, and what could be seen of her skin was as fair as snow. Although her face was hidden by the veil, it still could not hide her beauty. 10,000 Flowers Valley. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. It was his first time hearing about this king rank force. This was not surprising since there were so many king rank forces that it was impossible to know them all. In just Skywind City alone, there were already quite a lot of king rank forces. There were also several king rank forces under the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised there was someone so talented from a king rank force. Moreover, it was a woman. Lady 7, Duan Ling Tian's eyes inadvertently fell on the graceful and nimble figure in the mirror abyss. Although there were many powerful female experts, their number was still smaller than that of male experts. An example of a female expert was Linggu Renjia's sister. She was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Linggu clan. Even if Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan joined forces, they still would not be a match for her. They're about to fight. When the 5 people in the lead were about to reach the exit of the abyss, they finally made their move and began to fight. Just like the first round, those from the Lord rank forces united against those who were not. With this, another messy fight broke out. The strongest from the second age group, Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jian Chen, joined forces against Lady 7 and the other 2 participants, who were also clearly not from a Lord rank force. Hua Tiandu and Ouyang Jian Chen swooped down and began to attack those who were not from Lord rank forces. Lady 7 and the other 2 participants followed closely behind, protecting the others who were not from Lord rank forces. The battle was in full swing. During the entire time, Duan Ling Tian's attention was only focused on Hua Tiandu, Ouyang Jian Chen, Lady 7, and the other 2 participants. Their performance was rather outstanding. However, soon enough, it was revealed that there were quite a few people below from both sides who had concealed their strength. It seems like these people learned from the first round and only showed their strength when the fight broke out. Needless to say, those who underestimated those who concealed their strength paid a high price. They were seriously injured and were temporarily unable to fly up. As time passed, more and more people were injured. Similar to the first round, only when there were fewer than 1,000 people left that the fight stopped. A dozen or so stronger participants helped some people out of the abyss as well after a brief period of negotiation. Following that, an old woman stepped forward and said to the 1,000 people in front of her, "After your names are recorded, come to my side, I'll lead you into the Flying Dragon sect's estate to prepare for the entrance examination." After a few people from the Flying Dragon sect recorded the names of the 1,000 people, the old woman led them into the Flying Dragon sect's estate. During the process, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the old woman's eyes were exceptionally bright when she looked at Lady 7. He thought to himself, it seems like that old woman is interested in the king rank 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7. At this moment, Hu Qing Ning's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "It's our turn." Although Hu Qing Ning tried to keep calm, his voice still revealed the nervousness in his heart. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, "Later, when the third round starts, I'll send both of you up first." "Both of us?" Hu Qing Ning asked, confused. "You and the third young miss of the Murong clan," Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Hu Qing Ning meaningfully. Hu Qing Ning froze immediately, causing Duan Ling Tian to laugh. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian, who was usually serious, would have such a side to him. "Revered Elder Duan, we'll be relying on you," Lingu Zhengxing said. "We have 15 disciples in the third age group. Including you, there are 16 from the Lingu clan participating in the third round of the qualifying test." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not very worried. After all, it was unlikely that the prodigies below the age of 5,000 were a match for him. Now that the participants from the first two age groups had entered the Flying Dragon sect, Yin Pingyi said, "Participants under the age of 5,000 please step forward. The rules are the same as before." Just like before, he added, "Please remember that if you're over the age of 5,000, you'll die if you enter the Mirror Abyss." Chapter 3789 Duan Ling Tian makes his move. There were only about 300 participants below the age of 5,000 from 19 Lord rank forces, including the Lingu clan. Among the three age groups, this age group also had the least participants. After all, no matter how talented they were, due to their young age, it would be difficult for them to make a mark in the Flying Dragon sect now. Moreover, it was better for them to remain in their respective forces at this age compared to joining the Flying Dragon sect. Although there are very few participants in this age group, there's quite a number of them who aren't from Lord rank forces. After the participants below the age of 5,000 gathered, Duan Ling Tian found there were not many participants from Lord rank forces. On the contrary, there were quite a number who were not from Lord rank forces. After entering the Mirror Abyss, he discovered there were thousands of people who were not from Lord rank forces. This meant that their number was 3 times higher than that of those from Lord rank forces. For the third round of the qualifying test, only 200 people would be selected to advance. The probability of advancing was lower compared to the first and second rounds. Before entering the abyss, those who were not from Lord rank forces had already formed an alliance. After entering the abyss, all of them stared at Duan Ling Tian and the others from Lord rank forces intently. At this moment, someone said, "Listen up. During the first 2 rounds, those who aren't from Lord rank forces were at a disadvantage due to the differences in number. However, our number far surpassed theirs in this third round. Hence, we must all unite. We have to seriously injure all of them first before we compete for the 200 places." With this, many people who were not from Lord rank forces voiced their agreement. There was also a small number of people who remained silent in fear of offending the Lord rank forces behind their opponents. Apart from the members of the Lingu clan, the expressions of the members of the other Lord rank forces turned solemn upon hearing those words. After all, there was strength in number. Even if they were strong, their opponents had numbers on their sides. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked around the Mirror Abyss calmly as he thought about what he had learned. The Mirror Abyss is an independent realm formed by a formation. Those on the outside can see what's happening inside through a mirror age formed by the formation. Standing near Duan Ling Tian were 15 prodigies from the Lingu clan and 17 prodigies, including Hu Qing Ning and Murong Ying Yu, from the Murong clan. When Duan Ling Tian, whom Hu Qingning and Murong Yingyu stood next to, regained his senses and discovered that he and a group of people had been surrounded by those who were not from Lord rank forces, there was a small number of those who were not from Lord rank forces standing in the distance. Although they did not want to get involved, they had no intention of helping the other party as well. At this time, a disciple from a Lord rank force stared at the people who surrounded him and asked frostily, "Aren't you afraid of the retaliation from our respective forces?" Someone scoffed, "Even if you want to take revenge, you'll have to be able to find me. Moreover, who knows if I'll become an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect after this? With that, will the force you belong to dare to act against me or my clan? If the Flying Dragon sect finds out that you sought revenge because of the qualifying test, you should be worried about your clan instead." Clearly, those who dared to surround the participants from Lord rank forces were not afraid of the repercussions. Hence, threats were useless against them. 15 minutes are almost up. Although I can't kill in here, I feel happy just thinking about injuring all these arrogant Lord rank forces disciples. You can just watch as we pass the qualifying test, someone said after snickering. With that, another person said insultingly, "So what if you're from Lord rank forces? We're all below the age of 5,000. How strong can all of you be when you don't have numbers on your side?" The group of people who were not from Lord rank forces was a good mix of those from King rank forces, King rank bandit forces, and sectless cultivators. Perhaps, for this reason, most of them were unaware of the latest news or events. Hence, upon hearing the insulting words, almost all of the Lord rank forces turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Those who were not from Lord rank forces who were standing in the distance were also looking at Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was not even 5,000 years old, he had once killed 2 outstanding core disciples from the Hidden Fog sect. Most importantly, the 2 core disciples he killed were strong enough to defeat ordinary advanced kings of gods. Those from Lord rank forces such as the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Devil sect, the Eastern Oriental sect, the Murong clan, and the Lingu clan knew that even Du Po Jun, who was only second to Yang Qianyi in the 10,000 Devils sect and was among the first in the first round of the qualifying test, was wary of Duan Ling Tian and had openly stated he was not confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian participated in the first round of the qualifying test for the age group, he would have been able to rank at the top as well. Meanwhile, outside of the Mirror Abyss, Murong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Lingu clan, looked at Lingu Zhengxing and said with a smile, "Supreme Elder Zhengxing, it seems like those people have not heard about revered Elder Duan seeing as they dared to surround him and the others from the Lord rank forces. How foolish." Lingu Zhengxing smiled and said, "Perhaps, they think that with numbers on their side, they'll be able to stop revered Elder Duan. Alas, they're overestimating themselves." Even Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, and Supreme Elder Lei looked at those people who surrounded Duan Ling Tian and the others disdainfully. Apart from that, some people also begin to chat among themselves. It seems like those who died in the second round after they cheated managed to warn off those who intended to cheat. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, someone would have cheated during this round as well. There are always those foolish enough to try and cheat during the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations. After 15 minutes passed, Yin Pingyi said loudly, "You may begin." In the Mirror Abyss. As soon as Yin Pingyi's voice fell, Duan Ling Tian grabbed Hu Qingning's face. With that, Hu Qingning quickly grabbed Murong Yinyu's hand with a reddened face. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian teleported along with the duo near the top of the abyss. Upon seeing this, the group of people that surrounded Duan Ling Tian and the others were angered. Those who had also comprehended the law of space and those who did not give chase immediately. "You think you can leave so easily? Dream on, I'll catch up to you and drag you down in a minute. I advise you to give up." This group of people now focused their anger on Duan Ling Tian as they chased after him. Meanwhile, contrary to everyone's expectations, Duan Ling Tian did not teleport for the second to leave the abyss. Instead, he came to a stop and said to Hu Qingning, "Both of you, leave first." Hu Qingning did not refuse. After all, he was aware of how strong Duan Ling Tian was. Without any hesitation, he let go of Murong Yinyu and motioned to Murong Yinyu to fly up. After all, she did not need his help to fly up. However, as soon as Hu Qingning let go of Murong Yinyu's hand, she grabbed his hand again and said with a mixture of anger and shyness, "You're planning to run away after taking advantage of me? No, Duan Ling Tian told us to leave. Didn't you hear him? Fool, we'll talk about this after we get out of this place, Murong Yinyu said huffily before she took the initiative to pull Hu Qingning to the top. Outside of the mirror abyss, Murong Yunlu frowned slightly upon seeing that scene. As a father, how could he not know that his daughter was fond of Hu Qingning? However, he was still displeased by this sight. It felt as though a cabbage he had planted and raised with great care had been stolen by a wild boar. You can't leave. Stop them. The group of the people who were not from Lord rank forces had just arrived below Duan Ling Tian and the others and were about to give chase when they saw Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu flying up. However, it did not take long before everyone, whether they planned to teleport or fly, suddenly froze. Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the void, tapped his right foot slightly before a powerful barrier formed from his divine energy and law of space appeared, blocking the people below. With the spatial barrier, no one could pass through, not even if they used teleportation. Finally, someone exclaimed, "He's an intermediate king of gods." The expressions of those who were not from Lord rank forces changed drastically. They did not expect the purple-clad young man to be an intermediate king of gods. How could someone below the age of 5,000 become an intermediate king of gods? For those below the age of 5,000, they were considered as monstrous talents in the Eastern Ridge Mansion even if they only managed to become ordinary rudimentary kings of gods. Chapter 3790 Duan Ling Tian single-handedly stopping the others. The group of people chasing after Duan Ling Tian and the others were shocked to see Duan Ling Tian's strength was that of an intermediate king of gods. They all looked at him incredulously. On the contrary, those from the Lingu clan laughed. Are all of you ignorant that you've not heard about our Lingu clan's revered elder? Duan. With this, realization dawned on the others. He's Duan Ling Tian from the Lingu clan. Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, there were still some people who had never heard of Duan Ling Tian. When they heard about his achievements, they were shocked. Veer. He's not even 3,000 years old. He can also refine God-grade limit divine pills. Those who were not from Lord rank forces belonged to forces that were far from the Flying Dragon sect. Not only that, but most of them had been in closed-door cultivation as well. It was only natural that none of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian despite his name spreading rather far and wide. I heard that revered elder Duan from the Lingu clan comprehended multiple triple-fused profundities from the law of space. When he was still in a rudimentary king of gods, he killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who were on par with ordinary advanced kings of gods. Now that he's an intermediate king of gods, his strength must have improved significantly even if his comprehension of the law of space remains the same. Where did such a monstrous talent come from? Is it even necessary for him to participate in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations? With his qualifications, the Flying Dragon sect would have welcomed him with open arms. Perhaps, his goal is to join the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Don't forget that those who rank in the top 10 will be rewarded with Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills. That must be it. The Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill can get rid of the bottleneck for advanced kings of gods trying to become rudimentary lords of gods. Only Emperor-rank divine alchemists can refine such a pill. Duan Ling Tian must have his eyes on the pills. The group of people began to speculate about the reason Duan Ling Tian was participating in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations, and it did not take long before they figured out his reason. At this time, while the others were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength, Duan Ling Tian, who was stepping on the spatial barrier, said clearly, "Those from the Lingu clan and Murong clan, ascend from this side." The eyes of the members of the Lingu clan and the Murong clan lit up upon hearing these words. They hurriedly flew in the direction that Duan Ling Tian pointed where an opening could be seen on the spatial barrier. At this time, a middle-aged man not from a Lord rank force, who was standing near the opening of the spatial barrier, scoffed before he tried to pass through the opening. Alas, he did not get very far when a terrifying spatial energy hammered down on him, severely injuring him. He plummeted and began to throw up blood as his divine energy weakened. He would have died or become disabled if Duan Ling Tian did not restrain his strength. Upon seeing this, the expressions of those who planned to seize the chance and escape through the opening changed drastically. "Thank you, revered Elder Duan." Some of the members of the Lingu clan thanked Duan Ling Tian as they safely flew through the opening on the barrier. The others could only watch in envy as they watched the members of the Lingu clan and the Murong clan safely ascending one after another. At this moment, some of the members from other Lord rank forces approached Duan Ling Tian to plead with him. Senior Duan, we used to be fellow members of the Hidden Fog sect, can you help us as well? One of the Hidden Fog sect asked respectfully. Duan Ling Tian, if you help you, I promise you that the Eastern Oriental sect will never forget this favor, a disciple from the Eastern Oriental sect chimed in. Upon hearing this, those who were not from Lord rank forces began to panic. It was not a big problem if Duan Ling Tian only helped those from the Lingu clan and the Murong clan to leave the Mirror Abyss. Since the two forces only had fewer than 40 participants in total, there were still many places for them. However, if Duan Ling Tian helped the other participants from the other Lord rank forces, there would be no places left for them. At this time, someone who was not from a Lord rank force cried out, "Everyone, we have to do something. Otherwise, this will be the end for us." With this, about a dozen of those who were confident about their strength joined forces to attack. As for the others, they tried to stop the remaining members of the Lingu clan and Murong clan from leaving through the barrier. The two Lord rank clans members were surprised by the opponents' strength. Some of their opponents were even capable of easily defeating them. At this time, a cold scoff rang in the air. Following that, a violent and storm-like spatial energy surged from below the barrier, smashing the others who were not from Lord rank forces. It happened so quickly that they did not have time to avoid the attack. Hence, they hurriedly drew their mediocre divine artifacts to defend themselves against the spatial energy. A blue-clad middle-aged man was the first to step forward to resist the spatial energy. It did not take long before his mediocre divine artifact began to dim at lightning speed. After that, the spatial energy shrouded him and tore his robes, revealing cuts on his body. A powerful force exploded from the spatial storm before a hammer-like force fell on the middle-aged man, seriously injuring him. Similar to the person before, he fell as he vomited blood. Before the crowd could regain their senses, dozens of people were already greatly injured and falling to the bottom of the abyss. They were so weakened that they could hardly stabilize themselves. Upon seeing this, the members of the Lingu clan and the Murong clan quickly regained their senses and began to fly through the barrier. In just a moment, all of them successfully flew up. Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu were the first two people to leave the Mirror Abyss. Silence descended in the Mirror Abyss before the others broke out in a discussion. Heavens, he's too heaven-defying. None of us can pass through his barrier. Who is he exactly? Didn't you hear earlier? He's the Lingu clan's revered elder Duan. He's also the same person who became the first core disciple of the Hidden Fog, who was just an advanced god in 10,000 years. That's him. Heavens, he was only an advanced god when he first joined the Hidden Fog sect. After returning to the sect after a short leave, he was a rudimentary king of gods. Only 20 years have passed since then, but he's already an intermediate king of gods. Duan Ling Tian was a revered elder of the Lingu clan. He was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become an intermediate king of gods and had even comprehended multiple triple-fused profundities. That was not all. He even had heaven-defying skills in alchemy. He could refine god-grade limit divine pills and was one of the top Lord-rank divine alchemists. Even those who were aware of these things were shocked, let alone those who only found out about it today. What a monster! Even the Flying Dragon sect won't be able to keep him for long. The supreme elder of the Murong clan, who standing next to his clan leader, Murong Yunlu, exclaimed in shock. I guess we owe him a favor now, Murong Yunlu said as he watched in shock. Although he knew about Duan Ling Tian's capability, he was still shocked when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Yin Pingyi, the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, and the other inner elders were similarly shocked. They began to discuss heatedly among themselves. That's Duan Ling Tian from the Lingu clan. I thought the news was exaggerated. It seems like that's not the case. He's not even 3,000 years old, right? Such a monstrous talent is unprecedented even in the history of the Flying Dragon sect. To be honest, it's a little unfair for him to participate in this age group. Those who aren't from Lord rank forces won't be able to leave if Duan Ling Tian insists on helping everyone from the Lord rank forces. If that happens, we should have another qualifying round for those who aren't from Lord rank forces. Otherwise, it'd be too unfair to them. The inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect felt helpless as they looked at Duan Ling Tian stopping the others from leaving. Although it was unfair, there was nothing they could do since Duan Ling Tian did not violate any rules. Chapter 3791 The Fire Dragon Mountain. Duan Ling Tian looked majestic as he stood on the spatial barrier. Hu Qingning and Mirong Yinyu were already outside the abyss, successfully passing the qualifying test. More than half of the participants from the Lingu clan and the Mirong clan had also left the abyss safely. It did not take long before all of the participants from the two clans successfully left the mirror abyss. However, Duan Lingtian seemed like he had no intention of withdrawing the barrier at all. We won't be able to pass the qualifying test if Duan Lingtian helps the others from the Lord rank forces as well. I suggest all of us join forces to attack him and the barrier. I don't believe he'd be a match for our combined strength. Someone stepped forward to raise the morale of those who were not from Lord rank forces at this moment, and it worked. After all, there were limited spots left. Now that the participants from the Lingu clan and the Mirong clan had claimed almost 40 spots, there were even fewer spots left. If Duan Lingtian helped the others from Lord rank forces as well, they would have no spots left for themselves at all. He's right, I don't believe he can block all of our attacks if we attack at the same time. Let's attack simultaneously. Those who were not from Lord rank forces became even more united at this time. All of them mobilized their divine energies. They now had the courage to retaliate since they were not united, and they knew Duan Lingtian could not kill them due to the Flying Dragon sect's rules. At the same time, the members of the Lord rank forces, except for those from the Lingu clan and the Mirong clan, exchanged a look, wondering which side they should choose. After all, Duan Lingtian did agree to help them. I didn't even say if I'd help or not, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, feeling speechless, as he watched those who were not from Lord rank forces charge at him in unison. When he looked up and saw that the last of the members from the Mirong clan had left the mirror abyss, he suddenly teleported away. With his departure, the spatial barrier shattered almost immediately. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to help them. With this, a fierce battle broke out between those who remained in the mirror abyss. Those from the other Lord rank forces were under huge pressure as they were attacked by those who were not from the Lord rank forces. Clearly, those who were not from the Lord rank forces were venting their anger at Duan Lingtian on them. As a result, it caused the remaining participants from the Lord rank forces to resent Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian left the mirror abyss, the people from the Lingu clan and the Mirong clan, including Mirong Yinyu, thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. After that, Hu Qingning shook his head as he watched the fierce battle in the abyss and said, Duan Lingtian, those participants from the Lord rank forces whom you left behind are definitely going to hold a grudge against you. As time passed, more and more people left the mirror abyss. This included those from the Lord rank forces as well. Although they were outnumbered, it was not difficult for the strong ones to leave. However, most of the participants who left the mirror abyss successfully were not from the Lord rank forces. After all, with the departure of those from the Lingu clan and the Mirong clan, they were even more outnumbered. Some of the participants from the other Lord rank forces looked at the participants from the Lingu clan and the Mirong clan resentfully. One of them said, "Don't celebrate just yet. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, do you think he'd be able to help you with the upcoming tests as well?" Since they did not have the courage to confront Duan Lingtian, they could only direct their anger and frustrations at those from the Lingu clan and the Mirong clan. Even those who managed to leave the abyss were filled with anger and resentment. Despite that, none of them dared to say anything to Duan Lingtian and could only insult the others. "Why don't you spend your time healing your injuries instead of bickering?" Duan Lingtian asked tonelessly as he looked at the group of participants from the Lord rank forces. Duan Lingtian's words brought them to their senses, and they began to consume divine pills to heal their injuries. After a moment, all of the people who passed the qualifying test finally came out of the mirror abyss.Me. With this, Duan Lingtian and the others were led to another place to register their names. At this time, an inner deacon of the Flying Dragon sect, who had heard of Duan Lingtian, gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up as he said, "Duan Lingtian, you're truly worthy of your reputation. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but you have proven me wrong today. I'm sure many of our Black Dragon elders will be fighting among themselves to accept you as their disciple after you join the Flying Dragon sect. Based on your talent and the strength you displayed, you're not far off from our 3 youngest White Dragon elders." After praising Duan Lingtian, the inner deacon gave his soul pearl to Duan Lingtian and continued to say, "My name is Zhou Hao. I'm an inner deacon of the Flying Dragon sect. Please don't hesitate to contact me after you join the Flying Dragon sect. I can answer the questions you have regarding the sect." "Thank you, Deacon Zhou," Duan Lingtian said after exchanging soul pearl with Zhou Hao. Since the other party was rather enthusiastic, he found it difficult to act coldly toward the other party. At this time, an old man, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, walked over to Duan Ling Tian and the others and said, "I'll bring all of you into the Flying Dragon sect's estate. The inner disciples, examination will begin soon." As the old man led everyone into the Flying Dragon sect, he would glance at Duan Ling Tian occasionally with his eyes that shone with admiration. As they headed toward one of the 9 mountain ranges, he said, "My name is Xiao Zhen. I'm an inner elder of the sect." Xiao Zhen continued to introduce the places in the Flying Dragon's estate as they moved. "I'll be bringing you to our sect's Fire Dragon Mountain. There are many volcanoes there. You can't really see them now. They're isolated by a formation. The formation will contain the lava when there's an eruption, so the estate won't be affected." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. Indeed, after a moment, he saw a few volcanoes. However, since they were sandwiched by many lush mountains, they were quite inconspicuous. He saw one of the volcanoes was in the midst of spewing lava, and just like Xiao Zhen had said, the lava was contained and neutralized by the formation. Previously, I saw glimpses of bright light. I thought it was the sunlight. As it turns out, it's from the lava. Hu Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said, "This must be how Fire Dragon Mountain got its name." Soon enough, Xiao Zhen and the others arrived at the side of one of the mountains near the Fire Dragon Mountain. There was a huge stone platform with many people standing on it. After taking a closer look, Duan Ling Tian discovered they were the participants from the 2 age groups. Du Po Jun, Du Qian Jun, and Hu Tian Du were naturally among these people. The 2 age groups stood apart from each other. With this, Duan Ling Tian and the others stood together as well. Duan Ling Tian knew they were still separated into different age groups because the Flying Dragon sect's examinations had different levels of difficulty for the different age groups. Unlike the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, it was so that those who were older would not have an advantage over the young. After they arrived, Duan Ling Tian was once again bombarded with messages of gratitude from the members of the Linggu clan and the Murong clan. Soon enough, Xiao Zhen said, "The inner disciples, entrance examinations will commence once the other elders arrive." Chapter 3792 Dongfang Yan Nian. All the high-ranking officials, except for one respectively, from the Lord rank forces arrived as soon as Xiao Zhen's voice fell. For example, the Linggu clan's Linggu Zhongxing waited outside while Linggu Heng and Ling Huan entered the examination ground. There was also Murong Sui Feng, the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, who waited outside while the sect leader, Qian Yin, and Supreme Elder Lei entered. As for the Murong clan, their Supreme Elder waited outside while their sect leader, Murong Yun Lu, came in. Apart from that, the high-ranking officials who were not from Lord rank forces and sectless cultivators entered as well. At this time, Hu Qingning's anxious voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Duan Ling Tian, do you think you'll be able to pass the inner disciples examination? What's wrong? Are you worried that you'll fail while Miss Murring passes?" Duan Ling Tian asked teasingly through voice transmission. Hu Qingning remained silent for a moment before he finally replied, "Yes. If you fail the inner disciples examination, you can take the outer disciples examination. After all, a chance would be given to outer disciples to become inner disciples once every 10 years, Duan Ling Tian said. "That's not just it. In fact, she's slightly stronger than me. If she fails the inner disciples examination, I'll definitely fail as well," Hu Qingning said with a bitter smile. "If that's the case, you can return to the Murong clan with her, right? After all, if she can't become an inner disciple, it's more beneficial for her to return to the Murong clan," Duan Ling Tian said. "I know," Hu Qingning said. "Before we departed from the Murong clan, I told her that even if I can't join the Flying Dragon sect as an inner disciple, I'll join the sect as an outer disciple." Duan Ling Tian chuckled upon hearing Hu Qingning's words. "My friend, it seems like you were too hasty with your words earlier. Don't worry about what you said earlier. She'll definitely be delighted if you return to the clan with her. In fact, she probably won't even care about what you had said." At this moment, while Duan Ling Tian was conversing with Hu Qingning, a figure flew over. In just a moment, it arrived in the sky above Duan Ling Tian and the others. The figure belonged to a tall and burly proud middle-aged man. He had a jade-like complexion and was dressed in a long light gray robe. Duan Ling Tian's eyesight was rather keen, so he saw the middle-aged man's familiar identity token, that was a piece of white jade carved with a dragon. Following that, He remembered that Shui Haichuan had carried such a token as well. With this, it was not difficult to guess that the newcomer was a White Dragon Elder as well. Although the Flying Dragon sect's White Dragon Elders and the Inner Elders were mostly intermediate gods, their strength was not comparable. It was just like the differences between the core Elders and Inner Elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Although they were all advanced kings of gods, their strength varied. The differences were like heaven and earth. If one were to compare Kuang Tianzheng, an Inner Elder of the Flying Dragon sect, to Shui Haichuan, a White Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect, despite having the same cultivation bases, Shui Haichuan would definitely be able to defeat Kuang Tianzheng within 3 moves. This was how great the difference was between Inner Elders and White Dragon Elders. As soon as the newcomer arrived and hovered in the air, the 4 Inner Elders of the Flying Dragon sect bowed to greet him. "Greetings, Elder Dongfang." With this, the others followed suit and greeted the White Dragon Elder. Some, who had never heard of the White Dragon Elders, also followed suit. Although they might knew who he was, based on the Inner Elders' actions, it was clear that the newcomer had a high position in the Flying Dragon sect. "I am Dongfang Yan Nian, a White Dragon Elder from the Flying Dragon sect," the middle-aged man said. "I'm responsible for the Inner Disciples' examinations." Dongfang Yan Nian paused and looked at the crowd before his gaze landed on a purple figure. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He could not understand why Dongfang Yan Nian was staring at him. Dongfang Yan Nian continued to say, "Due to the Linggu clan's revered Elder Duan's performance in the qualifying round, he'll be exempted from the Inner Disciples test and will directly become an Inner Disciple of our Flying Dragon sect." Say.As. Apart from the elders from the Flying Dragon sect, the others were shocked by Dongfang Yan Nian's words. After all, such a situation was unprecedented. However, when they regained their senses, they thought it was only natural after they recalled his performance during the 3rd round of the qualifying test and his achievements. With his strength, it would be easy for him to pass the Inner Disciples examination. Dongfang Yan Nian continued to say, "Although that may be the case, those under the age of 5,000 can challenge him to a duel if they object to this." Those around Duan Ling Tian felt the corners of their lips twitch upon hearing these words. Was there anyone so foolish as to challenge Duan Ling Tian to duel? Following that, Dongfang Yan Nian glanced at the other participants and the high-ranking officials from the forces before he finally said to the 4 Inner Elders from the Flying Dragon sect, "Inner Elders, please lead the other participants into the hall." Following that, the 4 Inner Elders of the Flying Dragon sect brought the participants away. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to follow them to watch the examination, Dongfang Yan Nian called out, "Duan Ling Tian, please stay back." Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Dongfang Yan Nian in confusion. Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan frowned slightly as well as they looked at Dongfang Yan Nian warily. "Junior brother Hai Chuan has asked me to bring you over to meet him," Dongfang Yan Nian said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. To be safe, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Shui Haichuan to verify the matter through the soul pearls he had exchanged with Shui Haichuan in the past. Shui Haichuan's reply came swiftly. He was naturally aware of Duan Ling Tian's concern. "Brother Duan, you're really cautious. Senior brother Dongfang is one of my best friends in the Flying Dragon sect. Don't worry, he's not in the 10,000 Devils faction nor is he vice sect leader Shui's people. Moreover, those people won't dare to kill you so openly in the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Since the entrance examination will take a while, why don't you come meet me? If you're interested in watching the examination, I'll ask senior brother Dongfang to broadcast the examination for us," Shui Haichuan said. Following that, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan to assure them before he left with Dongfang Yan Nian. During their journey to meet Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yan Nian said praisingly, "I've never seen junior brother Haichuan admire someone as much as he admires you. Please look after me in the future." Although Dongfang Yan Nian was a White Dragon Elder, he did not put on air and treated Duan Ling Tian as an equal. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had a rather good impression of Dongfang Yan Nian. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. Considering Shui Haichuan's character, his friends had to be somewhat similar to him as well. At the very least, they must share the same values. With all this, Duan Ling Tian got along very well with Dongfang Yan Nian. "Elder Dongfang, you're overpraising me. I'm just an ordinary disciple, but you're a White Dragon Elder." Dongfang Yan Nian laughed and said, "Duan Ling Tian, you're too humble. With your innate talent, I believe you'll soon become the youngest white dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect's history. Moreover, I have a feeling you'll become the first emperor of gods in the Flying Dragon sect after so many years. Since Dongfang Yan Nian was good friends with Shui Haichuan, he had long heard about Duan Ling Tian's achievements. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's performance during the qualifying test, he had no doubts that Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 3,000 years old, was extraordinary. After all, the emperors of gods that used to exist in the Flying Dragon sect did not even have such achievements at Duan Ling Tian's age. Before going to see Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yan Nian had also brought Duan Ling Tian to register as an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian thought that things were really easy if one had the right connections. After that, it did not take long before they arrived at Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground. It was located in an independent courtyard halfway up a mountain. Brother Haichuan, Shui Haichuan looked the same as when Duan Ling Tian last met him. However, Duan Ling Tian felt that Shui Haichuan's aura had grown rather mysterious. Perhaps, he could sense this now because he had become an intermediate king of gods. Chapter 3793 Shui Haichuan's warning. Brother Duan, Shui Haichuan called out. He was brimming with smiles now that he met Duan Ling Tian again after 10 years. We've not met in over 10 years, but you seem to be in a better condition now. When Shui Haichuan met Duan Ling Tian previously, Duan Ling Tian was just a rudimentary king of gods. Now that Duan Ling Tian had become an intermediate king of gods, Duan Ling Tian's aura had naturally changed as well. Although the change was slight, he had a keen perception, so it was not difficult for him to notice the difference. Junior brother Haichuan, I'll take my leave first. I need to supervise the inner disciples' entrance examinations, Dongfang Yan Nian said to Shui Haichuan with a smile. Since Dongfang Yan Nian had sent a message to Shui Haichuan before they arrived, Shui Haichuan was already standing outside to receive them. Thank you, senior brother Dongfang, Shui Haichuan said. Thank you, elder Dongfang, Duan Ling Tian echoed. I'll join the both of you later, Dongfang Yan Nian said with a nod before he left. Following that, Shui Haichuan led Duan Ling Tian to a pavilion in his courtyard and gestured for Duan Ling Tian to take a seat in front of a wooden table. After Shui Haichun was seated, Duan Ling Tian asked, Brother Haichuan, where's Brother Haishan? Previously, Duan Ling Tian had met Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan in Linggu City. The trio had drinks in a restaurant, and Shui Haishan even got drunk. My brother has been in closed cultivation for more than 10 years now, Shui Haichuan said as he shook his head. It seems like Brother Haishan is highly motivated to improve his strength after seeing how much you've improved, Duan Ling Tian said. He could understand Shui Haishan's thoughts. If he were in Shui Haishan's shoes, he would also be motivated to work harder if his younger brother, who used to be on par with him, had now surpassed him and became an intermediate lord of gods and a white dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Shui Haichuan sighed. My brother wasted 10,000 years in the heavenly stairs. Now that he's out, he'll definitely catch up to me in 10,000 years. If I had joined the Flying Dragon sect earlier, my brother might not have to suffer in the heavenly stairs. Shui Haichuan shook his head after he finished speaking. Clearly, the past still greatly affected him. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian asked, I heard that Brother Haishan was imprisoned in the heavenly stairs for killing the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect's only son to avenge you. Yes, Shui Haichuan nodded. His expression turned solemn as he said, the former sect leader wanted to kill my brother. My brother's killing was justified since the former leader's son was at fault. Moreover, our masters had a good relationship with our senior uncles and junior uncles, so most of them voted for my brother to be imprisoned in the heavenly stairs for 10,000 years instead. I heard that the former sect leader joined the 10,000 Devils sect for that reason, and he's now in the Flying Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes flashed. That's right, Shui Haichuan nodded. He said confidently as he narrowed his eyes, he's also a white dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect. However, there's nothing he can do to me now. The former sect leader must have tried to avenge his son's death after Brother Haishan came to the Flying Dragon sect, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Shui Haichuan nodded. Of course, since I brought my brother here, he has been waiting for a chance to exact his revenge. However, as long as my brother doesn't leave my cultivation ground, he'll be safe. However, it's better to be more cautious, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly, People will resort to drastic measures when they're desperate. Since he's so obsessed about his son's death, he'll likely look for a way around the Flying Dragon sect's rules. Regardless of the reason, Shui Haishan had killed the son of the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. After all, a father could do anything to avenge the death of his son. I know. Shui Haichuan nodded. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, I won't let my brother leave my sight. As long as I keep an eye on my brother, that person won't be able to do anything to my brother. In the past, it had not been easy for Shui Haichuan in the Flying Dragon sect since the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect kept targeting him. Perhaps, if he was the one who killed the former sect leader's son, he would not have survived. After a moment, Shui Haichuan inhaled deeply before he said with a smile, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's see which participants are strong. They'll be your opponents during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, after all. With that, a mirror image was projected in the air with just a wave of Shui Haichuan's hand. Soon, Duan Ling Tian saw Hu Qingning and the others facing 3 tests respectively according to their age groups in different independent realms. The tests for the age groups were the same, only the level of difficulty was different. For example, the test for the 10,000 Devil Sect's Du Po Jun, who was in the 8,000–10,000-year-old age group, was the most difficult. As for Du Qian Jun and the Eastern Oriental sects Hu Tian Du, who were in the 5,000–8,000-year-old age group, their level of difficulty was intermediate. Meanwhile, the test for Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu, who was in the youngest age group, had the lowest level of difficulty. However, based on the duo's strength, it would be challenging for them to survive until the end. When Shui Haichuan saw Duan Ling Tian was mostly staring at Hu Qingning and Murong Yiyu, he could not help but ask, Brother Duan, are that young man and young woman your friends? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes, his name is Hu Qingning. That young woman is Murong Yinyu, the daughter of the clan leader of the Murong clan. Upon hearing these words, Shui Haichuan smiled and said, if that's the case, I'll tell senior brother Dongfang to pay attention to them. As long as they're not too weak, they should be able to pass the entrance examination. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words. After all, since Dongfang Yan Nian and Shui Haichuan were good friends, if Shui Haichuan put in a word for Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu, perhaps, Dongfang Yan Nian would be more lenient toward the duo. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the challenges Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu faced had changed slightly. It was now slightly easier. One would not have noticed if one did not pay attention. Senior brother Dongfang oversees the entrance examinations for the inner disciples, and there's another person who oversees the entrance examinations for the outer disciples. Above them is a black dragon elder who oversees everything, Shui Haichuan explained. Although Dongfang Yan Nian was in charge of overseeing the inner disciples' entrance examination, he still had to report to the black dragon elder. As long as the black dragon elder did not raise a question, there would be no problem with Dongfang Yan Nian giving Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu a little help. As for Duan Ling Tian completely bypassing the entrance examinations to become an inner disciple, no one would question this decision. After all, his strength was clear. In fact, the Black Dragon Elder might even praise Dongfang Yan Nian for being flexible. Thank you, Brother Haichuan. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Shui Haichuan waved his hand and said, after what you've done for my brother, this is just a relatively small matter. Then, as though he recalled something, his expression turned slightly grim as he said, Brother Duan, you have to be wary of the inner elder, Huang Tianzheng, and the 10,000 Devils faction. His status now is different from the time he went to look for you at the Lingu clan. After all, his second disciple is now married to the daughter of vice sect leader Shui. Over the past 20 years, the 10,000 Devils faction has grown stronger than the Hidden Fog faction in the Flying Dragon sect. Nonetheless, despite his good relationship with sect leader Shui, he won't be able to do anything to you in the sect. At most, he can only make your life difficult. If he wants to openly kill you, he'll have to challenge you to a life or death duel. Naturally, you can choose to accept or refuse the challenge. As long as you don't leave the sect, you should be relatively safe. If you really need to leave the sect, let me know. I'll have someone accompany you. I'd accompany you, but I can leave this place since I need to look after my brother. Brother Haichuan, thank you for the reminder. I'll remember your words, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Shui Haichuan smiled and said, I forgot that you're not a member of the Hidden Fog sect anymore. Based on your status in the Lingu clan, the Lingu faction will definitely protect you since they look upon you so highly. I'm sure they're more than willing to protect you. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly upon hearing Shui Haichuan's words. He was reminded of Lingu Renjia, who had lost his position as the clan leader of the Lingu clan because of him. If possible, he did not want to owe the Lingu clan anymore. He was indebted to them as it was. To redeem Lingu Renjia, he had to fulfill his promise to the Lingu clan so that Lingu Renjia would be reinstated as the clan leader of the Lingu clan. Chapter 3794 Kuang Tian Zheng's second disciple, Zhang Can. Duan Ling Tian was not omniscient, after all. He had no idea that staying in the Lingu clan's chamber of laws for 3 months would cost the Lingu clan so much. It even cost Lingu Renjia his position as the clan leader of the Lingu clan. If he had been aware of that, he would not have stayed in the chamber of law for so long. If Lingu Renjia had mentioned it to him, he would have understood. He would not have thought badly of Lingu Renjia at all. Alas, Lingu Renjia did not say anything to him. Perhaps, most people would not care about such things. However, Duan Ling Tian was determined to repay the favor. This was the reason he had made a 100-year promise with the Lingu clan. I'll make sure to do everything I can within these 100 years to reinstate clan leader Lingu back to his position. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself determinedly. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he discovered Shui Haichuan was looking at him contemplatively. Clearly, Shui Haichuan knew that Duan Ling Tian was thinking about something important, but he did not pry into Duan Ling Tian's affairs. He simply spoke about the participants of the entrance examinations. Since he felt much closer to Duan Ling Tian now, the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian had also changed as he said, "Little Tian, those people should be your opponents." Shui Haichuan pointed at the 10,000 devil sects Du Po Jun, the Eastern Oriental sects Hua Tian Du, and the Yuyang clan's Yuyang Jian Chen. After looking at Duan Ling Tian's potential opponents, his gaze finally stopped on a woman before he said, "That woman is quite amazing." Duan Ling Tian turned to look. Then, he said, "She's known as Lady Seventh. She's the 7th disciple of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flowers Valley." 10,000 Flowers Valley. Shui Haichuan seemed shocked by these words. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, "What's wrong, brother Haichuan? Do you have connections with the 10,000 Flowers Valley?" When Shui Haichuan regained his senses, he shook his head and said, "I had a friend in the 10,000 Flowers Valley, but I've not seen her in a long time now." Then, when he turned back to look at Lady Seventh, his gaze seemed to soften as he murmured, "They're too similar." Although Shui Haichuan's voice was not loud, Duan Ling Tian heard them clearly. It seemed like Shui Haichuan's connection to the 10,000 Flowers Valley was not a shallow one. Shui Haichun's mood seemed to have turned somewhat gloomy at this moment. Hence, Duan Ling Tian did not ask any more questions and silently watched the inner disciples' entrance examinations. As time passed, many participants were eliminated. However, Shui Haichuan's attention was completely focused on the 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady Seven. His eyes carried a hint of nostalgia, making Duan Ling Tian wonder if he had an affair with someone related to Lady Seven. After all, Shui Haichuan had said something about how Lady Seven looked similar to someone. After some time, the inner disciples' entrance examinations finally came to an end. Whether it was due to Dongfang Yan Nian's deliberate care or not, both Hu Qingning and Marong Yinyu successfully passed the examination and became inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. It's over. When the mirror image finally disappeared, Shui Haichuan finally regained his senses. Duan Ling Tian glanced over and saw that Shui Haichuan's eyelashes were wet with tears. However, they quickly evaporated due to Shui Haichuan's divine energy. If it were not for his keen perception, he would not have noticed it at all. With this, Duan Ling Tian was even more certain that Shui Haichuan had something to do with Lady Seven's relative. That person was likely a female since Shui Haichuan had said Lady Seven resembled that person. However, Lady Seven is wearing a veil. He must have meant that her eyes, forehead, and figure are similar to the person in his mind. Little Tian, Shui Haichuan, who was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, called out. He said with a faint smile, "I have to watch over my older brother so I won't be able to accompany you during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Don't worry, I'll be watching it through a mirror image. Remember to rank first. The rewards for the first place are things that even make my heart move." Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard Shui Haichuan's words. He knew Shui Haichuan was not one to exaggerate. This meant that the rewards must be truly precious, even more so than the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. I'll try my best, Duan Ling Tian replied modestly with a smile. At this time, Shui Haichuan's expression suddenly turned solemn before he said, "There's one more thing. If you encounter Lady Seven from the 10,000 Flowers Valley, please try to go easy on her if she refuses to admit defeat." Then, he explained, "If I'm not mistaken, she's the descendant of an old friend of mine." An old friend. Duan Ling Tian was certain of his speculation now. He naturally agreed to help Shui Haichuan. After all, this was not a difficult task. "Please wait here for a moment. Senior brother Dongfang should be here soon. He'll bring you to the Fire Dragon Mountain again. That's where all the new inner disciples will be staying." Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground was located on another mountain range adjacent to the Fire Dragon Mountain. The two places were rather close. In fact, the intersection between the two mountain ranges was not far from his cultivation ground. About an hour later, Dongfang Yan Nian finally arrived. He did not leave immediately and sat down to chat. As time passed, he grew closer to Duan Ling Tian as well and began to address Duan Ling Tian as Little Tian, and Duan Ling Tian also addressed him as Brother Yan Nian. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had addressed Dongfang Yan Nian as Brother Dongfang, but Dongfang Yan Nian refused, saying it sounded too formal. Duan Ling Tian was inwardly surprised that a white dragon elder was so easygoing. As they continued to chat, Duan Ling Tian could see that Dongfang Yan Nian was a straightforward person. With this, his impression of Dongfang Yan Nian grew better. When night finally fell, Dongfang Nian finally led Duan Ling Tian away from Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground to the temporary residence for new inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. The temporary residence for the new inner disciples of the Flying Dragon sect was in the valley of the Fire Dragon Mountain. Buildings were scattered around the valley. There were also buildings that were built higher above the rest on the slopes of the valley that belonged to some elders. Duan Ling Tian would be staying here while he waited for the latent grand contest to start after 3 days. The duo hovered in the air for a moment before Dongfang Yan Nian said with a smile before leaving, "Little Tian, I'll see you in 3 days." After Dongfang Yan Nian left, Duan Ling Tian could sense many pairs of eyes looking at him from below. Most of them were disciples and a few elders. Duan Ling Tian looked down and saw Hu Qingning flying toward him. When he arrived next to Duan Ling Tian, he asked curiously, "Duan Ling Tian, you're acquainted with Elder Dongfang. Moreover, both of you seemed very familiar with each other. Brother Yan Nian is good friends with Brother Haichuan. I was with Brother Haichuan earlier when you were taking the examinations." "I see." Hu Qingning nodded. Through their previous exchanges, he knew that Duan Ling Tian had a good relationship with Shui Haichuan. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Today's examination was a little too hard. I almost couldn't pass it. Fortunately, my luck was pretty good and somehow managed to pass." Hu Qingning's tone was slightly grave, but it held a hint of happiness. Duan Ling Tian merely smiled and did not say anything about Shui Haichuan asking for Dongfang Yan Nian to go easy on Hu Qingning and Marong Yin Yu. To him, this trivial matter was not worth mentioning between friends. In another part of the Flying Dragon sect's estate, Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, finally heard about what had happened today. That little bastard actually broke through and became an intermediate king of gods. Kuang Tianzheng's expression was very unsightly at this moment. If it were not for his second disciple being in the same room as him, he would not have been able to resist smashing the table in front of him into pieces. A young man dressed in a cyan long robe sat across from Kuang Tianzheng at this moment. He was tall and had a sturdy figure. He had a stern countenance, and his dark eyebrows made him look even more stern. He was none other than Zhang Can, Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple and the son-in-law of vice sect leader Shui of the Flying Dragon sect. At that time, if he had died instead of Hanner, the one in the spotlight now would have been Hanner, not him. Kuang Tianzheng's eyes were brimming with fury and hatred as he spoke. "Kanur, you've not forgotten how Hanner treated you like a brother back then, right?" Kuang Tianzheng asked in a low voice. His gaze softened as he looked at his second disciple. Chapter 3795. "Master, rest assured, I won't let junior brother die in vain," Zhang Chan said in a lowered voice. "If there's anything I can do to avenge his death, please instruct me. I'll do anything as long as it's within my capabilities." A smile bloomed on Kuang Tianzheng's face as soon as he heard these words. These were the words he had been waiting for. Master, do you have a plan in mind? Zhang Can asked. I don't have a plan yet, Huang Tianzheng said as he shook his head. However, I won't let that brat have an easy time after he joins the sect. It's best if we can disturb his cultivation. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old, but he has already achieved so much. I'm afraid we'd be at a disadvantage if he continues to grow. At that time, the tables might turn, and we might be in trouble. A hint of fear could be heard in Huang Tianzheng's voice nearing the end of his words. It's true that we can't allow him to grow to his full potential, Zhang Can said with a nod. We should try to lure him out of the sect and hire an assassin to kill him. If he refuses to leave the sect, we can try provoking him until he accepts a life or death challenge out of anger. It's still better to lure him out of the sect, Huang Tianzheng said. It's unlikely he'll be provoked into accepting a life or death duel, especially if the opponent is much stronger than him. I believe he's not an impulsive person since he's able to come this far. In fact, he's rather meticulous and cunning. You can see this based on how he bided his time and only returned to the Hidden Fog sect when he was strong enough to kill Supreme Elder Feng and Supreme Elder Lei's disciples. Lure him out of the sect. Zhang Can frowned slightly. How can we lure him out of the sect? After all, he's aware that we're waiting for a chance to kill him. It's difficult, but it's not impossible to lure him out of the sect, Huang Tianzheng said nonchalantly. If he hears about a divine sanctuary left behind by a supreme god, do you think he'd be able to resist the temptation to leave the sect's estate? Zhang Can's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing these words. Master, you're brilliant. The Flying Dragon sect's latent dragon grand contest that was held once every 100 years was finally about to begin. Since the entrance examinations for inner disciples and outer disciples had ended, those who passed the entrance examinations were qualified to join the latent dragon grand contest. Duan Ling Tian met Hu Qingning as soon as they left. As Hu Qingning looked at the throng of people around them, he said, only 268 people passed the inner disciples entrance examination and joined the Flying Dragon sect. On the other hand, I heard the sect managed to recruit more than 500 outer disciples this time. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At this time, his eyes lit up when he saw a beautiful woman whose face was hidden by a veil. She had changed into a different outfit and was dressed in a long blue robe now. In addition to her beauty, her ethereal aura made it hard not to turn heads. Duan Ling Tian saw a few young men trying to strike up a conversation with her but was given the cold shoulder instead. The woman seemed indifferent to everything and everyone around her. However, she did not seem out of place. Instead, she blended rather harmoniously with her surroundings. Hu Qingning followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, and when he saw the woman, he said with a smile, after the inner disciples. Entrance examination ended, many men tried to approach her. However, all of them were ruthlessly rejected. No matter what they did, she was completely unmoved. There were even 2 men who attacked her out of anger and humiliation, but they were defeated by her instead. I don't think those 2 would be able to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Duan Ling Tian smiled upon hearing Hu Qingning's words. It seemed like the prodigy from the 10,000 Flowers Valley who was known as Lady Seven was not a simple person. He could not help but be reminded of Huaner's aloofness when he looked at Lady Seven. Huaner was cold and unapproachable to most people, and she would only warm up to Duan Ling Tian and his family and friends. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he thought about Huaner. In just a blink of an eye, he had been separated from his wife and Huaner for almost 30 years. Then, this thought led to his other wife, Keller. In another 300 years, the spatial passages between the realms of gods and Devata realms will open. Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts at this moment. It was as though his soul had left the realm of gods and returned to the time he was with his wives and Huaner. He only regained his senses when he heard Hu Qingning's voice. Duan Ling Tian, she's coming over, Hu Qingning said. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, the woman was already standing in front of Duan Ling Tian. Her crystal-clear eyes were calm as she looked at him. The crowd watched enviously as the duo stood together. Hu Qingning took a few steps back and said tactfully, I'll leave you both to talk. After stepping to the side, Hu Qingning asked through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, do you know her? Hu Qingning was naturally curious. After all, the woman had refused everyone who approached her, but she was now taking the initiative to approach Duan Ling Tian. He heard that during the qualifying test, she had gone with the flow and quietly joined those who were not from Lord rank forces. From the beginning until the end, she did not say a word at all. Some people even suspected she was mute, even if that was impossible once one became an advanced god. I don't know her, Duan Ling Tian replied to Hu Qingning through voice transmission as he looked at the woman in confusion. Finally, he asked, how may I help you? I heard people say that you're acquainted with Shui Haichuan. The woman asked. Her voice was melodious. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by her question. He asked in return, who told you about that? To his knowledge, apart from those from the Lingu clan, no one knew he was acquainted with Shui Haichuan. After listening to the woman's reply, he found that when he, Shui Haichuan, and Shui Haishan went for drinks at a restaurant in Lingu City, the manager had recognized Shui Haichuan. With that, news began to spread among the staff members. It did not take long before word began to spread about Duan Ling Tian's relationship with Shui Haichuan. The woman asked bluntly, can you contact him? Yes, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod after a brief moment of hesitation. After all, he recalled Shui Haichuan had told him to go easy on the woman during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. With this, he deduced Shui Haichuan would not mind this. Please tell me that I want to meet him after the end of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Tell him that I'm Fu Qinglu's daughter, she said. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and quickly convey her message to Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan's reply came swiftly. Little Tian, tell her that you'll lead her to me once the Latent Dragon Grand Contest ends. Please show her the way. Duan Ling Tian could sense Shui Haichuan's surging emotions despite Shui Haichuan's effort to remain calm. Then, he said, I've already spoken to him. He has asked me to lead you to him after the end of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Thank you, she said before she flew off to the venue of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. The venue was held at the peak of Fire Dragon Mountain. The peak had been flattened. Half of the area at the peak was occupied by a stone platform that was called the Flaming Dragon Arena. It was where the fights would take place. During ordinary days, disciples of the Flying Dragon sect would also come to spar at this place. At this moment, the stone platform was empty. However, countless people had gathered around at this moment to watch the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Duan Ling Tian, you're here. Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a finely dressed young man walking toward him with a smile on his face. A black-clad young man and a blue-clad middle-aged man followed closely behind the finely dressed young man. Before Duan Ling Tian had a chance to speak, the finely dressed young man had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. He was none other than Hua Tiandu, the young master of the Eastern Oriental sect. Chapter 3796 A Surprising Message. Young Master Hua, you're here early. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded at Hua Tiandu. Hua Tiandu chuckled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Duan Ling Tian, if we meet during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, please have mercy on me. Young Master Hua, you're too humble, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head, I might need you to have mercy on me instead. Hua Tiandu laughed. In that case, let's just do this. Whoever falls into a disadvantage first should surrender. Hua Tiandu looked to the side from the corners of his eyes at this moment before he said, Duan Ling Tian, please excuse me. I just saw a friend of mine. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He instinctively turned to look in the direction Hua Tiandu was looking and saw a finely dressed young man. Compared to Hua Tiandu, the young man looked quite reserved. Upon sensing his gaze, the young man nodded with a faint smile at him by way of greeting. After he nodded in response, he received a voice transmission from Hu Qingning. That's Ji Wuchang. It said that his strength is on par with Hua Tiandu. However, during the qualifying test, he did not show his strength, so he did not really stand out among the 5,000 to 8,000 years old age group. He was clearly holding back his strength. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Isn't that normal? Although there are many who displayed their strength unreservedly, there are also many who kept their strength hidden during the qualifying test. If they were able to pass it, there's no need for them to use their full strength, after all. Duan Ling Tian knew his opponents were not just famous prodigies like Du Po Jun and Hua Tiandu who openly displayed their strength as advanced kings of gods. There were many who had yet to reveal their strength. Moreover, it was highly likely that Du Po Jun and Hua Tiandu still did not reveal their full strength. Apart from that, one had to consider external means such as divine artifacts and other methods as well. Revered Elder Duan, a woman's voice rang out as a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Soon enough, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning. It was none other than Murong Yinyu. Murong Yinyu was thrilled that she had passed the inner disciples entrance examinations, but she was even more thrilled that Hu Qingning had passed the examination as well. After all, she had been worried he would fail. If that happened, it would be difficult for them to meet in the future even if he became an outer disciple. Previously, she had also been worried that if both of them failed the test, he would join the Flying Dragon sect as an outer disciple. After all, if she failed to become an inner disciple, it was not an option for her to become an outer disciple, she would have to return to the sect. It might not be easy for him to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect, but it would definitely be easy for him to become an outer disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Updates by Com. 3rd Miss Murong. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Murong Yinyu. Then, he said to Hu Qingning meaningfully, "Since 3rd Miss Murong is here, I'll excuse myself." With that, Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared next to Linggu Heng and Linggu Huan. As soon as Linggu Huan saw Duan Ling Tian, he said in a slightly grave tone, "Ling Tian, initially, I thought that even if you fail to rank first, you'll still be able to rank in the top 3. However, now, I'm not sure you'll even be able to rank in the top 3. Duan Ling Tian looked at Linggu Huan in confusion upon hearing these words. Linggu Huan explained with a solemn expression, "I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday. He told me that he suspected Hua Tian Du and Ji Wuchang had discovered a divine sanctuary left behind by a supreme god. After that, Hua Tian Du's strength had increased greatly. It's said that no one below Lords of Gods was a match for him in the Eastern Oriental sect." Linggu Huan continued to say, "The Eastern Oriental sect prevented news of that from spreading. However, my friend found out about it because his good friend is a core elder in the Eastern Oriental sect. He accidentally came across Hua Tian Du when Hua Tian Du was displaying his strength. From what he saw, he said Hua Tian Du was definitely among the top advanced kings of gods in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He's not inferior to the advanced kings of gods in the top emperor rank forces. As for Ji Wuchang, he's from the First Winter sect. His strength was on par with Hua Tian Du's previously. However, since they both entered the divine sanctuary left behind by a supreme god, it goes without saying that his strength has also risen tremendously," Linggu Huan said as his tone grew heavier and heavier. Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised by Linggu Huan's words. He instinctively turned to look at Hua Tian Du and Ji Wuchang, who were chatting happily. When the duo sensed his gaze, they smiled and nodded at him. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Both of them are really lucky. Duan Ling Tian had entered a divine sanctuary left behind by an emperor of gods. Although he obtained many things, most of them could only be used once he became a lord of gods. Due to his experience, he knew that divine sanctuary left behind by a lord of gods would be more useful to kings of gods. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian received a voice transmission. "Duan Ling Tian, are you at the Flaming Dragon Arena?" Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the voice transmission. Ding Yan. Ding Yan was one of his friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. Ding Yan had left the academy without saying anything, and he had only found out about it from Hu Qingning. Moreover, he and Hu Qingning had tried to contact Ding Yan multiple times, but they did not receive any reply. They would have thought Ding Yan had died if it was not for his intact soul pearl. Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion, "How do you know I'm at the Flaming Dragon Arena? Are you in the Flying Dragon sect?" Ding Yan did not reply to Duan Ling Tian's question. Instead, he said, "I'll come and meet you." "Ling Tian, are you listening to what I said?" Linggu Hun asked with a hint of impatience, frowning, when he saw Duan Ling Tian was distracted. Duan Ling Tian said sheepishly, "Supreme Elder Huan, something urgent came up. I need to leave for a moment. I'll speak to you when I return." Without waiting for Linggu Huan's response, Duan Ling Tian flashed away and reappeared behind Hu Qingning, who was chatting with Murong Yinyu. Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu were both startled by Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance. Murong Yinyu instinctively grabbed Hu Qingning's arm, and when she regained her senses, she hurriedly withdrew her hands, feeling embarrassed. "Duan Ling Tian, you nearly scared me to death," Hu Qingning said before he asked, "What's the matter? Why did you teleport when we're so close to each other? You could have just flown over." Despite his words, Hu Qingning rather enjoyed it when Murong Yinyu grabbed his arm earlier. In fact, he had wished Duan Ling Tian would scare them a few more times. Duan Ling Tian said without beating around the bush, "I just received a message from Ding Yan." "What?" Hu Qingning was shocked. "He sent you a message? What did he say?" That brat reached out to you first instead of me. He's going to get an earful from me. After saying that, Hu Qingning sent a message to Ding Yan as well, complaining that Ding Yan did not send him a message. I sent Duan Ling Tian a message because he's in the Flying Dragon sect. I'm on my way to meet him now, Ding Yan replied. Are you in the Flying Dragon sect now? Did you participate in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examinations? How come I didn't see you? Even then, you should have seen us during the qualifying test, right? Hu Qingning unleashed a barrage of questions at Ding Yan. A few moments later, Ding Yan replied, sounding surprised, Hu Qingning, you participated in the Flying Dragon sect's entrance examination as well. So you're an outer disciple now. Hey, I'll have you know that I'm now an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Hu Qingning said with a hint of pride. Chapter 3797, A Reunion After 30 Years. What, you managed to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect? Ding Yan was so shocked that he stopped moving immediately. Hints of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Over the past 30 years, Ding Yan had been in closed-door cultivation and comprehending the law of fire in a chamber of laws. He had only emerged from his closed-door cultivation yesterday to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. When he was registering as an inner disciple, he had heard about Duan Ling Tian's amazing display of strength during the qualifying test 3 days ago. Initially, he thought it was just someone with the same name. After all, although the Duan Ling Tian he knew was outstanding, he did not think it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to improve so much in just 30 years. However, as he continued to listen to the discussion about Duan Ling Tian, he was convinced that the Duan Ling Tian those people discussed was indeed his friend. Ding Yan heard about how Duan Ling Tian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linggu clan as a revered elder. Most shockingly, not only did Duan Ling Tian become an intermediate king of gods, but since 20 years ago, Duan Ling Tian was already capable of refining god-grade limit divine pills and was comparable to a lord-rank divine alchemist. He was understandably shocked. After Ding Yan left Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, his spatial ring had been given to another person for safekeeping before he entered closed-door cultivation to prepare for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. As soon as he emerged from his closed-door cultivation, he had planned to reach out to Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning after the Latent Dragon Grand Contest ended. Who knew he would find out that Duan Ling Tian was in the Flying Dragon sect as well? Hence, he quickly sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. However, he really did not expect to receive a message from Hu Qingning as well. More shockingly, Hu Qingning was now an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. He could tell Hu Qingning was not lying. Ding Yan was not surprised about Duan Ling Tian due to Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills. However, it was surprising to him that Hu Qingning managed to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect since Hu Qingning's innate talent and comprehension skills were weaker than his in the past. In the past, Hu Qingning was only slightly stronger than Ding Yan due to the resources he received as the young master of the King Rank 10,000 Leaves sect. Ding Yan, who was alone, naturally did not have the best resources. Even then, Ding Yan's innate talent and comprehension skills were higher than Ding Yan. In fact, Ding Yan had been given a chance to enter the Flying Dragon sect previously, but he had refused to do so. Then, his elder came to look for him in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy and forcibly took him away. With his return, he enjoyed the cultivation resources that he lacked while he was alone in the Hidden Fog Academy. At that time, Hu Qingning had intended to inform Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning about this, but his spatial ring had been taken away by the elder before he could do so. Back in the present, Hu Qingning said, slightly displeased, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Where are you?" Duan Ling Tian said, "You're in the Flying Dragon sect. We're at the venue of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, the Flaming Dragon Arena. Hurry up and come over so I can show you my cultivation now. I'm now a king of gods." Upon seeing how arrogant Hu Qingning was, Duan Ling Tian was filled with the urge to punch Hu Qingning. Meanwhile, Ding Yan, who was still shocked, said, "Wait for me. I'll be there in fewer than a dozen breaths." After that, Ding Yan turned into a ball of flames as he streaked across the sky like a meteor toward the Flaming Dragon Arena at the peak of Fire Dragon Mountain. In fact, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest would not be held in the Flaming Dragon Arena since the bricks used to build it would not withstand the fights. To be precise, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest would be held in the sky above the Flaming Dragon Arena. He said he'll arrive in fewer than a dozen breaths. Hu Qingning said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. He was really curious about the reason Ding Yan was in the Flying Dragon sect. If Ding Yan had participated in the qualifying test, he would have definitely seen Ding Yan. Moreover, even if he failed to see Ding Yan, with his eye-catching performance during the qualifying test, Ding Yan should have seen him. Maybe he was nearby and heard I was in the Flying Dragon sect. That's also likely why he's unaware that Hu Qingning is also here, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. Revered Elder Duan, what are both of you talking about? Murong Yinyu looked at the duo in confusion. A friend of ours is coming to see us, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. A dozen breaths later. There he is, Hu Qingning cried out. Duan Ling Tian looked over and saw the tall and burly Ding Yan. Ding Yan was about 2 meters tall, so it was easy to find him in a sea of crowds. Duan Ling Tian could tell Ding Yan had become more reserved now and had matured a lot. Ding Yan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the duo and hurriedly flew toward them. In just a moment, he landed in front of Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning. Finally, the trio was reunited after 30 years. Hu Qingning, you're really an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Ding Yan exclaimed when he saw the inner disciple's identity token hanging at Hu Qingning's waist. His expression was one of shock and disbelief. Similarly, Hu Qingning's eyes fell on the similar identity token hanging at Ding Yan's waist. He stammered, why you're also an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. This doesn't make sense. Your identity token seems to be from our batch as well. A frown could be seen on Hu Qingning's face at the end of his words. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ding Yan's identity token as well, and he discovered a special marking on it. The marking by the Flying Dragon sect would last for a month to indicate their status as new inner disciples, and it could not be faked. The markings were on the identity tokens of all participants of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Ding Yan, what happened? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. I'll explain everything to you later, Ding Yan smiled. Then, he looked at Murong Yinyu before he asked, who's this? This is Murong Yinyu, the third young miss of the Murong clan, Duan Ling Tian said. Then, he continued saying through voice transmission, they like each other. I'm sure we'll be drinking at their wedding banquet soon. Ding Yan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Then, he smiled at Murong Yinyu and said, nice to meet you, third Miss Murong. I'm Ding Yan, a friend of Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning. Nice to meet you, Murong Yinyu responded. She was embarrassed when she saw Ding Yan's eyes darting back and forth between her and Hu Qingning. She knew Duan Ling Tian must have said something to Ding Yan. Otherwise, why would Ding Yan look at them in this manner? It was not like she was holding onto Hu Qingning's arm now. Oh, so you still remember that we're friends, Hu Qingning said with feigned anger. You left without a word. Not only that, no matter how many times we contacted you, you didn't respond at all. If it weren't for your intact soul pearl, we would have thought that you died. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Ding Yan smiled sheepishly as he said, I had no choice. I wanted to bid farewell to both of you, but before I could send either of you a message, my spatial ring was confiscated. I only got it back yesterday. It seemed like one of Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qingning's speculations was right. Who confiscated your spatial ring? Hu Qingning asked. Before Ding Yan could reply, Hu Qingning added, moreover, why are you in the Flying Dragon sect, and why's your identity token similar to ours? Chapter 3798 Ding Yan's story. I'm certain I didn't see you during the qualifying test. Moreover, you should have seen us as well. Even if it was inconvenient for you to greet us, you could have sent us a message, Hu Qingning took the lead to say. I didn't participate in the qualifying test, Ding Yan shook his head and said, I didn't even participate in the entrance examinations for the inner disciples. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Qingning, and Murong Yinyu were naturally shocked by these words. All of them had the same thoughts in mind. How did Ding Yan obtain the identity token if he did not take the entrance examinations? Did he have a connection to the Flying Dragon sect? Upon seeing the trio's suspicious expressions, Ding Yan shrugged and said, I received the identity token today so I can participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ding Yan intently and said, during the 10 Stars Students Trial, you once asked me to follow you because the King Grade forces wouldn't dare to act against me as long as you were around if they knew your identity. Do you have connections in the Flying Dragon sect? The trio was certain that Ding Yan must have connections in the Flying Dragon sect since he was able to become an inner disciple of the sect without having to take the qualifying test and the entrance examinations. That's right, Ding Yan nodded. Then, a complex expression appeared on his face as he let out a long sigh. He remained silent until Hu Qingning prompted him to explain himself. After listening to Ding Yan, Duan Lingtian and Hu Qingning finally understood what had happened. As it turned out, Ding Yan's father was a sectless cultivator who was a lord of gods. His father was also his only relative in this world. Alas, his father died. After his father passed away, a good friend of his father took him under his wings when he was still a child. His father had such a good relationship with that person that they even arranged a marriage for their children. His father's good friend kept the promise even after his father passed away. As it turned out, his father's good friend was a black dragon elder in the Flying Dragon sect. Initially, Ding Yan had felt it was suffocating to stay with the Black Dragon Elder. This was because his daughter would look down on him and mock him behind his back. If it were not for the fact that the Black Dragon Elder had treated him really kindly, he would have left a long time ago. However, when the Black Dragon Elder entered closed-door cultivation, his daughter did something that crossed the line, which resulted in Ding Yan leaving the Flying Dragon sect. After leaving the Flying Dragon sect, Ding Yan joined the Skywind City's Hidden Fog sect and slowly rose in ranks until he became a 10-star student. 30 years ago, the Black Dragon Elder emerged from his closed-door cultivation and brought him back to the sect. In order for him to focus on his cultivation, the Black Dragon Elder had confiscated his spatial ring. Finally, Ding Yan said with a wry smile, "So that's what happened. Uncle Sikong wants me to join the Flying Dragon sect officially. Previously, I was just like his nephew with no official identity in the Flying Dragon sect. No wonder your bloodline power is extraordinary. As it turns out, your father is a lord of gods," Hu Qingning said. He was rather envious of Ding Yan's berserkification veins that could boost Ding Yan's strength tremendously. "It doesn't matter since he's passed," Ding Yan said with a sigh. "I didn't know how strong my father was when I was young. I only remember he would carry me everywhere when I was a child in search of divine pills that could help me. After he passed away, Uncle Sikong brought me to the Flying Dragon sect." A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Ding Yan's eyes when he spoke. Hu Qingning switched the topic and asked, "Ding Yan, what's your cultivation base now?" "I'm just a rudimentary king of gods," Ding Yan replied. "Me too," Hu Qingning said with a smile. "Are you ready for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest? If you're participating, I hope to meet you so I can show you my progress after all these years. You weren't my opponent in the past." Ding Yan looked at Hu Qingning in surprise and said, "I'm surprised you're a rudimentary king of gods now. I was only able to break through because Uncle Sikong took great care of me. He found me various divine pills and divine fruits. However, I doubt the 10,000 Leaves sect and the Hidden Fog Academy would be able to provide you with such good cultivation resources. I left the Hidden Fog Academy a long time ago." Hu Qingning shook his head and said, "Before I came to the Flying Dragon sect, Duan Lingtian helped me to join the Rung clan. I only managed to become a rudimentary king of gods in such a short time because of Duan Lingtian's divine pills." Hu Qingning was aware of his limit. With his innate talent and comprehension skills, he would not be able to become a rudimentary king of gods in such a short time without Duan Lingtian's help. Ding Yan's eyes brightened when he heard Hu Qingning's words. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, I heard you're able to refine God-grade limit divine pills. I didn't know you're skilled in alchemy as well since you didn't mention anything about it in the past. I dabbled in alchemy when I was in the mundane realm and the Devata realm. I decided to try my luck and refine pills in the realm of gods. As it turns out, it's quite fruitful," Duan Lingtian replied casually. Ding Yan looked at Duan Lingtian incredulously as he said, "Not all alchemists in the Devata realms can become outstanding divine alchemists in the realms of gods. To be outstanding here, not only do you have to be skilled in refining, but you must also be skilled in detecting and extracting vitality energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy." There was no doubt that Duan Lingtian was highly skilled in alchemy. A voice rang out, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw Marong Sui Feng, the vice-sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect and the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog sect. Marong Sui Feng was clearly shocked when he saw Ding Yan. After all, Ding Yan had abruptly left the Hidden Fog Academy more than 20 years ago after sending him a hasty message about dropping out. Ever since then, he had been unable to contact Ding Yan. He had been wondering about what happened to Ding Yan since then. Through a few teachers of the academy, all he knew was that Ding Yan was not dead since his soul pearl was intact. Ding Yan's eyes lit up. Dean Murong, you're here as well. On the contrary, Murong Yingyu looked around vigilantly as she bit her lips. Before she finally called out softly, "Sixth uncle." Sixth uncle. Duan Ling Tian and Hu Qing Ning were slightly taken aback. Duan Ling Tian had thought about the possibility of Murong Sui Feng being related to the Murong clan since the clan was located quite near to the Hidden Fog sect. However, during the qualifying test, he noticed that the members of the Murong clan and Murong Sui Feng did not greet each other in any form. It was as though they were strangers. Hence, he dismissed his speculation. Hence, he was caught off guard when Murong Yingyu addressed Murong Sui Feng as sixth uncle. Murong Sui Feng's expression changed slightly when Murong Yingyu greeted him. He looked around vigilantly as well. Upon seeing this, Murong Yingyu said, "Don't worry, sixth uncle. There aren't any members of the clan around us. Little you, even if that's the case, you shouldn't talk to me so openly. We can speak through voice transmission. You know very well that when I was expelled from the clan leader forbade the clan members from approaching me. Those who even dared to speak a word to me would be expelled as well. You should pretend like you don't know me," Murong Sui Feng admonished gently. However, his expression was stern. "I understand," Murong Yingyu said when she saw Murong Sui Feng's stern expression. With this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why the Murong clan and Murong Sui Feng acted as though they were strangers. As it turned out, it was under the order of the clan leader of the Murong clan. He could not help but wonder what Murong Sui Feng had done for him to be expelled from the clan. Although Duan Ling Tian was usually not interested in gossip, he was very curious about this matter. Hence, he said to Hu Qing Ning through voice transmission, "Ask the third miss what happened between the dean and the Murong clan when you have the time." Duan Ling Tian could not imagine what kind of crime Murong Sui Feng committed for him to be treated in such a manner by the Murong clan. "Why don't you ask her?" Hu Qing Ning replied. After all, he did not know if it would be inappropriate for him to ask her such a personal question. "I'm giving you a chance to deepen your relationship with her," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "You can tell her that I'm the one who asked about it." "You?" Hu Qing Ning was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. While Murong Sui Feng and Ding Yan were talking, the moderator for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest finally appeared at the Flaming Dragon Arena. Two people followed behind him. One of them was Dongfang Yan Nian, one of the two White Dragon Elders of the Flying Dragon sect whom Duan Ling Tian was familiar with. Chapter 3799. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man standing next to Dongfang Yan Nian. With just a glance at the identity token at his waist, he discovered that the middle-aged man was also a White Dragon Elder like Dongfang Yan Nian. As for the old man who stood in front of the two White Dragon Elder, his identity token was carved with a life-like dragon and was inlaid with something that looked like black jade. Black Dragon Elder. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly when he saw the old man's jade token. With this, it was easy to guess that the moderator for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was the Black Dragon Elder called Lan Yushan. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian chatted with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian, he had heard about Lan Yusheng in passing. At that time, he learned that Dongfang Yan Nian was in charge of the Inner Disciples entrance examination while another White Dragon Elder was in charge of the Outer Disciples entrance examination. Their superior, the one in charge of everything to do with the qualifying test and entrance examinations, was Lan Yushan. As soon as the trio appeared, they stirred up a commotion and became the focus of everyone's attention. Many of the new Inner and Outer Disciples recognized the trio at once. "That's Elder Dongfang. That's Elder Hu Jifang who was in charge of the Outer Disciples entrance examinations." Hu Jifang was the other White Dragon Elder standing next to Dongfang Yan Nian at this moment. Soon, someone with keen eyesight saw the identity token at Lan Yushan's waist. He's a Black Dragon Elder." The old man standing in the lead had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His thick long hair was draped across his back. His expression was calm, it was neither happy nor sad. At this time, an Inner Disciple who came to watch the show turned around and said to the new Inner and Outer Disciples, "Considering you're new to this place, let me introduce you to that person. He's Elder Lan Yushan, one of the Black Dragon Elders of the Flying Dragon sect. He's an advanced Lord of Gods. Only new inner and outer disciples could participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, but older inner disciples could come to watch the show at the Flaming Dragon Arena. Unfortunately, older outer disciples were prohibited from coming to the Flaming Dragon Arena. The Flaming Dragon Arena was in the depths of Fire Dragon Mountain. Outer disciples were only allowed outside most of these places unless they had just joined the Flying Dragon sect. If they violated this rule, they would be severely punished. For this reason, most of the people present were new inner and outer disciples of the Flying Dragon sect. No outer disciples could watch, and very few inner elders came to watch. As for the elders, there were even fewer of them present. All in all, there were only a few hundred people present. Compared to the thousands of hopefuls who came to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, the number of spectators was rather pitiful. Many people were shocked when they learned that Lan Yushan was a Black Dragon Elder. For most of them, it was their first time seeing an advanced Lord of Gods. Hence, it was not surprising that they were all staring at him unblinkingly. The Flying Dragon sect is indeed amazing. I've just joined the sect, but I already met an advanced Lord of Gods. So this is what an advanced Lord of Gods is like. This old man is an advanced Lord of Gods. So he's among the strongest among all Lords of Gods. In the Flying Dragon sect, the White Dragon Elders have higher status than inner elders. However, the status of Black Dragon Elders is even higher than that of a White Dragon Elder. Those who can become advanced Lords of Gods have survived many once in 1,000 years heavenly tribulations. This shows how powerful they are. I wonder if I'd be able to become an advanced Lord of Gods in the future like Elder Lan after joining the Flying Dragon sect. Lan Yushan's arrival brought about a momentary silence before a commotion erupted. Not only were the disciples of the Flying Dragon sect in awe, but even the elders from various forces were in awe. At this moment, a man standing near the trio from the Flying Dragon sect bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Elder Lan. I'm Hua Chunming, the sect leader of the Eastern Oriental sect." Although Hua Chunming was the sect leader of a rather powerful Lord rank force, he still showed respect to Lan Yushan, who was a Black Dragon Elder. After all, not only did Lan Yushan have higher status, but Lan Yushan was much stronger than him as well. With Hua Chunming taking the lead, the elders from various forces began to greet Lan Yushan one after another. After a while, Lan Yushan raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to keep quiet. Then, he said in a casual tone, "Let's skip the small talk. I'm sure most of you are already aware of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest's rules, so I won't repeat them. I'll activate a formation and form 10 battle rings. Those whose names appear will go into the battle rings. You only have 1 minute to enter the battle ring. Otherwise, you'd be automatically disqualified." When everyone had just joined the Flying Dragon sect 3 days ago, they had already been told about the Latent Dragon Grand Contest's rules. The first round of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was to select the 100 strongest outer disciples who would join the inner disciples during the second round. If any of the outer disciples managed to rank in the top 200, they would be promoted to an inner disciple. Conversely, inner disciples who ranked at the bottom would be demoted to an outer disciple. Naturally, if the inner disciple was unwilling to become an outer disciple, he or she could choose to leave the Flying Dragon sect. 3 days ago, more than 300 people passed the inner disciples entrance examinations, and more than 800 people passed the outer disciples entrance examinations. Hu Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said in a hushed voice, "This means only 100 out of 800 outer disciples will qualify for the next round. It seems like the first round won't end so soon." At the same time, Lan Yushan waved his hand, activating the formation. Subsequently, 10 square battle rings appeared in the air above the Flaming Dragon Arena. With that, he said in a clear voice without beating around the bush, "The Latent Dragon Grand Contest begins now." To Duan Ling Tian and the others, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was a serious event. However, to a Black Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect, it was just child's play. The battle rings were located quite far from each other, and each of them was suffused with light of different colors, making it easier to tell them apart. At this time, 2 names appeared in each of the 10 battle rings. At the same time, 10 figures flew out and moved to stand at each of the battle rings. Based on their identity tokens, they were inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Kuang Tianzheng, who had once visited Duan Ling Tian in the Linggu clan to kill him, was among the 10 inner elders. Due to his connection with vice sect leader Shui of the Flying Dragon sect, he was naturally unlike the ordinary inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. At this moment, 20 outer disciples flew toward the battle rings that were flashing with their names. The identity token they carried had a special mark as well, indicating their eligibility to participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Hu Qingning and saw a trace of unease on Hu Qingning's calm face. He asked through voice transmission, "What's wrong? Are you worried you'd rank at the bottom and would be demoted to an outer disciple?" As stated, inner disciples ranked below the 100th place would be demoted to outer disciples. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hu Qingning smiled awkwardly as he replied, "I'm slightly worried." Duan Ling Tian moved to stand closer to Hu Qingning before he passed Hu Qingning a ring that he held in his left hand. "Take this." "What's this?" Hu Qingning was surprised and confused. "It's nothing. It's just a prominent divine artifact," Duan Ling Tian said in a relaxed manner. "A prominent divine artifact?" Hu Qingning's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. In just an instant, he felt that the spatial ring in his hand was as heavy as a dumbbell. "Duan Ling Tian, this is too precious." Duan Ling Tian felt rather speechless by Hu Qingning's line of thoughts. He hurriedly interjected, "I'm only lending it to you. You didn't think I'd give it to you, right?" Hu Qingning's face flushed red from embarrassment immediately. When he finally calmed down, he said jokingly, "Although I'm a little disappointed, I still want to thank you." At this time, Hu Qingning did not reject Duan Ling Tian's help anymore even if he thought Duan Ling Tian only had one prominent divine artifact. After all, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was rather fair. The inner elders would not pit powerful participants so early. Moreover, with Duan Ling Tian's strength, he did not even need a prominent divine artifact to win. If Duan Ling Tian needed a prominent divine artifact to defeat his opponent, chances were he would be eliminated by the opponent even if he had a prominent divine artifact. "You're disappointed, you're really shameless," Duan Ling Tian said teasingly. Following that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Marong Yinyu and spoke to her through voice transmission. Chapter 3800 Did They Forget About You? Duan Ling Tian said to Marong Yinyu, the third young miss of the Marong clan, and said, "Third miss, with Hu Qingning and your strength, it would have been difficult for both of you to pass the entrance examinations for the inner disciples 3 days ago. The reason both of you passed was due to me asking Dongfang Yan Nian, the White Dragon Elder, to go easy on both of you." Marong Yinyu was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Hence, if you don't want to rank at the bottom of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, I suggest you borrow a prominent divine artifact from your father." When Marong Yinyu returned to her senses, she replied, "All right. I'll borrow a prominent divine artifact from my father for Hu Qingning." "No, you should borrow it for yourself," Duan Ling Tian said, feeling slightly speechless by Marong Yinyu's response. At the same time, he thought Hu Qingning was really blessed to have found someone who cared about him so much. However, he'd need a prominent divine artifact as well, Marong Yinyu said, "Although we might not be matched for a fight, there's still a possibility that would happen. It'd be unfair for him if only I have a prominent divine artifact. There are a few high-ranking officials from the clan who came as well. My father's not the only one with a prominent divine artifact, the elder next to him has a prominent divine artifact as well. It's just that the elder has lent his prominent divine artifact to brother Han Lin." Duan Ling Tian interjected, "Don't worry about him. I've already lent him a prominent divine artifact. You should worry about yourself instead." "Then you..." Marong Yinyu hesitated. Duan Ling Tian naturally understood Marong Yinyu's concerns. He said with a smile, "Have you forgotten the rules of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest? They have a profile of everyone's strength. They won't pit strong participants against each other so early on. That's to say, the first few opponents I face will be weaker than I am. I can easily defeat them without a prominent divine artifact." Realization dawned on Marong Yinyu immediately. "I understand. I'll borrow a prominent divine artifact from my father now. In fact, my father had said earlier that he would lend me his prominent divine artifact, but he warned me against lending it to Hu Qingning. He's worried we would have to fight each other. He was only willing to lend it to me if I agreed to his condition." Clan leader Marong's actions are understandable, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. "Just promised him that you won't lend the prominent divine artifact to Hu Qingning now. If he doesn't believe you, you can tell him that I've already lent Hu Qingning my prominent divine artifact. If he probes further, just tell him that Supreme Elder Huan lent me that prominent divine artifact." With that, Murong Yinyu left to search for Murong Yunlu, the clan leader of the Murong clan. After a few minutes, Duan Lingtian could feel Murong Yunlu looking at him. To his surprise, Murong Yunlu sent him a voice transmission to confirm that he had indeed lent Hu Qingning a prominent divine artifact. Duan Lingtian did not know how to react to this. Did Murong Yunlu truly have such little trust in his daughter? After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Murong Yunlu finally handed his spatial ring to Murong Yinyu after relinquishing his ownership of the spatial ring. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yan through voice transmission, "Ding Yan, do you have a prominent divine artifact? You'll have a greater advantage if you possess a prominent divine artifact during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. If you don't have one, I can lend one to you." "I do," Ding Yan replied. "I just asked Hu Qingning needed a prominent divine artifact as well. If he didn't have one, I'd borrow one from Uncle Sikong for him. However, he told me you'd already lent him one." After a moment, Ding Yan said worriedly, "Duan Lingtian, it's quite risky for you not to have a prominent divine artifact during the contest. Do you need me to borrow one for you?" "There's no need for that," Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head slightly. "I have one. Even if I don't, there are 3 supreme elders from the Lingu clan who accompanied me here, so I can borrow it from either one of them." "Very well," Ding Yan replied. At the same time, the battles in the 10 battle rings were in full swing. The 20 outer disciples fought with all their might. They were mostly advanced gods, only 2 of them were rudimentary kings of gods. As a result, the duo easily won their respective fights. As for the other 8 fights between the advanced gods, it took some time before they finally ended. As soon as there was a winner, 2 names would immediately appear above the battle rings. With that, the next 2 participants would enter the battle rings. The audience watched the fights in excitement. However, it only lasted for a while before they grew bored. After all, the participants were only advanced gods, so their strength was limited. Many of the spectators even felt they were watching children fight. It was not until a young man dressed in dark gold robes defeated his opponent with a punch that everyone's interest was piqued again. Even Duan Lingtian was slightly interested. The young man's explosive punch reminded him of Hu Qingning's performance during the Inner Disciples entrance examinations. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid this person isn't any weaker than Hu Qingning." The golden-clad young man and his opponent were both rudimentary kings of gods. Since he could defeat his opponent, who was also a rudimentary king of gods, with just a punch, it proved that he was stronger than the average rudimentary kings of gods. At this time, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again. "He's the 3rd disciple of the sect leader of the king-rank heavenly divine sect. His name is Zhao Pei. He's only slightly over 5,000 years old, but he's already a rudimentary king of gods. His comprehension skills aren't bad as well. During the qualifying test, he only lost because his opponent was Ouyang Jian Chen, the 3rd young master of the Lord rank Ouyang clan." That's right, Zhao Pei was quite unlucky. If he did not meet Ouyang Jian Chen during the qualifying test, he might have passed the entrance examinations. He was seriously injured by Ouyang Jian Chen at that time. Although he consumed a divine pill at that time, it took a while for his injuries to heal. "I thought he would remain an outer disciple. Now it seems like he has a chance to redeem himself during the Latent Dragon Grand Contest and become an inner disciple." Duan Lingtian learned a lot from the conversations in his surroundings. Although he had watched the entrance examination, his attention was mostly focused on the Eastern Oriental sects Wat Tien Du, the 10,000 Devils sects Du Po Jun, and the 10,000 Flowers Valleys Lady 7. He did not pay much attention to Ouyang Jian Chen at that time. "Zhao Pei is quite strong," Hu Qingning said with a grave expression. Clearly, he was aware that Zhao Pei was not any weaker than him. The matches kept going. There were a few powerful outer disciples who had high chances of becoming inner disciples through the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Most of them were unlucky and were seriously injured during the qualifying test, which in turn affected their performance during the entrance examinations. Now that they had recovered, they naturally performed better. Time continued to fly by. It did not take long before night fell. At this time, Lan Yushan, a black dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect, who was the moderator for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, announced that the contest would end now and continue tomorrow. The Latent Dragon Grand Contest continued the next day until the evening before 100 participants were finally selected from the group of more than 800 outer disciples. Most of the outer disciples who ranked at the bottom were aware of their strength, so they were not too disappointed with the results. They knew they were no match for those who were ranked higher. Moreover, the matches were arranged in a rather fair manner. The 10 elders of the Flying Dragon sect who were in charge of arranging the matches were intermediate lords of gods, so it was easy for them to see through the participants' strength. This naturally helped them to arrange the matches. Due to fairness, none of the participants questioned the results. Before dismissing everyone for the day, Lan Yushan said, "The top 100 disciples will join the inner disciples for the next round of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest tomorrow. Over the next 3 days, we will determine the 100 strongest participants among the 400 participants." The next day arrived in just a blink of an eye. It was finally time for Duan Lingtian and the other inner disciples who had been watching the Latent Dragon Grand Contest to fight. Names after names appeared above the battle rings, but Duan Lingtian's name had yet to appear even after Hu Qingning had fought twice. In fact, it was not just Duan Lingtian. The names of the 10,000 devil sects Du Po Jun, the Eastern Oriental sects Hua Tian Du, the 10,000 Flowers Valleys Lady 7, and the Yuyang clan's Yuyang Jian Chen had yet to appear as well. In short, the names of those who performed exceptionally well during the qualifying test and entrance examination had yet to appear. Since they're aware of our strength, it seems like they've arranged for us to fight toward the end, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During this time, there were a few outstanding participants who had hidden their strength previously. Since they had hidden their strength, they were called out rather early. For example, there was the Hanshu sect's Ji Wuchong whose strength was on par with Hua Tiandu. Since he did not reveal his strength, he was arranged to fight in the earlier rounds. Once his strength was revealed, his name did not appear again. It seems like it was a good thing that I didn't hide my strength before this. At least, I can save my energy for my matches later, Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a smile. Ding Yan, why aren't you called to fight yet? Hu Qingning asked. Hu Qingning's voice pulled Duan Lingtian back to his senses. Immediately. Indeed, Ding Yan's name did not appear at all. The sun was about to set and the contest was about to come to an end today, but his name still had not appeared above a battle ring. Hu Qingning frowned. Did they forget about you? Chapter 3801 Ding Yan's turn. They forgot about Ding Yan. Duan Lingtian's thoughts were deeper than that of Hu Qingning, hence, he knew Hu Qingning was wrong. Ding Yan's guardian is a black elder dragon, so how could they forget about him? Since Ding Yan is allowed to bypass the qualifying test and the entrance examinations and directly participate in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest through his connection, it's impossible for them to forget him. There are only 2 possibilities. 1, they haven't called him out to help him conserve his energy. 2, he's strong enough that they arranged for him to fight in the later rounds. Duan Lingtian smiled and looked at Ding Yan, who was looking at Hu Qingning strangely. Then, he asked, Ding Yan, although you're just a rudimentary king of gods now, your comprehension of the law of fire must be very high, right? Ding Yan was slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. How do you know that? Apart from his uncle Sikong, very few people knew about his high comprehension of the law of fire. Lan Yushan was one of the few who were privy to this matter. Regardless, Duan Lingtian had no way of knowing this. It seems like you're much stronger than Hu Qingning, Duan Lingtian said with a laugh. At this time, if Hu Qingning still did not understand what was going on, then he was truly a fool. When he regained his senses, he glared at Ding Yan and said, Ding Yan, you bastard. How deep is your comprehension of the law of fire? Your name didn't appear at all today. There are fewer than 100 people whose names didn't appear today. Don't tell me your strength is among the top 100 participants. Hu Qingning did not even dare to dream about ranking in the top 100 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest even if he had a prominent divine artifact now. Although he had won his second match earlier, his opponent was so strong that he only narrowly won the fight. He still remembered the jealous and unwilling expression on his opponent's face when his opponent saw his prominent divine artifact. He was aware that if his opponent also possessed a prominent divine artifact, he would have lost the match. Hu Qingning thought he was truly fortunate to have a friend like Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had thought to himself that if his opponent was jealous, his opponent should also borrow a prominent divine artifact from his friend. Life was unfair, after all. Naturally, Hu Qingning did not verbalize his thoughts. Otherwise, he would become the public enemy. After all, very few participants of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest possessed prominent divine artifacts even if they were borrowed. This was not surprising since prominent divine artifacts were rare. Even among top lord rank forces, they were considered rare, and only high-ranking officials possessed them. It's not that deep before, but I made huge improvements recently, Ding Yan said with a smile. How much progress? Hu Qingning asked unwillingly. I just comprehended several triple-fused profundities from the law of fire. Hu Qingning was stunned when he heard Ding Yan's reply. Based on what he knew, this level of comprehension was comparable to the prodigies of top lord rank forces. He thought even Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space was only slightly better than this. For example, the comprehension level of Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao, two of the strongest core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect, was comparable to Ding Yan's. On top of that, Ding Yan also had the berserkification vein, his bloodline power. In short, Ding Yan was not any weaker than Shangguan Shangfeng and Long Xiao. Even if he was weaker, it was not by much. How did you comprehend the law of fire? Your progress is insanely fast. Hu Qingning's eyes looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets. Guess. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at Ding Yan and said, his uncle must have sent him into the Chamber of Laws in the Flying Dragon sect. As an Emperor rank force, their divine rock veins are much superior to Lord rank forces. It's only normal that their Chamber of Laws can help on to comprehend triple-fused profundities. Duan Ling Tian continued to say teasingly, Ding Yan, it seems like your uncle isn't just an ordinary black dragon elder. Ding Yan was able to comprehend the law of fire to such a profound level in the Chamber of Laws within 30 years. This meant that the divine rocks he used were more or less the same as what Duan Ling Tian had used in the Linggu clan. How could an ordinary black dragon elder be capable of something like that? Ding Yan smiled wryly. Duan Ling Tian, not only are you talented in cultivation, but you're quite smart as well. You're right, I comprehended the law of fire in the Flying Dragon sect's Chamber of Laws. After Ding Yan spoke, he sighed. It was precisely because of this that he felt he owed his uncle a huge favor. He was afraid it would be difficult to repay this favor in the future unless his cultivation far surpassed that of his uncle. The Flying Dragon sect's Chamber of Laws. Hu Qingning was at a loss for words. He was not surprised that Ding Yan was able to use the Flying Dragon sect's Chamber of Laws. After all, Ding Yan's guardian was a black dragon elder from the Flying Dragon sect. However, the duration Ding Yan stayed in the Chamber of Law was too shocking. The amount of time one could stay in the Flying Dragon sect's Chamber of Law depended on the status of the high-ranking officials of the Flying Dragon sect. After all, Hu Qingning knew from before that Ding Yan comprehended the law of fire. In the past, Ding Yan's comprehension was not as profound as his. However, now, Ding Yan's comprehension of the law had completely surpassed his. Finally, Hu Qingning said bitterly, to think I thought about asking you to spar with me. Now it seems like I won't be a match for you even if I have a prominent divine artifact and you don't have one. I'm just lucky that I have a powerful uncle, Ding Yan said humbly as he shook his head. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, the most admirable person is Duan Ling Tian. He came from a Devata realm and has no connection here. However, he achieved so much on his own. I feel ashamed of myself when I compare myself to him. Hu Qingning's mood improved when he heard Ding Yan's words. Then, he said, Duan Ling Tian's a peerless prodigy. Only a fool would compare himself to Duan Ling Tian. Hu Qingning had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, so he knew how strong Duan Ling Tian was. As the trio chatted, the latent dragon grand contest came to an end for the day as well. As the trio walked back to their residence, Hu Qingning said with a bitter smile, Duan Ling Tian, it seems like even with your prominent divine artifact, it'd be difficult for me to win my next match. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He said honestly, it's true. However, even if you lose your next match, you don't have to worry about being demoted to an outer disciple since with your performance, you won't rank at the bottom. That's true. Hu Qingning felt a lot better after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words. As for Marong Yinyu, she was in the same position as Ding Yan. After all, she was only slightly stronger than Hu Qingning at this time. Ding Yan said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, I'll likely have to fight tomorrow. It should be the same for you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I know, I've only been watching the fights the past few days, I'm actually eager for my turn to come. I wonder who will be my opponent. Eager for your turn, don't you mean you're eager to beat someone up? Hu Qingning asked jokingly. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Don't underestimate my opponent, whoever it might be. After all, the opponents are chosen by the elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Do you question their ability to match the participants? As expected, even with their prominent divine artifacts, Hu Qingning and Murong Yinyu lost their respective matches. Their opponents were inner disciples with mediocre divine artifacts. When Hu Qingning's opponent defeated him, his opponent had said mockingly, "If it weren't for your prominent divine artifact, you might not even be able to win your first match." Nonetheless, Hu Qingning was not angered by these words. Instead, he said, "So what? If you're dissatisfied, why don't you try and borrow a prominent divine artifact?" Hu Qingning's opponent flushed red in anger upon hearing these words. "Moreover, don't forget about our age gap. You're nearly 10,000 years old, and yet, you've only cultivated to this level. On the other hand, I'm younger than 5,000 years old. I really feel embarrassed on your behalf," Hu Qingning said. Hu Qingning's piercing words provoked his opponent to the point where his opponent wanted to rush over and beat him up before he could surrender. Unfortunately, with the presence of the elders of the Flying Dragon sect, his opponent had to hold back. When Hu Qingning returned to his position, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Although you lost the fight, you definitely won the war of words." "Well, he asked for it," Hu Qingning said as he rolled his eyes. Then, he put the prominent divine artifact into the spatial ring before he relinquished his ownership and handed it back to Duan Ling Tian. "Thank you, Duan Ling Tian. I'm sure you'd borrowed this prominent divine artifact from someone else as well. I promise I'll give you a prominent divine artifact in the future," Hu Qingning said, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Give me a prominent divine artifact." Duan Ling Tian smiled and shook his head. "I think you should just wait for me to give you a prominent divine artifact instead. By the time you give me a prominent divine artifact, I would have already become a lord of gods. Do you think I'd be short of prominent divine artifacts at that time?" Hu Qingning was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. After a moment, he said stubbornly, "Well, even if you've already become a lord of gods at that time, will you really refuse a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul?" At the same time, Ding Yan and Murong Yinyu could no longer bear to listen to Hu Qingning. Ding Yan rolled his eyes while Murong Yinyu wore an awkward expression on her face. As for Duan Ling Tian, he only shook his head and smiled as he thought to himself, "A prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. I already have one." At this time, Ding Yan's eyes suddenly brightened as he looked ahead. He exclaimed, "It's my turn." Without another word, Ding Yan flashed and appeared in the battle ring where his name had appeared. Chapter 3802 Duan Ling Tian's opponent. Ding Yan's opponent was a king of gods as well. Unlike the qualifying test where the participants were divided into age groups, there was no distinction in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Many participants were nearly 10,000 years old. Ding Yan's opponent was a genius from a king rank force. He was more than 9,000 years old, and he was an intermediate king of gods who had comprehended a triple fused profundities and a few double fused profundities. Needless to say, like all natives of the realms of gods, he had a bloodline power as well. He had fought 2 matches previously and was victorious in both rounds. His match with Ding Yan was his 3rd match. A rudimentary king of gods. Although Ding Yan did not participate in the qualifying test and entrance examination, no one would know that unless they paid close attention. Hence, Ding Yan's opponent did not find it strange that he was unfamiliar with Ding Yan. Although Ding Yan was a rudimentary king of gods, his opponent did not underestimate him. Over the past few days, he had been observing the matches carefully. He might not remember those who fought during the first round, but he remembered the participants from the second round. He was sure Ding Yan had not fought before this. In short, this was Ding Yan's first match, and as many had figured out, those who were powerful were not called out to fight during the second round. For these reasons, he faced Ding Yan seriously. Similar to Ding Yan's opponent, the crowd had also figured this out and began to discuss among themselves. He's a rudimentary king of gods, but this is only his first match. He must be quite strong. I don't remember seeing him during the qualifying test. Some of the more observant participants were certain that they did not see Ding Yan during the qualifying test and could not quite figure out why. At the same time, Murong Sui Feng looked at Ding Yan and murmured to himself, "I've not seen him for a while, but he has changed so much. I didn't expect he'd be able to come this far." Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, heard Murong Sui Feng's words and turned to look in the direction of Murong Sui Feng's gaze. When he saw Ding Yan, he asked, slightly surprised, "Do you know him?" Since the participants could figure it out, naturally Xianyin also knew the fact that this was Ding Yan's first match was a testament to his strength. The weaker participants were all arranged to fight earlier. Those who lost rarely got to fight again unless their performance was truly outstanding despite their loss. Updates by. In general, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was quite fair. Although it was up to the 10 elders of the Flying Dragon sect to arrange the matches, they had Lan Yushan keeping an eye on them. For this reason, they naturally did not dare to make any mistakes. Not only that, but they were meticulous when judging the participants' strength as well. With this, the participants had no one to blame but themselves if they lost. Murong Sui Feng sighed before he said, he was a 10-star student in the Hidden Fog Academy 10 years ago. He suddenly dropped out and disappeared. We only met again at the Flaming Dragon Arena a few days ago. At the same time, in the battle ring, Ding Yan's opponent, the intermediate king of gods, had already made his move. He did not hold back at all as he attacked. He boosted his divine energy with the law he comprehended before imbuing them into his mediocre divine artifact. At the same time, he activated his bloodline power. On the other hand, Ding Yan brought out an 8-foot-long pike from his spatial ring. His divine energy soared as his body was suffused with a red light. At this moment, his divine energy felt more like that of an intermediate king of gods than a rudimentary king of gods. Following that, flames shot out violently from the tip of his pike, looking like a fire dragon as it flew toward his opponent. Coincidentally, Ding Yan's opponent comprehended the law of water. According to nature, water suppressed fire. However, this was only the case if the two forces were equal. If the flames were strong enough, and there was not much water, the flames could easily evaporate the water. In the end, it all came down to strength. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ding Yan easily destroyed his opponent's attack with just a move before he severely wounded his opponent at lightning speed. Ding Yan's strength shocked the people present on the scene. After all, as a rudimentary king of gods, he had easily defeated an intermediate king of gods. He comprehended two triple fused profundities from the law of fire. How can a rudimentary king of gods be so strong? The gap between their strength is too wide. Did the elders of the Flying Dragon sect judge his strength wrongly? Perhaps, he hid his strength so they're unaware of his strength. Ding Yan's performance naturally attracted everyone's attention. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said, amazing. On the contrary, Hu Qingning and Murong Yin Yu had yet to recover from their shock. Although they knew Ding Yan was strong, it was still shocking to watch Ding Yan defeat his opponent in seconds. At this time, the crowd continued to discuss among themselves as they looked at Ding Yan. Look, that's a prominent divine artifact. It seems like his background isn't simple. Many people could tell the 8-foot-long pike in Ding Yan's hand was a prominent divine artifact. After all, without a prominent divine artifact, it would take Ding Yan a little more time to defeat his opponent. At the same time, the 10 elders of the Flying Dragon sect were shocked as well. Revered Elder Sikong's nephew is so strong. It seems like we've underestimated him. If we knew he was this strong, we would have pushed his match further back and matched him with a worthy opponent. It's really crazy that a rudimentary king of gods possessed such strength. I heard he's not even 3,000 years old, right? There really aren't many people in the sect who are as talented as him. I heard that he had been staying in our sect's chamber of laws for a long time. Even so, if he's not talented to begin with, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the law of fire to this extent. The sect treats revered Elder Sikong especially well. The time Ding Yan spent in the Chamber of Laws is more than the time all of us spent in the Chamber of Laws combined. Don't talk nonsense. If the sect leader hears this, he'll skin you alive. He respects revered Elder Sikong a lot. It's said that they're related to each other. As the 10 elders communicated through voice transmission, their gazes were complicated as they looked at Ding Yan. Meanwhile, Lan Yushan asked, he's Ding Yan. He's the person revered Elder Sikong recommended to become an inner disciple without taking the entrance examinations. Lan Yushan's voice was so low that only the two people behind him heard him. Yes, Dongfang Yan Nian promptly replied. He has great potential. Lan Yushan nodded, as expected of a descendant of a lord of gods. Based on these words, it was clear that Lan Yushan knew Ding Yan's father was a lord of gods. After Ding Yan's triumphant return, Murong Yin Yu congratulated him while Hu Qingning looked at him dejectedly. Hu Qingning did not expect that Ding Yan, who used to be weaker than him, had far surpassed him. His eyes shone with determination as he thought to himself, I have to work harder. Otherwise, our gap will only continue to widen. Since Duan Ling Tian is a peerless prodigy, there's no point in comparing myself to him. However, I still have a chance of catching up to Ding Yan. As long as I work hard and rise in ranks in the Flying Dragon sect, I'll be able to obtain better resources to help me catch up with Ding Yan. Duan Ling Tian said, Ding Yan, it seems like even the elders of the Flying Dragon sect underestimated your strength. You'll probably have to wait for a while before you'll be able to fight again. Ding Yan shook his head. They didn't underestimate my strength. They're completely unaware of my strength. They only arranged for me to fight now as a sign of respect to Uncle Sikong. Anyway, enough about me. With your strength, I think you'll only be able to fight tomorrow. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Hu Qingning cried out, Du Qianjun from the 10,000 Devils sect is going to fight. Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look and saw Du Qianjun, who had yet to fight before this, fly into one of the battle rings. Du Qianjun had a breakthrough recently and became an intermediate king of gods. His comprehension of the law was not bad either. With this, his strength was naturally not bad. For this reason, he had not been arranged to fight until now. I wonder how senior brother Wu Feng is doing. When Duan Ling Tian saw Du Qianjun again, he could not help but think about Wu Feng, who brought him to the divine sanctuary left behind by Qin Wu, an emperor of gods. Du Qianjun was not weak, but his opponent was also a disciple of a lord-ranked sect who was fighting for the first time in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. After exchanging about 100 moves, Du Qian was defeated by his opponent. Du Qianjun's expression was sour after he lost his first match. After all, he could hear the whisperings in his surroundings. Some people spoke in hushed voices about how he was not comparable to his eldest brother, Du Po Jun, and how his parents had given birth to a genius and a piece of trash. Du Qianjun glared at those people angrily, but he did not dare to do anything at such a time. Moreover, those people who were gossiping about him had powerful backgrounds as well. He could only seethe with anger as those people continued to gossip about him despite knowing he could hear them. Ding Yan fought again and defeated his opponent in fewer than 30 moves. The 10,000 Devils sects Du Po Jun and the Eastern Oriental sects Hua Tian Du had also fought their first match. Naturally, the duo won their respective matches. Finally, Duan Ling Tian's name appeared above one of the battle rings. Duan Ling Tian's opponent was a young man dressed in a light blue robe. He had a medium build and a delicate appearance. His face looked innocent, making him look rather harmless. However, his identity was anything but harmless. He was Fang Wenshao, one of the strongest prodigies in the Fang clan. He was also the nephew of the clan leader of the Fang clan. Although he was not as famous as Hua Tian Du, he was also well known. Revered Elder Duan, I've heard great things about you. Chapter 3803 Threat. This was not Fang Wenshao's first match. Before this, he had defeated his opponent with 3 moves. He was an advanced king of gods, and he comprehended the law of metal. To a certain extent, his strength had also been underestimated by the elders of the Flying Dragon sect. Young Master Fang, I've heard much about you as well, Duan Ling Tian said politely with a nod. Although he wanted to finish the fight as soon as possible, since the other party was rather polite, he could only return the courtesy. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words fell, Fang Wenshao's divine energy surged out at once. Clearly, he had already mobilized his divine energy earlier. A dazzling light suffused his body immediately. Following that, a hint of blood-red light appeared as well, indicating he had activated his bloodline power. A dazzling golden sword ray flew toward Duan Ling Tian, leaving ripples in its wake. Fang Wenshao's actions were quick and decisive, which surprised everyone. Most of the spectators did not even react in time. When they regained their senses, they naturally could tell Fang Wenshao wanted to catch Duan Ling Tian off guard. It seems like Fang Wenshao is quite wary of Duan Ling Tian. He tried to distract Duan Ling Tian earlier before he suddenly attacked. The force of his attack now is also much stronger than his attacks during his previous match. He's going all out. His opponent is just an intermediate king of gods. There's no need for him to go all out, right? Even Du Po Jun, a core disciple of the 10,000 Devils sect, said he was not confident he could defeat Duan Ling Tian. Fang Wenshao is likely weaker than Du Po Jun. Do you still think Fang Wenshao shouldn't go all out? Even if he's weaker than Du Po Jun, it's not by much. Even then, if Du Po Jun isn't sure he could defeat Duan Ling Tian, how could Fang Wenshao be sure he could defeat Duan Ling Tian? It's only natural for Fang Wenshao to go all out. He's quite smart by using this method to attack Duan Lingtian. The majority of the spectators thought Fang Wenxiao was rather smart and knew how to act according to the situation. However, there was a minority who thought he was despicable. Fang Wenxiao didn't launch a surprise attack earlier. He changed his style completely. Duan Lingtian is too powerful. It's only natural that Fang Wenxiao would change his strategy. If I were him, I would have done the same. Meanwhile, Ding Yan, Hu Qingning, and Merong Yin-Yu's expressions turned gloomy when they saw Fang Wenxiao's sudden attack. Hu Qingning could not help but cry out, "How despicable and shameless." On the contrary, the three supreme elders of the Linggu clan remained calm. Linggu Huan looked at Fang Wenxiao with a sneer as he said, "He thinks he can catch Duan Lingtian off guard. Keep dreaming." Linggu Huan was not worried about Duan Lingtian at all, even if Duan Lingtian was truly caught off guard. After all, he knew that Duan Lingtian possessed 99 heavenly veins. With 99 heavenly veins, Duan Lingtian could release his divine energy in just a blink of an eye. No one could compare to him in this regard. Moreover, he knew Duan Lingtian was very cautious, and it would not be easy to catch Duan Lingtian off guard. How could someone who had planned the murders of Supreme Elders Feng and Lei's disciples so meticulously be easy to trick? Trying to catch me off guard? Duan Lingtian smirked. His expression remained unchanged when faced with Fang Wenxiao's lightning speed attack. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand, and the prominent divine artifact he had lent Hu Qingning earlier appeared. This was also the prominent divine artifact that Linggu Huan lent him. "Since you dare to launch a sneak attack on me, don't blame me for not showing mercy." With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's divine energy burst forth, stirring up a spatial storm. After the spatial energy surged into the sword shot out. The prominent divine sword that was imbued with spatial energy was much stronger than Fang Wenxiao's attack. It contained the rudimentary sword Dao. After all, Duan Lingtian also manifested his law of space's doppelganger that boosted the few triple-fused profundities he had launched. However, he let the doppelganger stay in his body. The law of space's doppelganger could hide and leave its host body freely. This meant it could independently attack the opponent and also boost its host strength when it was in its host body. Compared to the boost it gave its host when it was in the host's body, it was more powerful if it left its host's body to attack. Although Duan Lingtian's doppelganger was in his body, he could still easily crush Fang Wenxiao's attack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Fang Wenxiao's attacks collided with a thunderous bang. The aftershock rippled out into the surroundings before they were stopped by the formation on the battle ring. With this, the spectators were completely unaffected. The gray spatial energy and the dazzling golden light were at a stalemate for only a brief moment before the gray spatial energy devoured the golden energy. Then, the gray spatial energy continued flying toward Fang Wenxiao. Although the gray spatial energy had weakened quite a bit after dealing with the golden energy, Fang Wenxiao was still injured by it. He coughed and spat out blood continuously. He was sent flying, and when he crashed against the barrier of the battle ring, he slid down limply. He had clearly passed out. If it were not for the barrier supporting his body, he would have fallen to the ground completely. At this time, a loud cry rang out. The expression of a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing changed drastically. He immediately flew toward the battle ring to check on Fang Wenxiao. However, the middle-aged man was only halfway to the battle ring when a scoff rang in the air and a person suddenly appeared in front of him. The person attacked him with his palm. The middle-aged man in traditional Chinese clothing was sent flying with a loud bang. He flew about a few hundred meters back before he plummeted to the ground. He sprawled on the ground as blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was seriously injured. When he raised his head and saw the person who attacked him, not only was he afraid to lose his temper, but he even apologized profusely. "Elder Dongfang, please forgive me. I acted rashly out of concern." Although the middle-aged man was the clan leader of the Fang clan was just a lord rank force like the Linggu clan and Merong clan. How could it compare to the emperor rank flying dragon sect? Even the supreme elders of the Fang clan might not be a match for Dongfang Yan Nian, who was a white dragon elder, let alone someone like him who was only a rudimentary lord of gods. Dongfang Yan Nian looked at the middle-aged man in traditional Chinese clothing and said frostily, "If you act rashly again, I won't spare your life." The middle-aged man did not doubt Dongfang Yan Nian's words at all. He continued to apologize. No one was allowed to interfere during the latent dragon grand contest. the clan leader of the Fang clan might not intend to attack Duan Ling Tian, but as the White Elder Dragon in charge, how could Dongfang Nian take the risk and let him rush over? Even if Dongfan Yan Nian did not make a move, the other White Dragon Elder next to him would have made a move. If none of them made a move, even Lan Yushan, a Black Dragon Elder, would have made a move. If Lan Yushan were the one to make a move, the clan leader of the Fang clan would have died. When the clan leader of the Fang clan saw the icy expression on Lan Yushan's face, he hurriedly apologized to Lan Yushan as well. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Only when Lan Yushan looked away did he dare to sigh in relief. Although the Fang clan had members in the Flying Dragon sect, their highest-ranking member was only a White Dragon Elder, after all. If he was killed by a Black Dragon Elder, no one would be able to avenge him. Due to this dramatic interruption, the crowd's attention was not on Duan Ling Tian's shocking victory. It was only when the dust had settled that they turned their attention back to the elegant purple-clad young man. Duan Ling Tian's truly worthy of his reputation. Is he really just an intermediate king of gods? Their strength difference is too wide. How can an intermediate king of gods defeat an advanced king of gods with just a blow? Duan Ling Tian's performance is even more shocking than Ding Yan's. Moreover, Ding Yan had used a prominent divine artifact, and Ding Yan's opponent didn't have a prominent divine artifact. However, both Duan Ling Tian and Fang Wenxiao had used prominent divine artifacts. Although Duan Ling Tian's performance during the qualifying test was outstanding, everyone was still shocked by this strength now. After all, those he faced at that time were only a group of young geniuses below the age of 5,000 years old. How could they compare to Fang Wenxiao, who was an advanced king of gods from a lord rank force? Moreover, Fang Wenxiao was over 8,000 years old. At this time, Hu Qingning looked at Duan Ling Tian with envy and bitterness on his face. He shook his head and sighed. He's in the limelight again. On the other hand, Ding Yan stared at Duan Ling Tian intently, unable to recover from the shock. He knew Duan Ling Tian was powerful, but he did not know it was to this extent. Meanwhile, Du Qianzheng wore a sullen expression on his face as he muttered, "Damn it. If he didn't rob me of my chance in the divine sanctuary, I would be as strong as him now." Du Qianzheng's earlier defeat meant that he would not rank in the top 100. Only those who ranked in the top 100 would be rewarded. Dupo Jun, who was standing next to Du Qianzheng, looked solemn. Just like Dupo Jun, Hua Tiandu and many promising participants' expressions were solemn and sour when they discovered how great an obstacle the purple figure would be to them in the latent dragon grand contest. At this moment, a frosty voice suddenly rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to shiver slightly. "Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to rank in the top 10 of the latent dragon grand contest, Linggu Ren Jia will surely die." Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly upon hearing this threat. Chapter 3804 Who is it? The sudden voice transmission caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to sink immediately. Who dared to threaten him with Linggu Ren Jia's life? Who is it? Duan Ling Tian looked to the left and right, trying to find the source of the voice transmission. Alas, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Due to it being a voice transmission, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to pinpoint the direction of the other party. Following that, another voice transmission rang in his ears. "Stop looking. I can see you, but you can't see me." Since Duan Ling Tian did not know the sender of the voice transmission, there was no way for him to reply to the voice transmission. As a result, his expression soured immediately. Who is it? Is he being serious or is he just bluffing? They expect me to give up ranking in the top 10 just because of a voice transmission. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he sent a voice transmission to Dongfang Yan Nian to inform Dongfang Yan Nian about what had happened. Dongfang Yan Nian's expression changed immediately as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. Although the Latent Dragon Grand Contest was not a big event in the Flying Dragon sect, it was important to the sect. Moreover, threatening a new disciple was a direct challenge to the Flying Dragon sect. After confirming the details with Duan Ling Tian again, Dongfang Yan Nian did not hesitate and informed Lan Yushan, a black elder of the Flying Dragon sect, about the matter immediately. After Lan Yushan, who was in charge of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, heard Dongfang Yan Nian's voice transmission, his expression darkened. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Duan Ling Tian, are you telling the truth? You have to be responsible for your words. Elder Lan, if you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the devil's heart blood oath." Duan Ling Tian replied. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not swear on the devil heart's blood oath loudly and did it inwardly, it would still take effect. After all, realms of gods were little worlds of supreme powerhouses. It was only natural that supreme powerhouses would be privy to everything in their little worlds. One could swear on the devil heart's blood oath for anything. As long as one was honest, nothing would happen. Only disaster awaited those who broke their oaths. With these words, Lan Yushan no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian. His divine consciousness immediately swept out into the surroundings. Since the other party was able to send a voice transmission without being discovered by Duan Ling Tian, this meant that the other party's cultivation base was higher than Duan Ling Tian's. It also meant that the other party was a rudimentary lord of gods at least. There were quite a few lords of gods present. In addition to the elders of the Flying Dragon sect, there were also the high-ranking officials of the various forces and guardians of some of the participants. While Lan Yushan was searching with his divine consciousness, another voice transmission rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "It's useless for you to tell Lan Yushan about this. I already left, so he won't be able to find me. I'm not bluffing. If you don't want Lingu Renjia to die, you better not rank in the top 10 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest." Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim upon hearing this voice transmission. The other party was quick to notice Lan Yushan's action and had left. After inhaling deeply, he informed Lan Yushan about the latest voice transmission. With this, Lan Yushan stopped searching with his divine consciousness. In just a moment, he appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. Except for Dongfang Yan Nian, everyone was shocked as they watched Lan Yushan bring Duan Ling Tian away. From the beginning until the end, Lan Yushan did not say a single word. With this, the crowd naturally broke out in a commotion. Needless to say, Hu Qingning, Ding Yan, Lingu Huan, and the others sent voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian to check on him. "I'm fine. Elder Lan just wants to speak to me privately about something," Duan Ling Tian replied to them. At the same time, Dongfang Yan Nian followed Lan Yushan and Duan Ling Tian and came to a stop at the top of a small mountain. Lan Yushan did not say anything when he saw Dongfang Yan Nian. Instead, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "This is an important matter. Swear on the devil heart's blood oath in front of me. Otherwise, I won't be able to trust you completely." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed briefly. He did not swear on the devil heart's blood oath immediately. Instead, he asked Dongfang Yan Nian which faction Lan Yushan belonged to in the Flying Dragon sect. He wanted to know if Lan Yushan belonged to the 10,000 Devils faction in the Flying Dragon sect. After all, Kuang Tianzheng, a member of the 10,000 Devils faction in the Flying Dragon sect, was determined to kill him. Elder Lan doesn't belong to any faction. He joined the Flying Dragon sect directly when he was young due to his extraordinary talent. The most powerful faction was naturally the Flying Dragon sect's own faction. Its members were mostly those who joined the sect when they were young or those who were born or raised in the sect. Their members were also the strongest members of the Flying Dragon sect. After listening to Dongfang Yan Nian's reply, Duan Ling Tian no longer hesitated and swore on the devil heart's blood oath in front of Lan Yushan. Lan Yushan's expression turned terrifyingly gloomy after Duan Ling Tian swore on the devil heart's blood oath. Duan Ling Tian sighed before he asked, "Elder Lan, what should I do next? I'm not sure if the other party is bluffing or serious. Lingu Renjia, the clan leader of the Lingu clan, is very kind to me. I really don't want him to be affected by my matter." Lan Yushan inhaled deeply before he said coldly, "Ignore that person. Does the other party's voice sound familiar to you?" "No." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "However, we can change our voices when using voice transmission. Do you have any enemies in the Flying Dragon sect?" Lan Yushan asked again. In his opinion, the other party was from the Flying Dragon sect as well, since the other person was present at the Flaming Dragon arena. This also meant that the other party was at least an inner disciple if the other party was from the Flying Dragon sect. However, if it was just an inner disciple, he would have easily found the other party. Apart from that, he knew Lingu Renjia was a rudimentary lord of gods. For the other party to threaten Duan Ling Tian with Lingu Renjia's life, the other party had to be strong enough to kill Lingu Renjia. "I do." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Who?" Lan Yushan asked curtly. "Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder of the sect," Duan Ling Tian replied. He briefly spoke about his conflict with Kuang Tianzheng to Lan Yushan. However, he did not admit to killing Chu Han, Kuang Tianzheng's disciple. That would not be advantageous to him. After all, When he killed Chu Han, he was not yet a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect while Chu Han was a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect. Lan Yushan frowned slightly. Then, he asked, is there anyone else apart from him? Well, there's the former sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect. I don't know his name. I only know that he has enmity with Elder Shui Haichuan because Elder Shui Haichuan's brother, Shui Haishan, killed his son in the past. For that reason, he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Flying Dragon sect. I once met Shui Haishan in the Hidden Fog sect's heavenly stairs and spared his life. I don't know if he holds a grudge against me for sparing Shui Haishan's life. Moreover, I've met up with Elder Shui Haichuan and his brother as well. We're friends, Duan Lingtian said. After a brief pause, he added, however, I think the culprit is most likely Kuang Tianzheng. Lan Yushan shook his head and said, it can't be Kuang Tianzheng. I spoke to the elder patrolling the Flaming Dragon arena. That elder's cultivation base isn't lower than that of Kuang Tianzheng. If Kuang Tianzheng were present earlier, that elder would have detected him even if he hid his presence. After that, Lan Yushan speculated out loud, perhaps, it's the elders of one of the participants. After all, if you give up ranking in the top 10, it'd benefit their disciple. Although Lan Yushan's words make sense, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, is it possible that the other party is someone who supports Kuang Tianzheng? Someone stronger than him? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the eyes of Dongfang Yan Nian, who was standing behind Lan Yushan, widened. On the other hand, Lan Yushan looked at Duan Lingtian silently for a long time before he finally said, there's only one person supporting Kuang Tianzheng who's capable of escaping the patrolling elder's notice. That person could have personally sent you the voice transmission or he could have sent a black dragon elder to do that. Regardless, you should know who it is, right? Duan Lingtian remained silent upon hearing Lan Yushan's words. After all, he could not possibly say that he suspected the culprit was vice sect leader Shui of the Flying Dragon sect. In the end, he could only ask, Elder Lan, is it possible for you to use a mirror image formation to find out who has been sneaking around the Flaming Dragon arena earlier? Previously, this was how Duan Lingtian was discovered to have left the Linggu clan's estate. An elder saw him leaving when rewatching a mirror image formation. I've already looked into this. Lan Yushan said, no one suspicious was found near the Flaming Dragon arena before and after I took you away. This means the other party was in the arena. Apart from me and the two white dragon elders, there are more than a dozen inner elders present. None of them belong to the 10,000 Devils faction or have anything to do with it. This means the other party has to be from an outside force. Among the powerful lords of gods from outside forces, there are intermediate lords of gods such as the sect leader of the Eastern Oriental sect. However, I don't think the culprit is the sect leader of the Eastern Oriental sect. The culprit is likely someone who has no confidence in their disciple or descendant and had to resort to threatening you, in hopes of intimidating you. The other party hopes to intimidate me. After listening to Lan Yushan's analysis and confirming the mirror image formation had been checked, Duan Lingtian felt slightly more at ease. Chapter 3805 Punishment. Despite feeling more at ease, Duan Lingtian still sent a message to Linggu Renjia to inform him about this matter as he followed Lan Yushan back to the Flaming Dragon arena. Linggu Renjia was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's message. He replied, they threatened you with my life so you'd give up ranking in the top 10. Don't pay attention to the other party. It's not that easy to kill me. Now that I'm no longer the clan leader, I'm preparing to go into closed-door cultivation in the clan's estate. I still have great confidence in our clan's guarding formation. Moreover, didn't you say the Black Elder Dragon in charge of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest suspects it's the doing of a Lord of Gods outside of the Flying Dragon sect? With this, there's even more reason for you to ignore the other party's threat. Linggu Renjia remained fearless and calm, which in turn made Duan Lingtian feel even more relieved. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Flaming Dragon arena, the matches were still ongoing. Nonetheless, he still attracted many people's attention when he returned. Ding Yan and Hu Qingning also asked about what happened, but Duan Lingtian only smiled nonchalantly and replied, it's nothing. On the contrary, when Linggu Huan and Linggu Zhengxing, the two supreme elders of the Linggu clan, inquired about it, Duan Lingtian told them about what happened. The duo was naturally furious when they heard about what happened. Similar to Linggu Renjia, they advised Duan Lingtian to ignore the other party. Following that, They looked around warily as though they were trying to figure out which Lord of Gods had threatened Duan Ling Tian. Time passed, and soon enough, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn again. Just like before, he easily defeated his opponent. Dupo Jun, Hua Tian Du, and a few other participants also easily defeated their respective opponents. Lady 7 from the 10,000 Flowers Valley demonstrated her strength, which was no weaker than that of a man as well. None of her opponents managed to withstand more than 3 moves from her. However, this was also because the opponents she had faced so far were relatively weak. We'll know who ranks in the top 30 first. At present, it's very clear who ranks in the top 30, Hu Qingning said as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, there's no question you'll rank in the top 30. However, I'm afraid many people will try to challenge Ding Yan. When dusk painted the sky a dark golden hue, the participants who temporarily ranked in the top 30 were chosen. Since the 10 inner elders of the Flying Dragon thought they were among the strongest participants, they had not been arranged to fight each other. At this moment, one of the 10 inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect announced, "I'll now read out the participants who temporarily rank in the top 30. The names I call will fight tomorrow. Peng Dong, Qin Yuan Zheng, Ji Wuchang, Situ Cheng, Duan Ling Tian. Ding Yan, the Easter Orientals Hua Tian Du, the 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7, the Yuyang clan's Yuyang Jian Chen, and a lineal disciple of the Murong clan, Murong Luo Feng, were among the top 30 participants. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, no one from the Linggu clan managed to rank in the top 30. These 30 participants will fight again tomorrow. Those who've been eliminated previously can challenge them. Needless to say, if the challenger manages to defeat any one of them, the challenger will take over their ranking. However, the challengers who lose will be punished for wasting time in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Those defeated within 100 moves will be fined a year's worth of salary, and they'll have to patrol the sect's periphery for a year. For those defeated within 50 moves, they'll be fined 3 years' worth of salary, and they'll have to patrol the sect's periphery for 3 years. As for those defeated within 30 moves, the faster the challenger was defeated, the harsher the punishment would be. Before these words, many participants thought about trying their luck in challenging the top 30 participants tomorrow. However, after listening to the words of the inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect, many of those who were not confident hurriedly dismissed the thought. This was only natural, after all. They would be punished if they lost the challenge. Unless they were truly confident or foolish, no one would rashly issue a challenge. With that, the Latent Dragon Grand Contest came to an end for the day. Many people could be heard sighing. They did not have the courage or confidence to issue a challenge, after all. There were also those who sighed because of their lackluster performance. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I didn't receive any more voice transmission. Since he returned to the Flaming Dragon Arena with Lan Yushan, he did not receive any threatening voice transmissions. After thinking about Lan Yushan's words and Linggu Renjia's fearlessness, he no longer dwelled on the matter. As Duan Ling Tian, Hu Qingning, and Ding Yan walked to their temporary residence, Hu Qingning said to Ding Yan with a smile, Ding Yan, I don't think anyone will challenge Duan Ling Tian tomorrow. However, I'm afraid that won't be the case for you. I hope you won't fail too miserably tomorrow after ranking in the top 30. Upon hearing Hu Qingning's words, Ding Yan shook his head gently and said with a sigh, under normal circumstances, I shouldn't have any problems. I'm confident about ranking in the top 30, but I'm not confident about ranking in the top 20. After all, my cultivation base is still too low. Among the 30 participants selected today, you're the only rudimentary king of gods, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. I'm sure your uncle is already pleased with the results. Uncle Sikong only told me to do my best. He doesn't have any expectations, Ding Yan said. Hu Qingning looked at Ding Yan and exclaimed in surprise, he doesn't have any expectations for you. Doesn't he expect you to rank in the top 10? After all, those in the top 10 will be rewarded with Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills. The pills can eliminate the bottleneck for an advanced King of Gods to become a rudimentary Lord of Gods. This will be highly useful to you in the future when you become an advanced King of Gods. Hu Qingning's eyes shone brightly, and he could barely contain his excitement when he spoke about the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill even if he was still far away from becoming an advanced King of Gods. With such a pill, he did not have to worry that he would not be able to break through and become a rudimentary Lord of Gods in the future. However, Ding Yan only shook his head and said, I'm not in a rush to break through. Uncle Sikong also knows that it's impossible for me to rank in the top 10 now. It doesn't matter if I don't get the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. He'll ask for one from the sect leader when I need it in the future. Hu Qingning and Mirong Yinyu, who was standing next to him, looked at Ding Yan with an expression of envy. When Hu Qingning regained his senses, he smiled brightly and asked, Ding Yan, why don't you ask your uncle for an extra 2 Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills for me and third Miss Mirong? Ding Yan hesitated for a moment before he finally said, I'll speak to him after the end of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. It shouldn't be a problem. Before Mirong Yinyu could refuse, Hu Qingning laughed and said, Ding Yan, I was just joking with you. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. I appreciate the kindness though. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief inwardly upon hearing Hu Qingning's words. After all, he thought Hu Qingning had put Ding Yan in a difficult position with his earlier request. After all, Sikong was Ding Yan's uncle, not his father. He was also wondering why Hu Qingning, who had always been polite in front of him, would make such a bold request. As it turned out, Hu Qingning was only teasing Ding Yan. You bastard, Ding Yan said with a hint of helplessness. Nonetheless, he still decided to speak to his uncle when he returned about this matter. After all, Hu Qingning was one of his few friends. Since Mirong Yinyu would become Hu Qingning's girlfriend sooner or later, he thought that helping her was no different from helping Hu Qingning. When they arrived, night had fallen, and they returned to their respective residence to rest without saying another word. Duan Ling Tian, Ding Yan, and the others who were temporarily selected to be in the top 30 were the ringmasters. The others had 2 chances to challenge any of the top 30 participants. As announced the day before, those who lost their challenges within 100 moves would be punished. Hence, there were only a dozen or so people who dared to issue a challenge, and most of them possessed a certain level of confidence about their strength. During this time, Ding Yan was challenged several times, but he managed to defeat his challengers every time. There were only 2 challengers who managed to withstand more than 100 moves from him while the others were defeated within 100 moves. After the morning had passed, only 1 person from the initial top 30 participants had changed. In the afternoon, the 70 people who were ranked from the 31st place to the 100th place took over and became ringmasters. The rule was the same as before: those who lost within 100 moves would be punished. In the evening, the final ranking was finally determined. The 10 inner elders' judgment is rather accurate. Among the top 100 participants they selected, only 2 were eliminated and replaced. Many people were quite surprised, but Duan Ling Tian was not surprised at all. After all, the 10 inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect were intermediate lords of gods. It was normal that their judgment of a group of kings of gods was accurate. Following this, the final top 100 participants would be decided over the next few days before the Latent Grand Contest came to an end. For some inexplicable reason, at this time, Duan Ling Tian thought about the threat he received again. I really hope the other party is only bluffing and trying to intimidate me. Chapter 3806 Lan Yushan attacks. In the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, although the rewards for those ranked at the 31st place to the 100th place were the same, the higher one ranked, the better one's reputation would be. Hence, they would naturally strive for a higher ranking. As for those ranked in the top 30, their rewards differed according to their ranks. The top 10 participants would be rewarded with at least a Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill, which could help an advanced King of Gods become a rudimentary Lord of Gods. When Hu Qingning saw those ranked from the 31st place to the 100th place doing everything they could to rank higher despite being given the same reward, he said, "It seems like they're quite smart." Ding Yan said, "That's only natural. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come this far. After all, with a better ranking, they might be able to become disciples of Black Dragon Elders." "What about Golden Dragon Elders?" Hu Qingning asked curiously. "Impossible," Ding Yan said as he shook his head. "There aren't many Golden Dragon Elders in the sect. Their status in the sect is like Supreme Elders of Lord rank forces. Golden Dragon Elders won't even bother to look at those ranked below the top 10, let alone those ranked below the top 30. Perhaps, only those ranked in the top 10 have a chance of catching their eye." It was only normal that Ding Yan knew about such things in the Flying Dragon sect. White Dragon Elders and Black Dragon Elders did not have the highest status in the Flying Dragon sect. The Golden Dragon Elders were the top powerhouses in the Flying Dragon sect, and their numbers were few. All of them were powerful advanced lords of gods and were even stronger than the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. How could the White Dragon Elders and Black Dragon Elders compare to them? In the Flying Dragon sect, the strongest powerhouses in descending order were the Golden Dragon Elders, the sect leader, the vice sect leaders, the Black Dragon Elders, and the White Dragon Elders. However, there were a few Black Dragon Elders who were comparable to the sect leader and vice sect leaders of the Flying Dragon sect. Golden Dragon Elder, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he silently listened to Ding Yan and Hu Qingning's conversation. Previously, he had heard the Golden Dragon Elders were on the brink of becoming an emperor of gods, and some were already comparable to emperors of gods. In just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. The top 30 participants would finally be determined. There would be 15 matches, and the matches would be arranged by the 10 inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect just like before. Ding Yan was called to fight before Duan Ling Tian and finally lost Murong Luo Feng, a lineal disciple of the Murong clan and Murong Yin Yu's cousin. Before he entered the battle ring, she had told him that it would be impossible for him to win her cousin, and she was right. Although Murong Luo Feng's bloodline power was not as powerful as Ding Yan's, his cultivation base as an advanced king of gods was higher than Ding Yan, and his comprehension of the law was on par with Ding Yan. With these factors, Ding Yan was unsurprised that he lost to Murong Luo Feng, especially due to the difference in their cultivation bases. After all, as talented as Ding Yang was, he was younger than 3,000 years old and was just a rudimentary king of gods. In comparison, Murong Luo Feng was almost 10,000 years old and was an advanced king of gods. For this reason, Ding Yan knew he would rank at the bottom of the top 30 at most. At the same time, Hua Tiandu managed to defeat his opponent within 10 moves while Lady 7 managed to defeat her opponent within 20 moves. However, this did not necessarily mean that Lady 7 was weaker than Hua Tiandu. Based on Duan Ling Tian's observation, he thought that Lady 7 would be able to easily rank in the top 20 with her strength while Hua Tiandu would rank within the top 25. The Yuyang clans Yuyang Jian Chen and the First Winter sects Ji Wuchong have also won their respective matches. It did not take long before the winners of the 10 matches were decided. The winners were all extraordinary, but some were stronger than the others. Since there were only 10 battle rings and 15 matches, there were still another 5 matches to go. The ranking after the 15 matches would also be temporary, since those ranked below the 15th place would be given a chance to challenge those in the top 15. Similar to before, those who failed their challenge would be punished. Among the 5 matches, there were 2 highly anticipated matches, and one of them was Duan Ling Tian's match. There was no one who did not know Duan Ling Tian among the spectators, and he was the crowd's favorite to rank in the top 3 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Moreover, he was not even 3,000 years old, but he managed to easily rank in the top 30. Although Ding Yan, who was also younger than 3,000 years old, was very talented, Duan Ling Tian, who was even more talented, easily overshadowed Ding Yan. Some people among the crowd whispered among themselves, feeling sorry for Ding Yan, whose limelight had been stolen by Duan Ling Tian. Although Ding Yan could hear those people's words, he did not take them to heart. After all, he had no intention of comparing himself to Duan Ling Tian, whose talent was just heaven-defying. At this time, Hu Qingning asked with a smile, "Ding Yan, how many moves do you think it'd take for Duan Ling Tian to defeat his opponent this time?" Although Duan Ling Tian did not fight too many matches, he was ranked in the top 30 by the inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect before this. This was something they rarely did. Due to Duan Ling Tian's performance and the 10 inner elders' evaluation, not many people dared to challenge him. Duan Ling Tian's opponent is from the Demon sect. He's the sect leader's last disciple and one of the sect's most outstanding prodigies. If he doesn't have any secret tricks or weapons up his sleeve, Duan Ling Tian should be able to defeat him within 10 moves. Otherwise, he might be able to hold on a little longer, Ding Yan said. He was clearly very confident about Duan Ling Tian's strength. Ding Yan's words were overheard by a few Demon sect's disciples, and their expressions darkened immediately. At the same time, a tall and burly middle-aged man sneered before he said frostily, "How dare you two losers talk about my disciple?" The middle-aged man was none other than Sha Zhenghu, the sect leader of the Demon sect. "Your disciple will soon become a loser like us," Ding Yan retorted immediately. Unlike Hu Qingning, who was intimidated by Sha Zhenghu, he was naturally unafraid of a mere sect leader of a lord rank force. Hu Qingning gave Ding Yan a thumbs up immediately. He thought that Ding Yan's response was rather cool. For a moment, he felt rather sad that he did not have the support of a Black Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Since Ding Yan's uncle was given the title of a Black Dragon Elder as soon as he joined the Flying Dragon sect, it meant that he must be as strong as the other Black Dragon Elders at least. This also meant he was at least an intermediate Lord of Gods. How could a rudimentary Lord of Gods like Sha Zhenghu compare to him? Brat, do you have a death wish? Sha Zhenghu was furious when he heard the provocative words from the young man in front of him. His eyes flashed with killing intent immediately. A loud bang rang in the air as soon as Sha Zhenghu's voice fell. It was so loud that the participants in the 10 battle rings momentarily stopped what they were doing to look over. Everyone saw Sha Zhenghu being sent flying a few hundred meters back in the sky before he finally managed to regain his footing. Following that, the voice of Lan Yushan, a Black Dragon Elder, echoed in the air. He was also the one who had attacked Sha Zhenghu. This is just a warning. If I hear another threat against our Flying Dragon sect's disciples, I'll kill whoever it is without any hesitation. An expression of fear appeared on Sha Zhenghu's face immediately. He regretted acting so recklessly when he finally recalled the young man he had attacked was a Flying Dragon sect's disciple. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's opponent exclaimed, "Master." Duan Ling Tian's opponent was a red-clad young man. His expression changed drastically when he saw his master, Sha Zhenghu, being attacked. Nonetheless, he naturally did not dare to show his dissatisfaction in front of Lan Yushan. In the end, he could only look at Duan Ling Tian and said frostily, "Duan Ling Tian, it seems like your friends are very confident about your strength. I really want to see how you're going to defeat me." Chapter 3807. A nonchalant voice. As one of the 2 strongest disciples in the demon sect, the last disciple of Sha Zhenghu, the sect leader of the demon sect, was naturally arrogant. His expression darkened when he saw his master being injured by Lan Yushan for defending him. He looked at Ding Yan pointedly and swore to seek revenge from Ding Yan. As for now, he would vent his anger on his opponent, Duan Ling Tian, who was Ding Yan's friend. "You're no match for me," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Although Sha Zhenghu's disciple had easily defeated his previous opponents, it was easy for Duan Ling Tian to estimate his strength. Preposterous. Sha Zhenghu's disciple cried out angrily as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His divine energy that had been imbued with the law of thunder surged out from his body as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Sha Zhenghu's disciple wielded a hammer-like weapon, looking like a thunder god descending from the sky. Lightning bolts struck down fiercely from the sky at Duan Ling Tian. Faced with the ferocious attacks, Duan Ling Tian remained expressionless as he flashed and reappeared behind Sha Zhenghu's disciple before waving his sword. A sword cry rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian's divine energy surged out. The hammer and sword collided, causing shockwaves to ripple out into the surroundings and shaking the protective barrier around the battle ring. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled slightly when their weapons met while his opponent staggered a few steps back, looking flustered. "Duan Ling Tian's stronger. How's that surprising?" The majority of the crowd did not seem too surprised by the result. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's previous performances, they thought it would be easy for him to rank in the top 10, let alone the top 15. "I won't let you win so easily even if I can't defeat you," Sha Zhenghu's disciple said. His eyes turned red as he mobilized his bloodline power. Red lightning bolts that looked sinister flashed around his body immediately. "Duan Ling Tian, here I come," Sha Zhenghu's disciple cried out as he lifted his hammer. Clearly, his strength had increased even if it was not by much. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw how stubborn his opponent was despite being at a disadvantage. Hints of impatience could be seen in his eyes. After all, he had shown mercy, but his opponent insisted on embarrassing himself in front of so many people. He sighed impatiently, and his gaze turned frosty as he lifted his hand. Following that, a spatial storm seemed to rage around his prominent divine sword as Duan Ling Tian cast his law of space. An inconspicuous gray sword ray shot toward Sha Zhenghu's disciple, easily bypassing the sinister red lightning bolts before it landed on him. Since Duan Ling Tian did not hold back like before, he aimed his attack at his opponent's glabella. At the same time, Sha Zhenghu, the sect leader of the demon sect, watched in shock. Fortunately for Sha Zhenghu and his disciple, an inner elder of the Flying Dragon sect deflected Duan Ling Tian's fatal attack at the critical moment. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian wins. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that his attack was so easily deflected. Even if the inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect were not as strong as the White Dragon elders or the Black Dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect, they were still lords of gods. How could it be difficult for them to deal with the attack of an intermediate king of gods like him? I'm still too weak. Even a rudimentary lord of gods can kill me with 2 moves. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly after his fatal attack was deflected. With just a flash, he left the battle ring, leaving his opponent trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Sha Zheng, whose disciple, knew he was on the verge of dying earlier. He did not even have time to surrender. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat, Hu Qingning asked teasingly, "You did that on purpose to scare him, right?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at Hu Qingning before he said, "What do you mean I did that just to scare him? I couldn't have withdrawn my attack in time." Hu Qingning rolled his eyes. He naturally did not believe Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian did not change at all. Just like when they were in the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Ling Tian was still hiding his strength. He believed that Duan Ling Tian must have at least formed a doppelganger from the law of space for Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. After all, since Duan Ling Tian was not a native of the realms of gods, he did not possess a bloodline power since he was not a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Only natives of realms of gods, who were descendants of supreme powerhouses, possessed bloodline powers even if the strength of their powers varied. Using doppelgangers in a match was not prohibited. If it was prohibited, then the use of bloodline power would be prohibited as well for the sake of fairness. Although the crowd knew Duan Ling Tian would win, they were still shocked by the speed of his victory. It only took him 2 moves to defeat his opponent. With this, they felt that he was much stronger than rumored. At the same time, the 10,000 devil sects Du Po Jun's expression darkened. After Duan Ling Tian's latest performance, he was not confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian's opponent, who was quite strong, with 2 moves. At this moment, the pressure on him grew. Similar to Du Po Jun, the expressions of the Eastern Oriental sects Hua Tian Du, the 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7, and the First Winter sect's Ji Wu Chang's were dark as well. They had all underestimated Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although he had defeated his opponents with just a strike previously, they did not think too much of it since his opponents were only weak kings of gods. It was impossible to gauge his strength. On the contrary, the lords of gods present on the scene, including Sha Zhenghu, were not shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength, they remained expressionless. After all, they had a better idea of his strength and could tell his performance was only shocking now because his latest opponent was stronger than his previous opponents. In fact, Sha Zhenghu knew his disciple would not be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian from the very beginning. However, he did not say anything to his disciple because he wanted his disciple to gain more experience. Even then, he had been furious when he heard Ding Yan say that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat his disciples within 10 moves. Although it was the truth, it was still irritating to hear it from another person. Following that, the winners of the remaining matches finished their matches as well. With this, the temporary top 15 participants were determined. Then, Lan Yushan said, "Next, the bottom 15 participants can challenge the top 15 participants. If you're able to win your challenge and defend your rank, you'll be among the final top 15 participants." Similar to before, those ranked in the bottom 15 places would not recklessly challenge those in the top 15 places unless they were absolutely confident. After all, they would be punished if they lost within 100 moves. A young man sighed. "I don't understand why there's a need for the punishment. Otherwise, I'd be more willing to challenge the others." Duan Ling Tian, who overheard these words, knew that the Flying Dragon sect must have deliberately imposed the punishments to test the participants' courage and confidence. However, he thought that if one was not confident there was no need to issue a challenge. Following that, he also heard a few people whispering about how they really wanted to issue a challenge but were not confident. Naturally, despite the punishment, there were a few brave ones who issued a challenge. This included Duan Ling Tian's previous opponent, the disciple from the demon sect. Alas, he still lost the challenge. It was only noon when the other participants stopped issuing challenges. In just half a day, the rankings were finalized. Ding Yan was ranked 28th, midnight, in one of the courtyards in the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian's in the top 15, a deep voice said. Following that, someone said nonchalantly, "If he ranks in the top 10 tomorrow, kill Linggu Renjia." Chapter 3808. The top 15 participants. If everything went according to plan, today would be the last day of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest where the top 15 participants would be determined. Hence, Unlike the previous days, many inner disciples and elders of the Flying Dragon sect gathered at the Flaming Dragon Arena to watch the show. Their number was almost as high as the various members of the Lord rank forces. As Duan Ling Tian walked toward the Flaming Dragon Arena, Hu Qingning said with a smile, "Duan Ling Tian, you have to rank first so I can boast about it." Hu Qingning was so excited that it was as though Duan Ling Tian had already won first place. Although Ding Yan did not speak, his eyes were also filled with anticipation when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Flaming Dragon Arena, Lingu Huan's voice rang in his ears, "Ling Tian, if you're able to rank first in the contest, just as I've promised, that prominent divine sword will be yours." Following that, Dongfang Yan Nian, who was with Lan Yushan, asked through voice transmission, "Little Tian, did the person who threatened you send you a message again?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly. "No." Dongfang Yan Nian nodded, "I think the other party only wanted to intimidate you. Otherwise, he would have sent you another message after finding out you're ranked in the top 15. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At this moment, he felt completely at ease. After thinking about it, he thought that for the other party to be able to kill Lingu Renjia while Lingu Renjia was in the Lingu clan's estate, the other party should be an advanced Lord of Gods. An intermediate Lord of Gods, who was slightly stronger than the White Dragon Elders of the Flying Dragon sect, could hardly break the Lingu clan's guarding formation and have energy left to kill Lingu Renjia. He had also verified this with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian, who were White Dragon Elders. When Lan Yushan arrived at the Flaming Dragon Arena, those who were required to be present had already arrived. He did not waste time and explained the rules to determine the final top 15 participants. "We'll be deciding the ranks of the top 15 participants today. To be fair, we won't arrange the matches today. The 15 participants will draw lots to determine their opponents. Those who draw bigger numbers can challenge those who draw smaller numbers. After being challenged, you can rest for one round before others are able to challenge you again. If there's no one left to challenge, we'll have a quick break for the participants to recuperate." After that, Lan Yushan raised his hand, and 15 black stones suddenly appeared in the air. There were clearly numbers etched on the stones, but they're now hidden by a cloud of mist. The 15 participants can now select one of the 15 mystic black stones. The numbers on the mystic black stones represent your temporary ranking. Like I said earlier, those with bigger numbers can challenge those with smaller numbers. The mystic black stones were usually used to forge weapons like primitive divine artifacts, and they were not considered rare. After Lan Yushan finished speaking, the 15 participants began to use their divine consciousnesses to claim their respective mystic black stones. Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry. When he was about to make his move, there were only 2 mystic black stones left. Only he and the 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7 had yet to claim their mystic black stone. They instinctively looked at each other before they claimed their stones. Duan Ling Tian looked down at the mystic black stone after it flew into his hand. Number 6, Hu Qingning, who had leaned over to have a look, said teasingly, "How unlucky. You didn't get the number 1. Number 1, everyone wants that number. I'm not in a hurry. If I want it, I can just challenge whoever possesses that number," Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Following that, a list of names appeared in the sky. First, Peng Dong. Second, Yuan Zheng. Third, Hua Tiandu. Fourth, Marong Luo Feng. Fifth, Deng Jianyi. 6th, Duan Ling Tian. 11th, Du Po Jun. 15th, Liang Jian Chen. These are temporary rankings based on the mystic black stones you chose, Lan Yushan said again. Those who want to climb up the ranks will have to challenge those in front of them. Those in first place will have to defend their ranking from their challengers if they want to maintain their ranking. The Latent Dragon Grand Contest will end once there are no more challengers. After Lan Yushan's voice fell, Liang Jian Chen, who was now ranked 15th, suddenly flew into the battle ring. The battle rings grew brighter than before. Clearly, they had been fortified since the battles today would be fiercer. Moreover, there were still a few participants who were still hiding their true strength. It would not be accurate to judge the participants' strength based on the speed of their victories alone. Liang Jian Chen, the third young master of the Lord rank Liang clan, was a famous prodigy in the areas around the Flying Dragon sect. So far, he was the only person who showed strength comparable to Hua Tiandu and Lady 7. He called out calmly, "I want to challenge Peng Dong, who ranks first." Peng Dong was an average-looking young man with a piercing gaze who was dressed in a long blue robe. He was a sectless cultivator. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, he flashed into the battle ring. A sectless cultivator who manages to come this far in the contest and be on par with Du Jun and Hua Du must have had quite a few fortuitous encounters. Indeed, he's a rare gem. His elder, who's a rudimentary lord of gods, is here as well. After Peng Dong was called out, a middle-aged man standing in the crowd became the focus of everyone's attention. Despite his appearance, he had a full head of white hair. Although he was not very tall, he looked as steady as a mountain. His feet glowed with a mustard light which was clearly from his divine energy and the law of earth. When they saw the light glowing around the rudimentary lord of God's feet, they knew it was injured. They thought that was the reason he sent Peng Dong to the Flying Dragon sect. He was likely worried Peng Dong would be all alone if something were to happen to him. Needless to say, the best option was to join a strong force. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and Peng Dong had already made their moves in the battle ring. One was a swordsman, and the other wielded a saber. Sword rays and saber rays flew in the battle ring, stirring up a terrifying storm. Those with keen eyesight could tell the two opponents were injured, but Peng Dong's injuries seemed more serious. After exchanging about 100 moves, Yang Chen's sword pierced Peng Dong's shoulder. With that, Peng Dong did not hesitate to surrender. Moreover, he could tell the sword that was initially headed for his glabella changed direction at the last moment. "Thank you for being merciful," Peng Dong said graciously even though he was defeated. After all, Yang Chen was also gracious enough to use a mediocre divine artifact even though Yang Chen possessed a prominent divine artifact. Since his father was only a sectless cultivator, he only possessed a mediocre divine artifact and had no time to borrow a prominent divine artifact with such short notice. As Peng Dong left the battle ring, he turned to look at Duan Tian meaningfully before he shook his head. "What's that supposed to mean?" Soon enough, Duan Tian's expression darkened when he realized the meaning behind Peng Dong's gaze. Peng Dong was comparing him to Yang Chen. Hu Qingning, who was standing next to Duan Tian, also understood Peng Dong's meaning. He could not help but laugh. At the same time, the ranking changed. Yang Chen rose to first place while the others dropped a rank. With this, Duan Tian, who was initially ranked 6th, was now in 7th place. Chapter 3809 The Doppelganger from the Law of Space appears. After Yang Chen's successful match, the person who had dropped from the 14th place to the 15th place was up next. He was a disciple of a king-grade force, so he thought it was best for him to challenge those at and below the 3rd place. His eyes swept through the participants before he rested his eyes on Deng Jianyi, who was not only ranked behind Duan Tian but was also sitting in the first seat behind the row where Duan Tian was sitting. Deng Jianyi was obviously called out because his opponent was confident about defeating him. Deng Jianyi was also from a king-grade force, after all. He was a prodigy in his force. Previously, he managed to defeat all his opponents with slightly over 30 moves. Deng Jianyi managed to attract many people's attention since his performance was not bad previously. He was strong enough to be in the 2nd tier. The crowd had divided the top 15 participants into 3 tiers. Those in the 1st tier were Duan Tian, Lady 7, Du Jun, Hua Du, Ji Wuchong, and Yang Chen. Those in the 2nd tier were Peng Dong, Qing Yuanzheng, Situ Cheng, Mirong Luofeng, and Deng Yijian. The remaining 4 weakest participants, including the person who lost to Deng Yijian, were naturally in the 3rd tier. I feel like Deng Yijian hid much of his strength. Since he hid his strength, not many people challenged him. Based on the strength he just displayed, he's definitely comparable to those in the 2nd tier. Who knows if he's still hiding his strength? At this time, someone suddenly said, "It's Lady 7's turn." The 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7 was one of 2 women who managed to rank in the top 15. Not only that, but she was much stronger than the other female cultivator. From the beginning until now, she managed to defeat all her opponents with ease. Who's she going to challenge? Duan Tian was also curious about who Lady 7 would challenge. Perhaps, she'll challenge Yang Chen, who's ranked 1st. This thought had just appeared in Duan Tian's mind as Lady 7 shifted her gaze to him and said, "I want to challenge Duan Tian." Everyone, including Duan Tian, was surprised by Lady 7's choice. Before the Latent Dragon Grand Contest started, Lady 7 took the initiative to speak to Duan Tian. She has been ignoring everyone up until now. Did Duan Lingtian reject her so she's challenging him now out of hatred and anger? I don't think so. Although Duan Lingtian's handsome, he's not so handsome that he would make someone like Lady Seven lose her rationality. You can't say that for sure. I've met many handsome men, but none of them has Duan Lingtian's extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian felt rather flattered when he heard the conversation going on behind him. When he met Lady Seven's gaze, he knew his appearance had nothing to do with Lady Seven's choice to challenge him. He naturally would not back down. After all, his goal was to rank first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Ding Yan, who had also overheard the conversation, asked Hu Qingning. Lady Seven took the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. Hu Qingning nodded as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, she wanted to meet Elder Shui Haichuan, so she spoke to Duan Lingtian. However, I don't know what's her relationship with Elder Shui. I have a feeling the reason she chose to challenge Duan Lingtian has something to do with Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian being acquainted. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian and Lady Seven's match had the crowd's attention. At this time, Lingu Huan said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Lingtian, remember that the rewards for the first place are different from the others. Don't ruin your chance because of a beauty. Women are the most terrifying creatures in the world. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Duan Lingtian looked at Lingu Huan meaningfully as he said, Lingu Huan, you have to tell me about what happened in the past when you have the time. Lingu Huan averted his gaze and said, looking guilty, what are you talking about? How could an intelligent man like me suffer because of a woman? Duan Lingtian only chuckled in response. After all, he did not have time to continue this conversation with Lingu Huan. At this time, Lady Seven, who was standing across from Duan Lingtian, burst forth with divine energy. The crowd began to discuss fervently among themselves. Who do you think will win? Based on the strength they've shown so far, it seems like Lady Seven is slightly weaker than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, we don't know if she's still hiding her strength. However, if she's not, then she's no match for Duan Lingtian. Even if she's hiding her strength, there's a chance the match will end in a tie. In the battle ring, Lady Seven stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, thorny vines shot out of her body toward Duan Lingtian. Clearly, she comprehended the law of wood. During her previous matches, she did use the law of wood unless her opponent was truly strong. The thorny vines were like giant serpents bearing their fangs as they shot fiercely toward Duan Lingtian. A faint bloody mist, which was not there in Lady Seven's previous matches, lingered around the vines. With this, the crowd confirmed that Lady Seven had been hiding her strength. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly upon seeing this. It seems like I have no choice but to reveal more of my strength. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's law of space's doppelganger appeared. Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger easily crushed Lady Seven's attacks. Before she regained her senses, he, along with his doppelganger, teleported and appeared at her front and back. Following that, a spatial storm appeared as the sword in his hand glowed brightly. Lady Seven's vines exploded immediately as she flew up, vanishing from sight. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger's energies fused. She's fast, Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a smile before he chased after her. The rumors are true. The law of space's doppelganger proves that Duan Lingtian really isn't from the profound energy land or any realms of gods for that matter. That's right, if he's a descendant of a supreme powerhouse like us, he wouldn't have been able to form a doppelganger. So that's doppelganger. It's my first time seeing one. I've only heard about it previously. Some of the people present had heard rumors of Duan Lingtian coming from a Devata realm, and today, they finally confirmed the rumor was true. When most of them heard the rumor, they were skeptical. After all, how could someone from a Devata realm become a king of gods before turning 3,000 years old? Those from Devata realms would be considered monstrously talented if they could even become a king of gods at 10,000 years old. For this reason, many people did not give much credit to the rumor and were shocked when it was confirmed that Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. How terrifying! His doppelganger's strength is comparable to his. Apart from the lack of prominent divine artifact, it's hard to tell him and his doppelganger apart. With a prominent divine artifact, the doppelganger would be as strong as Duan Lingtian. While the crowd was busy discussing among themselves, Duan Lingtian had gained the upper hand in the battle. With just 3 moves, Lady Seven had fallen into a disadvantageous position. and with the fifth move from Duan Ling Tian, she was completely defeated. I lost. Lady 7 did not seem dispirited after losing to Duan Ling Tian. Her gaze was determined as she looked at him and said, "After joining the Flying Dragon sect, my first goal is to defeat you. I'll be happy to accept your challenge," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Inwardly, he was rather impressed by her strength. She was as strong as Du Po Jun and the others. At the same time, the corners of Hua Tian Du's lips curled up into a smile as he murmured, "The law of space's doppelganger. How interesting." Chapter 3810 The Deciding Match. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the law of space appeared and joined him in his attack, making the battle a 2-against-1 battle. It was only natural that Lady 7, who was considerably strong, lost to him. At this time, apart from Hua Tiandu and Lady 7, who had just been defeated, the expressions of Du Po Jun and the others turned grim. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have such a trick up his sleeve. Duan Ling Tian, Du Po Jun's expression was dark. Initially, he had thought that even if he was unable to defeat Duan Ling Tian, it should not be a problem to fight to a draw. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian and Lady 7's match, he thought he would likely be defeated if he had to face Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, Du Qianjun's expression looked rather sinister as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it. How could he have such a trick up his sleeve? He's just a lowly cultivator from a Devata realm." Du Qianjun burned with envy. He wished he could rob Duan Ling Tian of Duan Ling Tian's abilities. At the same time, some of the lords of gods from various forces looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complex gaze. One of them said emotionally with a sigh, "It seems like he's going to rank first." Although there were many outstanding participants, none could compare to Duan Ling Tian at this moment. Moreover, this was not the limit of his strength. If his doppelganger had wielded a prominent divine artifact as well, he would be even stronger. After all, no one doubted that someone like Duan Ling Tian would have a problem borrowing another prominent divine artifact. There were 3 supreme elders from the Linggu clan present today. Each of them definitely had at least one prominent divine artifact with them. Not long after Lady 7's defeat, Lan Yushan said, "Continue." 2 opponents, whom the crowd had classified to be in the 3rd tier, fought. The duo exchanged about 100 moves before the match ended in a tie. Even after a few rounds, the ranking did not change. Ouyang Jia Chen was still in first place after knocking Peng Dong off the spot. Just as the match ended, the crowd began to discuss among themselves again. "It's Du Po Jun's turn. Who do you think he'll challenge?" Du Po Jun, who was ranked 11th, slowly swept his gaze across the participants before he decisively challenged a participant who was considered to be in the 3rd tier. With that, he easily defeated his opponent within 10 moves and took over his opponent's rank at the 9th place. He remained calm and was not in a hurry to rise to the top. Following that, it was Situ Cheng's turn. Situ Cheng was from a Lord-grade force, the Situ clan. He flashed into the battle ring and challenged Deng Jianyi. It took him only 50 moves to defeat Deng Jianyi. After a few more matches, it was finally Duan Ling Tian's turn again. At this time, he was ranked 8th. Duan Ling Tian attracted everyone's attention as soon as he flashed into the battle ring. Following that, the crowd shifted their eyes almost in unison to Ouyang Jian Chen, who was ranked 1st. They were certain that Duan Ling Tian would challenge Ouyang Jian Chen. The crowd was proven right when Duan Ling Tian called out, "Ouyang Jian Chen." Ouyang Jian Chen did not waste time and appeared in the battle ring immediately. He looked like an elegant young swordsman as he stood in the battle ring. However, unlike his previous match, he was clearly not as calm. His expression was solemn as he said, "I don't think I'm your match, but I'd like to see how wide the gap is between our strength." The strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed during his previous match was enough to convince the prideful Ouyang Jian Chen. Duan Ling Tian did not disappoint Ouyang Jian Chen and defeated the latter with 3 moves. Similar to his previous match, he did not equip his Law of Space's doppelganger with a weapon, which meant he was still holding back his strength. Duan Ling Tian wins again. With the way things are progressing, I have a feeling he might really end up ranking 1st. The crowd was rather confident about Duan Ling Tian. Even Lan Yushan, a black dragon elder of the Flying Dragon sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a kinder gaze compared to before. He could already see Duan Ling Tian surpassing the prodigies in the history of the Flying Dragon sect. After all, he was certain there was currently no one in the Eastern Ridge mansion who possessed Duan Ling Tian's strength before reaching 3,000 years old. Perhaps, there were only a few with such talents in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Due to Duan Lingtian's strength, no one challenged him for the time being. Even Ji Wuchang and Hua Tiandu did not challenge Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not advantageous for them to challenge Duan Lingtian so quickly. If they were seriously injured, their performance would be affected during their future matches. With this, Duan Lingtian was like a spectator as he watched the matches with Ding Yan and Hu Qingning. As the trio watched the matches, Hu Qingning would speak to Duan Lingtian once in a while. Duan Lingtian, Ji Wuchang is quite strong. He's not struggling when faced with Lady 7. Duan Lingtian, it seems like Du Po Jun is going to lose. I don't think he's a match for Hua Tiandu. Our Murong clan's Murong Luo Feng should be able to rank at the bottom of the top 10 places, right? The rankings, except for the first place, continued to change as the matches went on. During this time, Hua Tiandu really stood out. Not only did he defeat Du Po Jun, but he also defeated Lady 7, Ji Wuchang, and Ouyang Jian Chen. Ouyang Jian Chen might have lost to Hua Tiandu, but he managed to defeat Lady 7 and Ji Wuchang. At this time, the rankings of the top 10 participants were as followed. 2nd, Hua Tiandu. 3rd, Ouyang Jian Chen. 4th, Lady 7. 5th, Ji Wuchang. 6th, Du Po Jun. 7th, Peng Dong. 8th, Situ Cheng. 9th, Qin Yuan Zheng. 10th, Murong Luo Feng. Deng Jianyi, who was ranked 11th, and the other participants after him had challenged almost everyone, except for Duan Lingtian, and were defeated. With this, the only way for them to return to the top 10 places was to challenge Duan Lingtian. Naturally, they had no delusions about defeating Duan Lingtian and wisely gave up. The crowd was engaged in a heated discussion. At this time, many of them had noticed Hua Tiandu had not used his bloodline power at all even when he fought Ouyang Jian Chen, Lady 7, and Ji Wuchang. It seems like Hua Tiandu is the only one capable of facing Duan Lingtian. The strength he displayed so far isn't inferior to that of Duan Lingtian. That's right, Hu Tiandu still hasn't used his bloodline power, and Duan Lingtian still has yet to equip his doppelganger with a prominent divine artifact. While the crowd was busy discussing Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu, Lan Yushan asked, Ji Wuchang, Du Po Jun, does any of you want to challenge Duan Lingtian? The duo shook their heads immediately. Ji Wuchang was not familiar with Duan Lingtian and had no enmity with the latter. He was aware of his strength and did not think much about giving up on challenging Duan Lingtian. On the contrary, Du Po Jun's expression was rather unsightly as he shook his head to indicate he was not going to challenge Duan Lingtian. After all, the 10,000 Devils sect had a grudge against Duan Lingtian. He felt that he should have challenged Duan Lingtian, but he was also worried Duan Lingtian would seriously injure him due to the grudge. Du Po Jun knew that if he was severely injured, those ranked behind him would definitely seize the chance to challenge him for a chance to rise higher in ranks. All in all, not only was there no benefit to challenging Duan Lingtian, but he might even suffer a huge loss. Meanwhile, after receiving Du Po Jun and Ji Wuchang's replies, Lan Yushan said, since that's the case, the deciding match for first place will be between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu. After a brief pause, Lan Yushan asked, if anybody has any objection, please speak up now. No one objected. Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu's strength was evident. Very well. Before deciding the first place, we'll confirm the other rankings first, Lan Yushan said. With this, a few more participants issued challenges to try and rise in ranks. Alas, all of them were defeated without an exception. Hence, there were no changes in the ranking. The 3rd to the 15th places were all finalized at this time. Finally, Lan Yushan said, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu will be the final match of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. We'll confirm the ranking after the match and conclude the contest. A slightly complicated expression could be seen on Lan Yushan's face as he spoke. During the previous Latent Dragon Grand Contests, the fight for the top few ranks had always been very fierce. However, this time, Duan Lingtian and Hua Tiandu's strength had easily crushed the other participants. Chapter 38:11 Hua Tiandu's True Strength. Hu Tiandu was the young master of the Lord rank Eastern Oriental sect. He was younger than 8,000 years old. In the past, he had always been compared to the first winter sect's Ji Wuchang. It was only today that people realized he was actually much stronger than Ji Wuchang. Ji Wuchang was also clearly shocked when he was defeated by Hua Tiandu, showing that he was unaware of Hua Tiandu's true strength as well. Apart from that, Hua Tiandu had also defeated Ji Wuchang, Lady 7, and Du Po Jun without using his bloodline power. It seems like Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tiandu are much stronger than the participants in the first tier. The crowd was truly surprised by the gap between the strength of Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian and the other participants in the first tier. Even among the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Emperor rank forces, the duo could be considered rare talents. They were certain that if the Emperor rank forces received news about Duan Ling Tian, they would surely send people to recruit him. Unless Duan Ling Tian refused them, the Flying Dragon sect would not dare to stop him at all. After all, unlike the Flying Dragon sect, there were other Emperor rank forces with Emperors of Gods. After Hua Tiandu entered the battle ring, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a faint smile and said, "Duan Ling Tian, let's end this latent dragon grand contest." Duan Ling Tian, who had entered the battle ring as well, nodded. The duo looked calm as they stood across from each other. However, the calm was like the calm before a storm. Everyone, including Lan Yushan, Dongfang Yan Nian, and the other White Dragon Elder, was focused on Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tiandu's match, which was also the final match of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Who do you think is stronger? It's difficult to tell. Hua Tiandu hasn't used his bloodline power, after all. From what I heard, his bloodline power is quite powerful. What kind of bloodline power does he possess? Then, how do you know it's powerful? I heard it somewhere. Duan Ling Tian, equip your doppelganger with a prominent divine artifact, Hua Tiandu said nonchalantly. Death energy from the law of death began to swirl around him. The crowd was shocked by Hua Tiandu's words. What does he mean? Isn't he afraid of Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger from the law of space? Where does his confidence come from? It seems like apart from his bloodline power, he has other tricks up his sleeve as well. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and smiled faintly as he said, "Young Master Hua, it seems you're very confident about your strength." As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, a spatial storm appeared above him. Although he was confident, he would not let his guard down when faced with also confident Hua Tiandu. During his previous matches, he had held back when fighting his opponents. Hua Tiandu was clearly different from the others. If you don't have an extra prominent divine artifact, I'll give you a chance to borrow it from someone. It'd be too late if you wait until the critical moment, Hua Tiandu said. He was not in a rush to make a move and was even magnanimous enough to give Duan Ling Tian to borrow another prominent divine artifact. These words made the crowd even more certain that Hua Tiandu had greatly held back during his previous matches. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly solemn as he said with narrowed eyes, "You don't have to worry about me, young Master Hua. Duan Ling Tian, today will be the first time I'm publicly revealing my true strength," Hua Tiandu said as he took a step forward. In just a moment, his aura changed drastically. Following that, a doppelganger with red eyes appeared. Unlike Duan Ling Tian who formed his doppelganger using the law of space, Hua Tiandu's doppelganger was the ability of a profundity from the law of death called the undead doppelganger. The doppelganger from the law of death's undead doppelganger was not as strong as doppelgangers formed from the laws. The undead doppelganger had more limitations. This was similar to the ability of one of Duan Ling Tian's friends, Ling Juyun, who was also a native of a realm of gods. As soon as Hua Tiandu's undead doppelganger appeared, Duan Ling Tian saw its blood-red eyes flash to life. Following that, a weapon appeared in its hand. Based on its aura, it should be a prominent divine artifact. At this time, Hua Tiandu was also holding onto a prominent divine artifact. Hua Tiandu and his undead doppelganger moved in unison. Shockingly, his undead doppelganger could use triple-fused profundities from the law of death as well. Usually, undead doppelgangers could only use profundities that the owner had comprehended. With this, one could see Hua Tiandu's comprehension of the law of death was rather profound. From what the crowd could see, his comprehension of the law of death was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. In fact, Hua Tiandu was just a step away from comprehending 3 triple-fused profundities. The crowd, who had noticed the eyes of Hua Tiandu's undead doppelganger flashed to life, was shocked. So that's his bloodline power. His bloodline power transforms his undead doppelganger, and makes it no different from doppelgangers formed by the laws. This means his doppelganger is as strong as Duan Ling Tian's. Hua Tiandu has never revealed this before. No wonder he's so confident. With this, even if Duan Ling Tian equips his doppelganger with a prominent divine artifact, he still won't have an advantage. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's previous matches, it seems like his comprehension of the law is slightly lacking compared to what Hua Tian Du's showing now. If you ask me, even with the rudimentary sword Dao, Duan Ling Tian is still no match for Hua Tian Du. After all, don't forget that Hua Tian Du has a higher cultivation base. Similar to the others, Duan Ling Tian was also shocked when he saw Hua Tian Du's display of power. He did not expect Hua Tian Du's bloodline power would help him to transform his undead doppelganger into a doppelganger formed from a law. Moreover, based on what he could sense, he could tell Hua Tian Du's undead doppelganger was not inferior to his law of space's doppelganger. Due to their limitations, undead doppelgangers could not wield weapons. However, Hua Tian Du's undead doppelganger was different due to his bloodline power. How surprising! I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve, Duan Ling Tian said. Based on Hua Tian Du's current strength, he knew no one from the first tier was a match for Hua Tian Du. Duan Ling Tian, I look forward to you surprising me as well. If what you've shown previously is all, I'm afraid you have no chance of defeating me. However, my instincts are telling me you have more tricks up your sleeve, Hua Tian Du said before he and his undead doppelganger shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was surprised, he was not flustered. At this time, many people sighed emotionally when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian will definitely lose. If he doesn't have any more tricks up his sleeve. Duan Ling Tian did not disappoint Hua Tian Du. A prominent divine artifact appeared in his doppelganger's hand at this time. Upon seeing this, Linggu Huan turned to look at Linggu Zhengxing and asked, "Did you lend him the other prominent divine sword?" Linggu Huan had lent Duan Ling Tian a prominent divine artifact. He was sure the prominent divine artifact in Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger's hand did not belong to his brother, Linggu Heng. In fact, he was sure it did not belong to Linggu Zhengxing as well, but he had asked just to be sure. Linggu Zhengxing shook his head. "No, I've seen all the prominent divine artifacts in our clan, including yours and your brother's. I've never seen that prominent divine artifact before, so it should be his." Chapter 3812 The Champion of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. "It's his." Linggu Huan looked shocked. Then, a regretful expression replaced his shocked expression as he said, "If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have promised to give him the prominent divine artifact if he ranks first. If he wins, I'll only be left with one prominent divine artifact." Linggu Huan was unaware that Duan Ling Tian possessed many prominent divine artifacts. Otherwise, he would definitely go back on his words if Duan Ling Tian won and take back his prominent divine artifact. Linggu Zhengxing glanced at Linggu Huan and asked, "Are you trying to show off that you have two prominent divine artifacts?" At the same time, the battle grew more intense. The spatial storm surrounding Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger grew even more terrifying at this moment as he cast various triple-fused profundities from the law of space. He also used his rudimentary sword Dao. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger clashed with Hua Tian Du and his undead doppelganger. The duo seemed to be evenly matched for now. "It seems like my instincts are right," Hua Tian Du said with a laugh as he fought with Duan Ling Tian. "Your comprehension of the law of space is more profound than my comprehension of the law of death. To think you're 5,000 years younger than I am." Nearing the end of his words, Hua Tian Du shuddered slightly in fear. It seemed like he had only just recalled that Duan Ling Tian was not even 3,000 years old. At the same time, everyone was shocked by the level of Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space. It was truly shocking and unprecedented in the Eastern Ridge Mansion for someone at Duan Ling Tian's age to have such comprehension of the law. Even if Duan Ling Tian began to comprehend the law of space when he was in his mother's womb, he still shouldn't have such a profound comprehension of it, right? Only top emperor rank forces or supreme rank forces in the realms of gods have prodigies like him. Don't forget that he's an excellent divine alchemist as well. The level of Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space, evident by his various triple-fused profundities, shocked everyone in the Flaming Dragon arena. His comprehension was not inferior to some outstanding inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect. In the Flying Dragon sect, to become a White Dragon elder, one had to be an intermediate Lord of Gods, and one had to comprehend at least one quadruple-fused profundity. This was easier for natives of realms of gods since they were descendants of supreme powerhouses, after all. Moreover, those capable of becoming intermediate lords of gods would normally possess a higher than average talent. I'll have to reveal a few of my secrets. Otherwise, It'd be difficult to defeat Hua Tiandu, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. He did not expect Hua Tiandu to be so strong. Hua Tiandu was not any weaker than Yang Qianyi, the strongest prodigy from the 10,000 Devils sect. Due to Yang Qianyi's extraordinary talent, he had been recruited by one of the top emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. I didn't expect Hua Tiandu to be so strong. Based on the current situation, it won't be easy for Duan Ling Tian to defeat him, Hu Qingning said solemnly. Ding Yan nodded in agreement. At the same time, he was also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's progress during the 30 years they were apart. Duan Ling Tian was completely different from the person he had battled in the past in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. There were many people from the Hidden Fog sect among the crowd. They were naturally shocked as well. Tang Wuyan, who had passed the Flying Dragon sect's outer disciples examination, was naturally present. Her expression was complicated as she looked at the purple figure in the battle ring. The arrogant beauty felt unworthy and ashamed when she looked at him. She thought to herself, he's so strong now. From the beginning until now, I've never been worthy of him, it was all my delusions. After the end of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, I'll leave the Flying Dragon sect to return to the Hidden Fog sect. I, Tang Wuyan, will never leave the Hidden Fog sect for the rest of my life. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of Tang Wuyan's thoughts. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. He wondered if he should reveal a few of his secrets to defeat Hua Tiandu. I don't have many choices to choose from. Since there are so many lords of gods here, I'll be exposed if I'm not careful. Using the 7 orifices exquisite sword is definitely out of the question. I'll become a target of many if I display the real level of my sword Dao. Although it was due to luck I was able to deepen my comprehension, I can't simply reveal it. Then, should I use the rudimentary mastery Dao? Then again, I don't think anyone will believe me as well if I told them I only managed to comprehend it due to luck as well. Duan Ling Tian felt his head begin to throb as he contemplated his choices. There were a few secrets he could reveal without too big of a consequence. However, it would still attract jealousy, and in turn, troubles. Not only that, but those who already held a grudge against him might grow even more determined to kill him. Based on the strength I displayed so far, if the top emperor rank forces hear about it, they'd definitely try to recruit me. Hence, there's no need to show more of my abilities. However, if I don't, I won't be able to defeat Hua Tiandu and obtain the rewards. Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not care much about ranking first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, he was content with ranking in the top 10. However, after Shui Haichuan told him about the benefits of ranking first, he naturally changed his mind. Currently, Hua Tiandu was his biggest obstacle. He really did not expect Hua Tiandu to be on a different level than Du Po Jun, Ji Wuchong, and the others in the first tier. Duan Ling Tian was still lost in his thoughts when he discovered Hua Tiandu's attacking speed had grown significantly faster. Clearly, Hua Tiandu was going all out now. For a moment, he was forced to move back. Duan Ling Tian has fallen into a disadvantageous position. Look, something's different with Hua Tiandu. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the death energy around Hua Tiandu's undead doppelganger seemed to have weakened. With this, he realized that Hua Tiandu had increased his attacking speed because his bloodline power could only boost his undead doppelganger for a certain time before it would return to a normal undead doppelganger. At that time, it would not be able to wield a prominent divine artifact or even use the law of death. It seems like there's no need for me to reveal any of my secrets. I'll wait until his undead doppelganger returns to normal before I defeat him. It should return to normal any moment now, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sighed in relief. Following that, he teleported away as soon as Hua Tiandu arrived in front of him. Then, he, along with his doppelganger, reappeared next to Hua Tiandu's undead doppelganger and attacked it to quickly exhaust the effect of Hua Tiandu's bloodline power. At the same time, sword rays shot out of the spatial storm toward Hua Tiandu's undead doppelganger. Hua Tiandu seemed ready to risk serious injuries to both him and Duan Ling Tian just to fight to the end, but Duan Ling Tian naturally would not let him have his way. Duan Ling Tian's trying to exhaust the effect of the bloodline power. It seems there's a limit to Hua Tiandu's bloodline power. In the end, the undead doppelganger is still inferior to a doppelganger formed from the law. How unfair! Why can't natives of the realms of gods form doppelgangers from the laws? How is it unfair? We have bloodline powers, after all. Apart from that, were blessed with abundant cultivation resources and an environment that natives of Devata realms can only dream about. Moreover, as descendants of supreme powerhouses, we have many advantages compared to them. At this moment, the outcome was already clear. As expected, after 15 minutes, Huatian Du's undead doppelganger reverted to its normal state after the effect of the bloodline power was exhausted. With that, Duan Ling Tian defeated Huatian Du with 2 moves, becoming the champion of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. At this time, a message was sent out from the Flaming Dragon Arena to a corner in the Flying Dragon Sects estate. Duan Ling Tian defeated Huatian Du and won the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. It did not take long before a reply came. Kill Lingu Ren Jia immediately. Chapter 38-13 Duan Ling Tian becomes famous in the Flying Dragon Sect. Duan Ling Tian successfully ranked first in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Dongfang Yan Nian was the first to congratulate Duan Ling Tian. He said through voice transmission, "Congratulations, little Tian." Dongfang Yan Nian's gaze was slightly different when he looked at Duan Ling Tian now. In the beginning, he was only friendly to Duan Ling Tian because of Shui Hai Chuan. Search RN, WNO, L, RG, however, he was thoroughly convinced by Duan Ling Tian's talent. If he did not know better, he would not have believed Duan Ling Tian was not even 3,000 years old. Brother Yan Nian, apart from the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill, what else will the champion be rewarded with? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Dongfang Yan Nian replied with a smile, the rewards are quite good. Apart from the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill, there are also. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he listened to Dongfang Yan Nian list the rewards. The rewards, except for the prominent divine artifact, would all help him with his cultivation. Apart from material things, he would also be granted access to the Flying Dragon Sect's Chamber of Laws for a year. Although it was not comparable to the time he spent in the Lingu clan's Chamber of Laws, he could comprehend triple-fused profundities in the Flying Dragon Sect's Chamber of Laws. The law of space and the law of time aside, Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended double-fused profundities from the other laws. With a year in the Flying Dragon Sect's Chamber of Laws, he was sure he would be able to comprehend triple-fused profundities for the other laws. With this, it'd be easy to comprehend the profundities. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself excitedly, feeling slightly emotional, the law of time aside, if I can form doppelgangers from the other 7 laws after comprehending their triple-fused profundities, how strong will I be? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian keenly felt that the ability to form doppelgangers from laws was much more advantageous than the bloodline powers of the natives of the realms of gods. However, he knew the heavens were fair. The natives of realms of gods had other advantages as well that those from Devata realms did not have. Ka's reincarnation can be considered a blessing as well. Since the body she possesses now isn't that of a native of a realm of gods, she doesn't have a bloodline power. However, she can form doppelgangers from the laws, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. For a moment, he was distracted when he thought about Ka. He wondered if Lingu Chu Yin was Ka or if she only resembled Ka. Although he had been with the Lingu clan for a while now, he still could not confirm his speculation since Lingu Chu Yin was not around. Although Huatian Du was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, he was very gracious about his defeat. He congratulated Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face as he healed his injuries. Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian. I have a lot to learn from you in the future. Young Master Hua, you're being too courteous, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile after he was pulled back to his senses. Although he was not familiar with Huatian Du, it would be inappropriate to respond coldly due to how polite Huatian Du was. Moreover, he had no enmity with Huatian Du. If it were Du Po Jun or Du Qian Jun, he would have just ignored them. Many people congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Although he could not respond to everyone, he still nodded and smiled. When he recalled the earlier threat, he sent a message to Lingu Ren Jia. Clan leader, I won the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Lingu Ren Jia's reply came swiftly. I knew you'd win. Congratulations. Clan leader, remember not to let your guard down, Duan Ling Tian reminded. Don't worry, it won't be so easy to kill me, Lingu Ren Jia said with a chuckle in an attempt to reassure Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease after speaking to Lingu Ren Jia. At this time, Lingu Huan walked over and said, Brat, return me my prominent divine artifact. Duan Ling Tian smiled and asked, Supreme Elder Huan, Didn't you say previously that you'd give me the prominent divine artifact if I win the latent dragon grand contest? Do you regret it now? I didn't know you already have a prominent divine artifact, Lingu Huan said, feigning indignation. Duan Ling Tian chuckled as he reached out to return Lingu Huan the prominent divine artifact. After all, he did not lack prominent divine artifacts. Lingu Huan felt embarrassed when he saw Duan Ling Tian readily return him the prominent divine artifact. Ling Tian, I was just joking. A promise is a promise. I, Lingu Huan, won't go back on my words. Lingu Huan waved his hand, refusing to take the sword from Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian, who had no intention of keeping it, placed it in Lingu Huan's hand. Lingu Huan felt rather speechless. After all, he had no intention of taking the prominent divine artifact back in the first place. In fact, he had hoped to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian using the prominent divine artifact as well. Who knew his plan would fail because of his joke? He felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Ling Tian, why don't you keep the sword? We can make another bet, Lingu Huan said to salvage the situation. Duan Ling Tian would definitely surpass him in the future. It was not a bad idea to have Duan Ling Tian indebted to him, after all. Alas, Duan Ling Tian seemed to know what Lingu Huan was thinking and refused to accept the prominent divine artifact. Lingu Zhongxing congratulated Duan Ling Tian at this time. Even the taciturn and expressionless Lingu Heng nodded and smiled at him. At this moment, Lan Yushan's voice rang in the air. Bid farewell to your elders now. They won't be able to stay in the Flying Dragon sect's estate for long. Tomorrow, someone will go to the temporary residence in the morning and lead all of you to your cultivation ground. As for the top 100 participants, the elders will deliver your rewards in a few days, so don't enter closed-door cultivation over the next few days. Otherwise, we won't replace your rewards if you miss them. After that, Lan Yushan, Dongfang Yan Nian, and the other White Dragon Elder flew away. Before Lan Yushan left the Flaming Dragon Arena, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a profound gaze. With the trio's departure, the 10 inner elders of the Flying Dragon sect left as well. Similarly, the crowd began to disperse as well. Only a group of new disciples stayed back to chat with their elders before they had to part ways. During this time, many people approached Duan Ling Tian, hoping to build connections. Duan Ling Tian, our disciple is your junior now. Please look after him in the future. Revered Elder Duan, I have a beautiful daughter. Will you consider marrying her? Duan Ling Tian. While a crowd gathered around Duan Ling Tian, Tang Wuyan, who was standing unnoticed in a corner, walked toward Qian Yin, the sect leader of the Hidden Fog sect, and said, Sect leader, I changed my mind. I want to return to the Hidden Fog sect. At the same time, the 10,000 Flowers Valley's Lady 7 appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian before she asked, Can you bring me to Shui Hai Chuan now? Of course, follow me. To Duan Ling Tian, Lady 7 had arrived at just the right time. She had provided him with a chance to get away from the crowd. After bidding farewell to Lingu Zhongxing, Lingu Huan, and Lingu Heng, Duan Ling Tian and Lady 7 left. Upon seeing this, Hu Qingning asked with a smile, Ding Yan, do you think Lady 7 has fallen in love with Duan Ling Tian? Ding Yan glanced at Hu Qingning before he asked, Why? Are you jealous? Hu Qingning immediately felt Murong Yin Yu's piercing gaze on him. He stammered, I was just joking. News of Duan Ling Tian's victory in the Latent Dragon Grand Contest spread quickly throughout the Flying Dragon sect. Many people did not watch the contest, but they were waiting for the results. When they heard about what happened, they were shocked. Duan Ling Tian won the Latent Grand Contest when he's not even 3,000 years old. Not only is he younger than 3,000 years old, but he's an intermediate king of gods who has comprehended all the triple-fused profundities in the law of space, mastered the rudimentary sword Dao, and formed a doppelganger from the law of space. Hua Tiandu is younger than 8,000 years old and an advanced king of gods. Although he used his bloodline power, he was still defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's comparable to the 10,000 devil sect's Yongqian Yi. It won't take long before other emperor rank forces try to recruit him. Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tiandu instantly become famous in the Flying Dragon sect. At the same time, disaster was slowly creeping up on Lingu Renjia, the former clan leader of the Lingu clan, in Lingu City. Chapter 38 14 Green Dragon Disciples. Lingu clan's estate. Unlike when he was conversing happily with Duan Ling Tian, Lingu Renjia's current expression was slightly grim. When he heard that someone had threatened to kill him if Duan Ling Tian dared to rank in the top 10 of the latent dragon grand contest, he had thought the culprit was just bluffing and trying to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. Nonetheless, he still kept his guards up. Then, Lingu Renji sighed as he brought out a glowing jade slip and crushed it. I didn't expect to. I hope I won't disturb her progress. At the same time, a beautiful woman appeared in Lingu Renji's mind. He remembered when she was just a little girl slowly turning into a teenager. In just a blink of an eye, she was already a grown woman. That little girl who used to follow me everywhere is all grown up now. What did she experience when she was in the divine offering land? She changed after returning from that place. She must have suffered a lot over the years. Alas, she refused to say anything because she's too stubborn, Lingu Renji muttered to himself as a hint of distress appeared on his face. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who was unaware of what was going on at Lingu Renji's side, led Lady 7 to Shui Haichuan's cultivation ground. As soon as he arrived, before Shui Haichuan could say a word, he hurriedly said goodbye before he returned to his temporary residence on Fire Dragon Mountain. When he returned, he saw Hu Qingning waiting for him. He asked, "Why are you waiting for me?" Hu Qingning's expression was solemn as he asked, "Was it your idea? Did you tell her to send someone to ask my father to ask for Marong Yin Yu's hand in marriage at the Marong clan?" Hu Qingning asked with a hint of annoyance. Fortunately, his father had spoken to him. Otherwise, he would be unaware of this matter. His father had told him if this matter was not dealt with carefully, it might negatively affect the 10,000 Leaves sect. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. "Don't you like her? Isn't this good?" Hu Qingning's expression eased as he said, "I've spoken to Third Miss about this. It seemed like you deliberately egged her on previously. I misunderstood you, thinking that." Seeing that Hu Qingning could finish his words, Duan Ling Tian laughed before he said, "Can't finish your words? If I didn't do that, I wouldn't know how much you like her. In fact, you should thank me. Back in my hometown, if both of you successfully got married, you'd have to pay me." Duan Ling Tian naturally was referring to Earth, a mundane realm, not the Saint Province realm. Hu Qingning glared at Duan Ling Tian, embarrassed. Then, he switched the topic and said, "Anyway, that's not the main reason I waited for you. I heard that with your and Hua Tiandu's performance, top Emperor rank forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion will likely send people here to recruit both of you. What do you think? Do you plan to stay in the Flying Dragon sector or join a top Emperor rank force?" Duan Ling Tian thought about it for a moment before he said nonchalantly, "We'll see when the time comes." Previously, Shui Haichuan had also spoken to Duan Ling Tian about this. Shui Haichuan had said that it might not be the best if he joined a top Emperor rank force. Although the cultivation resources and environment were better, it would be too competitive that it might affect his progress. Moreover, Shui Haichuan also said that he would be unfamiliar with the factions in the Emperor rank force, and knowing him, he likely would not join one. As a result, he would not have any support, and this would be disadvantageous to him. "You'll see when the time comes." Hu Qingning frowned. "Duan Ling Tian, I feel it's best if you stay. In the Flying Dragon sect, you have the Lingu faction and Elder Shui. Based on your character, if you go to a new force, you'll definitely end up provoking and offending others. At that time, you won't have any support. In my opinion, before you become a Lord of Gods, it's best for you to stay here." Shui Haichuan's thoughts were aligned with those of Shui Haichuan. "I'll think about it," Duan Ling Tian replied ambiguously. Then, Hu Qingning watched worriedly as Duan Ling Tian returned to his room. Brother Haichuan and Hu Qingning have a point. However, not only are my innate talent and comprehension skills high, but I'm a divine alchemist as well. If the top Emperor rank forces know that I can easily refine king-grade limit divine pills, I'm afraid they'll fight each other just to recruit me. After all, even Emperor rank divine alchemists can't easily refine king-grade limit divine pills." Duan Ling Tian carefully weighed the advantages and disadvantages of joining a top Emperor rank force. His main purpose in coming to the realms of gods was to grow stronger as quickly as he could so that he could rescue Ka and obtain her clan's approval after 300 years. "I'll have to consider this carefully. There are advantages and disadvantages to both choices. I'll take my time to consider them before making a decision. As for now, I'll wait for the rewards from the Latent Dragon Grand Contest." When Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down, he closed his eyes to cultivate. When night fell, those not from the Flying Dragon sect, including the 3 supreme elders of the Lingu clan, were escorted out of the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Dongfang Yan Nian arrived and brought Duan Ling Tian and the others to the inner disciples' cultivation ground. Another white dragon elder led the outer disciples to their cultivation ground as well. Dongfang Yan Nian explained, the most basic requirement to become an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon sect is to be a king of gods. However, not all kings of gods can become inner disciples. Comprehension skills and talents are also taken into consideration. Some of you are core disciples and inner disciples of Lord rank forces, so you might understand the system a little better. In the Flying Dragon sect, disciples with higher status than inner disciples are called Green Dragon disciples. Needless to say, Green Dragon disciples are given more benefits compared to inner disciples. For example, inner disciples can only enter the Chamber of Law by exchanging time in there with contributions points they accumulated. However, Green Dragon disciples have free access to the Chamber Law for a certain time. Many people's eyes, including Duan Ling Tian, lit up upon hearing this. They had heard about Green Dragon disciples, but they had no idea what kind of benefits they were given. Dongfang Yan Nian continued to say, there aren't many Green Dragon disciples in the Flying Dragon sect. Currently, we only have fewer than 80 Green Dragon disciples. At any given time, there can only be 100 Green Dragon disciples in the sect. When the sect was in its prime, we had the full number of Green Dragon disciples. Hence, in the past, to become a Green Dragon disciple, one would have to pass a test and defeat a Green Dragon disciple to take his or her place. However, now, all you have to do is pass the test to become a Green Dragon disciple. Many people were excited and eager to take the test to become Green Dragon disciples after listening to Dongfang Yan Nian. There are some among you who have high chances of becoming Green Dragon disciples. I believe Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian Du will be able to pass the test and become Green Dragon disciples. As for Ji Wuchong, Du Po Jun, Lady 7, and a few others, I think all of you have a high chance of passing the test. The participants in this time's Latent Dragon Grand Contest are truly outstanding and will definitely be recorded in our sect's history. The champions from the previous contests are only comparable to you, Dongfang Yan Nian said as he glanced at the people he mentioned. At the same time, the others shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian Du, the 2 monstrous talents. After a while, Dongfang Yan Nian said, we're here. Duan Ling Tian and the others had arrived in a deep and narrow valley. Many independent courtyards had been built along the walls of the valley. A stone tablet sat in front of each of the courtyards. Some of the stone tablets had names engraved on them. Dongfang Yan Nian explained again, the courtyards with empty stone tablets are empty. You can choose whichever you like. However, before you occupy the courtyards, carve your names on the stone tablets in order to avoid unwanted conflict and disturbance. The disciples nodded. Dongfang Yan Nian pointed at the center of the valley with a huge courtyard. Many people were coming in and out at this moment. He said, that's the Internal Affairs Pavilion. It deals with the inner sect's affairs. You can go there to accept missions and gain contribution points. Chapter 38:15 Lingu Ren Jia is in danger. Although the Flying Dragon sect currently did not have emperors of gods, they had many lords of gods. For this reason, they managed to maintain their power. Not even top lord rank forces could compare to them. Moreover, their cultivation resources and environment were far better than any top lord rank force. Unless the cultivation resources were given by the Flying Dragon sect for some reason, the disciples had to rely on themselves to obtain resources. To do this, they would need contribution points. For example, the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills, which were the rewards for the Latent Dragon Grand Contest, could be exchanged for in the Internal Affairs Pavilion, albeit for a high number of contribution points. It should be noted that the pills were not available in the External Affairs Pavilion. It was considered a great deal to be rewarded with the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pills through the Latent Grand Contest. Many advanced kings of gods, who were inner disciples, were envious and jealous that they could not participate in the contest. Alright, you can all take your leave now, Dongfang Yan Nian said, dismissing the new disciples. Then, he followed Duan Ling Tian into his chosen courtyard. Then, the duo sat down at a stone table and began to chat. Upon seeing this, the others began to gossip among themselves. Many of them looked at the purple figure with jealous and envious expressions on their faces. Duan Ling Tian seems very familiar with Elder Dongfang. Elder Dongfang is a white dragon elder. Since Duan Ling Tian has a good relationship with him, Not many people would dare to provoke Duan Ling Tian even though he's a newcomer. I'm so jealous he has such a good relationship with a white dragon elder. As soon as Dongfang Yan Nian sat down, he said solemnly, Little Tian, don't leave the Flying Dragon sect's estate unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, your safety won't be guaranteed once you leave the sect. If you really need to leave, speak to your friend, Ding Yan. As long as revered elder Sikong is willing to help, you'll be able to get a black dragon elder to protect you. With that, if the culprit is from the sect, no one but vice sect leader Shui himself would be able to harm you. However, it's unlikely for vice sect leader to personally make a move. Moreover, it would take some time for him to kill a black dragon elder as well. During that time, he would risk the elder sending news back to the sect. Based on Dongfan Yan Nian's words, it was clear he thought that vice sect leader Shui was Duan Ling Tian's strongest enemy in the Flying Dragon sect. Although vice sect leader had no conflicts with Duan Ling Tian, his daughter was the wife of Kuang Tian Zheng's second disciple. Kuang Tian Zheng, despite having no evidence, was determined to avenge Chu Han, his disciple, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Vice sect leader Shui's son-in-law was not only Kuang Tian Zheng's disciple, but he was also Chu Han's senior brother. Everyone knew vice sect leader Shui loved his daughter dearly. So long as his daughter spoke up and asked him to get rid of Duan Ling Tian, he would definitely be willing to do so as long as no one found out. Brother Yan Nian, thank you for your reminder, Duan Ling Tian said with a solemn expression. Shui Hai Chuan had also said the same words to him previously. Needless to say, he did not plan to leave the Flying Dragon sect's estate without good reasons. Moreover, his priority now was to raise his cultivation base. In this dog-eat-dog world, one would only have control of one's destiny if one was strong enough. With these thoughts in mind, he could not help but feel pressured and suffocated. All right, I'm glad you understand. If you need anything, just send me a message. I'll take my leave now, Dongfang Yan Nian said as he rose to his feet. He did not intend to stay any longer. After sending Dongfang Yan Nian off, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room and began to plan how he would form doppelgangers from the other laws. He was not in a rush to cultivate, he was planning to wait for the rewards from the latent dragon grand contest before doing so. Dongfang Yan Nian came and handed Duan Ling Tian his rewards. He was also given an entry token to enter the Chamber of Laws in the Flying Dragon sect. Apart from the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill, Duan Ling Tian received many other divine pills as well. Although they were not as valuable as the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill, search RN. WN0, L, RG, they were still very useful in helping him to become an advanced king of gods. Duan Ling Tian could not help the smile that appeared on his face when he saw his rewards. In the end, he decided to use the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill first. One did not have to necessarily wait until one was an advanced king of gods before taking the Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill. If one took the pill before becoming an advanced king of gods, the efficacy of the pill would be stored, and it would be triggered when the bottleneck when one was about to break through from an advanced king of gods to a rudimentary king of gods appeared. The Lord Breakthrough Divine Pill is really amazing, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed, amazed, when he sensed the efficacy of the pill. The efficacy did not weaken at all. It was unlike the Lord Grade Divine Pills he refined that would inevitably have weakened efficacy if it was stored in his body. At this moment, a figure flashed and came to a stop outside Lingu City. The figure belonged to a thin gloomy-looking old man. At this moment, the old man looked at Lingu City with icy eyes as he muttered under his breath, Lingu clan, Lingu Renjia, I've long heard about the impressive strength of the Lingu clan's guarding formation. Today, I'll finally be able to see if it lives up to its reputation. Following that, with a wave of his hand, the identity token at his waist flew into his hand. Then, he put it away in his spatial ring. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would recognize the identity token. The identity token resembled the one hanging at the waist of Lan Yushan, the Black Dragon Elder who was in charge of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. The identity token was unique to Black Dragon Elders of the Flying Dragon sect. You're really unlucky that I owe Vice Sect leader Shui a favor, the old man said before he flashed up into the sky above Lingu City. The old man hovered in the sky and surveyed the city as he muttered under his breath, the city has indeed been renovated. Rumors about the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Fog sect blowing up his little world is true after all. Following that, the old man moved at lightning speed. In just a moment, he appeared east of the city where the Lingu clan's estate was located. As soon as he arrived, he extended his divine consciousness into the Lingu clan's estate. After a moment, he frowned slightly. The formation is quite complex. I heard there was a formidable formation master in the Lingu clan in the past. I didn't expect him to be so skilled. In fact, he's not much weaker than me, the old man muttered to himself. A hint of arrogance could be heard in his voice as he added, although there are quite a few flaws with the formation, it'd be troublesome for me to destroy it. However, it won't be a problem for me to deactivate it temporarily. Once it's deactivated, I'll be able to deal with Lingu Renjia. Following that, the old man waved his hands around. Strands of divine energy shot out and weaved themselves into the formation. As he worked to deactivate the formation, the Lingu estate was quiet. After about 15 minutes, the old man finally dropped his hands to the sides. Done. The old man flashed and appeared in front of an elder of the Lingu clan who was in the midst of drinking tea in a courtyard. Before the elder of the Lingu clan could react, the old man placed his hand on the elder's shoulder. Following that, his divine energy surged into the body of the elder, suppressing the elder's divine energy. You're an intermediate lord of gods. The elder of the Lingu clan exclaimed in shock. How did he get in here? Who is he? Even advanced lords of gods would have a difficult time with our guarding formation. Question after question appeared in the mind of the elder of the Lingu clan. At this time, the old man said icily, "Bring me to Lingu Renjia. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll kill you immediately." The elder of the Lingu clan did not doubt the old man's words at all. Out of fear for his life, he led the old man to Lingu Renjia's courtyard. When they arrived outside of Lingu Renjia's courtyard, the old man extended his divine consciousness and sensed the presence of a rudimentary lord of gods in there. He knew it had to be Lingu Renjia. After he withdrew his divine consciousness, he waved his hand wordlessly, turning the elder of the Lingu clan into a mist of blood. Even the elder's robes were reduced to dust. The old man flew into Lingu Renjia's courtyard. At this moment, Lingu Renjia, who was sitting in a pavilion, finally noticed something was amiss. Before he could react, he saw a figure appear in front of him, causing his expression to change drastically. "Who are you?" Lingu Renjia narrowed his eyes as his expression darkened. The other party managed to bypass the Lingu clan's guarding formation. After all, the old man did not reply to Lingu Renjia. Instead, he asked, "You're Lingu Renjia?" Upon hearing this, realization dawned on Lingu Renjia. He asked, "You're from the Flying Dragon sect?" He must be the target, the old man muttered to himself before divine energy surged out of his body. With a wave of his hand, a wind blade shot toward Lingu Renjia with a loud whoosh. Due to the gap between their strength, Lingu Renjia could not react in time at all. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in front of Lingu Renjia. The old man had attacked with a force that could easily kill an ordinary intermediate lord of gods. However, before his attack could even land on Lingu Renjia, the figure easily and quietly destroyed his wind blade. Chapter 38:16 Emperor of Gods. Shu Tongyuan, the Black Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect, was an advanced lord of gods who was skilled in formations. He was one of the top 3 formation masters in the Flying Dragon sect. Earlier, when he attacked Lingu Renjia, he had unleashed a wind blade from a quadruple fused profundity from the law of wind. It would be easy to kill a rudimentary lord of gods with that wind blade. He really did not expect that his attack would be stopped at the critical moment by another person. Most importantly, the other person did not even move before his attack was destroyed by a divine energy barrier. Shu Tongyuan looked at the figure in front of him in shock. The figure belonged to a beautiful woman. Shu Tongyuan's expression changed drastically when he sensed the divine energy from the barrier. His eyes were brimming with fear as he thought to himself, "She's an emperor of gods. How could Shu Tongyuan not be afraid?" Even in the emperor rank Flying Dragon sect, there was currently no emperor of gods. The sect only retained its rank due to the past emperors of gods. Many of the emperor of gods died during their once in a 1,000 years heavenly tribulation, and a few of them simply went missing. Shu Tongyuan inhaled deeply to calm down the fear and unease in his heart, but his trembling body gave away his fear. He said, "Greetings, I'm Shu Tongyuan, a Black Dragon Elder from the Flying Dragon sect." At the same time, question after question appeared in his mind. How's this possible? How did things turn out like this? Why is an emperor of gods here? Isn't the Lingu clan just a lord rank clan? Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for Shu Tongyuan to destroy an entire lord rank force with no intermediate lord of gods, let alone killing just their leader. However, he did not know what to do now that an emperor of gods appeared to protect Lingu Renjia. How can an emperor of gods appear in this place? Was I lied to? Shu Tongyuan had lived for tens of thousands of years and had learned to remain composed in most situations. Alas, this was one of the situations where he could not just remain calm. After all, he was facing an emperor of gods who could easily kill him. All he wanted now was to live. Out of fear, he had brought out the identity token he had hidden before entering Lingu City. Initially, he hid it so the murder of Lingu Renjia would not be traced back to him. If the Lingu clan made a fuss, the Flying Dragon sect would definitely hold him accountable. Although it was not a big issue, it was not a small issue either. No matter what, the Lingu clan was a subordinate of the Flying Dragon sect. However, at this moment, he hoped that his identity as a Black Dragon Elder of the Flying Dragon sect would be able to save him. You're a Black Dragon Elder of Flying Dragon sect, an advanced Lord of Gods, and yet, you snuck into the Lingu clan to kill their clan leader. I wonder what did my elder brother do that you had to kill him? The beautiful woman, who looked like she was in her 30s, was dressed in a fine long pale yellow dress. She looked graceful when she moved. Her bearing was extraordinary, and her face was capable of enchanting those who looked at her. Elder brother, Lingu Renjia is this emperor of God's brother. Impossible, Shu Tongyuan thought to himself in shock as his body trembled. He tried to calm down again before he looked at Lingu Renjia, who was standing behind the beautiful woman, and said, "My lord, I made a mistake. You're not the person I was looking for." Shu Tongyuan was so frightened at this moment that he could only come up with a flimsy excuse. At this time, Lingu Renjia looked at Shu Tongyuan mockingly as he said, "Elder Shu, are you sure you made a mistake? Although this is the first time we've met, I've long heard about you. Not only are you a Black Dragon Elder, but you're also one of the top 3 formation masters in the Flying Dragon sect. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been ordered by Vice Sect Leader Shui to kill me, right?" Although Lingu Renjia looked calm outwardly, he was still inwardly trembling from his close brush with death. He thought to himself, "A Black Dragon Elder was sent to kill me. I'm really lucky that Ren Feng arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have died." At this moment, Shu Tongyuan could no longer care about anything else. All he wanted was to live. It was not easy for him to cultivate to this stage. With this strength now, he could still survive about 7 to 8 heavenly tribulations. In other words, barring unnatural circumstances, he still had about 10,000 years to live. Hence, he did not hesitate to betray his master. "Yes, it was Vice Sect Leader Shui who sent me here." Then, Shu Tongyuan bowed to Lingu Renjia, a rudimentary lord of gods who now controlled his life and death. "Clan Leader Lingu, I have no enmity with you. I only made a huge mistake because I owed Vice Sect Leader Shui a favor. Please forgive me. I promise to do whatever you ask of me as long as you forgive me." Regret flooded Shu Tongyuan's heart at this moment. If he knew this was the outcome, he would not have agreed to Vice Sect Leader Shui's request. Before Lingu Renjia could reply, the beautiful woman scoffed. With an expression of disdain on her face, she waved her hand casually. In just an instant, a violent energy that twisted the fabric of space swept out toward Shu Tongyuan. Shu Tongyuan's expression changed drastically. His divine energy surged out of his body crazily as he tried to resist the attack. Alas, his strength was but a drop of water faced with his opponent's sea-like attack. In just a blink of an eye, Shu Tongyuan was reduced to ashes. Not even a speck of blood was left behind. The place he had stood just a moment ago was just like before. Lingu Renjia heaved a sigh of relief. After calming down, he asked, "Ren Feng, I've long suspected you're an emperor of gods, but I just couldn't confirm it due to the difference in our strength." A hint of distress could be seen in his eyes as he said, "You must have had a hard time in the divine offering land all those years ago." The beautiful woman was Lingu Ren Feng, Lingu Renjia's younger sister. When she was young, she left the profound energy land and went to the divine offering land. She did not return until recently. If it were not for her intact soul pearl, he would have thought she had died. "Brother, there are some things that I don't wish to talk about," Lingu Ren Feng said as she shook her gently. A frown could be seen on her face as though she had just thought of something unpleasant. "Very well," Lingu Renjia sighed. "Girl, you've grown up now, and you're much stronger than I am. I can't and I won't force you if you don't want to talk about it. However, I want you to know that if you're unhappy outside, you'll always have a home here. Despite your strength, I don't expect you to lead our clan to become an emperor-rank clan. I just want you to be happy and carefree like before. Before you went to Divine Offering Land, you were. Lingu Renfeng interjected at this moment. Brother, why was a black dragon elder from the Flying Dragon sect sent to kill you? Moreover, the person who sent him is a vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. How did you offend him? Lingu Renfeng's eyes flashed coldly as she asked these questions. There were 3 people she cared for the most in the world, her brother, and her 2 daughters. She could not wait to kill vice sect leader Shui, but she was curious how her brother offended someone like that. The difference between their statuses was too great. After all, Lingu Renjia honestly recounted everything to his sister. When he was done with his explanation, his eyes glinted coldly as he said disdainfully, that vice sect leader Shui is obviously worried Duan Lingtian will make a name for himself in the Flying Dragon sect, so he didn't want Duan Lingtian to rank in the top 10 of the Latent Dragon Grand Contest. Moreover, he must be also helping Kuang Tianzheng to take revenge. So he targeted you because of another person. Lingu Renfeng nodded. It made sense. She knew that with her brother's personality, he would not simply offend a high-ranking official of the Flying Dragon sect. That's right. Lingu Renjia suddenly thought of something and asked, Renfeng, does Chu Yin have another name? I think it's Xianxia Shui. Lingu Renjia did not expect that Lingu Renfeng's eyes would suddenly redden as terrifying divine energy swept out, sending him flying back. After a while, when Lingu Renfeng's agitated energy calmed down, Lingu Renjia's courtyard had already been destroyed. After calming down, Lingu Renjia looked at his sister who wore a dark expression on her face. Before he could speak, Lingu Renfeng asked with red eyes, Brother, how do you know the name Xianxia Shui? Xianxia Shui was Lingu Renfeng's other daughter who was forcibly taken from her when she was still a baby. Chapter 38:17 Lingu Renfeng. Lingu Renjia was naturally perplexed by his sister's huge reaction. He knew that it was the name, Xianxia Shui, that stirred up such a huge reaction, but he did not know why. Was his niece, Lingu Chuyin, really Duan Lingtian's wife? Lingu Renjia did not intend to hide anything from his sister. Moreover, only by telling the truth would he be able to figure out if his niece was Duan Lingtian's wife. Hence, he said, I heard it from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Lingu Renfeng's mood seemed to ease upon hearing this. Then, she furrowed her brows as she said, even when you mentioned him earlier, I found his name familiar. Lingu Renjia smiled awkwardly as he said, he was the one who stopped Chu Yin's carriage when Chu Yin went to King Descending City with Elder Qingzi. He knew his sister must have heard about this matter. I remember now. Lingu Renfeng nodded. How did he know the name, Xianxia Shui? It was obvious that just saying the name made her emotional. Lingu Renjia sighed. He said that Xianxia Shui is his wife. When he saw Chu Yin in King Descending City, he discovered that Chu Yin resembles his wife. Not only that, but their temperaments were the same as well. That's why he stopped her at that time. He came to the clan to confirm Chu Yin's identity, but due to various reasons, he left the Hidden Fog sect to join our clan. After that, Lingu Renjia recounted everything Duan Lingtian had told him in detail, including how Duan Lingtian was separated from Xianxia Shui, to Lingu Renfeng. So it's him, Lingu Renfeng murmured as she fell deep in her thoughts. Lingu Renjia was confused when he heard these words. Does she know him? What happened? Lingu Renjia was unaware that Lingu Renjia's current mood was very complicated. Although it was her first time hearing Duan Lingtian's name, she was somewhat aware of him. Back then, her eldest daughter, Xianxia Shui, committed suicide because she did not want to marry Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. It was also at that time that she lost all hope for that man, Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan. Until now, Sha Yu was unaware that she was alive or that he had another daughter. In the past, after she left the Profound Energy Land and went to the Divine Offering Land, she met Sha Yu by coincidence. At that time, he was not yet the clan leader of the Sha clan. Although she knew he already had a family of his own at that time, she did not regret falling in love with him. Later on, she became pregnant with Sha Yu's child. Hence, she thought about letting go of her pride and entering the Sha clan as Sha Yu's concubine. It was out of her expectations that Sha Yu's wife ordered people to kill her and snatch her 2 children away. At that time, she managed to escape, but she only managed to save one of her children, which was Lingu Chuyin. It was also due to that incident that Lingu Chuyin was very sickly as a child. Chuyin would suffer from bouts of memory loss as well. Lingu Renfeng looked for countless doctors to cure her youngest daughter, and she did not forget to inquire about the Xia clan's news. When she found out that her eldest daughter had become the beloved young miss of the Xia clan, she finally felt more at ease. She thought her sacrifices and pain were worth it as long as her eldest daughter was loving a good life. Alas, she did not expect to receive the news of her daughter's death thousands of years later. It caused her to fall into despair. When she went to the Xia clan to confront Xia Yu, she ran into Xia Yu's wife before she could meet him. At that time, his wife had told her that Xia Yu thought she was dead and that if she let Xia Yu know she was alive she would kill her youngest daughter. Following that, Xia Yu's wife told her that there was a chance her eldest daughter would reincarnate. At that time, she had been furious, but she endured for the sake of her youngest daughter. She lived in pain for many years before she finally heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that the eldest young miss of the Xia clan had returned to the Xia clan. However, later, she heard that her eldest daughter had entered the realm battlefield to escape her arranged marriage. At that time, Lingu Renfeng, who was still searching for ways to completely cure Lingu Chuyin, thought about sending Lingu Chuyin back to the Lingu clan to recuperate. After that, she planned to go to the realm battlefield and the divine offering land to search for her daughter. However, Lingu Chuyin was reluctant to leave her side. In the end, she did not force Lingu Chuyin. After all, Lingu Chuyin and Sha Ning Shui were twins and shared a telepathic bond. She thought perhaps Lingu Chuyin would be able to find Sha Ning Shui. They searched in the realm battlefield before they found a weak spot in the space barrier that would lead to the divine offering land. She had also used this method to return to the Lingu clan in the profound divine energy. During all that time, she had vaguely heard a few things about Sha Ning Shui's husband from the mundane realm. When Lingu Renfeng finally regained her senses, she murmured, "I didn't expect Ning Shui's husband to be so loyal. For her, he came to the profound energy land. He's a king of gods now when he's only over 700 years old." Upon hearing this, Lingu Renjia was perplexed. He said, "Renfeng, did you say Duan Ling Tian's over 700 years old?" "He's a little over 2,700 years old." Lingu Renfeng seemed slightly surprised. Then, she glanced at her brother and said, "It seems like that kid knows to maintain a low profile. Brother, don't you know there are ways to conceal one's bone age?" Lingu Renjia was shocked when he discovered Duan Ling Tian's true age. When he calmed down, he recalled his sister's earlier words and asked, "Renfeng, is Chuyin really Sha Ning Shui, Duan Ling Tian's wife?" "No." Lingu Renfeng shook her head. Although she saw the confused expression on Lingu Renjia's face, she did not explain. In the end, she only said, "Brother, since you're safe now, I'll take my leave. I'll deal with that vice sect leader Shui from the Flying Dragon clan." With that, Lingu Renfeng flashed away without waiting for Lingu Renjia's response, leaving him bewildered. As an emperor-ranked sect, the Flying Dragon sect's guarding formation was naturally not simple. As impressive as the Lingu clan's guarding formation was, it still could not compare to that of the Flying Dragon sect. It said even ordinary emperors of gods would not be able to break it. Today, a figure suddenly appeared and began to attack the Flying Dragon sect's guarding formation with terrifying strength. The guarding formation shook violently in time with the attacks as a terrifying energy rippled out. "You have 20 seconds to deactivate the formation. Otherwise, after I destroy the formation, I'll destroy the Flying Dragon sect as well." An icy voice reverberated through the entire Flying Dragon sect's estate, shocking everyone. Following that, waves after waves of attacks shook the formation and the estate. The killing energy from the formation surged out as well as the intruder continued to attack it. It did not take long before the formation shattered. Terrifying aftershocks swept out. Even the 9 mountain ranges were affected. It was as though an unimaginably huge earthquake was taking place. Many figures flew up into the sky from all directions. Although they were furious, they all tried to suppress their fury. "May I know who you are? What do you want from our sect?" These people were advanced lords of gods, high-ranking officials of the Flying Dragon sect. However, no one responded to their question. At this time, a figure who had just begun to fly up from a courtyard in the Flying Dragon's estate was immediately pushed to the ground by an invisible force. The figure belonged to a dignified-looking middle-aged man. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Who is it?" Despite struggling with all his might, the middle-aged man could not free himself. Soon enough, another huge force fell from the sky and pushed him deep into the ground. Following that, a woman appeared in front of the middle-aged man. When the man, who was lying in a hole on the ground, was shocked when he saw the beautiful woman. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Emperor of Gods!" The middle-aged man was Shui Mingji, a vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. He was stronger than the Black Dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect, and even the most powerful people in the sect would not have been able to crush him so easily in this manner. Hence, it was not difficult for him to tell that the beautiful woman was an emperor of gods. He began to tremble when he recalled how that woman had easily destroyed the guarding formation. Even ordinary emperors of gods were not capable of doing that. Lingu Renfeng, who had come to the Flying Dragon sect after leaving the Lingu clan, looked at Shui Mingji and said indifferently, "Shu Tongyuan is dead." Thinking of how the woman easily shattered the Flying Dragon sect guarding formation, he trembled again. This was not something an ordinary emperor of gods could do. The beautiful lady was Lingu Renfeng, who came to the Flying Dragon sect after leaving the Lingu clan. She looked down at Shui Mingji and spoke indifferently, "Shu Tongyuan is dead." Upon hearing these words, Shui Mingji's eyes widened, and he grew even more terrified. He stammered, Your Excellency, you are. Chapter 38:18 Shui Mingji. At this moment, despair flooded Shui Mingji's heart. Although the person in front of him had yet to reveal her identity, he knew Shu Tongyuan's death was likely related to her since she said that Shu Tongyuan was dead. However, he really could not figure out why Shu Tongyuan had died when he had only asked Shu Tongyuan to kill the clan leader of a Lord Rank clan. Most importantly, the Lord Rank clan did not even have an intermediate Lord of Gods. How could Shu Tongyuan have died? Shui Mingji soon discovered that his divine consciousness had been blocked by an even more powerful divine consciousness, preventing him from calling for help. He could not even send messages. Moreover, after such a long time, no one had shown up. Lingu Renfeng responded indifferently to Shui Mingji's earlier question, "Lingu Renjia is my biological older brother." Although Shui Mingji had already guessed the Emperor of Gods in front of him had something to do with the Lingu clan, the despair in his heart intensified when he heard those words. She's Lingu Renjia's younger sister. How could a small Lord Rank clan like the Lingu clan produce an Emperor of Gods? I've not heard anything about her before. Lingu Renjia was confused. He grew even more frightened when he thought about how he had ordered Shu Tongyuan to kill the older brother of an Emperor of Gods. Shui Mingji said bitterly, "Madam, I, Shui Mingji, have not lived in vain being killed by someone like you." Shui Mingji was certain of his death. After all, he had ordered the death of the powerhouse's brother. If he were in his shoes, he would have killed himself as well. As for how the woman knew he was responsible, he had no doubt that Shu Tongyuan had betrayed him. Unfortunately, Shu Tongyuan still died after revealing everything. He did not blame Shu Tongyuan since he knew he would have done the same under similar circumstances. If that girl didn't marry Kuang Tianzheng's disciple, I didn't give in to her when she begged me to intervene, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Shui Mingji was filled with regrets at this moment. Alas, there was no point in regretting his actions now. He completely gave up on begging for mercy. Since she killed Shu Tongyuan, how could she let him, the mastermind, live? While Shui Mingji was drowning in despair, Lingu Renfeng asked, "When did I say I'm going to kill you? I don't care about your grievances with Duan Ling Tian, and I don't care how you deal with him. He's only a revered elder of our clan. Moreover, he has also left our clan. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. However, if you dare to act against our Lingu clan, I'll kill you. Do you understand?" Lingu Renfeng's eyes flashed coldly as she looked at Shui Mingji. Shui Mingji, overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events, hurriedly replied, I understand. I promise to treat the Lingu clan with the utmost respect. I promise I won't harm the Lingu clan. I hope you keep your words. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. It doesn't matter where you hide, I'll definitely hunt you down, Lingu Renfeng said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace. With this, Shui Mingji discovered his divine energy was no longer blocked. Earlier, he had been completely helpless. He trembled slightly as he climbed out of the pit on the ground. Then, he hurriedly filled in the human-shaped pit to avoid embarrassment. He did not want Agnetto find out about today's matter. Fear lingered in Shui Mingji's heart after his close brush with death. He looked around and began to appreciate the beauty of life that he had taken for granted at this moment. I was lucky. As long as I don't harm the Lingu clan and its members, she won't kill him. As for Duan Ling Tian, she doesn't care what I do to him, Shui Mingji thought to himself. Then, his eyes flashed with murderous intent as he continued thinking to himself, since that's the case, I can't let Duan Ling Tian go. Although I had no enmity with him in the past, I was almost killed because of him this time. It's impossible for me to retaliate against that Emperor of Gods or the Lingu clan, so I can only vent my anger on him. After all, there's nothing to be afraid of since the Emperor of Gods has no intention of protecting him. It had been a long time since Shui Mingji had last felt so embarrassed. Alas, there was no way he could vent his anger on the Emperor of Gods. He could only vent his anger on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian will definitely find out that I was behind this matter from Lingu Renjia. If such a genius is allowed to grow unchecked, I'll definitely die in the future. I must kill him while I still can. Following that, Shui Mingji sent a message to his son-in-law, Huang Tianzheng's second disciple. I want to meet you and your master. I have something to say. Needless to say, he did not plan to tell them about his embarrassing encounter with Lingu Renfeng. However, he had to warn Huang Tianzheng and his son-in-law not to target the Lingu clan even if they wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he might die because of their foolish actions. He did not think he would be so lucky to escape death the next time. After the earthquake at the Flying Dragon sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian, who had awakened from his cultivation, left his room. When he walked out into his courtyard, he saw a group of inner disciples discussing among themselves. Did an Emperor of Gods come to our sect? I think so. How terrifying. She attacked and managed to shatter our guarding formation. Our formation couldn't stop her. That Emperor of Gods is likely not an ordinary Emperor of Gods. After all, even ordinary Emperors of Gods can't easily break our guarding formation. Duan Ling Tian had also heard the woman's voice that reverberated through the entire Flying Dragon sect's estate earlier. She sounded even fiercer and more domineering than men. The high-ranking officials of the Flying Dragon were still hovering in the sky. All of them tried to speak to the woman but were ruthlessly ignored. Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared next to Hu Qingning and Ding Yan. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian, Hu Qingning said excitedly, Duan Ling Tian, an Emperor of Gods, was here. I know. I heard the others' discussion, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He felt slightly speechless by Hu Qingning's reaction. He said, why are you so excited? If I didn't know better, I'd think you're related to that Emperor of Gods. Hu Qingning smiled sheepishly. I'm just slightly excited. After all, Emperors of Gods are legendary. Although she sounded young, if she's willing, I'd even kneel down and call her Godmother. With an Emperor of Gods as a godmother, no one in the Eastern Ridge Mansion would dare to provoke me. An expression of longing could be seen on Hu Qingning's face as he spoke. At the same time, Ding Yan took a few steps back as though to say he did not know Hu Qingning. Duan Ling Tian also looked at Hu Qingning disdainfully. Why didn't I notice this guy is so unscrupulous before? At this moment, the sound of a slap followed by the sound of a crash rang in the air. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he saw Hu Qingning had disappeared. Everyone was attracted by this commotion, and when they looked in the direction of the crashing sound, they saw Hu Qingning, who had crashed against a mountain, bleeding from the corners of his lips. This is just a small lesson. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll slap you to death. Hu Qingning was not unfamiliar with this voice. It was the voice of the female Emperor of Gods who had shattered the barrier earlier. Hu Qingning panicked, filled with fear. He did not expect his casual joke would result in this. Meanwhile, the others looked around in confusion. Who did this? While the others looked around in confusion, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness out. When he sensed that Hu Qingning was only slightly injured, he sighed in relief. Duan Ling Tian suddenly saw something falling, and he instinctively grabbed it. When he looked down, he saw a spatial ring. At the same time, a voice transmission rang in his ears. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened immediately. It's that Emperor of Gods. Chapter 38:19. Who are they? Good luck. This is the only way I can help you. After that, there was no more voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian looked around. Needless to say, he could not find the female Emperor of Gods who intimidated the high-ranking officials of the Flying Dragon sect earlier. He did not sense anyone near him earlier, and he did not know how the woman was able to give him the spatial ring without being detected. While Duan Ling Tian was still looking around, Linggu Ren Feng's voice reverberated through the Flying Dragon sect's estate again. I'm leaving. The view in the Flying Dragon sect is quite pleasing. Upon hearing this voice again, a fearful expression appeared on Hu Qingning's face. As for Shui Mingji, who was in the midst of warning Kuang Tianzheng and his son-in-law, was shocked. He was shocked. He assumed Linggu Renfeng. Nonetheless, he soon sighed in relief. Since Linggu Renfeng had left just like that, it could be seen she truly did not intend to pursue the matter. As for the others, they were puzzled. She left just like this. So this Emperor of Gods caused such a commotion and broke into our sect's estate just to view the scenery. That seems to be it. In any case, she's truly powerful. I don't think there's such a powerful Emperor of Gods in the history of our Flying Dragon sect. That's right, for her to be able to break the formation, she's definitely not an ordinary Emperor of Gods. It was only normal for everyone to be so excited. After all, none of them had met an Emperor of Gods before. Although the Flying Dragon sect was an Emperor rank force, it did not have any Emperor of Gods now. Even in the entire history of the sect, there were only a few Emperors of Gods. Emperor rank forces like the Flying Dragon sect were considered weak and outdated. Nonetheless, most weaker forces or even ordinary Emperor rank forces still would not attack the Emperor rank Flying Dragon sect unless they were completely confident. It was still an Emperor rank force no matter what. Who knew what kinds of connections or means they had? For example, in the history of the Profound Energy Land, there was once an Emperor rank force with many Emperors of Gods that annihilated an outdated Emperor rank force. Afterward, a powerful Supreme God, who had connections to the annihilated Emperor rank force, appeared and killed all those involved in the Emperors of Gods in that Emperor rank force. This was not the only instance, there were many such cases. For this reason, even ordinary Emperor rank forces would not easily act against outdated Emperor rank forces. As for Supreme rank forces, they would not be bothered with the Emperor rank forces. This included those with and without Emperors of Gods. While the others were busy discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the spatial ring. Who is she? Why did she give me a spatial ring? What's inside? Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into the spatial ring. He discovered mountainous piles of divine rocks, which exceeded what he possessed. With the addition of the new divine rocks, he now had more than 3 million divine rocks. When he recovered from the shock of seeing the abundant divine rocks, he saw there were many divine fruits, divine plants, and pill bottles in the spatial ring as well. He opened a few pill bottles at random and discovered they held Lord-grade divine pills that would help with his cultivation. Apart from that, there were also many weapons such as knives, swords, spears, and staves. Most importantly, all of them were prominent divine artifacts. When Duan Ling Tian saw a dazzling scarlet long whip lying silently in a corner, he extended his divine consciousness to sense it. Artifact soul. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed when he sensed the soul in the scarlet long whip. However, he could tell the soul was incomplete. It was similar to the divine artifact Wu Feng received in the past. The combined worth of the other things in the spatial ring could not compare to the worth of the scarlet long whip alone. Who is she? Why would she give me these things? Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. Why would the woman give him so many valuable items? She even gave him a prominent divine artifact with a soul, albeit an incomplete one. Even in realms of gods, Emperors of Gods still coveted such a prominent divine artifact. At this time, Hu Qingning, who had returned to Duan Ling Tian and Ding Yan's side, smiled bitterly. How unlucky. Are all Emperors of Gods so petty? Fortunately, she showed mercy. Otherwise, I would have died. As Hu Qingning spoke, he glanced at his exposed right shoulder. A mark from a hand could be seen on it. So that's what happened. That Emperor of Gods actually attacked you. You're really lucky to be alive. Ding Yan exclaimed in shock. I know, Hu Qingning said with a sigh. Fear still lingered in his heart. At this time, a loud voice reverberated through the Flying Dragon sect's estate. Everyone should disperse now. Following that, the Flying Dragon sect's guarding formation was reactivated. At this moment, the guarding formation no longer seemed mysterious or invincible to the others after they saw the powerful Emperor of Gods shattering it earlier. In Shui Mingji's cultivation ground. At this moment, Shui Mingji feigned surprise when his subordinate reported Shu Tongyuan's death. Elder Shu is dead. Then, he said, I called him back earlier, but he died on the way back. Then, Shui Mingji brought out Shu Tong Yuan's shattered soul pearl and continued to say in feigned anger, "Who dares to kill a black dragon elder of our flying dragon sect? This matter must be investigated. I'm going to see the sect leader now," Shui Mingji said as he rose to his feet. His entire body emitted murderous intent. Before Kuang Tianzheng regained his senses, Shui Mingji had already left. Only Kuang Tianzheng and a young man were left in Shui Mingji's cultivation ground at this moment. The young man was Zhang Can, Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple and Shui Mingji's son-in-law. Kuang Tianzheng asked Zhang Can through voice transmission, "Canur, do you think this is a coincidence?" Vice sect leader Shui said he just learned that his good friend is also good friends with a supreme elder of the Lingu clan. That's the reason he warned us not to mess with the Lingu clan or Lingu Ren Jia ever again. Right after he told us that, he received news of Shu Tong Yuan's death. Does this mean his friend killed Shu Tong Yuan? Upon hearing this, Zhang Can said solemnly, "Master, you must remember that you can only say these words to me. If my father-in-law hears about this, he won't be happy with you. In any case, the death of a black dragon elder is nothing." Kuang Tianzheng nodded. "Don't worry, I understand." Then, his eyes flashed icily as he said, "Vice sect leader Shui only told us not to target the Lingu clan, he didn't say anything about Duan Lngtn. Moreover, based on his words, it's clear he's also eager to kill Duan Lingtian now. With this, we no longer have to rely on Miss Shui to persuade him. However, I really don't understand when Duan Lingtian provoked him." Zhang Can replied with a smile, "Regardless, it's a good thing for us that my father-in-law wants to kill Duan Lingtian. As for the Lingu clan, as long as they don't take the initiative to provoke us, we'll just leave them alone." "You're right," Kuang Tianzheng nodded. Initially, Hu Qingning thought that Duan Lingtian would definitely make fun of him after the Emperor of Gods taught him a lesson. Hence, he was surprised when he saw how absent-minded Duan Lingtian was. Even Ding Yan found Duan Lingtian's behavior strange. "Duan Lingtian, what's wrong?" Hu Qingning asked. "It's nothing," Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, despite the questions in his heart. He really wondered who the Emperor of Gods was, and why did the Emperor of Gods give him the spatial ring? Was that Yu Chuzan? Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled Duan Chaoyu and Yu Chuzan whom he had met in Skywind City. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. He knew the voice earlier did not belong to Yu Chuzan. Moreover, he did not think Yu Chuzan had become an Emperor of Gods. Apart from that, they would have given him these things when he was in Skywind City back then instead of waiting until now. With this, Duan Lingtian wondered about Duan Chaoyu and Yu Chuzan. When he recalled Duan Chaoyu's friendliness, affection, and trust toward him, he felt that she was not only nice to him because he resembled her brother. Who are they? Chapter 38-20 Imperial War. After thinking about it for a long time, Duan Lingtian still could not figure out why the female Emperor of Gods was so kind to him. He also could not figure out Du Qianyu's extreme familiarity with him. He was certain it was just because he resembled her brother. When she interacted with him, she was not shy at all. He still remembered that he had been discomfited by her enthusiasm at that time. After all, he did not know her or Yu Chuzan at all. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more puzzled he became. It took him half a day before he finally dismissed the questions and thoughts in his mind. Then, he consumed a few of the Lord-grade divine pills the female Emperor of Gods had given him before he began to cultivate. The divine pills were all pills he had never consumed before, so they were rather effective. It was as though she knew he, a king of gods, was in need of these pills. All the divine pills she had given him were extraordinary. Who knew if it was intentional or if she simply did not have any ordinary divine pills? With these divine pills, I'm even closer to becoming an advanced king of gods. Although they won't help me directly break through, they'll still save me a lot of time and effort. Although Duan Lingtian did not know who the female Emperor of Gods was, he still felt very grateful. He did not even consider that there might be a problem with the divine pills that she had given him. After all, if she wanted him dead, she did not have to do it in such an indirect way. She could have easily killed him with just a slap. The Lingu clan's estate. At this moment, Lingu Ren Jia had just received a message from Lingu Ren Feng. "Brother, I didn't kill the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. However, rest assured that he won't dare to mess with our clan anymore." Don't tell Duan Lingtian about Shui Mingji's involvement in this matter. I want to use him to help Duan Lingtian grow stronger. If Duan Lingtian dies in his hand, it only means Duan Lingtian is fated to die young and isn't strong enough. If he's not strong enough, even if Shui Mingji didn't kill him, he'll still die at some point. Brother, if he survives, after he becomes a lord of gods, tell him that Chu Yin isn't his wife, but his wife's twin sister. Tell him that his wife is in the realm battlefield and that no one's heard from her at all. Brother, Duan Lingtian's wife is my eldest daughter. Previously, I brought Chu Yin back to the clan because I planned to search for my eldest daughter in the realm battlefield alone. However, Chu Yin insisted on following me. Now that I've settled my affairs here, I'm going to bring Chu Yin with me and return to the realm battlefield again to find Ning Shui. Linggu Renjia's expression changed immediately. He finally understood why Duan Lingtian mistook Linggu Chu Yin for his wife. As it turned out, Linggu Chu Yin and Duan Lingtian's wife were twin sisters. He had another niece. You've no news of her at all? Linggu Renjia asked solemnly after he regained his senses. After all, the realm's battlefield was so dangerous that even emperors of gods could die there. Linggu Renjia was certain his niece was not even an emperor of gods. Needless to say, the lower one's cultivation was, the more dangerous it would be for one in the realm battlefield. I can't tell Duan Lingtian about this now. Knowing him, he'd rush to the realm battlefield immediately. It'd only increase his burden, Linggu Renjia thought to himself, dismissing the idea of telling Duan Lingtian about what he had learned. He knew how dangerous the realm battlefield was. If Duan Lingtian went there with his cultivation base, he would be risking his life. The Taiyi sect. The Taiyi sect was the emperor-ranked sect that was located closest to the Flying Dragon sect. Similar to the Flying Dragon sect, it did not have any emperors of gods. At this moment, the sect leader of the Taiyi sect and the high-ranking officials were gathered in the main hall. The sect leader of the Taiyi sect said in a deep voice, "I called all of you here to inform all of you that we'll be launching an imperial war against the Flying Dragon sect to strengthen our sect and to nurture emperors of gods." An uproar broke out immediately. Imperial wars were life or death battles between two emperor-rank forces. It would usually take place in an independent realm created by the top force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. After declaring war, the other force could refuse it. Imperial wars were a means for an emperor-rank force to produce emperors of gods. Most of these forces had many members who were very close to breaking through and becoming emperors of gods. The wars would serve as a final catalyst for their breakthroughs. The wars would only end once an emperor of gods appeared. Sect leader, why did you suddenly decide to do this? That's right, this is too sudden. The Flying Dragon sect isn't inferior to our Taiyi sect. Both sides will suffer greatly from this. Sect leader, are the supreme elders aware of your decision? Among the high-ranking officials of the Taiyi sect, there were many whose expressions soured. After all, when the Imperial War began, all of them would have to fight the powerhouses from the Flying Dragon sect, risking death. Needless to say, unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not wish for an Imperial War. Apart from that, there was no way for them to abandon the Taiyi sect before the war started. When they first broke through and became lords of gods, all of them had sworn on the Devil Heart's blood oath to participate in the Imperial War if there was one. To break their oaths was no different from committing suicide. The few supreme elders have agreed to this, the sect leader of the Taiyi sect said in a deep voice. Since 10,000 years ago, the Flying Dragon sect declared Imperial War on us 3 times, but we'd refused them. This time, we'll take the initiative to declare war. Based on their previous actions, I don't think they'd refuse. The Flying Dragon is on par with us, and yet, they were courageous enough to declare war on us thrice. Are we from the Taiyi sect so cowardly? His voice was icy when he spoke. In the past, the Taiyi sect had refused the Flying Dragon sect's challenge because many of the Taiyi sect's high-ranking officials had protested vehemently. On the contrary, he had always been in favor of it. When he saw the others were going to protest again, he said coldly, "This time, there'll be no voting on this matter." Since ancient times, as long as the sect leader has the support of the Supreme Eldest, the sect leader has the say when it comes to declaring the Imperial War. Nonetheless, the other high-ranking officials were still not convinced. Sect leader, Supreme Elder Luo supports this. Supreme Elder Luo was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Taiyi sect. During the first 2 times the Flying Dragon sect declared war, many of the Supreme Elders opposed accepting it. However, The third time the Flying Dragon sect declared war, only Supreme Elder Luo alone opposed it. Before the sect leader of the Taiyi sect could reply, someone said, "I'm one of the first to suggest declaring the imperial war this time." Following that, an old man appeared next to the sect leader of the Taiyi sect. Upon seeing this, the sect leader of the Taiyi sect hurriedly said, "Greetings, junior granduncle." The old man was Luo Qizhong, Supreme Elder Luo, one of the strongest powerhouses in the Taiyi sect. Upon seeing this, many of the high-ranking officials' expressions darkened. Since Luo Qizhong had personally stepped forward, it seemed like there was no way for them to avoid the imperial war. At this time, Luo Qizhong said sternly, "I've carefully discussed the imperial war with the other supreme elders. In regards to the strength of the older generations, we're not any weaker than the Flying Dragon sect. This was the case for the younger generations as well until a few days ago. I received news that two monstrous geniuses appeared during the Flying Dragon sect's Latent Dragon Grand Contest. I'm sure you've heard of those two, Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian Du, as well. Let me ask you this, with their talents, do you think they'll be able to become emperors of gods in the future?" Someone said, "We don't know for sure those two will stay in the Flying Dragon sect. In fact, it's highly likely they'll join an emperor rank force with emperors of gods soon. After they leave, do you think it'd be so easy for the Flying Dragon sect to cultivate another emperor of gods?" According to the Eastern Ridge Mansion's rules, once an emperor of gods emerged in the Flying Dragon sect, the Taiyi sect, as the closest emperor ranked sect to the Flying Dragon sect, would have to give up on their territory and move away. Since emperor rank forces with emperors of gods could occupy a bigger territory, the emperor rank forces in the vicinity with no emperors of gods would have to leave. Chapter 38:21 Derivatives of the Powerhouse War. The Imperial War and the Supreme War were derivatives of the Powerhouse War. The Supreme War was a larger scale of the Imperial War. It was where outdated supreme rank forces fought in order to cultivate supreme gods. It would be held in an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse. In the history of the realms of gods, there were only a few instances of the Supreme War, and each time, the outcome was tragic. Since it was a life or death fight, if no supreme gods emerged, they would have to continue fighting, resulting in great losses. Even if a supreme god emerged, the cost was still too high. For this reason, very few supreme rank forces would declare supreme war on another supreme rank force. Needless to say, the Powerhouse War, the originator of the Imperial War and the Supreme War, was on the largest scale. It was where the war was fought to produce supreme powerhouses. The venue of the war was personally created by a supreme powerhouse, and a supreme powerhouse would also preside over it. There were more imperial wars compared to supreme wars, there were more supreme wars compared to powerhouse wars. This was because there were more outdated emperor rank forces compared to outdated supreme rank forces, and there were more outdated supreme rank forces compared to supreme rank forces respectively, in the main hall of the Taiyi sect. So all of you are willing to bet on the possibility of Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian Du leaving the Flying Dragon sect to join a top emperor rank force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion? Luo Qizhan asked with a sneer. The high-ranking officials, who were protesting, fell silent immediately. They were aware of how flimsy their excuse was. After all, with Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian Du's talents, they could have easily joined a top emperor rank Flying Dragon sect. Why did they join the Flying Dragon sect instead? As the saying went, it's better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. Even then, the duo's treatment would be very good even if they went to a top emperor rank force due to their exceptional talents. This was especially true for Duan Ling Tian, who was not even 3,000 years old. There had to be other reasons as well as to why they joined the Flying Dragon sect. Luo Qizhan said determinedly, "We've already decided to declare imperial war on the Flying Dragon sect, so there's no use in protesting. Our Taiyi sect has been slowly falling behind the Flying Dragon sect. Moreover, the last time the Flying Dragon sect had an emperor of gods was 20,000 years ago. When was the last time our sect had an emperor of gods? 50,000 years ago. The final emperor of gods from the Flying Dragon sect had emerged from an imperial war. As for our Taiyi sect, we're too cowardly to declare imperial wars, including the declarations from the Flying Dragon sect. We've refused the imperial wars more than 10 times. Luo Qizhan paused briefly before he continued to say, although Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian Du contributed greatly to our decision to declare imperial war, they're not the only reason. It's also because it's time for us to fight. You've all enjoyed the benefits of staying in the Taiyi sect, it's now time for you to stand up and fight for the Taiyi sect. Think about it, once the war starts, Duan Ling Tian and Hua Tian Du won't be able to stay out of the war as well. Who knows if our younger disciples are able to kill those two? Even if they can't, the war will still inevitably affect the duo's progress and cultivation. In any case, our sect is on par with the Flying Dragon sect. What are you afraid of? If an emperor of gods emerges in our sect from the imperial war, think about the glory that will belong to you and your descendants. Your names will be engraved on the war monuments and will never be forgotten in the history of our sect. After Luo Qizhan finished his speech, silence hung in the air briefly. After a moment, the others broke out in an uproar, voicing their support. Supreme Elder Luo, I support declaring the imperial war against the Flying Dragon sect. We can only grow stronger by fighting with all our might. There's a high chance our sect will have an emperor of gods by the end of the war. That's right, our supreme elders are all top advanced lords of gods and are close to breaking through. Even if only one of them manages to become an emperor of gods, the status and strength of our sect will rise greatly. The high-ranking officials' morale was greatly boosted by Luo Qizhan's words. As for the few who remained unconvinced and strongly opposed the war, they only remained silent. After all, no matter what they said at this moment, it would not change the outcome. Not only that, but they might even anger the sect leader and Luo Qizhan. They could only comfort themselves inwardly and remind themselves to be careful during the war. At this time, the sect leader of the Taiyi sect said resolutely, "Tomorrow, I'll personally lead a group to the Flying Dragon sect to declare imperial war on them. Once they agree to it, we'll be able to confirm a date with the top force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. If there's nothing wrong, the war should start within 3 years." The next day, the sect leader of the Taiyi sect led a few people to the Flying Dragon sect. The high-ranking officials of the Flying Dragon sect were also surprised that the Taiyi sect took the initiative to declare imperial war on them. After all, they had been rejected thrice by the Taiyi sect previously. In their eyes, the Taiyi sect no longer had the backbone an emperor rank force should have. To them, the Taiyi sect was the most suitable opponent. After leading the sect leader of the Taiyi sect and his entourage to their accommodations, the high-ranking officials of the Flying Dragon sect gathered to discuss the matter. Needless to say, the Golden Dragon elders that were on par with the supreme elders of the Taiyi sect were also present. They were the most likely to break through and become emperors of gods. After all, in the past, the Flying Dragon sect tried to declare imperial war on the Taiyi sect multiple times because the Golden Dragon elders were hoping to break through using the imperial wars. All of them hoped that the Flying Dragon sect would be able to regain its former glory with the emergence of a new emperor of gods. After all, outdated emperor rank forces could not compare to those emperor rank forces with emperors of gods at all. If the Flying Dragon sect won the imperial war against the Taiyi sect would have to leave immediately. The emergence of a new emperor of gods meant that the Flying Dragon sect would no longer be an outdated emperor rank sect. As a result, their territory would expand as well. If the Taiyi sect refused to leave, the Flying Dragon sect could legally annihilate the Taiyi sect. What do you think? The sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect asked. Upon hearing this, Shui Mingji said cautiously, "Sect leader, I think we should take our time to consider this. Let's investigate why they suddenly decided to initiate the imperial war before we accept their challenge. The Taiyi sect was as timid as a mouse in the past. There must be a reason why they're suddenly so bold. It's likely they had hidden trump cards we don't know about." Shui Mingji was quite conservative, so he was against accepting the Taiyi sect's declaration of war. However, most of the high-rank officials of the Flying Dragon sect were eager to fight. Hence, even if Shui Mingji was the vice-sect leader, his words held very little weight at this moment. Most importantly, the several Golden Dragon elders had been hoping to become emperors of gods, which was why they had declared imperial war multiple times in the past. 2 of the Golden Dragon elders were close to facing their heavenly tribulations, so they were even more eager for a breakthrough. Otherwise, they would only have a few thousand years left to live. The imperial war was the only few ways they could try to force a breakthrough. At this moment, a Golden Dragon elder looked at Shui Mingji sternly and said, "Shui Mingji, the Taiyi sect finally took the initiative to declare imperial war. If the sect misses this opportunity because of you, I won't let you go." Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.